we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are.
Ready, set, go.
Prepare. Pepsi. Pepsi Santo. The ultimate. I'm Jackie Jing with the EWC, and right now I am with the Team Liquid. Very honored to be speaking with Nesk and Lagonis. So, how y'all feeling? Are you excited for the EWC?
Yeah, we are super excited. Like, we are so happy that we qualified. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this tournament.
So, what does this mean to your team, this tournament, Nesk?
Maybe it's a great tournament for us because in the last season we don't qualify for that. So it's a new chance, we have a new lineup. So for us, it's gonna be amazing to play here.
How excited are you all to show off the new lineup? I'm sure you all have been grinding.
Our lineup probably is like six months together right now. So we did well in the last major. So yeah, we're very happy. And I think like we can do great in this tournament. So let's see.
How do you think you all have been gelling? Like you said, it's been 6 months now.
Yeah.
So how have things come together since we last saw you?
We're getting better, like because like we have a lot of chemistry, like inside the server and outside. Like we're very friends. Like everyone likes each other. I think that's the most important things because like when you are so close to your teammates, like it's easier to work inside the server. So I'm really looking forward because I think we can do great.
Oh, I love the positivity. I don't want to be negative here, but we definitely need to address the elephant in the room. Y'all need a major win, for sure. Will this be the year?
Yeah, we hope so, but if we don't win, we don't have too much to think. We have a new lineup, when we're saying, in just 6 months, so we need to work hard, and after that, I don't know what to say. I know I have a lot of people want me and Paulo win the major, but for us, I don't know how to speak, but we know that we can win the major, but we are just working hard. I like to enjoy the moment. I like to have fun with my teammates, so for me, that is good.
Lagonis, do you feel any pressure? I mean, like, that's a big burden. You know, I feel like people look at your team and they have high expectations and they're like, where is this win?
Yeah, like playing for Liquid, like you has a lot of pressure, like especially in Brazil because we have the biggest crowd, like so yeah, we have a lot of pressure, but as Nesk was saying, like everything's gonna be like on time, you know, like if it's gonna to win like this tournament, it's okay, but if it's the next one, like we are happy to. So yeah, we are just enjoying the moment and working a lot to.
I do want to look back at Manchester a little bit. So major improvements were definitely made, but didn't quite pull it off, right? Looking back, what changes have you made?
E que não aconteceu lá, quais mudanças não rolaram
Me
lá.
ajuda aí, que eu não sei falar desse bagulho não.
Like I think on that tournament, like we were like probably just 4 months of lineup, so we need a little bit more chemistry. The thing that like needed on that tournament, like we needed to have a short journey. Like on that tournament, like we start playing on play-ins, like we won both matches, and then we go 0-2 on the Swiss stage. So we lost a lot of energy during the championship. And to like you reach the grand finals, you need to have a lot of energy. So we show a lot of intel about the maps. Like we played a lot of maps here in Brazil and on the tournament. So if we wanna be champion one day, like we need to save a lot of energy. Like got a short journey like during the championship, and EWC is nice for that because it's only 5 days of championship. So yeah, I think that was the thing that like we miss on that tournament.
I don't think a lot of people get to hear a lot about your individual journey. So I wanted to ask you as a player specifically, how have you evolved and what did it start off like and how do you feel about where you're at now?
Explique.
Como você evoluiu, como se sente jogando agora?
I'm feel very good when I'm playing now because I talk with them when I see me in 2018
2018.
and against me right now, I feel so much better. Maybe it's the time I'm playing. I don't know how to speak, but and how to say, but maybe my dedication of the game bring me here.
And the experience too, right? Yeah. Do you look back on any experiences and you're like, that was like a changing moment for me, pivotal moment?
Maybe in the 6th Invitational Paris 2021. Maybe after that I changed something inside of me.
What changed?
I like to compete, you know. I don't lost that energy, you know.
You felt some resiliency.
Yeah.
Like you were like, I want to play even more.
Yeah. I don't care about my age too, so I just want to compete and enjoy this moment because I know if maybe tomorrow can end it, so I need to enjoy all my life there.
And age is just a number.
Yeah.
Loganus, let's talk about your journey. Where did you start? How have you evolved? How do you feel about where you're at right now?
One nice thing to say is like my first international championship was on Paris 2021. So NESC was playing like for long years, and that was my first international experience. So since there, like I played on Team One, I won a major there, and then after I came to Team Liquid, and yeah, so like now we are working to win that championship like here on Liquid. So yeah, it's a long journey. Like probably if that there's a fun thing to say, like probably if I don't get injured, like I got injured, my dream was to become a tennis player, but I got injured, so I started playing video games. So now I'm here because of that, because it was a different journey. So yeah, that's it. That's some better things on our lives that like at the end of the journey, like turns to be a good thing, and that was on my life what happened.
Everything happens for a reason,
Yeah.
right? I want to ask both of you, what are the ingredients for a solid squad? Like what makes a team the best of the best in your opinion?
You need to have a good like environment. You need to have a good like day by day. Your teammates needs to be your friend. Like if they are not your real friends, like things don't go well. So yeah, we have that chemistry, and I think that's the most important thing that we have right now.
I agree with that. We spend a lot of time together, more than our family. So that become our family too, you know. So you have to have that great relationship with them. So that's, and I really like to say I enjoy the moment. I have fun a lot of this guy.
And in Brazil, like we live almost together, like we live in the same building. So like as Nesk was saying, like sometimes we spend a lot of time, more time with our teammates than with our families, because like we live in different cities, so everyone lives in the same city, like playing together. So yeah, that's really important, and probably is our best strength.
What do you think opponents think of your team specifically? Like what do they fear? What do they target?
So I think, in my opinion, what like teams think about us is probably about Nesk and Paulo, because they has been on the scene like forever. So I think they respect a lot them. In other side, like they see, oh, they never won a like super major champion. So yeah, I think there's these two opposite like points of view. So yeah, I don't know, like each point of view, like our enemy on that day is gonna like see. But yeah, we're a very strong team.
So you think people focus on you and Paulo?
Yeah.
Why?
Sure.
I mean, what do you think they think of you?
I know, just
Like you specifically, like
yeah. I know them capable of to play in the game, so I think that is that kind of thing they think about me and Paulo.
do you think that you're a formidable force? Do you think people fear you?
Yeah, I think that.
I think the numbers don't
Like
quite
that,
right.
he's just like, yeah, they fear me. Sorry.
Like Nesk and Paulo has like one of the best numbers like on Siege scene, so that shows a lot. You know, like probably like 6 or 7 years playing, and you were being so regular. That's very important.
What do you think they think of you?
Of me, I don't know. Like to be honest, I'm not like the best player, but I know I'm a good agile and a good communicator, like inside the server. So that's my strength. So probably like people outside our team don't see that I'm that good, but like inside the team, I know my importance.
So humble. I love that. What's the best moment in Siege for you personally?
For me, is the winning the Pro League on Atlantic City. So for me, that's what my best moments with the team.
Do you remember how that felt? Like what emotions you felt?
Yeah, I can feel the same emotion, because winning for me is everything. So when we win that title, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be recorded of my memories. So it's gonna be good.
So what is your ultimate goal? Like what do you want to achieve in the Siege scene?
Of course, we want to win everything, but if we didn't win, I just want to have a good career, a good friends, and I don't know, but just that, you know. Obviously, the winning is everything, but if you have a great friends, a good career, you are a good person, for me it's good. Obviously, playing every tournament, for me is a good career too, and winning some things too.
Already doing pretty well, I'd say. What about you?
For me, like a good career, like we're asking. What's my opinion?
Ultimate goal, like
Ultimate
to
goal?
achieve
Okay,
in the Siege
okay.
scene, yeah.
I probably like in this year is winning the Esports World Cup for sure, but like the ultimate goal is probably win a 6 Invitational one day. And yeah, another thing like adding what Nesk was saying, like for me, I think the happiness can't be measured only because like you win a tournament, you know, like as he was saying, like if you qualify for a tournament, like you need to be happy because like you are living that moment, like you are going to a new country, so that's very important.
So I think everybody thinks y'all are so cool, right? And they think you have a very glamorous job. What are the hardships that people don't see that you deal with?
For me, is to spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. So some people can see, it's easy to play, it's just playing, but we know it's not just playing. We have some difficulties in the way. So for me, it's spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. But now I speak with them, so it's good.
Yeah, for me, it's like staying away from my family. Like they are in another city because we are living in São Paulo. I'm from Curitiba. So yeah, that's a little bit sad, but we know like in our job, like we need to like stay with the team, and that's super important. And so yeah, staying away from the family probably is the worst thing on this career, but it's part of the journey.
How do you both deal with that? Like, what keeps you loving Siege? Like, how do you stay motivated?
For me, is have a good relationship with the teammates. That for me is really great because day by day we enjoy it, we are fun, we are laughing. So for me, that's the reason I'm still competing.
Playing here like makes my happy family too. Like they are so happy that like, oh, you qualify to another championship. Like they see all the matches. So even I'm a little bit sad because I'm far away from them, but like they are seeing me on the live streams and playing. So yeah, that's like my happiness, my happy make them happy. So that's very nice.
Aw, okay, we're out of time, unfortunately. I've been having so much fun, but the last question, anything that you want to say to the fans?
Quer falar alguma coisa? Fala aí, me
fala
porta-voz.
você.
Por quê?
Não, você fala pessoal.
Sure, for us, we are going to work hard for that. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Yeah, for everyone that is cheering for Liquid, I thanks a lot for that. And yeah, as Nesk told you, like we are working a lot, and I hope to win this Esports World Cup. But let's see. Yeah, it will be a long journey.
And don't forget, buy the skin from Mute Liquid.
What a conclusion. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a real honor and pleasure, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you.
Welcome everybody to the wonderful world of Rainbow Six Siege here at none other than the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh. My name is Veracity, and joining me here on the desk I have these two fine gentlemen. I've got Alfama and Fox. Alfama, I'm going to come on over to you first. How's Riyadh been? Rumor has it you've been enjoying a little bit of shopping here.
Yeah, no, I've been running around. I've seen the boulevard. I've seen the karting. I've enjoyed a little bit of every activities there. It's quite fun.
And how about you, Fox? How are you coping with the heat over here?
Oh, I love the heat. I mean, all of the NAL was in Vegas at a certain point. It feels just like Vegas to be here, so it's pretty similar. I'm enjoying it.
Well, fellas, the EWC is an incredibly prestigious event in the wonderful world of esports. We've been rewarding players across 21 different game titles, but we've also been rewarding their organizations as well with our club championship. One heck of a prize pool on the line, not only for the individual players, but also the teams themselves. So let's go ahead, take a look at that, and I'll tell you a little bit more about our club championship.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Well, there we have it. That is our club championship, fellas. You ever seen anything like this, rewarding the organizations as well as the players?
No, I mean, I think it obviously adds such a huge incentive to have great teams amongst everyone. I mean, if you are an esports fan, this is the best event for you to be following all of the games.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of undisputed at this point. This is a true test of which region will come out on top. I know that there's a lot of arguments about, is it EU, is it NA, especially in Rainbow Six, is it Brazil? But now the real test is going to be with our club championship. So let's go ahead and visit our standings and give you a bit of a TLDR as to what exactly has gone on here at the EWC. So let's go ahead and check that out.
4 weeks of Esports World Cup action have gone by, and what a month we've had. The last week saw the conclusion of 3 tournaments: PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2, and the MLBB Women's Invitational. And with that, we're back again with yet another update to the Club Championship. With a whopping $20 million on the line here at Riyadh, teams will have to shift into top gear as we approach the halfway mark. Let's dive in to see how the table moved with last week's scores added to the tally. Falcons extended their massive lead at the top by another 550 points thanks to 2 top 4 finishes in the week. This takes their tally to a massive 3,500 points, showing just how dominating they've been at the Esports World Cup. While their PUBG Mobile team was a shocking early exit from the competition, the team was able to pick up points at the MLBB Women Invitational and Overwatch 2. Despite not fielding any teams in the 4th week of the competition, Team Liquid and Natas Vincia hold on to their 2nd and 3rd spots respectively. Both teams will have chances in the coming week, however, with rosters in Rainbow Six Siege and Apex Legends. A top 8 finish in the MLBB Women's Invitational netted Gaiman Gladiators 20 points, allowing them to close the gap to the top 3 spots. For now, they maintain their 4th spot in the table. The 5th position is where we see the competition really heat up, with 5 teams tied at 1,000 points each. Alpha 7, Crazy Raccoon, and Omega Esports are the 3 new entrants in the spot, having won the PUBG Mobile World Cup, Overwatch 2, and MLBB Women's Invitational respectively. T1 and Selangor Red Giants maintain their position thanks to wins in League of Legends and the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in the past weeks. Crazy Raccoon will be in contention at the Apex Legends tournament in Week 5, but are out of the running for the top spot. T1 are the only team from this list who have a shot theoretically, but they must wait out until Week 5, where they won't be part of the competitions. With 13 more titles left to be played out, a lot of teams can still catch up to Falcons at the top. Week 5 will see competitions in Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Honor of Kings. Keep tuning in and follow the biggest esports competition ever here at the Esports World Cup.
It has certainly been a roller coaster of a journey for many of our organizations, teams, and fan bases as well. But Team Falcons, let me tell you boys right now, I was here when they won their first tournament. That was the Call of Duty tournament, and the fans were going absolutely wild. But now the conversation shifts. Now the question becomes, Team Liquid, do they have it in them? Obviously having a team representing them in Rainbow Six specifically, to clinch that first place.
I mean, you'd hope so. You'd hope this is the game that they start the comeback on. Falcon seems to have amazing teams in every single esport, but Rainbow Six, they unfortunately did not get to make it here to represent MENA. And now Liquid is actually one of the teams that can win. And if they do win, they amount 1,000 points. It gets them just that much closer to being able to catch up to Falcons. I mean, they got a nice little betting to sit on, but it's the start. This is the first event that they can get that comeback.
Yeah, and I think in general, like these club championships is answering a big problem in the ecosystem where esports organizations struggle to find the right revenue, right? And it's a big chunk of money for them in that cash prize. And overall, like if you look at it, you have also other teams that are available here. Like Furia are still in contention. Obviously, they're low in the rankings, but 1,000 points can get you all the way up there. If you win the tournament, it already sets you apart from any other team. And you also have Talon, you also have FaZe here.
Yeah, especially Never mind. G2
Yeah,
actually
they missed
didn't
it.
make it. Oh, no.
That was an easy one.
I like that dig. That was very sly of you there. But of course, we have had many tournaments that have been and gone. We had CS2. That was incredible. We had a bunch of mobile tournaments as well. And still so many games to go. But the real question is now with Rainbow Six. Let's go ahead and visit the journey that we've had thus far to get all of our teams and players to this very stage, to this very moment at the EWC.
The stage is set for Rainbow Six Siege to take the spotlight in Riyadh for the third year in a row. This time, it's going to be even bigger. But before we kick off, let's dive into the journey of how our favourite teams actually got here. In Europe, familiar giants BDS Esport clinched their tickets to Saudi Arabia for the third time in a row. Let's not forget, they not only took part in Gamers 8 before, but they've managed to win it back to back. Into the Breach lost their round 2 game against another French qualifier in Wolves, but beat Team Secret and became the UK's only representatives. North American qualifiers, just like Europe, had 3 slots in their closed qualifiers. Dark Zero didn't even lose a single map and made it first. Luminosity had a rough beginning against M80, but all in all, everything turned out well for them. They've beaten our previous Gamers 8 contenders, Space Station Gaming, who will also join NA teams after crushing Sonics 2-0. The list of North American teams ready to compete is exceptional. Brazil loves R6 with a mutual feeling. With such a perfect symbiosis, it could have only led us to one conclusion. They are the strongest region out of them all, where 4 teams will be representing the land of the Amazon. But to get there, FaZe had to beat NIP and Fluxo. W7M Esports struggled at first against E1, but finally sneaked into KSA for the second time in a row after their win over Black Dragons. 2 other spots were granted in the lower bracket matches. These were won respectively both by Team Liquid and what must be the most famous Brazilian esports org, Furia. 6 out of 9 regions were granted only 1 spot each on their route to Riyadh. Down Under will be represented by Team Bliss, who qualified first. Scars will be your Japanese choice, followed by PSG Talon from South Korea, GK Esports in MENA, Lead Esports representing Asia, and last but not least, Team Cruelty, standing for the Latin America region. And there you have it, the 16 teams in all their glory, each one ready to carve their name in esports history. The Esports World Cup 2024 for Rainbow Six Siege is shaping up to be an unmissable event, so stay tuned.
There we have it. Our 16 teams are ready and waiting to perform at the EWC. But boys, let's go ahead and visit the format for this tournament so far. Because our 16 teams are going to be split across 2 groups. It is going to be double elimination, kicking things off with best of 1 and then into best of 3s for those elimination games. Fox, I'm going to come to you first and foremost. I want you to tell me how much weighting, how much pressure realistically is going to be on the shoulders of these teams to perform, especially during the initial best of 1 stages.
I mean, best of 1s obviously in Rainbow is difficult as a toss-up. Anybody has the ability to win, but having that extra cushion where it's not just you lose 1 game and you're out, obviously allows you to feel a lot more comfortable, and it gives you a way to right the wrongs that you create when there's just nerves that are just affecting you, especially at an event like this. I could imagine people would be a little shaky on their first set of games.
Well, Alfama, are you going to be kind of withholding your judgment of some of these teams? Because I know we were talking off broadcast about who you're hoping to see perform well, who might not. Are you going to be withholding judgment until we get to those best of 3s?
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to judge them on the first, especially first game coming into the tournament, only BO1. And also the side factor is a big thing in Rainbow Six. So, you know, depending if you start an attack on a heavily defender-sided map, it can already close the game for you. At the end of the day, we will have half of the teams gone already, which is already like, you need to show up straight here. You need to be warmed up. And I think this really shows up in the BO3.
Well, there's definitely no time for slacking, especially when we have a $2 million prize pool on the line. First place being able to walk away with $750,000 in itself as well. That's yet another added layer of pressure. But of course, it is not just the prize pool that is all to talk about, all to play for. We also have the bragging rights, but of course, one heck of a beautiful trophy trophy as well. For you guys individually, Alfama, dare I ask you, how many trophies have you got?
0. Only a French one.
All right, okay. How about you, Foxy? Any trophies hiding away at home?
Technically, yeah, I guess I have a DreamHack trophy, but I don't really know how much
We're
that
terrible
means.
players, that's why we're here.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you know what? The thing that I love about this tournament in particular is that there's a little bit of a storyline forming, especially when it comes to the trophies as well. So let's tell you a little bit about that.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Well, there was certainly a lot of layers to unpack with our trophy system as well. For me personally, I'm loving the fact that this is going to be a permanent addition here on the Boulevard, here in Riyadh as well, because history is well and truly going to be made throughout the duration of this tournament as a whole. But for you individually, favorite element of the whole trophy system? I know we were talking about crushing the keys and what have you as well.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you can choose 3 teams that you don't like or you feel like you're the biggest rivals to put them in your trophy. And I think it really pushes the banter. It really pushes the rivalry, which is another layer of what the Esports World Cup is doing for esports. Is really pushing teams to create cool storylines, to create these big clubs that don't like each other or that are huge rivals.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like Space Station, with the trash talking,
the SSG,
there will be a target.
They're going to be in everybody's trophy at this rate with the way they scream at each other. I mean, the rivalries is what people love to see, the competition. Even as a player, when you're back and forth screaming at another team, it would just feel so much better if you could just win and then immortalize their crushed key in your victory trophy.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the trash talk. I'm here for the banter as well. So let's go ahead and visit the teams that will be taking part here at the EWC Rainbow Six tournament. Obviously, there's a lot of talent here. We've already had Ian's wonderful explainer of all the different regions, representation as well. Any key teams that are really standing out for either of you?
I think Brazil is always one of the best regions to look at. Every team that comes from there is obviously a contender for the top. Obviously, you can't overlook Fury and FaZe, some of the fan favorites in every event. So this one, no difference. I would say Fury or FaZe definitely a fan favorite for me.
Yeah, and if you have to pick out of Brazil, you have to pick BDS, right? Like, they were the biggest and best teams in Manchester, in my opinion. They should have won Manchester. I think Beast Coast was on a crazy run, and they went all the way with a crazy momentum, but the best team consistently was BDS. That's why they're here and Beast Coast isn't. And at the same time, they won the 2 Pass Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia. They know how to play here. They've been incredible lately. They're in the best shape they've been. I think they're looking for this. And if I remember well, Shaiko won the MVP award at least twice in a row now.
Yeah. He won back-to-back years of the MVP, and they won. I mean, of course, you can never count out BDS when it comes to it either.
Well, I know we were speaking at the very start of the broadcast about the fact that we are split across 2 groups. So you fellas can let me know, do we think that there is any stacked group in particular? As we take a look at our first group A, you can let me know your thoughts and feelings about this one.
I feel like they're really well balanced. I don't know how you feel about it. I think it's quite clear. Actually, like, looking in this, I can tell you, in my opinion, BDS makes it, Space Station, Luminosity, and then Talon. Oh, sorry, Team Liquid.
I think it's very fair.
Yeah, it's fair. It's balanced.
It's very fair, especially right now in the ecosystem of Siege. Anybody can win any game. Obviously, the outlier BDS Cruelty, you'd imagine BDS would take it. But for the rest of the games, I can't really pick a necessary favorite. You said SSG. I think W7M.
Yeah, you're right.
You said Talon and then Liquid. I mean, I don't know. I think Liquid definitely could have that one.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our Group B bracket as well. What are we thinking about the bracket system? Is this the way to go? Is this the way forward?
I think it's a comfortable system.
Yeah.
You get to play, and then you play in the upper bracket winners,
Yeah.
or you get to play in the upper bracket losers. Just having that little cushion, whether win or lose, makes things not that stressful on your first game. And again, there's a lot of new players and new teams that are trying to just get their foot in. So it's comfortability is the most important thing.
Yeah, trust me, coming from someone that played and got grouped at almost every single event I attended, I can feel comfortable with the lower bracket.
Okay, all right, I'm liking this. And how about our Group B? Anybody that really stands out to you here, one to keep an eye on?
I think Wolves Bleed will definitely be a good game. A lot of questions around Bleed on what they're bringing to the table, especially with how some of the internals of the team is working. And then Wolves, I don't know, for some reason I feel like they are slowly becoming that second European fan favorite team right now.
Yeah, two of these teams went through roster changes that were quite important. I think they had the first import, Bleed, with Leader, and at the same time you have Wolves rebuilding entirely around their core with two new young prospects from France, only one being 18 years old, like barely 18 years old. It's really interesting to see them like committing to that French language speaking and trying to find the right rookies.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at all of the matchups that we're going to be having taking place here on our wonderful A stream. And you boys, obviously, I'm super excited to take a bit of a deeper dive into this. Obviously, we've got SSG versus W7M, followed by ITB and Furia, Scars versus FaZe, and then we start to kind of decipher who's going to be moving into the best of threes as well. Any initial thoughts and feelings about Scars and FaZe? This is one that I really want to quiz you about.
About Scars and
Yeah.
FaZe. Out of these games,
Out of all of
you
them,
were very
yeah.
concerned about FaZe Scars. I mean, I think that one is more about just Scars. How are they going to put up against FaZe? How many rounds can they get? I think we can all look at it and agree that FaZe is the favorite in that matchup, but that doesn't really necessarily say that Scars is just washed out of it.
Yeah.
It's David versus Goliath. Like, you cannot expect FaZe to not win that one, and that's you don't want to underestimate Scars, not at all, but still, like, when you're a team of the caliber of FaZe, when you've been one round away from being crowned world champion a couple months ago, you cannot lose your first games, even if it's a BO1 versus a Japanese team, although I would say like Scars is the best Japan team I've seen in years.
Yeah, I was literally going to say, I'm kind of rooting for Scars, obviously going undefeated in their series during the Japan qualifiers as well. So fingers crossed, maybe they might be able to perform a few upsets, who knows. But for you boys individually, the match of the day, which one is going to be your favorite, the one to look out for?
I think it easily has to be the starting game of the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
SSG versus W7M. I feel like similar play styles on the way that they're going to be matching up. Both teams recently just getting a newer player and trying to slowly find a common ground of consistency. That is the most important keyword of this matchup, is consistency. They both struggled to find it, and now they're looking to grasp onto it here.
Well,
yeah. On paper, I would say it's one of the closest games as well of the whole day. Not really on the same trajectory. Like, I think SSG are really trying to, like, lately they've not been as good, and they've just had a really tough Manchester major. And W7M have been increasingly getting better and better in Brazil, which is the stronger region in the world still. So I think right now SSG used to be better, W7M used to be worse, and now they're kind of matching levels. It's interesting to see which dynamic is gonna take the upper hand here.
Well, you know what? This is our match of the day for the A stream right now. But we also have a B stream and a C stream as well. So what are we thinking about those two? Any favorites to look out for?
Yeah, I'm really excited about Luminosity Bliss. I think that is the most anticipated game because it's LG's first time at an event ever. Bliss is obviously from OCE, and they always are very good there, but it takes them just so much time to get comfortable in the event. So seeing the two teams clash up that we've never seen clash up before is my game on the second streams that I would like to watch.
I feel like for Stream B, it should be Talon versus Liquid. I want to see if Fabian's work in Manchester with Talon was a fluke, or if they can continue, grow, and maybe beat one of the heavy favorites here.
Well, you know what? Before I get to asking you guys about your predictions for this upcoming matchup, I want to ask the folks joining us at home, go ahead and vote for our SDC audience prediction at www.sdcplay.gg. Let us know who's going to walk away with the victory. Is it going to be SSG or is it going to be W7M? And I think on that note, that leads us in quite nicely for us to focus a little bit more on the side of SSG in particular. Obviously, Benja's recent addition to SSG. I need to ask you, Fox, what kind of contributions do you think he's going to be making to the team? How much of an impact is this going to change their kind of play style, their approach heading into this?
I think Benja is better for SSG than, or other way around, I think SSG is better for Benja than Benja is for SSG, because SSG is going to provide a lot of comfortability for Benja to be able to play his position, be flexible, not be so rigid and stuck to what his prior team had to do, whereas SSG has to accommodate for that. They dropped Iconic, who is the IGL supportive player on the team, to pick up an arguably aggressive, flexible young player. And obviously SSG has had success on cultivating young players with Ashen, so they can do the exact same thing with Benja, but it's about the rest of the players if they can find their footing in this new format of the way the team wants to play.
Yeah, and I think for Benja himself, like, he's someone that needs to be comfortable to perform. He's had really good phases and really bad ones as well in G2. I think he was not necessarily playing with a team that has the best teamwork. It's going to be very different with Space Station, but at the same time, the gameplay or the playstyle from Space Station is very often, they have a certified game plan when going into a game, and that may not leave enough room for Benja to really thrive. He's someone that loves taking space, that taking risk, and he needs a lot of information to be fed. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes for him to really thrive in that position. It's quite one thing to arrive in Space Station because they have such a unique system in place, set up by Callout, that obviously early on in the qualifiers he didn't show up like the same way he did in G2. We'll see now if it's working more after having more weeks to prepare.
And we spoke about it that Benja is a player that thrives on being able to exploit the gap and take an advantage when it's given to him. And I think SSG is kind of that good team. Everyone in North America knows that SSG loves to just hit every angle at once the opportunity is exposed. They try to beta rotate onto one side of the map, exposing the other side, and somebody's able to get it. And I think SSG giving that confidence to Benja to be able to say, hey, if you see the play, make the play. Whereas I don't necessarily know if G2 was giving Benja that amount of flexibility.
Well, on the flip side of the coin, we also have W7M to chit-chat about a little bit. Obviously, having grinded the qualifiers, what do we think of their kind of comparison in performance from qualifiers to making it here now and historically speaking?
So we talked about how W7M is on the upwards trajectory. It's only been better and better. And they had a really good showing on stage 1. They almost made Manchester, but they ended up getting stopped by E1 and Liquid. And that was devastating for them, especially since they had such a good season. But to make it to EWC, they actually turned the tides and righted the wrongs and beat E1 to make it. And then in the Brazil League, there is a Brazil Cup that is currently going on. They were able to beat Liquid 7-2, a devastating win, or devastating loss for Liquid. So that puts W7M in the best position possible. They're currently in the driver's seat to breaking that top 3, top 4 Brazilian pool that is so difficult to, I guess, breach into with the amount of talent there is in Brazil.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem for them. Trying to qualify to these STR events, international play is always one thing, but like when you have FaZe, Furia, Liquid in your region, technically you're always fighting for that 4th spot with NIP, with E1, with Black Dragons. And I think consistently right now, it's been an issue for Brazil to find that 4th team to represent them. And W7M is, in the past few events, the one team that I'm looking towards, filling that spot consistently. And I think they played the right way around the lost core that was really strong at Atlanta Major. They lost Cameraman and they brought in Volps, who was one of the biggest prospects in Brazil. In W7M, before he left for Liquid, the old Furia, he was really strong. He was one of the key players. That's why Liquid got him. It didn't work in Liquid, but even then, statistically, he was the best player. And now he's coming and making that team better. I'm really looking forward to see them play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm also looking to look at Loban specifically because he is able to thrive when he doesn't have the pressure of having to be a leader or the player that's playing more supportive roles. So getting a player like Volps who can succeed on the more passive roles allows a lot of flexibility for Loban to be able to back up the rest of the team.
Well, for the W7M players as an organization as a whole, they definitely have the weight of the world on their shoulders, obviously having previously had that Furia lineup as well. The real question is, are they on the same level, on the same caliber? Do we think that they have it in them, or are they going to continue to be consistently inconsistent?
I think they have it in them. If there's ever a moment in an event for them to be performing, it would be on this one, because step by step, they've slowly been getting better. And especially with this start of a game, both teams match up so well because SSG has had a rocky start. It's either a blowout on their side or a blowout against them. They're either winning 2-0 or they're losing 2-0, whereas W7M, it looks like that was the story of them last stage. And now they've got that comfortability that SSG is craving so badly.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, you look at Space Station, the way they entered Manchester, they went 0-3. They struggled heavily to punish aggression. They struggled heavily because they went in with a counter strat, with a game plan, and when it didn't work, they had no way to adapt in game. That's my biggest issue. If you face a team that's really aggressive towards you, how do you adapt towards it? And that's what I'm missing to see in SSG. I'm missing that leadership or that right decision inside the game from the players. And I'm afraid that W7M comes in with the same confidence they took towards Liquid in the Copa do Brasil, then how do you react to it when you're SSG? It's a BO1, it's going to be tough.
Well, on the note of that BO1, let's go ahead, roll the veto, and you can let me know if it favors any team in particular as well. What are we expecting to see from this?
I would expect SSG to want to go to maybe a counter-strat heavy map. There's obviously, like we said, the Copa de Brazil that you were able to gather some information from, whereas SSG hasn't been playing anything interregionally, and the map's going to be Cafe.
Yeah,
which
it's exactly that.
We talked about the map that W7M 7-2'd Liquid on was actually Cafe. So SSG taking them to this map, knowing W7M is a very confident Cafe team, there has to be an element of challenging this team at like their playing ground.
Yeah, you don't do that without purpose. For sure, knowing call out, he's prepared a really good counter strat.
Well, you know what, without further ado, let's go ahead, jump into the action, fellas. Take us through this.
Thank you, Veracity, and it is Gibson joined by Whippet for the very opening map of Siege in the Esports World Cup. And Whippet, feels like things have gone full circle. Last time we were here for some SSG action as well.
It was 2 years ago. We sat down and we were ready to cast our very first international game of Siege, and it was SSG who played in that, and they'll be facing W7M, as you mentioned, in this. You know, a team from Brazil, a region that we've had a little bit of dabbling with, and as everyone knows, I'm a professional North American hater, so I will see. But SSG are my team, and they have a European import, so I will be cheering a little bit for them in this one. But I'm excited to see how this one goes. As our desk mentioned, we will go to Cafe, a very comfortable map for W7M. Clearly, a clear intention by call out, a team that he plays with a very strict strat book. They always look for that gap. They have a lot of opportunities to find that opening. Can they do that here early? Again, early days, first stages of the groups. It's going to be a best of one, so all to play for this.
Yeah, and this is a really big tournament, I think, for SSG. Just 16 months ago, people were calling Benja the solution for G2 when they went on that SI run. Things didn't quite go the way he would want, but he's moved to a new region. He's in a much more regimented and structured team. And I feel like a coach like Collout is the perfect person to kind of give him the structure that he needs to help this team perform.
I mean, he's barely been on this SSG team, and he's already achieved more than his former team of G2. Of course, making it here to Riyadh to play an Esports World Cup, and we're ready to dive into this one. Cafe, our one and only map for this best of one. And what are we expecting for these bans? Of course, changes come in to operators like Malusi, for example. How do we feel this is going to go in our initial stage?
I think we're not going to see too much change. Ying's going to be banned as always on the attack. You'll probably see Valk being banned on the defense. The other attacking ban can always go a couple of ways with it, but I think that W7M, you can see by the fact that it's not locked in yet, they're not fully sure just yet who they want to get rid of.
They might be playing a little bit of mind games early. Now, of course, we're here. All the teams are just actually playing right behind us. W7M in their pre-game huddle were, well, it was just a thunderous amount of Brazilian passion from them as we almost shook our stage when we heard them in their huddle for it, as we see Monty banned away. Not really surprised. Again, we saw this, a very common operator that was very useful for teams in Brazil. SSG do utilize shields as well, so taking that away makes a lot of sense. Kaid to sure things up. And our final ban, this is where you have that variety. It's to pick your poison of it. It's going to be a Valkyrie or a Solus or an Azami. And what do you think it's going to be? Well,
I would say it's going to be Malusi. We spoke about it just before we started with the changes that have come into the game. Malusi being banned here. And I think that it's going to make things interesting because Valk is available. You've got the Kiva barriers and Azami that you can utilize, which we know on top floor and Cafe can be very good for setting up piano.
But of course, in this changes, they're going to take a little bit more damage as well. They're more vulnerable to ballistic damage from that, so it's going to be a little bit easier, not easy, to clear that position, especially up in piano that we see Azamis play all the time coming into it. But the storyline for this one is going to be, for me, I need SSG to start off strong. They need to come out swinging against this. It's W7M's a high preference map for them. SSG, first 3 rounds, that's going to be where a key battleground for me.
I think for W7M, you gotta shut down Ashen early as well. You know that whenever he gets into it and he gets vocal and loud, it can be a real boost to their team, and everyone gets confidence when he's playing well. And we can hear the players through our headset. They're sitting right behind us. So the key is to keep it quiet, but whip it. We are underway with the first round, and we're seeing some early setup from Valk below, as it's not going to be top floor to kick things off.
I mean, we've seen this across the last couple of months of play. It was very rare even during the qualifiers for this inside of Europe, which we covered, to see any team realistically go to that top floor on Cafe. It's a subject of map to age. It's been the primary site for so long. Teams are used to it, so they're kind of rotating away from it, and a different variation. Valkyrie cameras being placed, and it will be a key idea. Benja going to be given that operator, and that's going to give Benja a little bit of freedom to roam around the map. Likely going to be playing to deny entries and use those C4s to the best advantage possible. Yeah, so Benja on a good SMG, and he can do work for the team, and I think he will have that freedom in this lineup.
Yeah, I think Benja will have a big say on it. We're seeing, though, a nice extension being played from SSG to kick things off, but you know, speaking to the desk beforehand, one of the biggest problems this team has had has been on the defense, and Whip It, they look like they're setting up to rush right through that door. They've got Blitz, they've got Twitch. Once they get a little bit of drone work, this could be 3, 2, 1, go.
The bigger thing about this, though, it's not a 5-man commit. It's going to be 2 bodies committed to this. A Twitch on that drone to gather in for extra information, and the Blitz can just take that site directly. Charge on in. Force won't last too long in this, and you've left yourself exposed. Sight is now fallen, and SSG need to try and work for that retake. And that plant goes down. It's absolutely perfect from W7M. Loban gets one of the action, Ashen gets one, but it might just be a consolation prize. 4 versus 3, and the split gets aggressive in Laundry. Melee'd away, but SSG all pinned in that corner. 3 bodies stacked in, and it's going to be absolutely fish in the barrel. Loban finding 3. And the thunderous roar of W7M right behind us lets you know how much that means. But what an opening round and a great take. And they spotted the weakness from SSG, and they took that opportunity perfectly.
And there's nothing that SSG could do in the opening stages as well. You were trapped in the corner. There was no rotate into Laundry whatsoever. It was easy pickings for Blitz to push in. But I love the way they played that as well. Usually you'd see the shield operator being the one that carries the case, pushing in and getting that down. But instead, Blitz exploded into sight, got the opening kill while the diffuser was going down, and that is why you usually see the operators like Dokkaebi being banned as well, because once that phone call lined up, particularly with the cam that they had with the information, it was just such an easy execute for the opening round.
W7M made that look easy, but that's a sentiment to the caliber of this team who's on that upward trend, but SSG also didn't put up many roadblocks to stop that. You had Forest playing in sight alone. No one was there to support you. 1 anchor on the site alone, and you've got a great combination of weapons to duel up close, but when a shield's bearing down upon you with support with DMR behind, not a lot you can do. So W7M do a great job taking that. We move to our second one, and we see a vastly different addition to our lineup from SSG. New site coming into it, and we will see the Maestro getting picked up. Brava is in effect, so Loban has a perfect counterplay to those evil eyes across the map. Expect to see that interaction play out as this round plays on.
Yeah, they've made the extension inside a big bakery as well, but they don't have Jaeger or Wamai to catch any utility that might be thrown their way if the attackers elect to do so. First signs of an early gunfight, as we do have a defender inside of VIP, but for W7M, it's all about establishing a little bit of map control in these early opening stages of the round. But look at the drone economy as well. They lost all their prep phase drones, which is great work from SSG.
Well, they're going to get one more. That's going to be a clutch drone off from Loban. So already utilized, all your prep drones, plus one of your Bravo drones, and information, of course, going to be a very vital resource on a map like Cafe. Lots to clear, lots to deal with. Ashen could be a problem if remained undetected. Crosshair is going to be crossing very soon. The Dokkaebi call goes out, and that might be the worst nightmare for Ashen. Clutch drone, though, will go out towards VIP, and that's the first of those. 3 Maestro cameras has been compromised, and that's going to be essentially an infinite pool of information. That leaves Ashen very vulnerable if he rotates out, so SSG, very quickly, this roam presence can be compromised with a single player hopping on cameras from the side of W7M.
You're going to be able to see inside of VIP. You're going to see if your player moves out of co-check here as well. There is a cross being held by Fultz, but real good patience from Loban here, just trying to bait that opening kill in the early stages. 1:30 to play with, and still everyone's patient, and Loban's timing a fraction of a second holding that angle, and he would have got the opening kill of the round.
I was about to compliment the patience of Loban, but he begins to move away, and it's gonna, that almost prime opportunity, that prime position he's covering, just slips away from him. Slow round from W7M, taking their time to posture and gesture what they want to do. Double and Bakery opened up. The Goyo canister can be popped to delay some time. B's go out. Dokkaebi calls ring out across the map as well. Vulpes want a shot the Vulpes. And the Vulpes looks to find a second one. Difficult angle. Playing shoulder peeks around the door frame. Under a minute now to work in this round, and Ashen has a difficult job to do. Benji takes a lot of damage, but he does fire off, and Loban's going to be first to fall for the side of W7M. A retaking coat check could be critical for this, and W7M's attacks ran out of steam. SSG might have put up another roadblock to hold on. 40 seconds remain. Can W7M turn the tide?
Canisters burning though, still preventing the entry inside the map as Maestro will go down at the hands of Dash. And now Vulpes will make his move, but he falls. Ashen able to get that kill. You spoke about how important coat check could be, but it's a 3 versus 2. Dota is now pushing down red stairs. Look at the amount of time that is being delayed off the back of this one. There's a cross. This kill could be important. You see, as you can see, Benja holding one angle. There's no way this player in red should get through, but he does. He manages to take down Ashen. It's a 2v2. The counter swing wasn't there. Eventually it comes through from Benja, and there you go. The defenders level the sides.
J90 and Benja, very important wins there. But that fighting coat check, no right to win that as that Dokkaebi. But that is that kind of that tide-turning gunfight you need to win in these positions. Now we've seen 2 rounds played, 1 apiece, and SSG done a good job slowing the pace to a crawl. And W7M, while they had every piece of that puzzle essentially set up, they had information, they had players in the right position around that map to make something work. SSG just delayed time, and they made themselves difficult to shoot, because, are you ready for this one? If you don't peek, you can't die.
But if you look at the way that SSG have set up the opening stages of every round as well, on that front side of the building, they're opening up or creating potential spawn peaks that they're not even peeking from. And what that does is it makes those, those attackers that spawn in around docks, it eats, 5-10 seconds. You got a drone, you're not going to run out and peek it without getting the information. So by not actually being there, but by opening up the window just a tad, you're creating phantom pressure.
So Gibson, I would like to draw your attention to the defensive lineup. Is that a Capcan I see? So Gibson, I will ask you here on LAN at the Esports World Cup, who will fall victim to a Capcan trap?
I'm going to say Vulpes.
Ooh, okay. So chat, if Gibson is correct, I don't know.
What were you going to do?
I don't know.
What were you going to say?
I thought the thought would come to me, and it didn't.
Oh, so you started the sentence
exactly
with so much like the way G2 kind of play the rounds. You kind of make it up on the fly, and it just didn't come to you at the end.
They've not even made the event. They're not even in the country.
Are they not?
No, believe.
Oh, wow.
Can you tell there's some can you tell there's something there, Gibson?
but yeah, this is this has been a pretty good start for W7M. Even though SSG won that last round, I feel like they're doing a great job of getting that opening pick. Pressure now, as you can see, they're getting on the windows. The castle barricade enables this player inside of Piano to just solely focus on the windows. It means that he's pretty invulnerable from the red drop until that wall gets opened up. So you've seen this many a time in the past, and what they want W7M to do is try to take this map from the top down. This is exactly what SSG want. W7M are playing into it, and there's the opening pick. A great C4 from Ashen, but Loban will find a trade as Fultz will fall.
Ashen, yeah, not too sure about that one. Interesting play, dives him towards that fire and bathroom. Loban's quick to recover. He was marked by the bees, deployed out by Grim, and very quickly W7M in the hands of Loban, finding 3. He's not walked into a Capcan trap just yet, and leaving Forest alone against 4. Needs a quad kill to save this round. A minute 25 on the clock. Not a lot he can do. The Grim bees deployed, they'll hunt him down, and they're waiting for a single footstep, a single ping, and trying to find him. See how close they are to him, but he'll be patient. He'll sit still. He'll hold his angles. As the team will likely be calming around him, trying to figure out what went wrong. Cautious of drones scouting out his position, but W7M, they have such an advantage, but they're not going to press it. They're going to wait and be patient. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to make a mistake. Very risk-averse play. They'll even flashbang in the cover that drop in the laundry. And that's exactly where Forest is. He'll get marked. I know more bees sent out.
They've had a minute, and it'll be a minute and a half by the time this round ends that it's been a 4v1. So they don't need to rush. You don't have to try find that kill. Once you get the case down, after about 5 or 6 seconds, we might see some troll time where they allow 1 or 2 players to go find the kill. But for Forest, this is unwinnable. Vertical control has been established. The case is being watched. He spots the gun, he misses it, but a great crossfire from Fireplace. Loban will get the kill, and W7M starting this brilliantly on the attack in Cafe.
I mean, fantastic done by Loban, finding 3. Essentially, the round just cracked up open around him, finding that, and the entirety of SSG dissolved. Ashen got a great C4, but I felt got a little bit panicked. We got marked by the Grim Bees and ran out of space as he couldn't move in towards bathroom as the Flames for Capitao cut off that rotation. So great team play from W7M to enable that position. Very impressed from them in that regard. They get themselves that second round, but SSG, I think very clearly to me, look like they want to make a slow defense from them. They're not going to... Again, we know that this side prefers offense. They have a strat book, a playbook that Call Out loves to summon for this team. The defense, it's more about survival. I think that slower style of play is kind of very much making me feel that it's just about getting through this opening 6 rounds, trying to reduce the deficit as much as possible as they move on towards that offensive side, which they are much more comfortable on.
It's the thing, right? It's on Cafe. And SSG historically on defense haven't been the best. It's been the one kind of factor that slowed them down. So a 2-1 lead to W7M won't really surprise anybody at home. Yes, SSG will be disappointed with the start, but for W7M, this is exactly what they would have wanted to kick things off. Different lineup being brought once more. You can see Nomad had a bit of an effect in that last round. Here's a spawn peek. You can spot the player, but missing the opportunity is J90. No kill to be found, but now you can still begin to set up inside of Piano. You can start getting those Kiba barriers down, and you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Exactly. I mean, I like it when teams have the confidence, at least. You know, you're trailing, but it's only by 1 round, still early in this best of 1, so may as well try something. And if it works, of course. A bomb towards the roof will be low, but on Striker, the brand new recruit rework. Extra utility and that M4. W7M will be beginning to posture themselves up, and you see this pressure from that window repel on Cocktail, cracked open. Well, Forest ready for it. No, J90 ready for it, I should say. Let's see how this one keeps playing out. I think SSG are going to make this a very slow round.
It's exactly what they want to do. You know, they want to slow them down. W7M, they're going to start clearing the whole map. There's already a minute gone. We've not had an opening engagement as such to speak about, and as it stands, this is exactly what SSG want. Look at how slow W7M are attacking, but for SSG, just don't make any little mistakes. Let W7M be the team to make that first move and be able to get the kill off of that.
I mean, you think about how Cafe plays out, though. You've got very restrictive entry points, and, you know, operators like Dokkaebi are going to be very key to get that information, make that entryway work. Again, you don't have a Ying, so you don't have that kind of one-and-done opportunity to be able to break through for it, and of course, the barriers are vulnerable through to that rifle play. Dots on that Nomad, ARX in hand, and this is just going to be gathering information. The red pings go out, they're fully aware. Benja could be a key factor here. They jump on board with him. Down below with that Legion. Not making that dive up red stairs just yet, and here's going to be the power of those Kiba barriers. J90 be able to manipulate the map to his favor. Has a lot of cover to work with. His Forest taking a metric amount of damage, and Dots going to find the opening. J90 first to fall upstairs. W7M lead early in this round.
Yeah, and that's what you were kind of talking about. Don't give the opening pick away. Dots will double down. Fultz now falls as another call will come through from Dokkaebi. This will really slow down SSG even more. They've got to take some time out, and Ashen will find a really important kill onto Dots, and that's the case down as well.
Oh,
another
no.
gunfight. Oh, that's like watching me play, Loban. Benja is going to fall, and whip it. There we go. Ashen will get that kill as well, but it's a 3v2. There's 39 seconds to go. This could still go either way.
W7M, they'll have all the control verticality established for them. They hold that, no one can play inside of reading room. That side's completely cracked open. And verticality still chewing through. Oh, Ashen. Like 2 ships in the night, misses that opportunity to find that pick. That could have been the leveling ground. But again, W7M taking their time disadvantage. One player, they'll drop in the pillars. Body stacking up, the cover from heaven should be good, but it's not there in time. Opportunity now for Ashen to make something stick. Finding one, Forest with a knife on the dash as well. All down the VUBs. Drops in straight to Ashen. What a play from SSG, a huge recovery. And you can hear that roar from behind us. Ashen stands up tall. What a play in pillars to make that round work. And Forest with a knife as well.
Love it. Things you love to see. We love to see Forest doing things, but Whip it was... Honestly, W7M have got to be really disappointed with that round. They had all the chips in the right place to take the round win, and they let it slip away. And funny enough, off the back of a round win, you know, with just 2 rounds left on the defensive half for SSG, Callout has elected to take a timeout. And I spoke to him recently about the, you know, the thought process of the timeouts, and he said he will only ever take one early, A, if there's enough defensive rounds left or enough rounds in that half that he can make an impact on those rounds, and B, if there's something critical, if there's something he's really seeing that he's not liking from his team, he will slow it down. And being honest, I wouldn't be surprised if what he's talking about right now is not playing too aggressive in those 5v5s at times whenever you've got key positions of the map being held.
While, of course, I think playing a little bit more reserved could work for them, they're already playing reserved. It feels like they're going to get pushed out. Utility usage from W7 has been good to find that opening pick, but again, are they going to play around denying that? Wamai getting brought out now by Ashen, and that's going to be maybe playing into that. The Capital have also been very good at clearing out these key positions for it, but for SSG, that one play, that round, that 2 versus 3 that they just won, that could be a catalyst for this team. They like to get energized, they like to play around. It's a very emotional side. So they can get into it. We can jump on board with this one. W7M have absolutely... Oh, no. Benja, listen. Benja is a great player. That doesn't show it. But this play here from Ash... Oh, Forest! Oh, that's a freebie.
We picked up Benja, and then we have to do him dirty with that replay.
I don't know what to say about that one, really. I'm like, must be windy back then. That's what it is. It's windy in the playing stage.
That is, the air conditioning is really powerful.
Exactly. Benja just couldn't tame the mouse with that one. Well, but Forrest, again, saw the opportunity. The Ashen denies that cover. Forrest creeps around, gets the knife kill. It looks great. We don't see that too often, but again, massive play. I mean, SSG, great position from them now. The build off that moment. Just can they make things work? And a bit of delay getting in here before. But for W7M, they've played fantastic so far. As we look towards the second half when we get there, do we see W7M being able to deal with the, not unpredictability of what SSG bring, but it's the very, let's say, unique style of offense this side offers?
I think that when you play in Brazil as your primary region, you're going to be in a position to defend against explosive plays like SSG like to do. You know, it's what we've seen Furia do in the past. You know, the old, that old W7M roster that became that. You know, I think the exception to the rule was probably NIPs, but I think that they'll be fine. But the main thing for SSG is that they don't do what they tend to do and end up, when you're not given that opening pick or nobody gives it early, that you're forced to try to put every, rush site with 30 seconds left on the clock.
And of course, during this delay, of course, we can mention that there are games being played across a variety of channels today. Check all your social media channels for that, where these games are being playing. But, I mean, we've got Cruelty BDS being played, and that's a game, actually, that we personally have stakes in, Gibby, I have to mention, of course, as we covered Latin America during Stage 1 this season. And, listen, Cruelty went to Manchester, didn't look great. I'll be honest there, I'll be candid with my words. But a new pickup, Dante comes to that roster. We spoke a little bit to him before we went live, and clearly a team that has a lot to prove, and they're striving, they want to learn, they want to get out to these events, and they look relaxed, they look confident. Now, I don't know what the score is. I don't have the information to me how that game is going so far, but BDS can be difficult beasts to tame, but if Cruelty can get 4 rounds against them, it would be a massive result for them.
Yeah, BDS and Riyadh is a tough ask for anybody, isn't it?
Shaiko over here. I mean, what? MVP of the R6 tournament 2 years in a row. Massive prize benefit for him. So he's got a lot to play for this. And a little bit of legacy, of course. Traveling out here previous 2 years, of course, with a separate event, Gamers 8, hosted here in the Boulevard as well. I mean, BDS, I mean, we'll talk about it. Des mentioned it a little bit. That side, went to Manchester, looked to be unstoppable form with additions like Uzis and Solotov, and now all of a sudden that we see, that they lose to Beast Coast. Beast Coast had this monumental run. Gunnar had a little bit of a revenge tour. I think someone might have lit a fire underneath him for that one. I wonder if they're co-streaming this.
I feel like, though, when you look at that final that they lost, that was a perfect storm for Beast Coast. I don't think you'll ever see everything fall into place as perfectly as it did for that miracle run. The coach's last main event, you've got all, as we like to say, the misfits coming to one place and winning an international tournament. But out here, BDS are built different. But we'll pick up on that a little bit later on. We're going to jump back into SSG against W7M. 2 rounds left on the defensive half for SSG. What's a win for them with it on their defense? We know that they're a little weaker. Do you see the 3-3 as a win for them, or do they still expect to get 4 rounds against W7M?
I think realistically for either of these sides, if you come in after the opening half and you're able to say that you're level, it's not an ideal position, but again, it's better than trailing for either of these sides. But again, I'm still looking at this. I think W7M have played a really good offensive from the 2 rounds victories that we've seen from them. They do, so far, have that tendency to get an early advantage or even a mid-game advantage and slow the game down to a crawl. And that leaves SSG with opportunities to work a play around it. They can work the problem. You know, Forest in a 4 versus 1, not really winnable. But when you have 2 players alive, and you have Ashen and Forest able to make a play off each other, that's where SSG can still be dangerous. And if W7M, I think they need to have that lethality. They need to go for that throat when they see the chance, because I think there's enough around this SSG team that if you give them time to work a problem, they can solve it. And they have the talent to make that work.
Looking at the lineup that's been brought by W7M, and they've brought Brava. Obviously, we don't see a Maestro or Valk this time round for SSG, but when you look at the secondary utility being brought by W7M, lots of flash grenades, lots of smokes, I think the Brava might get a lot of value working against that Wamai, because a lot of the successful attacks from W7M, they've used a lot of utility. SSG have now worked to counter that with Wamai, and now the Brava could be able to catch a couple of those discs. Otherwise, you know, you're not really picking Brava for the weapon. Maybe you could use a super shotty to create some verticality. But I feel like maybe that's a waste to pick, but never mind. Loban would get the opening kill.
Oh,
Benja
no,
falls.
he's on the roof. No. I'm not a fan of that one. I'm leaving the rank stack after that, I can't lie.
He's not even played ranked this season. What are you talking about?
So I just don't want to queue with you. You're too much of a troll. But Loban gets an opening pick. Benja's off the board. You lose your Legion. Kumai's generated over time. It's going to be a little bit of a blow, detriment to the team later on, but not the massive one. But the firepower of Benja on that T5 SMG, no longer applicable for the side of SSG. W7M begin to work their way towards this map to get that top floor control, dropping in the red hatch. You see that blue silhouette of one member of SSG still lurking in Piano and Cocktail. Let's see if they can make something stick from it. W7M yet again taking the time, not rushing in, want to make the right decisions. Well, want to make the wrong one there. Ashen peeks out, finds dots, in that case goes cold. SSG get themselves back to a level playing count.
Yeah, Case is going to fall. There's a now fight with red stairs going on. There's a flash grenade being thrown, but no damage being dealt. And look at the cover from J90 as he's able to help out Ashen. Fultz falls and Dodes gets another onto J90 as well. Suddenly everything falls apart, but a bit of a trade. And Forest now in a 1v3, 1v2 of standing players. But I don't know if that res is going to come through. Forest is covering it. The Case is cold, but it don't matter. Volps gets the kill. W7M take the lead again.
I think we're going to see, this is going to be, I think W7M 4-2 split on the defense. That's where I'm seeing this one go. Again, SSG, great job. Ashen behind that mining equipment, done a very good job to get that pick. The Case goes cold, and the team just fell apart instantly. And that's just through the explosive capability of what W7M can bring. They're able to find those picks, and there was nothing really traded off for SSG within that chaos. At least nothing that stuck. It was only a DBNO that was maximized from it. But 3-2 your scoreline. SSG, survival mode, but a 4-2 split. If they do lose this, isn't the worst place to be moving onto your attacking side on Cafe, considering this team does like to attack.
It is off the back of their tactical timeout, though. No more left to use. That could be key going later into the game. If, you know, W7M do take that 4-2 half, and Callout cannot communicate with his team for the rest of the game, it becomes a very tough battle indeed for SSG. But for W7M, this has been a really good start. They're getting the opening kills. You know, I'm looking at it. Most of the rounds they've been able to find that opening pick. They're changing their pace. The very first round was a rush where they got the Case down within the first 30 seconds. They're keeping SSG on their toes. And it's one of the things that I think Brazilian teams do so well at the moment.
The Dokkaebi use from the side of W7M has been superb as well. Another one of those things teams will be looking out on again. It's whenever you leave Dokkaebi available, teams are going to use it. And an Echo in flight being brought out here, and aggressive. Oh no, this is a dangerous one. Not a lot of space to run. And well, I appreciate the confidence. Fultz does fall. Dots gets that opening pick, and again, that's going to be a worst case scenario now for SSG. An aggressive peek out from Whitestairs window. That Bailiff can shred you up close and personal, so a dangerous one, but they'll not cross path just yet. But SSG, one player down so early. A little bit of damage done to both Fulbs and Dots from those early encounters. And well, it's going to be an aggressive play from Ashen. Jumps out, finding one. Volps off the board. And he'll get a free recovery all the way in garage. Great timing from SSG to bring themselves level in player count yet again.
What I love about that is he timed the vault out in time with the call from the Dokkaebi as well, which, you know, usually expect players to freeze at that point. There's a move down the stairs. Ashen gets a double on the round as he's still not made his way back to site. But that is huge from Ashen to give SSG a really good chance in this round, having lost the opening pick.
Ashen having yet another fantastic round, and I have a feeling that this might be a moment where Ashen might start to heat up in this. Before we had that technical pause and the scoreboard reset, he was leading in terms of frags for this side, so continuing that trend so far. IQ on the board, as Yokai drones won't remain hidden, no matter how much you hide them. Opening all the way in white wall as well. Long angle, long line of sight. Dodes, though, can deny that with his ACOG. Red goes out, burns away that barbed wire. Knows it's going to be a threat lurking in Christmas and VIP. Needs to deal with it. And he's very alone, isolated, limited utility to work with, limited information to work with. He'll play off assumptions here. No one to trade him if he does fall.
Shotgun close though from J9O. If he times this perfectly, it's as free as they come. Another attempted push is going to come from Brown Stairs. But remember, the barbed wire still hasn't been cleared. There's a bit of utility thrown. There's 2 players stacking up. There's the smoke. That'll at least make a lot of damage. But they're pushing. They're getting aggressive. And that's going to be VIP has fallen. Dodes will find the kill on the J9O. And Ashen will need to continue his big round. There's one on Brown. He misses that shot, but the trade is good. Dots is there to take him down. 3v2. Echo still in play with 35 seconds. That could be a huge problem as long as Benja can just keep slowing them down.
Benja plays such a key role in this round. Needs to keep all the pressure away from his Echo. Unsure how many of these Yokai drones still remain in the fray. IQ, of course, a massive factor in this. And Benja needs to win his ones. And that's exactly what he'll do. Finding one, finding two. Benja millimeters away from the third. But 13 seconds remain. SSG look golden to get this round locked out. 000 is going to be a nightmare. But Benja finding 3. That's what he needed. And that's what SSG find to bring themselves level in the half.
Benja and Ashen, that's exactly what they would have wanted to when they had those 2 players on your roster. Ashen laid the foundations for that round one with the huge vault out the window, the kill on Brown Stairs, and then Benja in that position. Yes, your Echo was enabling you with whatever information you could get from the Valcams, from the Echo drones, but Benja comes in clutch. And whenever they were playing well, when G2 were playing well, that's the sort of play that Benja was making more frequently than you would have expected.
Oh, millimeters away from a perfect 3-piece, but he collects it a little bit later on. That's what I like to see, the emotion, the passion from Ashen. Feel like the emotional core of that side. And Benja, well, Benja's stoic. He won't, quite a little Dane.
Did you notice, by the way, in the background, J9O was, you know that, I mean, like, not bad. It was like you know, we didn't expect doing that. That wasn't bad. Take it.
But that's, I mean, for SSG, though, that brings some level on that defense. So we're moving to the side of preference, realistically, and this is where this side has been much better across international and regional play. So can they keep that going here against it? I mean, I love this style of team. I mean, I've not seen how this team's played with Benja. Of course, a massive shake-up of roles as Iconic departs his team. Benja steps in. It's not a one-for-one change. But the ideas that Callout brings to this team, the structure they have, I've always enjoyed watching them play. And they solve the problem now. W7M's defense.
20 seconds gone already. Drone economy is excellent for SSG. They've only lost 1 so far, and they've still got Dokkaebi to enable those pushes, you know, that phase-by-phase tech that they want to do. Now, they've opened up that long angle from Garage side, but it's a real extension from W7M. Nobody's really playing on site because of the danger of the verticality on this map. An opportunity there for Loban to find a kill, but both players will manage to avoid each other this time around. But this is what the plan is with this defense. You don't hold the site, you hold everything adjacent to the... Oh no, Forest.
Scrappy either way. 50-50 gunfight. There's no bias in that one. Dudas gets it. He might be able to find himself a second. Flashbang goes out. Timing's not perfect. Benja finding one more in the round brings his team level in player count. And, well, I like this from Benja. Bounding in, taking space, taking control. Very stylistic of what we see from SSG. Now met by mess of barbed wire in this hallway. He's got a player in VIP to deal with. He still has 1 logic bomb in back pocket. Limited support. Ashen, realistically, the closest who can provide that on the other side of the map, but 2 bodies stacked up, and they'll clear away this barbed wire on Brown Stairs. And actually, no, they won't, but they'll get some extra information, though. They know it's going to be a 2-stack holding that push from Garage.
Yeah, they heard you say it, so they weren't going to do it because they're actually sitting right behind you. But this is where the verticality starts to happen, so don't expect much to happen for the next 20-30 seconds other than angles being created. But this is what W7M have set up for. They're like, we're going to let you create the verticality. We'll put a little bit of pressure on the ground floor, but trying to take sites where the problem arises, because there's a player in VIP holding that hatch drop, and because there's a player inside of Whiskey making sure nobody comes down brown stairs, it makes the push that SSG are trying to do incredibly difficult.
This is going to be a must-win fight for either side. Flores drone goes out. They're going to push behind it. They don't commit all the way. They can't, but no, the flashbang's mistimed. Benja can't get his one. Loban finds one more. Ashen falls. VIP remains a fortress for W7M. 35 seconds. SSG reduced to 2. J90 and Fultz, the last remaining survivors of this side. Still need to break the defense inside of that site itself. Zodo counter sent out, the last of that arsenal, and Fultz will get one. That's Loban off the board. And this could be the lifeline that they so desperately need. J90 is going to fall to Volps. And it's going to be a drop into death as Volps finds 2. Picks up the round, the very first defense for W7M.
I'm looking at the round history of this game, and they have gone back and forward every single round.
Yep.
W7M, SSG. W7M, SSG. It has continued that way from the very start, and to be honest, when we looked at today's matchups, this is the one that looked like it was going to be this way the most. Now, this game will be won by the team that can get 2 rounds in a row, that can stop this little back and forward that we have going on now, because you feel like with the way they're playing, once there's breathing room, it becomes very difficult to close that gap.
I agree. I mean, SSG need to keep this in touching distance. I feel like they can do that for W7M. If they get the 2-round advantage here, I would lean in favor of them being able to take the map from that moment. I feel like this team, again, this core 5 together longer, new addition to SSG being made. I think they'll manage the game better from that leading position once they get daylight between them. But SSG, not out of this just yet. Still lots of fight left in them. Upstairs we go. Volps will be donning a Solace. Not as strong as he once was.
No, but still good. But this setup is one that I love. So what we'll see is Mute will play inside of Humidor with the shotgun, with the C4 ready to top the red drop. You've got the castle barricade to stop a player from getting on the rappel and getting an angle inside of Humidor, and you've got the mirror to stop them from taking control of Piano itself. So it's a very aggressive defense from W7M that just makes it a little bit more difficult to drop red hatch, which is something you see teams do oh so often. What W7M want SSG to do is to drop those hatches and try play that way, but they might be forced to maybe take the map from below or go for some sort of a dive through the skylight, because as it's all set up to stop the red drop.
The thing is, SSG don't have the resources to do something like that dive bomb from the skylight if they need something drastic. They don't have that Ying, it's going to be a very important part of that. So the addition of the gridlock to me seems like it's going to be a very, very typical take, or at least stylistic approach from them. And the Solus down below is going to be a massive factor for the defense of W7M. Able to hunt out drones, able to manipulate and weave around the map to remain undetected at least best that they can. Be a massive factor though. Dots does take damage early from that window. A difficult angle, C4 prepped and ready. And they will descend down to keep themselves in this fight. This is going to be the threat now. The Solus down below sees that Claymore, knows pressure's arriving on that window, and can make an aggressive push. And well, place their cards a little bit, showing and revealing their positions as track stingers begin to deploy.
I like the aggression though. It just slows the attack down that little bit more by creating little bits of pressure at a time. Solace is still below, getting all this information for the team. A ton of utility now being pushed.
Fantastic.
This is a really good attack. There's Capital forcing Dodez up on top of the balcony, but Whippet, they've not been able to play off it.
They didn't get that pick, and there's no one to capitalize on the space that bought. So when the bees go away, you've lost your 2 nades. There's not a lot you can do other than taking a gunfight down below, but he's now safe from that in the most sense of it. So SSG, they've played their strat, and now they have to adapt on the fly. This is where the pressure of your IGL falls on, and Ashen is going to fall off that playing camp now. So 4 versus 5, advantage with the defense of W7M. SSG strategy, they've sent it, didn't work, didn't get the space, couldn't capitalize. Now what can they do? W7M have to sit, coast, and be patient, as that time, every second that ticks down, is going to help them up. And as you mentioned, they've got to make that dive bomb. They've got to make that final play. Jumping down that sky, that's going to be a flurry of kills all for W7M. As now it's down to try and recover and scrap away through what's left of this round, but nothing remains. All down to J90. Mirror window staring him down. Not a lot, as the case is cold upstairs. He's got to play for kills, and he's not going to find a single one of that moment. Dots gets it, shuts it down. W7M find daylight. They now lead by 2.
And it's what the desk spoke about. when SSG's plan A doesn't work, plan B is a 20-second push onto site where everybody just sprints in, and it does not work against a team like W7M. I've been keeping track of, you know, the opening picks in this game as well. Only 2 of the 8 rounds we've had so far have SSG been able to find the opening kill. It's been W7M time and time and time again. And it's, you got to give SSG credit for even winning 3 rounds when they've been that much against the numbers for so much of this game.
I mean, we like to call it that the bounce back stat line. Realistically, if you lose that opening pick, how well is our team's able to deal with that? I'm looking at it right now for SSG. They need someone to really play in that tip of the spear lineup. Now, Jane, I know is going to be on the Ashe, and that's going to be, to me, that idea. He's hitting shots, feeling confident, jumping on that Ashe. I mean, Benja's not a natural entry, realistically, for teams. Plays in a more flex role, and so you need that firepower to be supported. But SSG, on this offense, need to find that opening pick. And for me, difficult defense to do it against. It's going to be staring down the barrel of 2 Yokai drones, 3 Evil Eyes, the Maestro, castle barriers, laser gates, and the mirror window. This is going to be a very, very brutal game of utility usage to break down this defense of W7M.
And I love it. And you look at the lineup that's being brought by SSG, they don't really have the best setup for getting rid of tons of utility. Yes, Hibana can be utilized to get rid of some of those castle barricades to open up the mirror window, but for the most part, no Gone 6s in play, nothing really there. This is very, very tough for SSG. They need to find the opening pick, though. They need to change the way things have been going, because if you give W7M a man advantage on defense, this will be 6-3.
I couldn't agree more. Difficult one for SSG to solve. Drone network seems good. Only 3 drones lost from that starting prep phase. Mirror's not detected and able to sneak one more of those drones away. Poking out another one of these eyes of SSG. Every single drone lost could be a massive detriment for this team. Now, a lot of flashbangs to buy themselves some space. The 2 logic bombs, a massive tool as well. But I think they're going to slow this down a little bit, and they're going to try and assess the problem that they need to solve in this moment. It's going to be a lot of utility. First logic bomb goes out, and it doesn't look like anyone's really ready to capitalize of it. Benj is locked out of sight. The castle barrier shut him down, and he's playing on that more solo role, so he's left alone. He has to go all the way up red stairs and likely walk into another set of issues to solve.
And the Maestro spotted the Brava drone as well, so this is kind of forcing Forest into a tricky spot. There, the drone's going to get caught out, and now information is slowly being drained away from SSG. Benja is in on top of red stairs, but you can see the silhouettes. Everybody else for SSG is currently playing the building externally. They've not gone in, and with that castle barricade place and the footholds, there's nothing he can do.
But Ashen finds something, and that's going to be Dots, and that's going to be the opening pick of this. We mentioned SSG need to find that opening. They've done so. They've now relocated a player to help Benja open up that castle barrier and give them an access into mining. Very critical decision now from SSG as Forrest finds one more. Loban off the board, but Benja traded off by Dash, and this is going to be a massive flank by Dudez, finding one. Actually got one in that chaos, still dancing around the mining equipment. Can't do much. Shut down 2-piece for Dudez. All down the Forest, 1 versus 2. 40 seconds remain, and limited information to work with in this moment. Case is cold, and W7M will match stylistically now. They'll sit back, they'll wait, they won't extend. They'll press the advantage by letting the time do all that work. Forrest can trade much more damage away. Not unlosable. Oh, I think he's not going to last too much longer. Tries to get that case down. Vub swings out wide. Forrest falls. W7M take round number 9. And they find even more daylight between them.
3 rounds back-to-back now for W7M. SSG got the opening 2 kills, but one flank ruined the whole attack for SSG. You can't let somebody walk from pillars right towards mining door and get themselves a kill. It's like SSG are not the type of team that usually leaves gaps that big for the defense to roam around through, particularly when they've got such a numerical advantage. So for SSG, I feel like another way you can have that argument, did SSG lose the round or did W7M win it? You know, which team needed them? I feel like SSG's setup whenever they went for the execute lost them the round.
I'm going to play a little bit on the opposite side of you. I think W7 had the perfect strat to counter what SSG done. I think SSG, they had to adapt in that re-round. They had to relocate players. They might have got the opening pick, but the amount of time they wasted, they were likely hoping that Benja could use that logic bomb, walk up red stairs straight into mining and find that pressure. And again, speaking, we're not in the team. We don't know exactly what the call was, but that to me was going to be they're going to dive bomb on the rotates once Benja walks inside. That's what I felt like that side was all about. And a single castle barrier shut that down. And that's going to be that cruel reality of Siege, of course. It's got to play it sometimes like chess, and that's what we witnessed. So map point advantage now for W7M. They're in a great position. They've done so well managing their rounds. Let's see if they can continue that one.
I've been working with you 3.5 years, and you've complimented NA more times today than you've complimented them in the previous 3 years combined.
That is true. However, European import and SSG is my team, so.
Liquid were your
Well,
team.
okay, SSG is my North American team when I'm not supporting Liquid, and I'm currently not casting Liquid, as they're against PSG Talon later on today.
I love it. The panic on Whippet's face, by the way, whenever I said he complimented NA, like, oh, what did I do?
I haven't even said NA drone once today.
There's still time.
Exactly.
There's still time. This is map point, though, for W7M as they look to win the first best of one of the Esports World Cup here on the A stream. Remember, there is 2 other games going on right now, and you'll probably hear roars and cheers from them in the background as well inside this fantastic arena. Whippet, a minute gone off the clock. No opening engagements just yet. They've got Grim, they've got Dokkaebi. It's going to be another one of those really fast executes whenever the time is called, based on the lineup that they have.
The SSG fan inside of me wants this one to work, but I think W7M are just going to be too difficult to break down in this moment. Everything they've brought has seemingly been able to counter that aggressive kind of one-take style of flight that we've seen from SSG so far. The boogie drones open up that floor, limiting power point positions to hold on to. They'll move through that map, and SSG have the confidence to do so. They know what W7M's defense is going to be. It's going to be a lateral hold of Kitchen. Every team does it. So how do W7M hold on against this one? Benji yet again on that solo position, trying to find an opening, poking around for his team. Again, look at the way SSG are moving around this map. Not a single wasted motion. Love this from this side. Everyone moving with purpose. Everyone knows their role. And the first Grim counter sent out. Godez marked by it. Logic Bomb's likely to follow as Benji is going to play a critical role in getting this control in VIP. But under a minute now to work with, and W7M don't need to take risks. SSG have to get aggressive now.
Yeah, and VIP's not being cleared yet. There's still a castle barricade on that window as well, so you're free to play this position. And do we have a bit of a game rotate? Some damage dealt on the castle, but the kill has not been found.
They need to win this next encounter, but Vobs finds it with the LMG. Benja finds one trade on towards Dots, but pressure now and time is going to compact these teams together. It's going to be an absolute car crash for a final round potentially, as Benja's got himself deep inside a freezer, spots the rifle of the player behind the bakery counter, but can't do anything with that, and every second drains away. Dash finds one more. It's going to be a nightmare as W7M flood the kill feed. Benja alone, finding a second round, but nothing he can do inside a kill box in Kitchen, and W7M take the very first victory of the group stages of the Esports World Cup.
4 rounds back to back to back to back, Whippet, to close that one out. W7M dominated the stat line, they dominated the opening picks. SSG did well to get a couple of rounds, but you're never going to win a game of Siege when you're consistently giving away that opening kill.
W7M played a fantastic matchup in that. The way they were able to play perfect strats to deny what SSG were doing. SSG on the offense, which we've seen them be better on, fell a little bit flat there, but we're not the experts to break that one down. So I will throw it to our desk so we can break down what we've just saw.
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Well, boys, talk to me, because W7M coming out on top with that one. How were they able to finally find that momentum that we've been searching for?
I think the SSG Ego Challenge on Cafe didn't really work out in their favor. Cafe is a strong Brazil playstyle map. I think W7M had the script down from the start, especially when they were on attack and they were just setting up beautiful crossfires. SSG, it was like watching ants in an anthill, and you're like pouring like water into it. Like they just couldn't stop moving, and W7M got the pick time and time again.
And even though it's only a 3-3 attacker split, it's still very impressive, the wide variety of playstyles that we saw from W7M. Like a rush in the first round, and then they were able to pinpoint exactly a weaker hole in some of the other strategy, using Captao, using Grim as well to remove strong positions. And then other ones, they were going really slow, step by step, gaining control, and at the end, just collapsing on the bomb side. So it was really good to see that not only are there amazing players in terms of gun skill, but in terms of strategy, they've got some really good depth.
Well, I think for the side of W7M, they definitely had a lot of a patient approach in many of those moments as well. For them, I know we were talking about it in the green room, the fact that SSG man advantage definitely wasn't working in their favor a lot of the time as well. So how were W7M able to capitalize on that?
Well, like you said, every round for SSG was a man-down deficit. So how do you expect to win these rounds when the main issue isn't necessarily the strat? You're not even getting to there. You're playing 4v5 every round. You're relying on Ashen or Benja to have these heroic moments to save your team the round loss. But W7M was just so consistent on getting those crossfires and those picks. And I think the exact way that SSG should have played against W7M was how W7M played on defense. We saw SSG trying to isolate them time and time again, and W7M didn't move. There was so many moments where you'd see 2 Capitao bolts, a nade, and just no picks are coming through off of that utility.
And this was one of the things that I pointed out before, is that the problem I see with SSG is they had a clear game plan, right? In defense, we want to get aggressive early on. We want to prevent them to get the early control, and then we fall back and play to the late round. Now, the issue is when consistently you try to contest heavily on the other side of the map and you consistently lose a player, you need to change your play style. You need to go back to playing passive. And I didn't see that. I didn't see that adaptation. A 3-3 split in defense is not ideal. So I needed to see more of that, more of that adaptation to go back closer to bomb side.
And the rounds that SSG were winning were usually in the last couple seconds of the round, where the first initial trade didn't work out, there was a heroic play, and then they focused on just stalling out the rest of W7M. That's when SSG felt the most comfortable.
Well, who do you kind of look towards on the side of SSG to be the voice of reason, to kind of change up the strat on the fly as well? Is there anybody in particular that you would expect would have that capability in them?
From playing with Forrest, I know he has that shot call ability. My only issue is the game vision that he has. Maybe it's just sticking a lot to what callout the coach had as a game plan, and maybe not going away from it. False has a lot of experience. False also has a great game vision, and he could be the voice. Ashen is full of confidence. I'm just not sure it's necessarily his role to find solutions strategically. So overall, that might be that still issue of leadership in game that I talked about, early on in the pre-show.
They all have so much information to give, but you're right. When they go into these games, they are heavily relying on a counter strat, especially when you take a team that is good at Cafe. They knew exactly what they wanted to do against W7M, and I think it just proved that the amount of adaptability when it comes to these best of ones is more important than the preparation that you put beforehand, because W7M was just firing on all cylinders. And when you're getting picks outside of the map before the round even starts, I mean, it doesn't really bode well for the strategy that you came into the map prepared with.
I do want to give props to Ashen, though, on side of SSG. I feel like he definitely had a standout performance as well. We saw Benja kind of warming into it as well. But I do believe, waiting on the sidelines, we have Lobin ready and waiting for an interview. So let's go ahead and check in with him. Hello, Lobin. Congratulations are in order for you and your team. I want to kick off the discussion by kind of chatting with you a little bit. My wonderful analysts were pointing out the fact that, you guys have continued to make strides and improvements in your gameplay. Was there anything specifically that you and the team noticed really needed working on before you came into EWC?
Probably just getting more defensive rounds. We used to have a little struggle on the BR6. A lot of times against Liquid, you won on the games that were for the major. We did a lot of mistakes. I think just because we are a new team, so some mistakes were made and we weren't capable of get the spot. So we focused on that. It really worked on the qualifiers for EWC. And right now, I think we are very consistent and everything's working out.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the games against E1 and Liquid. Specifically, I want to touch on the Liquid game where you guys actually ended up 7-2ing them on Cafe. Were you expecting Cafe to be the map that you played against SSG? Did you think they would bring a lot more counter strats? Did you guys change anything beforehand on Cafe leading into this game?
We expected Cafe to be one of the maps that probably they wouldn't play, and we expect either Cafe or maybe a Skyscraper. But I think we are pretty confident on Cafe, and we didn't really change our plays or anything like that. We focusing on being like really paying attention to the game, because they are really aggressive in a way that doesn't make really sense. If you see the attacks of our rounds, we are getting kills after kill in the start because they move so much.
Yeah.
So we don't need to change so much. It's like a more of a playstyle thing than a tactical thing. And yeah, we just focus on ourselves. And on defense, it was more like of just do our game, relax. They're probably gonna do some mistakes, and that's it.
It's something we actually noticed, that you were consistently getting that opening pick. And one of the biggest reasons, I think, is also for you. Like, you've been a stellar fragger for the team. And it was really funny to see you play recruit. Like, can you walk me through, why do you pick recruit, the new recruits for entry?
First, I like having the nades and the flash, so it doesn't matter what happened in the round. I have a lot of utility to just do anything. So if we need flashbangs, I have it. If you need to break something, I have it too. If you need a breacher, I am a breacher too, and I love the gun. The Maverick gun is so good, and I have a shotgun to do some verts if I need.
That's really good promotion for the new recruit. For anyone that can and want to try it, you won't be as good as Lobin, but you can try it.
Well, you know what, Lobin, congratulations
Thank you.
again. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to let you go ahead and join the rest of your team as well. Fellas, what do we make of that?
I mean, nothing too surprising for me. What is surprising, though, is how confident they were. Like, everything he said was, we knew they would make mistakes, we just punished them. In attack, they were moving too much, we punished it. In defense, we knew they would make mistakes by overextending, and we punished them as well. It was really clear for me that they felt they had the upper hand the whole time, and they controlled the pace the whole game.
They had the confidence, and it goes to show on the map specifically, when you worry about what teams are bringing against you, the more confident team will always be able to adapt in the moment, take it one round at a time, and they were playing against SSG's playstyle on the day. They were just running their defaults, and they were adapting to what SSG was throwing at them, and that's because they knew that if they just play off of each other, they swap up their playstyle a little bit, and I'd assume the help from Volp's voice is able to give them that little extra push every little round to always maintain the ideology and the idea of how we're going to win the round. What's the main winning concept? And they knew a lot of it was, let's just get the first pick first, and then the rest is just, we just trade out.
Yeah, we didn't see anything too disruptive from SSG. That's my biggest thing. When you go into a map like this, you're expecting that map, you're counter-stratting, I'm expecting you to be disruptive in your playstyle. What did we see that was disruptive from SSG? Only one player going aggressive at the other end of the map and getting punished. That was my biggest surprise here, is I don't think the plan really worked out for them. Strategically, I didn't see that disruptive aspect.
Yeah, it didn't look like they had retake set up or aggressive to play off of each other, off of Ashen's aggression or something like that. It was mostly just one individual person. Once they got shut down, they fell back and relied on the individual performances from everybody.
Well, you know what, Alpha, I want to come ahead and quiz you a little bit further on the performance of SSG, and I believe you have a round in particular you want to dive into.
Yeah, exactly. It's round 4, and I think it really highlights what was the one main win condition for SSG going in this. They were expecting maybe W7M to not be as good strategically as they were, and so by going step by step, they felt like they would push W7M all the way into the late round execute. And that round in particular is a perfect example. They were on reading his bomb site, and you can see the retake from Benja Master on Jaeger. And he's coming right now and will flank towards Pillar. Nobody's watching him, and that's a big issue. 2 players, one that was at the door, Dodas, and then one from above, the Buck, are both watching towards the bomb site. Nobody's watching the back, the pillars. And that one round showcased that, yes, if you let them go to the late round, they will make mistakes, W7M. But that cannot only be your one single win condition. Relying on the opponent to make mistakes is not enough. You need to be in control of the pace, and you need to be the one that's always pushing forward to get the round.
Well, boys, that was an explosive first map that we have, first matchup here at EWC. But as we go ahead and revisit how Group A upper bracket is shaping up, we're going to have BDS versus W7M. Talk to me, spicy matchup?
Yeah, I don't think there was much disappointment or much to expect of the BDS Cruelty game. I think we all anticipated BDS to win. So this matchup of these two teams going up against each other will be a good limit test for W7M. They were confident against SSG, but I know that Lobin specifically and the rest of the W7M players are confident against NA teams. Now they're going to get up against another strategical team like BDS.
Yeah, limit test is really the wisest choice of words. We're really going to see like just how far they've progressed through the month. Are they able to take on one of the leaders, one of the winning teams overall worldwide, the second seed at Manchester? Like, I really want to see just how far they've come playing against a titan like BDS.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at our Group B as well. You can let me know your thoughts, feelings, concerns potentially. Obviously, we had GK versus Dark Zero. Any expectations for GK to potentially be able to step up to the plate here, or is this an expected result for you, Foxy?
I think it was pretty expected that Dark Zero was going to play. GK have gone through a little bit of a roster change themselves too. I think they're finding in their own. I really would like to see who they play in the lower bracket. Maybe they get another opportunity at, you know, just winning a couple more games. I'd expect Furia to end up playing against DZ, and that matchup will be a little bit of like a bloodbath.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be close. Maybe that's why we don't have the results yet, but you guys can always check it on the other stream. For Geeky, I'm not surprised as well. Like, I haven't seen them really perform well internationally since Atlanta. They've been through a lot of roster changes and really found that same recipe. Somehow they still get the one spot from Saudi Arabia, but never really that confidently taking on big teams.
Okay, all right. Well, we still have plenty more matches to go. Lots more Siege still to come as well. Our next matchup is going to be ITB and Furia. What do we think about this one?
ITB Furia. I mean, ITB, I think there's a lot to say that you could see from them. They had a good showing in Manchester, better than I guess I would have expected. Furia on the other side, I feel like they've only been on a downwards trajectory since they've become Furia. I mean, it's difficult to match up to a year of winning every single tournament. But once you get this comfortability of a new org, you know you're the best team in the whole year.
Yeah.
What is there left to play for? And if there's an event to switch it up, it would be this one.
Yeah, for me, it's the biggest clash of Siege philosophy. Like, you have on one hand ITB grown up from tier 3 players that play really well together, that really believe in building a strong team, and the team play will overcome any skilled team. And on the other side of Furia, I'm not saying they're not playing well together, they do. But their real strength is just how good mechanically their players are, and they revolve really heavily on winning those gunfights. So two completely opposite way of playing Siege and of imagining in a world-winning team. So it's going to be interesting to see which philosophy of Siege wins this. Obviously, Furia still is the favorite here.
All right, well, only time will tell which of these two teams will be walking away with a best-of-1 victory, and that is going to be after this break.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I lived like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup. You may have noticed our desk has changed ever so slightly. We've got Corey joining us this time around. So, Corey, I'm going to kick off discussions with you first and get your thoughts and feelings about that first matchup that we had here today.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, I'm a big Benja Master fan, and I've expected a lot from him. I've expected a lot from him going to SSG because I love the way Callout is like just implementing this team and creating this team. And, you know, well, seeing them, I don't want to say underperform, but seeing them not perform as a team together made me a bit sad.
A little bit sad, yeah.
I want to say it's growing pains. We talked about it, that SSG is a better home for Benja, but it changes everybody else on the team's roles. It takes a little bit more time to get your footing right.
Well, you know what? The next matchup we're going to have is certainly one that I know that you're excited about, Corey. But before we go ahead and get to it, I want to go ahead and check in with everybody that's joining us from the comfort of their homes and find out their STC predictions for this next matchup. It's going to be ITB versus Furia. Go ahead, cast your vote. Let us know who it is that you're cheering for at www.stcplay.gg. And I think that leads me in quite nicely to come on over to you, Corey, and you can chit-chat with me a little bit. ITB and Fury, we heard Alphama mention it a little bit earlier on. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Definitely. I mean, we know a lot about Furia. We've seen them. They've won basically everything last year, but we don't know too much about ITB. For the international people, they've only seen them in Manchester. For the European people, we know them. They are performing. They're the second place European League team. They've lost to BDS with like one map, which they barely lost. So they've performed amazingly in European League, and no one expected them to do that, especially because 4 of their players are very new to EU-League, I'm going to say. We have Noah, who's been playing for a year, but who hasn't had the best performances, till that team made the remake with Kangaroo Kenny. Amazing coach. He's reworking these players, and he's kind of giving them a new momentum. And we have a mix of, here we see them, Azza, Kreetz, Noah, Kendra, and Oscar, and we have Kendra as the team captain. He's the older guy in the team. He's the dad of the team. He's the one who's been at many events, at like 6 invitationals, at majors. He's won the Pro League final in Tokoname back then. And the rest of the team, we haven't seen too much of them besides Manchester, but it's completely fine because they are the young gunners. They bring the energy. They are the people that Kendra enables. And I think, at least in European League, it has worked amazingly. In Manchester, it hasn't worked that well. I think the event was, even though it was a big event, for them there wasn't a lot of travel. It was a home event, you know, they kind of were getting ready. And I hope today we will see more of them, especially in a best of 1, because Kendra himself said, if we play Furia, I want to play them in a best of 1.
Having a vet and a bunch of rookies around them is usually the ecosystem for a good team. But since we brought up Manchester, one thing to take away from that event was the lack of firepower that I would say from this team. It looked like they were relying a lot on big individual plays from 1 or 2 specific players, as opposed to the whole team feeling very structurally sound when it came to them playing against other teams at that level. Of course, it was the first event for 4 of them. I know Kendra's been around, he's won a major himself, but when it comes down to the firepower that they bring to the table when they are matched up against a team like Furia, it definitely scares me.
Yeah.
We kind of have 2 philosophies of Siege, and I think especially with like the way ITB is playing, it's very strategical, very prep-heavy type of playstyle. And I think they're still trying to figure out who they are and how they act against international teams that they don't know as good as they do with European League teams.
Well, for ITB, they've certainly not got a whole lot of interregional experience, especially when it comes to their opposition, which they're facing. So what about Furia? Is this going to be a lot of a struggle for them? If so, why? Where do you think their strengths and weaknesses are going to lie in this matchup?
I mean, what is there not to like about Furia? Obviously, they won everything last year, and then they got Furia, and now they've got maybe a little bit less weight, less pressure to upstand that year of perfection. Obviously, we know Furia is always going to be a strategically good team, but what pushes this team is the level of individual talent that they consistently bring every single matchup. It's not one of those teams where just any one player can pop off on a single match. Usually 3 to 4 of them are dropping double digits and always dominating the kill feed, as opposed to a team like ITB where it's the other way around, one guy carrying, whereas the rest of the players are trying to make sure that they're feeding him the info. Furia, though, even though they've won the whole last year, I will say, I don't want to say that they've been struggling or underperforming, but when we are used to the standard that they bring to the game, it doesn't look like they've been meeting that standard of play.
Is there any particular reason for why you think that might be?
I mean, the fact that they won multiple events, usually after a team wins a major, they usually struggle and dip down. They won a whole year of domination, and now they've just had a little bit of growing pains. I mean, they lost to Liquid in Manchester, but that was still main stage. It doesn't take anything away from them. Obviously, interregionally, to make it to EWC, they only played against E1 and Fluxo. So it wasn't the biggest challenge of a road to get here, and they were the fourth seed coming out of Brazil. So when they get to events, they power up, but we're going to need to see them starting sooner than later.
What do we think about the difference in playstyle heading into this now? Is it favoring anyone in particular? Because this might be a little bit of a hot take.
I think it's rough. It's really rough to say, because like I said, we have these two different philosophies, and there's not like this is right and this is wrong type of way. It's more of a which team pulls up better on the day. And I think the biggest issue you have against Furia, no matter which strategy or which like kind of counter strategy you bring to them, they can throw everything aboard, and the individual players can perform. And just like Fox said, they will pull up these double digits, they will pull up these numbers, they will perform, and they will give you a really, really hard time. Whilst on ITB's side, if their preparation doesn't work, the team crumbles a bit, and they need to enable each other, which Furia doesn't need to rely on. So it's very 50-50, but I'd say, especially in a best of one, with the map bans going the right way, depending on what Kenny does, ITB has a very good chance of taking it, especially if they underestimate them.
Absolutely, because Furia, too, at every major event that they've won, before they power up and go on these tournament-winning runs, they usually lose a best of one or an early game in the matchup. So if there's a game that's going to challenge them the most at this tournament, I'd expect it would be an excited, confident ITB that has nothing to lose, because let's say if you lose, no expectations on your shoulders.
Let's go ahead and get that veto up then, and we can see whether or not the Cinderella story, if you will, of ITB walking away with a victory against Furia will pan out. Let me know what you think.
I think Furia is one of those teams that any map that they go to, they're going to be comfortable on. So it's more or less, like Corey said, what map does ITB want to go to? And Border being the map that they go to, in my opinion, I would not strike ITB to be a strong Border team. I would give the edge to Furia on an aggressive-sided map.
I mean, I'm definitely agreeing with you that Border is an aggressive map and that Furia as individuals is performing very, very well on Border. But we've seen ITB play Border, and honestly, they have an 86% win rate. They've won it 6 times, lost it once. The only time they lost it was against BDS. And in the rematch, they've won it extremely dominant. So like, they learned from their mistakes, and they're actually a really, really good Border team. And especially talking about the preparation, they had 3 games of Furia to watch. Furia, if they want to win this event, they might treat this game like, okay, we will hide some strats, we will play our basics, things that we have shown, because ITB might be one of the weaker teams, and that's what ITB, I think, has prepared for, and I think Border is a very good map for them to go through, I have to say.
Well, that's good to know. I know both teams don't necessarily have too much pressure going into this match. I'm expecting both teams to feel very confident, and it's just going to be a matter of testing each other's limits. ITB has a lot to prove, Furia has a lot to back up.
Would you say that he's managed to sway your judgment a little bit, saying that, you know what, you think Furia walking away with a victory in this
No,
one?
I mean, the European Border stats are definitely skewed. Europe's never been a good Border team. I was on one of the best Border teams in the world. We 7-0'd Furia invite. And so that's something, a hill I'll always die on. But Furia is a very good team at Border, and they also correct a lot of their mistakes. I just think the playstyle matches up more for a well-rounded, more aggressive team.
Well, I know that you mentioned the fact that, you know, for Furia as a whole, as a team, everybody certainly can have that firepower behind them. For the side of ITB, though, is there any one person in particular that you're going to be looking towards?
Either Creeds or Noah, because on Border, I think like Border is a map that suits Noah very, very well. He's one of these young guys, he's aggressive, he's had one stage of EU League where he didn't live up to his name, but afterwards, like after ITB was formed and after he got into a real team with like some support stuff in the backup, he has performed amazingly well. And the same counts for Creeds. Creeds isn't this flashy, in-your-face support type of entry type of player. He can be, but he tends to sit back and abuse gaps. And I think that's what they will rely on against Furia now, because Furia gives you these gaps because they are aware of how strong they are individual, and especially with good preparation, I'd still favor ITB. I know you're trusting Furia, and I know they've been, but this is like the opening game, the strategic part, and the Border part to me plays in that heavily.
The biggest indicator for me is we talk a lot about 1 or 2 individuals from ITB that can make that entry, get that advantage for the team. But Border is such a claustrophobic map that if you just put the right player, there's no easy player to approach on Furia. Every angle that one player tries to have the one-on-one gunfight, and more often than not, if you have a bunch of 1v1 demons on Furia's side, I would say that they would win it more often than not.
What is the best case scenario here for ITB though? I know you've mentioned the incredibly strong, aggressive playstyle for Furia. Passive approach, is that going to be working more in their favor, or are we wanting to see fighting fire with some more fire?
I think it really depends. I think at the beginning you should give them, like, you should fight fire with fire and bait them out to be aggressive, to, I don't want to say tilt, but to like show them what you got and what you have. And then you want to be passive, because the more aggressive you get, the more aggressive Furia tends to get. And if you bait that out of them and wait for them to come to you, wait for them to move too much, wait for them to make these mistakes, these hero plays, as you said, for example, then you have a better chance at securing these rounds. And especially in attack, that's where I feel like ITB might struggle, because of Furia's way of playing border, where they basically attack a defense.
I feel like it's a very fine line though, no? We saw it in the SSG matchup as well. As soon as they get that first pick, you're at a man disadvantage. And you know what, I'm super excited to see this one pan out. Let's find out which of these two teams will be walking away with the victory.
Thank you, Veracity. And up next, we have a team that could be argued to be one of the best we have ever seen in the game, taking on the new kids on the block, who, by the way, but try to not be as biased. I know you're very good friends with Kenny.
I have known Kenny for basically entirety of my time casting Rainbow Six. I've even cast alongside him back in, well, the trenches of European Tier 4 all the way. That's many years ago now at this point. But this is a matchup that in my head I have been so excited for to see. The moment that I saw Kangaroo Kenny make into a coaching role, if he can go up against Furia, he has been obsessive with this team. He understands how they play. He is actually inspired by this Brazilian playstyle and tries to implement that on his sides as well. The question is now, can ITB, a side that has relative lack of experience at this level of a stage, I mean, realistically, bar Kendrew, for all these players, it's the furthest they've traveled for an event going into it. Yes, they made Manchester, but for most of them, that was local. They took a long trip here, a large boot camp in Turkey with the organization to get to this moment. Can ITB do it? And well, yes, a little bit of bias here, as I am an ITB fan going into this game.
Yeah, you got to like think about it for ITB. We spoke to some of the players before this game, and they said they wanted to play Furia in the best of ones. They felt their best chance to beat them was in a best of one. And to set the scene, this is the world champion team, SI winners, Furia, who, as the desk said, had a perfect year, taking on a team where just 3 years ago, when you and I started casting together, most of this team were either in the depths of the UK scene or not even able to play the game yet. So this is a massive glow up for ITB.
It is. I mean, but we'll talk about ITB a lot. Of course, there's the other side of the table. It's Furia, the only team in the modern era of Siege to achieve the triple crown. Victories in Copenhagen, Atlanta, and in Sao Paulo in what is going to be an instant classic. Already is an instant classic when they beat FaZe to get that job done when they were under the moniker, under the organization W7M. They've moved the Furia, and it's not been, I would say, a direct translation of success for this side. They made it to the quarterfinals of the Manchester Major, and they lost to Liquid. I was very smug in the crowd for that one, as I am a lifelong Liquid fan, but that to me was a little bit of indication that maybe they're, I wouldn't say poor form, but lesser performances in the regional leagues. They're never the top seed out of Brazil, might translate to international play. New meta, new style of play coming into this, and the new matchup is the very first time we've seen these teams go head-to-head on an international stage, or any stage for that matter. And of course, Border, our desk talked about it. Maybe you look at this, not the map for ITB, but they have a good record on it.
Well, you and I watched ITV playing on this map in the qualifiers, and one of the things that they like to do is set up a very good drone network on this map. Now, there's a rumor that goes around about this map that it's all frag heavy, it's coastline 2.0. There are very key points of this map that you got to control, and security is one of the biggest power positions in this whole map.
The one thing that I always think about this map, and I see Furia, I see these players, I see this map. You know what this reminds me of? The semi-finals of the Invitational in Sao Paulo against Virtus Pro. Now, this game, as we see Nate get the opening pick on towards Noah, but that game, we saw VP exploit any weakness they found against Furia, and it was a very, very difficult day for them indeed. And that was a slower strat-based team. ITB, a slower strat-based team, they might be able to find that same level of success. But you need to win your opening engagements, and unfortunately, Noah is first to fall on that defense side. Oh, it's going to get much worse. It's going to get one more on the Creeds.
Yeah, Creeds will fall 5 versus 3 now. 2 picks on the board already, and not a foot stepped inside the building. Another gunfight. Oscar will find a trade as JV92 will fall with 2 minutes left on the clock, but already a change in pacing. Nade gets his second of the game. Down falls Oscar. As I said, they've not gotten into the building yet. They've got loads of time to work with. a team like Furia, they're just going to poke and prod now for a little bit. They're going to see if they can find the easy kill instead of just throwing hell for leather.
I mean, Furia have a lot of drones still to work with. They've only lost 4 in the entirety of that, and now they'll know 1 player is playing inside of CC. Not going to be an active threat. They'll spot that rotation. Herds just isn't quick enough for that. So, Kendrew, Oscar, the last 2, or Azure, the last 2 standing. This is going to be a difficult one. They need to win this next encounter. The smoke casters go out towards these stairs. They're going to find a little bit of chip damage, if any. C4 primed and ready, sent over the top, but it will find one. Kendrew does get nade. That's going to be a lifeline. The cross is good. This fight goes for ITB. There's going to be a chance, but Herds finds his second round. And Kendrew, 5 HP the Dream, and very quickly Herds shuts down that Dream, turns into a nightmare of an opening round for ITB, and it will be an early lead for Furia.
Yeah, great round from Furia. They got the opening pick in the first 10 seconds. Nade got his first of a double on the round. It's a map where you don't need to enter the building at all to get those opening engagements. You can sit around the windows, you can bait, and as you can see, normally some of the defenders, particularly on less experienced teams, they're going to get over-aggressive, they're going to over-peak, and Furia are going to sit and wait for that kill. And as we said, Furia, you can easily put down the argument to say that they are one of the best teams in Siege history. They're definitely top 2.
You know what, they're definitely in. You know what, yes, I can agree with that one. There will be debate forever about the 2 dynasties, as much as I despise that phrasing to go into it. But of course, the triple crown going into it. So they do lead here by 1. The question that I have, and as we look at this for ITB, is can they control the pace of this matchup, and how well can they do on the defense? This map does slide towards that offense, and this is going to be, again, a survival mode a little bit for ITB. They want to mitigate as much damage as possible, and that's easier said than done against a side like Furia. Creed, a real standout player I want to point out here, needs to be able to find success and is very good at finding the gap. Now, Furia don't leave many gaps, but if there is going to be a single crack in this offense, Creed will be the player to find it and has the mechanics to make full advantage of that.
Azure, another player worth mentioning on the mirror, the IGL for this team, who also plays entry roles quite frequently for the side, and people don't normally know that Azure is the IGL because he plays that role, but it's a very important thing to do, which means he can call attacks around him as well to enable himself to have very good games for the team. So yeah, keep an eye on what Azure can do as well.
We haven't touched on the bans yet so far. Of course, Grim, Valkyrie, Azami and Monty were taken out before we jumped on board with our players for this, and that does mean Ying is available. KZ, Dawn's the operator from Hong Kong, and the thing about this that is going to be a little bit of an issue is Furia now have that availability of that massive 1, 2, 3 Candelas go off, let's get control. On a map that's as compact as Border can be, Furia are going to take full advantage of that, and I wonder how ITB will adapt to the addition of the Warden on Kendrew, a very clear adaptation of it, and a C4 sent out to the ether, a big bit of utility, absolutely wasted, and a bullet hole opportunity. A Siege timing will curse and believe Kendrew that was, as he falls away at the wrong moment to not make the full advantage of it.
The mirror window has fallen as well, which means that position on half wall is a little bit more difficult to play. So Furia, without getting an opening kill, are starting to gather some control on the map. Creeds now is just holding that angle from top metal, waiting for this peak. Creeds misses the opportunity to get the kill as KZ will drop down to 46 health points. But that's an opportunity lost. Those are the chances against Furia that you got to take.
But this is actually going to be a massive benefit now as to get that DBNO. As Creeds did miss that first fight, he falls back. And, well, he didn't drop that hatch. And Furia have got 1 player stuck in DBNO, a fair amount of damage done towards KZ, and time wasted on that recovery as Candelas cover that away. ITB are going to hold on to this control and drop away as late as possible to burn away as much time as possible. As JV92 still not recovered. And I think this opening pick might go the way. Well, no, Creeds does lose that one, but the trade is there. Azure finds it.
Gets a double on the round 2, using that broken mirror to find Nade, putting us in a 3v3. Makes it 3v2. Azure with a triple on the round. Noah finds one as ITB are on the verge of winning their first round against Furia. So, Philippox, he's inside of office. They know exactly where he is. Everyone's going to fall back. They're going to force him to make a mistake. There's Azure with a quad kill on the round. We spoke about him before. The IGL, he plays on entry, and he has a 4K in the second round to win a round for ITB.
Azure is an exceptional talent on this roster. I mean, I feel like you look at this team and you know, a lot of new players coming into it, maybe lacking that star power someone more veteran would have, but they're able to find results, and Azure finding 4 in this round, and ITB strategically looked incredibly sound on that. They held the ground upstairs, even after Creeds missed the opportunity to win that one. The down on JV92 was massively important, delaying time, but they held on as long as possible, and Furia, they weren't given a freebie. but ITB didn't push into them too far, and without that opening pick, Furia couldn't find a way in. So again, that slower, more strategic pace that ITB do bring could be very, very detrimental to Furia's problem solving on a map such as Border. We've seen that in the past, and I'll draw a lot of comparison to that Virtus Pro game in the Sao Paulo Invitational, because that was the closest that we ever saw to what I'll call Prime Furia ever losing a map.
This must be such a big game for, you know, the likes of Kangaroo Kenny, the coach as well, because years ago he was one of the first coaches when he was in Tier 2, Tier 3 in Europe to take the style of play that was prevalent inside of Brazil, you know, stealing from what the core of this Furia roster were doing and introducing that to Europe to now go head-to-head against them at an international tournament. This is such a big opportunity for him to really show what he has got us, you know, what being able to do with his team.
KZ will pick up the Deimos in this round, and we saw a lot of teams using this during the qualifiers to make it to this event. And well, Gibson, you're seeing to me point. What was that you're pointing out to me?
Yeah, Oscar bringing the shotgun on the Solace as well.
Not uncommon.
Not uncommon, but it's worth pointing out.
Exactly. Again, limits that range of capability. P90, of course, can send bullets down range at a terrifying rate. Will we see that death mark be a factor? You like to call that Force 1v1. Allows that pressure. First of those new increased number of Banshees sent out, and well, look at this! Are you kidding me, Noah? Gets one, can't make it two, but that's the bravery I want to see. Furia walk on in, Kendrew gets JV92, and doesn't matter, you might have Candelas, but look what's upstairs, it's a Warden.
But the case has gone down. It's a 4v3 post-plant situation now, so in the midst of the madness, Furia have got the diffuser down. ITB know where it is, but post-plant positions being held by this team from Brazil. This is a big gunfight that's going to come. As they're peeking by the double door, the Nomad charge goes off, but nobody's there to take advantage of it. You got to clear the players outside the window. Philippox is going to find Oscar. You can see the impacts being thrown, but Daybos is going to go for a peek. KZ will find the kill on the Creeds. Another on the Kendrew. KZ does it all by himself. Furia win the round.
KZ, I was familiar with the game, but you've reminded me of how good it is. I was caught up with the bravery. I like that from Noah. Noah, and I was talking about this, a player that has to have the confidence to play exceptionally. And if Noah's taking jump outs against a side like Furia, that is a great sign for ITB. But Furia, get that case down, stick it, and you're not going to beat Regimented Furia on events plant. You're just not going to do it. They're not going to give you anything. And well, KZ, when you've got someone on the cover of the case just as good as that, well, it was ice cold from him, finding three just like that.
But they had King, Deimos, and they had the Dokkaebi. You had the Candelas going off, you had the Deimos targeting the Legion, and you had the Dokkaebi call going out at the same time. So even though Noah jumped out, that didn't stop Furia for going for their execute. It's an excellent round. Look, everyone was talking last year at SI about how big of a player Herds is. KZ is every bit as important. I would actually argue that KZ and Herds are the best duo that we have ever seen in Siege when it comes to that fragging potential that they bring. Both of them, Whippet, both of them hold the SI kill record. Two players on the same team holding the same amount of kills over an entire tournament.
Listen, Sao Paulo was poetic, but that certainly is another aspect of it. Both locking out that record. Furia now lead by 1 round, scoreline 2-1, of course. Creeds considering, perhaps pondering an aggressive play, jumping out of this balcony window. Risky one, nade sent down, it will buy some space, forces Noah back. I do like the confidence this side has played with. The Doc in this position is going to be able to fortify, keep themselves in this fight a little bit longer. Long line of sight held from Box as well. Gives that extra support they need to keep that balcony.
Yeah, the key things, Whippet, to keep an eye on, though, is Box got to get in below to clear half wall, and they're going to use that Capital to try clear the Doc as well.
Hello, Doc can heal through it. Well, speaking of that Doc, Noah finds one that hurts. Heals himself back up the fall as well, so anything gained from that encounter from the side of Furia now lost. They lose that IQ. Nade stacked up, double loss of shield, double claymore. Everything to hold that take. Archives is the primary intention of this take. Does ITB realize? Do they have the resources to deal with it? Capital ready, this is going to be a perfect execution. Not much you can do against that one. And that's why they're your world champions. Kendrew caught out. Great cohesion from this side, and the execution likely imminent. Toxic counter slows that down, and that 10 seconds gives ITB a blanket to make the adjustments and the changes, but Nade retracts that shield and falls back. Maybe Furia might try something new.
Yeah, but they've got all the crosses being held. They've got the, you know, reverse verticality on the site as well. The time is being choked up, but look at how quickly they're being forced to use those toxic canisters. But this is not on schedule for ITB whatsoever. Furia are just forcing them into positions. Oscar with a huge C4 is going to find the kill on Nade though, and that changes things because there's another kill from Creeds.
That C4 gets the case down cold out in that balcony. Creeds finding one more to Philippox. That's the quickest player that they could have used to react. Everyone's far away. Sandwich window and downstairs. Furia, 60 seconds, lots of time to make rotations. They need to win every engagement on the way. Up metal stairs, gonna be JV92. We hop on board, has the information and wins the fight. Oscar gets one in the chaos. KZ falls. All down to JV92. Can't get it done against Creeds. ITB bring themselves level once again. And Gibby, we spoke to Corey a little bit before we went live with this one, and you said you were expecting Furia to be dominant here. You expected a quick game. We said it's going to be a very close one. So far, no team can find separation. I think anything, we're on for a 7-5 either way.
It's been a very good start to the game. Both teams trading rounds back and forward. Very similar to what we've seen at the start of the SSG W7M game. However, the big difference is both of these teams are a little bit more equal when it comes to finding the opening kill. It's not all one-way traffic in the early stages of the round. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is...
I might. No, I will.
Yeah, for those of you can't see Whippet at home, but he is bouncing around here. We were like, we're going to go very calm with this game. It's a best of one, you know, nobody's going home. But Whippet is bouncing off the ceilings because ITB are playing well.
Listen, ITB play well. I'm cheering for them. My inner fan comes out. A little bit of secret. Every caster's a little bit biased. I'm just a bit louder with mine sometimes.
A little bit.
A little bit. Just a little bit, tiny bit.
They moved the schedule around to make sure you wouldn't cover a Liquid game because they knew it would just be the Liquid show.
Yeah, that is true, unfortunately. But I mean, okay, I'll bring it back down, back to neutral observer. ITB have played this very well.
You're not an observer, you're a caster.
The deadpan stare I've just given the camera. I should have given it to Gibson for that one. But ITB have played this very well. They've slowed down Furia and they've kind of neutralized that very aggressive tip of the spear style so far in the rounds that they got victory on. Key's going to be keeping up that opening pick on this defense for ITB. Shield comes out though. Philippox on that blitz. Difficult tool to solve for ITB. Again, can buy that space for free. Not for free, but very quickly. And I think it's going to be a very scary experience for Noah. Crossfire just ahead of him, and a shield can be bearing down upon this lineup as the Candela is sent in through Dome. And here we go, Philippox will charge on in, take that control, but the cover is good from Creeds. And why not pop out for two? ITB go huge, finding three just like that, but there is one trade, and Nade gets it back on Creeds.
That is a big kill on the round, but there we go. Noah finds another 4 versus 1. It's all down to Nade. ITB, they forgot they were sleeping on Creeds, who plays that position all the time on border. If you do your VOD review of ITB, you know that's where Creeds is going to be found, and he manages to get a double. So, at this point, Nade's going to sit outside. He's going to bait. The case is cold. He's just going to try to buy as much time in the round as he can, wait for ITB to maybe make a mistake. But steps down the stairs, little damage done. Azur with the Frost will get the kill, and ITB take the lead in this matchup.
Very first time in this matchup, very first time they've ever led against Furia. For the history, the first time they ever played, of course, but I'll build this up best I can. But right there, we saw not only a combination of confidence, positioning, but everything. Philippox thinks he can get this for free. The mist drone happens, Creed gets one, and then the confidence go, I'll get one more. We see Oscar get one in the distance. Not sure where that arrived from, but Noah finding that pick there on these stairs as well. ITB collapsed on the push from Furia. Furia tried to get aggressive, tried to use their aggression to work in their favor, didn't go their way. So they now trail by a single round, 3-2 your scoreline. ITB in the defense looking very good so far. So I think it's the best form we've seen them in ever.
They've guaranteed 3 rounds on the defense already. This is the final round on the defensive half. They could very easily take a 4-2 because this is not going the way of your world champions. Now, this is the best thing about Furia though. And you know, we're gonna rewind just a little bit, you know, get everyone's expectations down. I've spoken to Philippox several times.
You could say Gibson cast friend Philippox.
Well, now that you say it, I don't think he feels the same way, but to me, it's that way. But he told me that they have to lose a game at every event. He's like, if they want to win the tournament, they need to lose a game early on to reset their mental. Now, I don't think when he said it, he meant game number 1.
No. I mean, you got to think about this, though. Today, with the format that we're running today, of course, it's going to be a best of 1. You lose, it's best of 1. You're into an elimination best of 3 later on today. You don't want to be in that position. This is day 1. No one wants to go home early, even though they get to stay out the whole time. But you know what? Everyone wants to be playing and try and progress further and further every single day. So there is that going to be that pressure and expectation of these teams.
Yeah.
Oh,
you were waiting for Creeds to maybe be in that position, but he's gone.
I saw that window open up. I thought Creeds was going to send it on out again. I would have been stuck to the ceiling if that happened. I would have jumped up with joy.
Well, there's Herd's getting a freebie onto Oscar. He finds one. He knows there's a player in and around half wall, as well as the could we call the logic bomb has been deployed. And at this point, if you're in that position, you got to turn up the aggression a little bit. Creeds is going to swing and Creeds is going to fall. Actually, Creeds gets put in the DB&O, but he gets the kill on to Herds. Should be cleaned up pretty quickly. Malusi's running in. Malusi's going to fall. JV92 with a double inside of Fountain. And now Furia in a really good position to get the 3-3 half.
And this is way more back to the style of expected this matchup to be. This is how Furia play, and they're going to be able to solve this pretty easily from this moment. 4-2, they lead in player count. Kendrew is wounded. Does get one. Maybe a lifeline. Nope, not too long. JV92 will find his second in this round, on towards a wounded Kendrew, leaving it all down to Azure. Now, he got a 4K earlier on to have a massive impact. That's to find 3 more to go. Some free damage through the wall. Goomine keeps going off, but KZ's just too good. That SMG-12 swings out wide, gets the job done. And Furia bring us level after 6 rounds. ITB, world champions, level after 6.
If you've told ITB before this started that you'd get a 3-3 defensive half on border against Furia, you'd be pretty happy. You would take that, right? Obviously, you always want more, but you'll take the 3-3. Now they're on attack on border. This is where you'll be really tested against a team like Furia, because now you're the team that kind of has to set the tempo a little bit. You've got to be the aggressors, and Furia, if anything else, are experts at picking up the pieces when a team tries to get ahead of themselves.
Different variation now that we see from Furia, Fenrir, Vigil, Aruni. Very different approach to what we've seen so far in terms of everything, but this is going to be a very slow style, right? You cannot deal with it. You can't posture an angle with confidence if there's going to be a FNAT on it. You can't. You're going to be blinded by it. Vigil is going to deny your comfort on that drone. Just seeing those markers around your camera, you're going to be worried about that pressure arriving from it. Legion is going to be able to make that difficulty if you walk around the corner. You're going to get stuck by it. And of course, those laser gates are going to burn that utility later on that round.
The big thing that I'd say a lot of people in the community are happy of, though, is not the Boss G. That thing is a terror right now in the current state of the game. A little bit of early aggression here from Herds as he goes for the early round spawn peak, but as we can see in the silhouettes, there's nobody in that postcode whatsoever. And this is the one thing I said that ITB are very good at doing on border, setting up a drone network. And they've got drones in place. They've saved 2 drones from the prep phase, but they're going to try to get as much intel on these positions, because what they want to do is isolate the soft spot or the individual Furia player who's a little bit isolated from the rest of the team and force that kill.
ITB are going to take this initial stage around very slowly. So you mentioned the drone network is good. We saw that red ping arriving. They're fully aware of the Fenrir on East Stairs. Question is, how do they deal with it now? Now, it's all well and good having that information. The next step is solving the problem. Now, Creed on that Finca has access to 2 grenades. That can buy that space they might desperately need. They're not going to opt for it, knowing there's going to be pressure in break room now. That's going to be a pivot. No, down towards Passport. Well, so close to those players, separated by a brick wall, nothing they can do. And this drone needs to be good from Creeds.
This is what it's about. They're still trying to find that soft spot where you can get that opening kill. As we can see, Herds is just on the other side of that wall.
North American hammer. So,
you don't want North America to get a hammer with it.
Oh, true. But first of those Fenrir gadgets that we see deployed, actively blinding the pressure. They're looking for it, find it eventually, delaying vital seconds for this push inside of Passport. No picks arriving either way. Furia will now take that and go, okay. Pressure from ITB. Let's fall back. Let's not risk it. Let's not give them the opening pick. And as I say that, Philippox falls to Azure, gets the job done. Not sure where the source of that happens, but he gets it no matter what. Candela is sent out. They'll buy East Stairs for free. They can charge in and take that. Still cautious from ITB, and I like this. As Noah gets one more on the Herds, and I love this from ITB. This is confidence from them.
Yeah, there's another one. Oscar from the vents window gets another kill. It's a 5v2 with 50 seconds. That's an eternity to work with, but Nade finds a beautiful headshot onto Oscar. Silhouette on the other side of the wall. A ton of damage being done onto Finka, but you know what? That utility, pretty handy for getting yourself out of a tough situation like low HP. KZ finds another. Azur's there to trade it as he gets a double on the round. It is all down to Nade. You've got a 3v1. You know he's in and around sight. You've got 30 seconds to work with. The main thing now is you don't want to overspeed this, but you don't want to be too slow either. Get yourself in a situation where you can trade this one out, because that's what Kenny loves to do.
The scary thing is, though, even in this 3 versus 1, Furia are still in this fight. Less so now blinded, but Nade has a lot of pressure here. No utility, but the body stacking up for him. He knows the cover's going to arrive from main stairs, and he finds that ITB in trouble here. This is where the world champions shine. Oh, it's going to be Nade. Absolute masterclass. Creeds, all the pressure, 000 here. He needs to win this one. And he can't do it. A quad from Nade. That's why he has a hammer. That's why this team's the best in the world.
Remember what I just said. You've got to be not too quick that you're reckless, but not too slow that you put yourself in that situation. They were too slow, and then you get yourself in a situation where all Creeds can do is stick the plant. You as a defender know exactly where that case is going down, and at some point, against maybe a player who's not been at many major international tournaments, is going to peak at some point. But we have the ITB timeout very early on the attacking half.
This is what I like, though, and we're going to actually hop on. We can see this is going to be Kangaroo Kenny, the coach we all talk so much about, but this is the timeout that I'm very intrigued with. Now, ITB have a habit. They call it early. Kenny likes to try and adjust things across his team. He can use it to break momentum, and you can see he's animated. He knows this is a winnable position, but that was a brutal round to take. 3 versus 1. Nade gets the job done, and realistically, they played everything right. They had someone to cover it. It was just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight that they lost. Couldn't make it stick, and again, Kenny, he'll be animated. He'll not be furious, but he'll know what he needs to get this team across. They need to make that amendment now, and this will be the test going into this next round. Can they get the job done? Round 8, post-timeout. Does ITB bring us level yet again?
If I'm not wrong, it was actually a 5v2 at one point even inside that round.
Yes, it was.
And the one thing that teams like ITB do brilliantly is trade, right? Once they get the numbers. So the whole thought process is, if it's a 4v3, and you get aggressive, and you lose a player, but there's someone there to trade it back, you keep the number advantage. You can force your way into there. Like, let's not be mean, because Nade had some beautiful shots in that. That was a brilliant quad kill clutch. But we put it into that question mark. Was that won by Nade, or did ITB make too many little mistakes?
To have a play like that happen, you have to have a combination of mistakes and exceptional play. They come together to meet, and you get a Nade 4K to save that round from. But ITB, well, the ending wasn't pretty. Not what the result it was. The steps they took to get there were exceptional. They got themselves that advantage. And you're going to lose every so often. You're going to lose a 1vx or whatever. It's going to happen. The nature of the beast when we play a game like Siege. So
if it's me or you, we lose them every day.
Well, you've been playing more this season than I have, so you've been losing them.
Always.
I've never seen you lose a club.
I am a brilliant drone phase player.
That is true. You are honestly one of the best droners I've ever seen in the prep phase. Never lose them. Never really leave spawn either.
We got a trick. We just had a trick we worked off successfully there on the defense as Buck was trying to open up that detention wall, and that's a valuable bit of utility utilized already, because you look at the attacking lineup, they've only got one can opener left. That's the only hard reach they've got left. And KZ very lucky to get away with his life there.
Logic bomb goes out. One player makes that rotation, will be heard. They'll take their time to correct this, and the mirror window staring down towards these stairs. Difficult problem now to solve for ITB. We see no retreat from that one, beginning to think about how they deal with it. That will indicate a player's going to be in Brazil, the position behind it. So how do they react to this? They see that utility to the wall, I believe a yokai drone. Actually, no, something else.
It's defensive utility.
Yes,
that's what
there we go.
That's what it is.
Use the blanket term, get everything right.
Exactly. But you can see some soft pings, the yellow pings going out. There's nobody there, but obviously they've heard or seen something that they think that a player, or there could be some pressure coming from that area of the map. Now, that mirror window is having such an impact on this position because you can't really peek the long angle because you don't want to take the risk that there's somebody there. 1.5 minutes left on the round. And I would say Fury have set this up beautifully. A swing comes through, and KZ, for the second time in this round, gets away with his life in order. And here is another one of those logic bombs being deployed.
blasted the 2 logic bombs available to work with. Realistically, ITB would have loved to have that opening pick on KZ. Massive player take off the board. Slower round. They're looking for a way in, and JV92 will get one to Noah. The plant, though, hands to Kendrew, might go down. Cover's not quite good enough. The smoke's enough to blind it. Do they look the right way? Kendrew can't get it down. 3 in the round for JV92 and a flawless 1 for Furia. ITB can't convert their tactical timeout, and maybe the miracle run on this map of border might be over.
Fractions of a second away from getting that
Always
case
the way.
down. It's always heartbreaking, but for Furia, they're just doing a great job. Look, KZ got away with so much in that round. So many times he should have fallen on the swing, but managed to stay inside of the fight. And Furia now take that 2-round lead. It was a great defensive setup. Like ITB, they didn't look ready for it. The fact that we had the trick on the detention wall very early on, put them off their pacing a little bit as well. So Furia did that defense excellently. Now, we changed site, and a little difference to the norm, but it looks like they're creating a rotate using the castle instead to create a corridor that a player can play on the bottom of East.
I actually love this when teams do this. It's such a difficult thing to break down, and often you find it where a player in the later stages of round
Who?
Oh, yeah. Okay, for anyone curious, keeps us asking who will be stuck in that frost mat. Azure. So, I'm sorry, Azure, if I've cursed you for that one. I apologize. Gibby made me do it.
Of course I did.
Shocking form from you. But normally we see this little corridor of the castle barriers down by the bottom of these stairs just be such a difficult thing to solve later on in that round where teams have less utility, less manpower to make something happen. ITB, you trail by 2. I'm going to say this, and I think this is going to be a must-win round for this side. They need to stop that map point advantage. They need to stop Furia feeling comfortable. And while speaking of a team feeling comfortable, Herds definitely feeling confident against this side. An aggressive run out all the way, peeking that spawn point, and you won't get anything from it, but the message is there.
Yeah, I think when you see Furia start to run out when they've got a lead, you know they're feeling pretty confident in the early stages of the round. But this is the point where ITB is going to set up that drone network. Again, they do a pretty good job in the drone phase of finding out information, and they didn't lose too many drones either, which I think on a map like Border, it's not too difficult to keep drones safe in the early stages of the round. But the castle is the problem. Again, look, you walk in that main door, where do you go? You've got the castle barricade, you've got the Selma charges, but it's a great bit of time wasting from Furia.
They also lack the soft breach potential to clear this without burning key utility like those Selmas. And it's going to be an aggressive peek out, and that's going to be a dangerous game you play. JV92 gets that pick. That's the opening one. Advantage Furia for this round. That's a tough one. Azure off the board early, but again on that IGL roll can deal with it from the back and help his team from this moment. JV92 does find a second one. Kendrew's next to go. KZ gets Noah. And the cascade begins. Furia will likely collapse on every member of ITB at this moment. They need something. Creeds, Oscar, last 2 standing. They have the talent to make something happen, but can they find a way in?
I've seen Oscar many times be on the winning side of numerical disadvantages, but it doesn't look like it's going to be this time. Herds is able to get the headshot. It's a 1v5. It's all down to Creeds. They know he's in security. They're tightening the net, but Creeds is starting to fight his way out of it. Finds one on the Philippe box, gets a second one. They're all flooding towards him. He gets the down, and there's the kill confirmed. Creeds is on a triple. Now, here's the kicker. Creeds has both his drones, he's got utility, and he's got a minute to work with. JV92 is on 20 HP. This is actually very winnable for the newbie.
This is a lot of pressure on Creeds. Not full HP himself. Single bullet from that ARX will be enough for JV92. Won't take much more for Nade. Frost mats a factor in this round, and remaining castle barriers will be a massive detriment. Rotating bathroom has been patched up. No easy access point for him. And, well, no easy fight either. Nade's going to get that one, and Furia very confidently position themselves on map point here on Border.
4 rounds in a row now without a reply from ITB. They've had opportunities, but Furia are showing why. Again, when we talk about the best teams we've ever had, they're in that list. They're, that was troll time. They allowed Creeds to pad his stats a little bit there, and you give credit to Creeds. He did an excellent job getting those 3 kills. But again, it's a 5v1. You're going to say, yeah, you know what? A couple of you go have fun. But 2 of us are going to anchor on site because we've got, the frost mats. We've got everything we kind of need to slow down the attack if they do lose those 3.
Very good job from Creeds to capitalize on troll time, but it was troll time, so There's that. And of course now Furia do lead by 3. Map point advantage here on border. As much of an ITB fan as I am, this is a difficult spot to find yourself in, no matter who you're facing or what position you're in. They're trailing by 3. Last 3 rounds have been tough. Been a really, really hard attacking side for ITB. Furia have been in complete control here. Again, there's reason why they won the Triple Crown. There's a reason why that they are a team that people describe as a dynasty, as that new generation of one. Can they get the job done and close this one out? Or does ITB have a little bit of life left in the tank? And they find something here.
Well, when we look at the teams too, I expect Furia to be in the final of this event. You know,
That is true.
This is the Esports World Cup, and they're the world champions. Of course, they're going to want to win here.
Exactly, massive benefit. I mean, you speak about the Esports World Cup. There's also massive implications for sides like Liquid in the Club Championship. We'll maybe touch about that a little bit later on.
Defender has been discovered.
Run out some herds, playing a very similar position that we saw Noah doing earlier. Doc on the CC corner. Cover set up from box as well to give him that freedom. Extra confidence, extra cover to make this work. Again, there's that drone network we talked about from ITB. Hertz playing aggressive. Again, this is going to be a little bit of a moment though. ITB will see that detected, see that, he does it again, runs out. And this is going to be a distraction for them. Are they going to commit to clearing it, or are they going to play a little bit more passive? And just trust me, that is KZ up there. You can still do it.
Yeah, I saw the tweet. I saw the tweet where Pengu was like, have they removed this for us? You can still get there, Pengu. Don't worry, maybe the Brazilians can teach.
Right. Oh, what is this? Oscar walks in behind the buggy drone, finds KZ boosted up there. Needs to find more. He's stuck in no man's land and gets shot down by JV92. Creeds gets Philippox and ITB have a little bit of life left in them. Oh, what a freebie. Walks into that one, his name. The trade is there. Flurry of kills across the map. And it's all down to this. JV92. Left alone against 2. Deimos is in play, and that's exactly what we see. Deathmark arrives, but don't stack up! No, not again! Not again! Noah says no! ITB have a lifeline. That's what they needed, and Noah delivers when ITB ask of him.
I still can't get over the fact that Casey had no clue. He did not. He was like, we were in the middle of showing everybody, you can still get there.
Exactly.
He was like, I'm going to stand here to show the stream that it's still possible. And then Creeds rudely interrupted him.
What a play, what a play.
It was Oscar, sorry, Oscar.
Yeah, unconventional walks in. It's a little bit of a surprise factor. Casey's like, what? What? No, what? Excuse me? You can't do that. But not gonna lie, panic set in the ITB fan inside of me there. I was like, oh no, JV92 is about to do it again.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Furia though, they're 6-4 up. It's still map point. And they're going to want to get this done here and now. You don't want to go 6-5 because then things get a little bit scary. Now, you think about what was happening in that round. Herds was playing inside of security, running out that door. And ITB were like, you know what? You go have your fun over there. We're going to push the other side of the map entirely. And it caught them by surprise. But the whole point of the Doc running out, it wasn't even to get kills on that side of the balcony. It was to get the players on the break door. He was trying to bait them to peek break door so he could get a kill there, but there was nobody there.
The thing that I'm thinking about here, it's so stuck in my head, is Oscar's entry into that round. You don't really do that when you're not feeling it. I mean, even though they were trailing by 3 in that position, they had the confidence to go, yeah, let's just push behind this buggy drone. See the addition now, the blitz, Kendrew's donning that shield. Once again, gonna be Herds running out, he'll be peeking in and out, he'll act as a side quest. Does ITB decide to partake in that? Don't think they will this time. But I'm very impressed from that previous round, but the only question, can they build upon it now?
Another run out from Doc, and as you can see, the wall's just not giving Creeds the angle. Now, even if this nade lands close enough to do any damage, it's Doc. He's going to get himself back on his feet once more. There's the logic bomb deployed, but there's a cross this time. Lesion and Doc working in tandem to hold break and security. And if ITB keep trying to press the issue, pushing from this side in this round, they could run into some real problems.
I'm not sure quite there what if we saw the hatch being reinforced or opened up by the bailiff. As a box down below, I think it was reinforced in that moment inside of Brazil. He's going to be firming that position. Kendrick charges in, stuck by Leisure Mine. He's going to be in a difficult spot now, flashed by his friend and 5 HP. No, Kendrew. Absolute disaster. JV92 gets the opening on the Creeds. Kendrew left in DBNO. Realistically, only 3 bodies still standing from ITB. They need the next encounter to go their way. And everyone's a little bit static trying to recover. Calls will go out, they'll begin the reposition. Kendrew on an island. I don't think he's going to get recovered here easily. Actually, I get my words, Noah's there.
use the lion. You use the lion, get up, get the rest. That's the kill. Azure finds one, it's a 4v4, so things not looking too grim right now. Buck will open up a little bit, he wants to clear small office. JV92 gets his second on the round. There's a third, why not? Just as I'm talking about it, a little bit of damage done on the Buck as Philippox will find one, and it's all down to Oscar. Furia will get the win. Furia take the map, and they start Esports World Cup with a win. They'll stay in the upper bracket, and it's no surprise for the reigning world champions.
As much as I was hyped for ITB going into this, it's business as usual for Furia. I mean, listen, they're one of the highest ranked teams in the world. They come into this and they look exceptional against it. But ITB did play a solid little game of Siege as well. They were able to get some tidy rounds, and their overall vision of how they wanted to play that map was fantastic. And individually, players like Oscar, Creed, and Noah all had good games, but not enough to get across the finish line against a side like Furia. But I'm very impressed.
Yeah, they're not the first team that's going to lose a map against Furia at this event, but we're going to throw that back to the desk so they can break down what you just saw on Border.
Thank you very, very much for that, fellas. Now, Corey, let's come on over to you first, buddy, because you had me there. For a slight moment, you had me there. When it came to round 2, ITB managing to claw it back. It looked like they started to build momentum, but then it all fell apart.
The clutch. The clutch was what broke ITB. Before, we've seen a beautiful ITB, in my opinion. They've had the momentum. They were dominating the pace of the game. They weren't giving Furia really any room to breathe. They played different between, like, okay, in the first couple of rounds, we will be super passive. We will wait for them to come. Suddenly, in one round, they played super aggressive. They attacked in defense, and they tried to surprise them. So, like, they really showed such a dominant and phenomenal Siege, especially for them and for their inexperience. But then they weren't able to get that plant down, lost the clutch and lost the momentum.
There was a lot of good things that ITB showed. It looked like they had a really good game plan when it came to their defenses. They knew exactly when to press the aggression once they got the pick. They played very smart based off the utility. I thought it was really refreshing to see it from ITB, especially against a team like Furia. It was when the sides swapped, and that's when we talked about it beforehand, when ITB is on the attack. That's where they were able to not really find an opening into the map. Even if they did get a pick on one side of the map, the other side they were losing somebody else. And that was what I was trying to focus on with Furia's defenses, is everybody at all points is always able to get a gunfight. And so if you are slipping, even if you have 3-4 people focused on taking one side of the map, they're going to hit you on the other side. You're going to lose a man down, and there's no advantage for ITB to be able to use it. And I will agree, that clutch that Nade got just shut down all the momentum, all the energy that ITB had. And from that point on, it looked like ITB was just running pre-made strats to try and scrape around back. That last round, we saw the Blitz jumping into CC window, which obviously Furia was anticipating, and they just didn't have an answer for anything.
I know you were mentioning at the start of this matchup, you both wanted to see an ITB that could really adapt their approach on the fly amidst all of the chaos that Furia were inflicting. The real question is, do you feel like they even started to show you remnants of being able to do that?
I think in defense they did. In defense, it came down to, okay, when do we play aggressive, when do we play passive? In the attacking side of things, though, it was completely different. For example, they tried, in one round, they tried to plant on the basement, they tried to abuse the gaps, but they had such an, I don't want to say bad communication, but they didn't cover each other, and they just gave Furia all this chaos to shine and to abuse it.
These spots, this is a fire spot that Furia was doing. Their executes were downright just beautiful. The way that they were able to use Capitao, Osa, all of their utility to gain position. And this is where I want to commend ITB, because even though Furia had almost a picture-perfect attack defense, when they actually got the first pick, they slowed down, they used all utility. When they still went to go for that plant, ITB still had a C4 left. So that's a good call from both sides of the teams. It was a really even matchup back and forth. And that's what we like to see, is the ITB brain just working and just being able to keep up with a team at this caliber. But once the side swapped, it just went unrailed.
I know a lot of people have certainly been questioning the Furia that we're seeing now and the, XW7M as it were back then, and their victory, their win streaks, the dominant performances that they had at that moment in time. So you know what, let's go ahead, check in with Philippox, and he can give us his thoughts and feelings about that matchup. Philippox, I want to kick off discussions by saying congrats on your victory. But my question for you is, the difference between the Furia that we are seeing now and the team that you were before, where do you think you guys have been struggling to kind of fit in those puzzle pieces and continue to show us a dominant performance?
First of all, thank you for the congratulations. And I think after the Manchester Major, we saw that we had a few problems, and we worked on them a lot. And I think we're coming very strong for this tournament.
Do you think, like, did you get surprised by ITB, especially in their defense, when they threw these playstyles around, when they played passive, aggressive, sometimes utility heavy, the next round they played in your face? Did that throw you off guard, or were you able to read them quite comfortably, you say?
Actually not. It was pretty easy to read them. They did exactly what we thought they would do. Like, the game plan went perfect. The only round I would say they surprised us was the last round they won on attack. They rushed side, and they surprised us. But besides that, the game plan was perfect. We knew exactly what they were going to do.
Amazing. Confidence is a big tool in your guys' arsenal. And is there something that you guys do beforehand to build up that confidence? Does it come from the preparation? Walk us through what it's like when you guys get into a map and you guys know everything that's going to happen. Just like you said, you have the full information. What's going through your mind confidence-wise?
For me, as an IGL, I have a lot of confidence when I know what they're doing. So in this matchup, I was pretty confident because everything we had planned was working. So for me, it works like that. But for Hertz, for example, he's an anti-fragger, and he just likes to say that he is just far better from the other guys, and he just keep repeating that. So I think it builds up confidence for him. And I think everyone is their way, and that's my way, that's his. But we have a lot of confidence in our game, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Let's see whether or not you're able to keep up that confidence moving forward as well. I'll tell you one thing. I'm a little bit surprised at the fact that he's mentioned, you know what, we had a perfect read of them. We weren't worried, not even for a second there. Does that pain you a little bit, Corey?
A lot. I need to say, like, I thought really ITB brought something and cooked something here, but they just got cooked, so what can you do?
Border is just one of those maps, like I said, Europe isn't specialized, I would say, at Border. It's just one of those maps where no matter how strategically sound that you are, how many game plans you have, at the end of the day, if somebody hits a nice shot, that's such a huge position loss. And Fury, obviously, I think the confidence is what drove them through. And I agree, from a perspective of an IGL, when you just know everything that the other team is going to do, you know what the responses are, you know how you need to position your players, the amount of confidence in knowing all of that information is just devastating to play against.
Well, as we go ahead and revisit our Group A bracket, we have Team Liquid, of course, making it on through as well. Who do we think is going to be joining them? We thinking LG?
Ooh, I actually was walking by and I saw Bliss was up 4-2 at the half swap. So Luminosity was going to the more favorable side. They're currently playing on Consulate. I think the game's still going on. I don't know. I feel like when you're at your first event and you go down a couple rounds, I think Bliss is going to be moving on to the next stage.
What do you think, Corey?
I have to agree with him. I'm a huge Bliss believer, actually, because in my opinion, these teams, like this team, they know they're the best in their region, and whenever they come here, they have no pressure. They treat everything as a gift. They just enjoy their time, and I think that's very, very hard to play against, especially if you're Luminosity, who have their first real event, and you're suddenly up against people that, well, you can't pressure, that you can't really, you know, put into a corner, whilst yourself struggling to find out who you are. So I think Bliss is the better team.
We also had SSG versus Team Cruelty as well. What do we think of that one? SSG going to be able to...
I'd hope so. I'd hope so.
Fight?
I'd hope so. I definitely would like to see some life out of SSG. Cruelty is still from the LATAM region. They still have a lot of just grinding to get through to be able to compete with the other regions. I would say they're in tied with APAC. So hopefully a little hope from them, but I hope SSG can take it.
And of course, it was a Dark Zero and Furia showdown. Is that going to be an explosive one?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, the thing is, with Dark Zero, we have a lot of expectations from them since forever, and I think lately they haven't lived up to it as much as they should have, and I think this is one of the proving grounds they have to show, okay, we are this good, we train this much, we train this hard, we have this good mentality, we can be the world champion, even if it's Furia, even if they've been as dominant, and even if they've had a good start.
And we were talking about the storyline of ITB being more strategical to Furia, but DZ Furia is the pinnacle of that, of DZ being slow, methodical, trying to constantly adapt, where Furia, usually if they need to, is relying on the heavy-hitting gunshots and just the beautiful teamwork that they have.
So it's not necessarily going to be one of those matchups where we see fire being fought with fire, because that was what I said I wanted to see in the previous matchup that we just saw. Would you say that we saw that? Because for me, it was...
At first.
Yeah, I think at
We
first
saw
it's
it
a
at
good
first.
response. Some rounds they were like, even defense, some rounds they were super, super aggressive and countering it, but I think they read Furia as smart as they could have, especially with the denial and the utility. Those are the rounds where they realized, okay, if we go aggressive now, we will just throw bodies at them and lose, so we need to play it smart. And I think, honestly, even though it was a 7-4, I still think it was a good showing for ITB. I still think they've proven that they can live up to it, they can compete with these heavy hitters. They just need to maybe add a little bit more to their strategic point of view, because a lot of threats they have played, we've already seen in the EU League, and maybe that is one of the reasons why Felipox said, hey, it was easy to read them, because I've already seen this like 5 times.
Well, as we take a look at our upcoming matchup, it's going to be Scars versus FaZe, only having played each other once before, and that was all the way back in Copenhagen at the Major in 2023. Do we think enough has changed between then and now? Do we think FaZe is looking a little bit weaker?
No, this is the David and Goliath matchup that we talked about at the start of the day. We just want to be able to see Scars keep up. Who knows? We might see an upset, but FaZe, they've just always been the runner-up. They've always been the bridesmaid, but never the bride. And I can imagine at this point they'd want to finally, you know, be the bride at this event.
I definitely agree with you. I think like for Scars, they've been at many events and they are the dominant team in their region, but it's never enough at these events, except Copenhagen, where they lost to FaZe, as you said. But they aren't really changing the players, they aren't really adapting their playstyle, they're just trying to be themselves, they're trying to have a good time and they're trying to enjoy it, which, as I said, it's similar to Bliss. It can be really rough to play against a team like that in a best of one, especially as they have proven they can live up to FaZe and they can beat FaZe or like take maps off of FaZe. But to be realistic, we both are aware FaZe since years is one of the teams where everybody says this time they will win the event. And I think if you are this dominant as a team and this good, then Scars will have a rough time.
What did we think of their performance during Manchester? FaZe?
I think the thing to me is Manchester was right after the 6th Invitational where they had to take a heavy blow. Obviously, they became second, but becoming second sometimes is worse than being on the lower end because they were this close to being first place. So I wouldn't really count Manchester in too much simply due to them recovering, in my opinion.
All right, well, it's going to be Scars and FaZe as our next matchup, which will be coming up very shortly.
to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. Never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. words are the same. Not everything you say you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your lies. It's plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Upgrade. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Get out my face. In the past and you're making me nauseous. Get out my face. In the past and you're making me nauseous. If I'm being honest, now I got the knife.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تعيش الوقت بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Esports World Cup. We have just seen Furia take on ITB and walk away with a best-of-1 victory. But coming on up, it's going to be Scars versus FaZe. We've welcomed Alfama back onto the desk. So talk to me, Alfama. Looking forward to this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest upset potential we have of the day, technically, right? We don't expect this team to Scars to beat FaZe.
You don't expect?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people expect. You know what? I would be happy to see the predictions about this.
I'm rooting for them. Honestly, I'm here. You know what? On the note of those predictions, let's go ahead and welcome our STC Play predictions for everybody at home. Go ahead, place your votes. Let us know who you think is going to be walking away with this victory. Is it going to be Scars? Is it going to be FaZe? Visit www.stcplay.gg. For me, I'm honestly rooting for Scars. I want to see it happen. We heard Corey mention it a little bit earlier on. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, that whole storyline, you know. But for Scars, talk to me, Alfama, because within their region, incredibly strong performances. Outside of that, though, once it comes to international competition, opposition, not necessarily the case for them.
One thing I can say is that they are consistent. The problem is they're consistently good in Japan. They're always the best team. Japan League champion 2022, 2023, 2024, but they're always consistently bad in international events. They're always missing that step. And funny enough, the further they've been in an international event was more than a year ago at Copenhagen Major, where they achieved top 8 and they lost to FaZe in a BO3, where actually they took them to the third map. So now they have an opportunity to prove that they can go further than that and play them again.
Also, on the note of consistency, I feel like individual performance-wise, these players are always having big plays, having big moments, and every player on this team can compete at a high level when it comes individually. But I believe the main thing that sets them aside is the structure and the strategy.
Yeah.
APAC as a region strategically has always struggled behind the other regions, and they just haven't been able to compete with the other regions. Now, Scars going up against FaZe, both teams love to take their own gunfights, and that's the one edge, is that this is the first game for both of these teams. They could maybe have a shakeup, maybe be able to run away with a little best of one just because they're able to get more kills in the map.
Well, you know what? You call it consistently bad. I want to draw attention to the fact that the team as a roster, as a whole, is certainly consistent, with the majority of their players having been together since 2022. You'd hope that that would, you know, elevate team morale a little bit, team synergy heading into this.
Yeah, but it also goes to show, like, whatever the results may be in international play, they're not going to make a change. It goes to show that maybe they don't have the same ambition that other teams may have, and they would make a roster change if they achieve bad results 3 times in a row. These guys almost don't change. So for me, they're just maybe happy to be here, happy to compete at international events, happy to attend so many tournaments in so many different parts of the world, but maybe just they don't have that one, you know, that one big ambition to really compete at the highest level.
But achieving good positions is the story of FaZe. They are just consistently making these events, having deep runs, playing against all of these great teams. I would say Manchester was probably their most lackluster performance because they were just stomped down by a very strong and Cinderella-run Beast Coast that you could argue. But FaZe has always been a consistent team. They're very structured, I would say, on setting up their executes with 3 to 4 main core players, and then they always have the X factor of Cyber. He's always coming in from a different angle, being that anomaly that you can't control, and he can sometimes make or break FaZe's maps.
For me, they were the biggest disappointment because they arrived in Manchester. They were undefeated in Brazil. They clearly had the best possible run. Everybody expected the Brazilian team to take it, like always. And in the end, all Brazilian teams were defeated. It was an NA versus EU final. And yeah, Beast Coast completely demolished them, like 7-1, 7-4. Nobody expected that. And we're expecting FaZe to come back with a lot of anger. Beast Coast is not there anymore, so it's your time to shine.
Well, what about when we take a look at their SI result? Obviously coming second, I think it was Corey mentioned it earlier, that was a little bit of a gut punch for them heading into Manchester. Following that, do you think that that's the case heading into the EWC as a whole? Not necessarily this matchup in particular, but as a whole.
Obviously, everybody's going to want to win. I'd imagine FaZe more so than others because they are just constantly getting so close to taste victory, but not just making it towards the end.
All right, well, as we go ahead and take a look at this veto, let me know, thoughts, feelings. I'm rooting for Scars all the way, baby.
I feel like teams have been more or less taking the Brazilian teams to maps that comfort the Brazilian play style. And I think Cafe, we just saw a map today, the first game, W7M SSG. We know how that turned out. Obviously, I would favor FaZe on this map. I'd hope that Scars are bringing something that SSG didn't bring in their first matchup. If you're taking FaZe to a comfortable map for them, I wouldn't say the #1 comfortable map, but a comfortable map, you have to have more in the arsenal than just, we're going to shoot better than them.
Yeah, if you look at previous matchups on Cafe, both teams feel like it's a good map, but not the best map, right? 4th preferred map for both of these teams. Now, the biggest difference maker is that it's the 4th preferred map for FaZe playing against the best team in the world, whereas for Scars, it's only fighting Japanese teams. So, of course, it's quite different, right? Expecting this to be very different from Manchester. FaZe lost 7-1 to Beast Coast on that map. They must have reworked it heavily.
Do we think this is going to be a dominant performance then? Is it going to be an easy victory for FaZe?
It's the best way to get into the tournament, so I'm expecting them to be overconfident there and maybe just smash them.
I would say this is the best looking version or map for Scars to go to as well, just because it is an unpredictable matchup. Cafe, we saw in the Manchester Major the way that teams were able to run away with rounds is going for fast, unpredictable rushes. You can't predict Japan.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead, throw it over to Gibson and Corey to take us through this next one.
Thank you so much for us today. And finally, I'm joined on the casting desk by somebody I would happily play some games of Siege with. Corey, how are you feeling? You're on the other side of things now.
Amazing. It's the first time on the casting desk, and like you said, it's funny, going the full circle. Your first Tier 1 debut casting at Gamers 8, casting me, my first Tier 1 debut at casting with you, and I think this is one of the perfect games we could have to start.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Look, Scars, I think for me, one of my favorite things is teams that play with loads of energy and are unpredictable. And that's what Scars are. And that's actually the antithesis of everything FaZe are, because FaZe are one of the most regimented, structured teams in the whole world.
To me, the best part about Scars is they're having fun. They've been to so many events, and I think they are very aware that they'll always be the underdog and that their performance hasn't lived up to probably what I expected at the beginning, and especially what they expect from themselves coming from the Japan League. But they're just having fun. They're just here for the energy, for the vibes, for the stories. It's a group of friends, and I love to watch that. And I think it might, bring FaZe to shake. But I'll be honest with you, I'm still favoring FaZe a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think everyone would kind of admit that they're the favorites going into this matchup. But Do you feel like you could draw any comparisons to where Scars are to the Wild roster you were in when you came here? Because obviously they're the heavy underdogs, and like for a team that has a lot of fun, do you think that's like a really big boost up? Like if you're having fun, you're the massive underdog, you've got to feel really good in a matchup like this.
It's the best position to be in because you have zero pressure. This is a gift for them. Any Siege event is a gift for them. They're from Japan, they're playing, they're going all around the world, and suddenly they have this event. And you should... The only thing I worry about is you need to have the confidence to be able to say we will beat anyone without having the pressure to say we need to beat everyone. So for me, it's 50-50. I think they can have an advantage, but then again, maybe once they win rounds, they might struggle and be like, oh, now we could close it out. Now we shake.
We've seen that happen in the last game with ITB. They were in winning positions several times and they just didn't have the killer edge to get it over the line. On the other side of things, though, you have FaZe, right? They played at the SI final, and actually it's funny you draw the comparison about closing things out. They should have beaten Furia. Like, what did they lose? 4 or 5 rounds in a row in that grand final, in the match that they could have became SI champions. Do you think that FaZe, after that loss and maybe after the performance that we saw at the last major event, that this is a really important event for them to come out and play well and even potentially win?
I think they need to... I wouldn't say they need to win. I think winning them would be amazing and would give them finally what they deserve. But I think it's very important for them to perform and to get back into the groove. Because the 6 Invitational, like I said, sometimes becoming second is worse than losing heavily because you've been so close to winning. So I'm unsure whether it hurt them a lot. And I think in Manchester you saw it. It wasn't the same team. You didn't feel any energy. It was more of a like, we're still like... It was still in their heads. So I want them to recover and I want them to gain some confidence in this tournament. And Alphamar pointed it out earlier, and I think it's beautiful. This is one of the best games to start because if you are this dominant and it's good and you prepare well, you can crush Scars and you can collect this confidence for the games going on.
And we've seen the ban phase happen as well, and we saw some of the operators that were moved. For the second time on Cafe today, Melusi has been banned post the patch. Mira has been banned, and we saw a lot of Mira usage in that first matchup today as well. Do you feel like these are bans that we're going to see more commonly now after the patch? Like, is Melusi that much more impactful?
I think it's more of a Scars playstyle kind of ban in this scenario, and actually like similar before. But I think for Scars, it's just nice to not have the Melusi and nice to have all these entryways without it being blocked by the utility, and especially with them maybe like trying to crouch up, trying to sneak up, trying to like scare a FaZe. Melusi would be the best pick against it, and I also understand the Monty ban because you don't want to have this constant information gatherer against you, pressing you back when you're trying to contest the entire map. And that's what I expect of Scars, a super aggressive map contestant type of playstyle, which, yeah, they need to bring.
And yeah, we've recently seen Monty have a huge impact on this map, particularly when you're attacking down inside of Kitchen. We've seen Monty be used for that freezer drop so many times, but the game is now underway. Free hit for Scars here on Cafe, and of course, today's first round of fixtures, they're all free hits really because you've got the upper bracket and lower bracket. But for FaZe on the defense, I'd say attack probably favors Scars with their type of play. You know, that's what they want to start the game off. And look at how quick they are, Corey, and getting inside the building with Blitz.
The way I said I love this team because they treat it with fun, and we see a fuse coming down the white hallway is already the perfect start.
Yeah, the C4 will get thrown, no damage found. And they've already taken full control of top floor. Valk has now been forced to fall back. They've still got some presence on the middle. But a minute gone, you've cleared the top floor in Cafe against a heavy roam. That's pretty good timing.
It's a really good timing, and you also baited out a C4. I think using that C4 in that situation from FaZe was not wise because they're trying to play a Fallout strat. They're trying to waste time. And I understand maybe he would have gotten the kill on the fuse, but now you only have one C4 left to deny everything, and now you might need to play a little bit more aggressive, which we see they're trying to do with Cyber over here.
Yeah, the big thing now is just make sure that they get their timings right with Fuse and Ram. How many times in the past have we seen stuff get that done? But Nina finds the first kill. Cyber is going to fall, and that's a heavy part of that roam game gone. Now you can see that Freezer is a bit of a problem still, but there's a little bit of pressure inside of VIP, but Scars are showing no fear of FaZe at all.
It's a masterclass clear right now. If they have all the map control they need at 1 minute, which is completely fine. The Fuse will now start fusing up. They will try to play it a bit vertical with the breaching charges, I assume, and then they're gonna look with the Ram, and then they're gonna look for the openings. And already the amount of pressure they will apply on the FaZe is a lot. And we saw FaZe 1 man down. We see Vitakin quite damaged. I think this is a very good potential round for Scars to win. But now this is where the masterclass starts to execute.
Yeah, you got a clear VIP, and you can see the Blitz is going for it. You can see a little bit of pressure being put on, and there's another kill. Taeyu getting the kill onto KDs, and it's a 5v3. So much value being gathered out of that Blitz as we've just got 30 seconds left. But this could be the problem. Vita King holding that hatch drop, which looks exactly like what they want to do. The case is in the hands of the Fuse, who's about to walk inside Freezer as well, but do they know that he's in the corner? Blitz is going to spot him out. That's huge. Another kill from Taeyu, 5v2, and the case is going to go down. Another C4 will get thrown. Handy will find the kill with that with just 12 seconds left. They're going to reposition. They're going to go for another attempt at a plant release. They shoot in the second, Corey. 5-4. This is all down to Handy and Souls. There we go. There's the hop over. He's going to get caught. It's a 1v3. Fishlight takes out with Shy. Oh no, what happened, Corey?
No awareness of Handy in that situation. Insanely well played by Mute to show that confidence and to show the passion, the patience as well, to sit there, to wait it out, to use the C4 and then just sit there and hold yourself without any panic. That's where all the experience shows and the experience come in that FaZe have. But I have to say, what an insane first round from Scars in that direction. The Fuse shield just running through, knifing two people, using it to clear out all the people they usually struggle with. And also, this is like, in my opinion, one of the hardest sites to attack with a top-down clear. And in my opinion, they've managed it really, really well. So I think we might be in for a good game.
Well, they did exactly what you said would happen, though. They got themselves into a massive winning position of 4v2, and they lost. And even when they lost the first plant, they had loads more time, but they waited way too long to go for that second attempt at an execute.
The biggest issue is you have the ramp, you have everything to open up from above, actually nice set positions. And in my opinion, maybe a bug would have been a better pick, because then you could open up the wall above the reinforcement and literally clear out two of the people they struggled with. One of them being Handy and denying the C4. But end of the day, they decided to go for the ramp, which they need to be aware about, that then people considered a double door in kitchen and denying. Sadly, they weren't aware about that. Same with the C4. He should have noticed that it came from somewhere close, but that's where the panic might have come in. Being so late, suddenly everyone has to call, everyone has to say, okay, where do I plant, where do I go, who's covering what, who's pushing where, and all these things. And I think they stumbled a little bit over themselves with all that communication.
So now we're going to go on to the next site. And you look, I'm just going to say it, that lineup on the site is something I've seen Wild do many a time. Are we going to see Scars just try to do the exact same as what you guys would have done and just push in through the door?
I'm hoping this is literally a push in through the door and drop at the hatches at the same time, to maybe even sacrifice the Blitz and just take top floor, because once you have the top floor, I don't want to say you basically won the round, but you have a super big upper hand. And I mean, we see it over here, we have IQ already in train, literally getting pinged out of the castle and trying to get the first pick. But they might be too fast in this one.
Yeah, Handy's going to find that kill. 4v4 though, Rex able to trade back Cyber. Handy gets a triple. They knew where he was. He's going to get a, yeah, there's a quad kill for Handy. Why not? It's all down to Nina now. In a 4v1, do you give, especially in a tournament where MVP can get a nice prize like this one, do you let Handy try to get the ace to finish it off?
You will never do that. You need to keep the momentum of FaZe as low as possible, and I think, like, if I'd been a team, I would tell him to do anything but give Handy that kill, even if it takes him to go out the building and spend the entire round on top of the roof. Because you don't want to give them the momentum, and we see Handy just pushing up, trying to secure the kill, and he gets denied. This is important for Nina, even if it doesn't win in the round, because Souls gets the final kill. It still takes away momentum, which we need. Like, especially for the Scars type point of view, you need to be on board, you need to be aggressive, and if you're getting dominated, then you're not going to be able to counter that.
I think that when you look at the round as a whole, even though Scars lost, their pacing is really good. Like, they're inside mining, they've got a lot of potential. Like, that just came up to a straight up gunfight, a 1v1 gunfight. If it had went the other way, Handy doesn't get all those kills, and you know, if they got that pick, you'd probably think that they're in another great position to take that round.
It came down to like seconds of timing, I'd say, because the approach, in my opinion, was amazing. As you said, it had so much potential. You had the bug from below, you had the Blitz pushing in, being able to flash, and you had the third guy being from behind him, trying to get the kill or to pressure him. And it was beautifully played, but sadly, we have Handy on the other side, who's been having an amazing game in 2 rounds and who has like this experience. He's cool-headed, he knows how to play the situation. And especially the shot on the Blitz, that he got the Blitz immediately afterwards was insane. And I mean, obviously, it won phase around quite comfortably.
Yeah, so FaZe are going to set up on the top floor, bringing castles. They've done most of these rounds so far already, and you know, putting the castles in the standard places. You want to put it on white windows so you've got the ability to rotate through planks and bathroom if needs be. Usually you'll see something being put between, you know, piano and cigar, but I don't think they've done that time. They're just using the Aruna gates instead. But castle's a lot easier to deal with than he was, but it's still, it's the seconds, it's the time, and just buying yourself the opportunity to rotate as a defensive player.
It's also about confusing Scars, because like obviously Scars are used to certain playstyles and to the Japan playstyle, but if you bring them threats that they don't know how to react on and how to like what to expect in an attack, then you might throw them off. And I think this is what FaZe is also trying to go for, because you don't want to have them feel comfortable at all in this game. And with little castles, denying them that, you know, suddenly someone needs to come and clear it, or he needs to waste time on punching it, suddenly the timing is off. All these little things give you a little upper hand and might make it harder for Scars to attack than it already is. But here we see Tayo going in with a blitz yet again. Maybe it doesn't make it harder for them.
Yeah, but you're in below. You're clearing the map. You know, you're not getting any kills yet, but you're getting tons of information as you push through. You know, the whole bottom floor is effectively clear. At this point, you can get Buck, you can clear. This screams they're going to try to take Cocktail,
yeah.
right? If you're clearing out this whole section of the map with the Buck and the Blitz, you're probably going to push up white stairs. You're setting it up to execute in here.
It's beautiful utility play. I'm a bit sad that they're not using the shotgun more from below with the Deimos, but they still got a frag. Vitakin got a refrag though. No, Vitakin got a frag and Nina got a refrag afterwards. But now you have this map control, you're getting contested with a 3v2. And suddenly it looks like Scars lost every control they had. A 3v1 and that's it with Scars. They had such a beautiful start of the round, but now we have Fish-like on the roof as the last man standing.
As Lion, by the way. Lion by himself on the roof. I think again it would have been the plan was to get some control on Cocktail, then Lion dropped the hatch, and yeah, things just didn't go your way. But at this point, try to get as many kills as you can. Cyber will finish the round out, but it's a strong start from FaZe. But again, I think you got to give Scars their flowers, where even though the scoreline reads 3-0 on defense for FaZe, Scars they're living up to their name. They're being entertaining. They're taking a lot of map control early, and they are causing FaZe some problems.
And from what we are seeing, it's beautiful siege from Scars in my opinion, because the tries they have are very innovative. I love that we're having a timeout now, because this would be the latest point you should have a timeout, if it's not even a tiny bit too late. But I appreciate their goals. I appreciate them coming from below, trying to use utility, trying to find multiple ways to clear out the position. But they always have these little mistakes. Either it's 1 or 2 seconds of timing missing, or it's just them not having the drones for the guys that are retaking you, or losing the gunfights against the team, against the FaZe players that are retaking you. But overall, the approach is beautiful. And I'm gonna be very honest, I didn't expect such good approaches from Scars.
But even when you think back to any other events they've played, they've always been entertaining. And you know, it's tough for that region because you've always had CAG going to events, and again, very similar. Well, they flatter to deceive, they're fun to watch, but they don't really get the end result. The thing that I noticed a lot about that timeout was it wasn't the coach doing most of the talking. And you've been on multiple teams, you were on Rogue, you were on Wild. Why would you see sometimes maybe one of the players doing a lot more of the talking during the timeout than the coach when the coach is the one that calls it?
A lot comes down to discussion, and you don't really have the time to discuss things. For example, I remember back when we were playing here as well, it was Jay, me, and Aces doing a lot of discussion and trying to figure out what was going wrong. And sometimes you know what is going wrong, but you need a minute, a breather out of the game to talk to your teammates. For example, when you have Kanio being a bit nervous, shaking a bit as an example, then approaching him in the middle of a round might not be the play, but having like 30 seconds to talk to him, to tell him, here, in these rounds you need to call freezes, you need to tell us about flanks, you need to secure certain things, then it's easier. And sometimes, and in my opinion, most of the time, the IGL should be able to say what the coach would say as well. And sometimes the coach is just there as a confirmation to say, yep, that is right, you've already said what I wanted to say, go on, get it.
Yeah, Bruce, you had one of the more entertaining coaches in the game as well when you were at Wild. But for Scars now, look at this, look at the spawn. Almost the whole team spawning inside of docks as well, which again is not something you see all too often. It's actually something that happened in the last game quite a bit, where SSG were putting pressure on docks in the spawn phase to try to get those early picks. But everyone's pushing over towards Big Bakery, and they're setting up to go for something quick again, and I'm all for it.
It's the 4th round, and we're seeing the 4th shield. Once Fuse, 3 times Blitz. I'm loving the Scars aggression, and even though they're down 3-0, they don't care. They're just like, alright, let's clear some utility, let's open the path for our Blitz, and then we completely execute and flush the site.
And here we go, Blitz is going to step in. They've got the rotate that they can walk directly into site as well. There is a player inside of Wedding, but it doesn't look like they're putting any pressure this way at all. Actually, no, it's Rex, so it's my bad, but they've got full control of Bakery. They've got the rotate. It's an external hold. The big thing now is, where do you plant? If you're trying to plant this side, there's so much verticality that the defenders can use.
They are quite lucky that there are no holds above prep right now, because otherwise the Blitz wouldn't be able to move that comfortably. And I'm a bit confused why FaZe is not moving their people into mining or into train. Maybe they consider it being cleared or having the control of it already. But all in all, this is a very good approach from Scars. Even though they're not having the verticality, it might be winnable if they manage to find a secure plant spot. But this is the biggest issue they're struggling with right now, to find a secure plant spot. You have smokes against you, you have traps against you have a C4 against yourself, maybe even possibly a Valkyrie cam inside. Gives you the information, but Nina doesn't need information, finds Cyber as an entry frag.
Yeah, there's the entry, and now with control inside of Small Bakery, smoke grenades being thrown to cut off lines of sight, there might be a chance to get a plant down. Wishoy will get souls as well. It's a 3v4 as Vita King's able to find one back, but this is... Oh no, Handy gets the kill, the case has gone cold, the smoke grenade goes out. Now the only benefit, the big benefit, oh, that's a great kill from Rek to 1v3. Tons of time, but I look at Handy, what, 7 and 2 already? If anybody's going to clutch this one out in a 1v3, it is going to be him, because look at Gridlock, 1 HP.
He still has a C4 in hand. This might be a clutch moment, especially if he throws it over and is able to ignite the plant. He's going for the throw, doesn't hit anyone, and now he needs to flank up red.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Here's the thing though, with all of the utility in the hall, he's never really going to get the opportunity. It's a good hold, Rek gets the kill, and that's a round win from Scars. And even though the scoreline now reads, you know, doesn't really read really well for Scars, this game could be a lot closer than it is. They're playing really good Siege. They're putting FaZe off, you know, off their timings quite a bit. And what I liked about that attack was, even though they took control of Bakery very early, they didn't rush from that point on. They slowed it down, they got information. It wasn't just a case of, oh, we've got all this space, let's just go straight in and try to get the case down.
I hope, and I'm assuming, like, it's the first round win after a direct timeout, and I'm assuming that the coach was saying, all right, guys, you know what, we got everything. We could have had all of these rounds, don't worry about them anymore, they are gone. Imagine it is 0-0 again, and play it a bit slower, communicate, calm down. You can win these rounds, and honestly, that's all they needed to do. All these rounds before was super, super closing. Just came down to tiny, tiny mistakes they needed to adjust. Possibly, hopefully, that's what they've realized now, and we might be in for a bang of a game, because I'm expecting them, or hoping for them to win at least 1 or 2 more attack rounds, because then they might be fine. We have to remember, Cafe on the defense side is heavily favored, so a 3-3 split, or even a 4-2 split is completely fine, and a 3-3 split even favors Scars now.
And the best thing about games like this is everybody knows FaZe is the favorites, so that means most of the people watching are going to want to see Scars, Scars win this game. And the way Scars are playing is going to win over some fans. You know, there's a reason why teams like Hag have a lot of fans, you know, Scars have a lot of fans. There's a reason why the Wild roster you were on won a lot of fans at the time, because it was fun. They were playing free, and the fact they're playing against FaZe, like, there is a large community out there that like to see FaZe losing games too.
Literally, and I mean, I understand FaZe's position. For them, it's like almost a lose-lose, because if you win, okay, if you're expected to win, nothing crazy. If you lose, though, you'll get a lot of slack, because you shouldn't have lost against a team like Scars. But I think it's unfair in this situation, because if you just look at it statistically, obviously Scars is not up to their level. If you are looking at the rounds, the strats, and the ideas Scars is bringing, then this is one of the most innovative teams I've seen in a long while. And I really, really, really respect that. Maybe with a little bit more experience, talking about experience, that we have Handy with the C4 from below again, maybe with a little bit more experience, they might be able to, you know, even contest other teams just as FaZe.
Yeah, you lose the IQ, and when you look at the defensive lineup, it's actually not the worst operator to probably lose in this situation. You know, there's no Valk in play, there's no Maestro, so you're not going to get caught out by cameras, because it's just the default ones that are kind of being utilized. But this is one of the first times we've seen them not have a lot of map control early on, lose the opening pick. So I think this is the sort of round where you get a real idea of what Scars are about.
Scars is trying, or FaZe on the other hand, is trying to slow Scars down as much as possible. We see it in the picks. We have an Aruni, we have a Wamai, we have a Castle, we have a mute for the drones, and the rest just to slow them down. And I mean, Scars is being slower, but we still have a 4 vs 3 situation, a 3 vs 3 situation, even coming down to a 3 vs 2 situation. It's a complete bloodbath up on the top floor. And KDS saved it with a 3 vs 1 situation, and suddenly we only have Fish-like being in a clutch situation.
Yeah, and look, all 3 silhouettes were there as well. They were holding the cross, they knew where he was, and they weren't going to put themselves in a situation where they gave him 3 different 1v1s where he could potentially clutch the round. They were like, you know what, let's keep on the aggression. we're going to see out the round. It's a good defensive half from FaZe so far. They've got 1 round left before that side swap. And straight away, I know that, you know, the whole attacking lineup can change. But look at that lineup. They've got Fuse in their early plans. They've got Blitz. And even Zofia, who we don't see a lot of, but with Castle being played so much, and obviously I think Zofia is not a bad pick if they stick it.
It's good for them as well to clear, because one thing we see from FaZe is that they're reacting very, very aggressively. We're having a little replay, possibly in the C4 from below, which we can see was without an IQ, so it was on sound or information of a pixel angle being held. And now we see this absolute bloodbath up on top floor. And the beautiful part for me is the site was not top floor. They rotated up. They decided to go aggressive against a team like Scars, to not give them all the control and to fight them at the extremities, which I think is the right call, as long as you're winning your gunfights. Obviously, once you lose them, then you're just throwing bodies at them. But as long as you're confident in your gunfights and trying to secure crossfires and refrags, then you'll always be fine. And I mean, we saw it. Scars had no chance in entering Cocktail.
We're going to get into the final round of the defensive half for FaZe Clan. They'll be looking to make it a 5-1. Scars, on the other hand, will be hoping for what you said wouldn't be too bad in them being that 4-2 split. But you can look at the aggression from FaZe. They're the ones that are actually upping the aggression this time. They're prepping runouts. You know, they thought they might have caught somebody by docks. And the funny thing is, you saw the silhouettes. A lot of the Scars players were there. You just picked the wrong side.
It was a good adaptation, because you said earlier they're not spawning anywhere besides docks. And one thing like these aggressive teams like to do on Cafe, or one thing we love to do, was we spawn peeked on almost every defense round. And obviously the guys spawn peeking, for example, the south side all the time, would say they're not spawning, no one is spawning south. And suddenly after a couple of defense rounds, you realize where they spawn and which they favor. Obviously they did. Obviously they tried to go for docks, but it was just not the right time.
So you can see a little bit of aggression here from Cyber playing below the hatch, but of course you feel like that's one of the positions that you've got to play on, especially against a team like Scars, who's shown the tendency to push aggressive from areas like this. You know, the attacking lineup did change. They've swapped out the Fuse for Striker. They've brought in, you know, they've brought in the Capitao as well. Those firebolts can be used to clear. It's actually not too dissimilar a lineup we saw earlier, where they tried to clear from below, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do once more. So they're trying to clear from below. Once you get that logic bomb off and you identify the player coming down white, that could be important, but it doesn't look like Rex all too sure.
I'm not a big fan of the attack they're running right now, because they are fishing for kills right now. They're trying to find an opening, they're trying to get in gap, open somewhere which they can react on, and Rek lands an amazing shot onto Cyber, and this is the gap they have needed, but I don't think he realized there's a player below contesting him. The player is going up white stairs, he's realized, and now he's trying to contest him. But yet again, this is a 5 entry from every side, and Nina burns souls, Fishlight gets the kill on KDS, suddenly we have a 5 vs 2, 5 vs 1 situation with Tario getting the kill, and it's handy up in the clutch situation again with Mute.
Yeah, the case is going to go down. With Shoei will manage to do that with Striker, but for Handy, there's no real way you should be able to win this. Rek will get the kill, and Scars get the 2-4 half for them. But you said they were baiting for kills. We've seen, you know, if anybody knows about the SMG-12 being inside of Riyadh, you were on a team where one of your players had a hell of a moment with it. They were baiting for kills, they got it. But once they got that kill, Corey, you saw the execute begin. You saw the firebolts being thrown. You saw the smokes being used. They got straight into Cocktail. It was funny. It was almost as if they wanted that kill, and as soon as that kill came, it was go time.
I am very, very sad I'm not fluent in Japanese and can't listen to them, because I would have loved to hear what their communication is like. Because in my opinion, in a round like this, to react onto a kill so fast and like literally roll over a team, you need to have picture-perfect communication. And can't even imagine how chaotic it gets in rounds, especially on Cafe. So I'm very surprised to Scars this far, and I have to say, even though it might look like, okay, 4-2, they now have defense on their side, and if they keep playing like they play on attack, if they keep being innovative, if they're having a good read on FaZe, then this game is not over for them yet, and they're giving FaZe a harder time than I've expected, even though it is 4-2.
Well, that's the thing. The scoreline doesn't always tell you this tale of the tape. Like people, you know, FaZe won to win this like 7-3, 7-4, something like that. People are just going to look at the scoreline online and be like, oh yeah, that was, you know, par for the course. But if you've watched this game, Scars are bringing a lot to the table. And even the way they're setting up now, it's a little bit different. Some of the castle positions are different than what you would tend to see from an EU or an NA or even Brazil side. One of the things they did was they castled off that door in towards, you know, library, because it's something you've seen teams like FaZe take advantage of. You push into the site. So it's something that could slow them down, and if they don't drone it out early and they try to execute in the game, they might find themselves locked out of sight.
They've also decided to reinforce the background, which I find is an interesting take. It tells us that they want to cast Turtle in Cocktail and they just want to play it passive and see how FaZe executes. Maybe they are aware that FaZe is one of these strategical teams and trying to play heavy retakes at the end of the round. But I'm very interested what their winning condition is for this round, because to me this is a heavy Turtle round where you just try to deny it. But if you look at it, they have 2 C4s, and besides that, not too much to deny anything. So we'll see how they play it out, but not too fond of the reinforcing bathroom and not contesting piano at all situation.
Yeah, well, there's a minute gone on the round already. FaZe don't have any presence inside the map whatsoever. As you see, the castle barricades. Really what they're doing is trying to force FaZe into these narrow corridors where they'll be able to pick up the kills. Like, once this wall is open, I like the fact that Rek isn't falling back. You know, you can still play aggressive there. You can still get a couple of kills if things pop up. And if you push up close to the window, do you expect, Corey, as a player, someone to be there? But Cyber finds the opening kill. Now the question is, how do Scars react to that?
I think he needs to be aggressive, he needs to wait for the rappel in, and he needs to hope that he gets a kill. But he's in a very tough spot, and he finds the kill on Vita Kick with a 4 vs 4 situation. And now this is looking completely okay. He's retaking Pixel still, trying to take Piano, gets another kill on Souls and Singer. He's an absolute madman walking through the enemies, but FaZe has no response and no refrag whatsoever.
Washoy finding that kill, and now here's the thing: because you've lost a teammate from side of Freezer, you've lost a teammate from Pixel, you don't really know which angle to focus on. You're seeing 2 of the Zuf charges being used and no space being taken. Cyber will find a kill. Taeyu trades it back though. Cyber gets a triple. It's a 2 versus 2. 40 seconds left on the clock now. An angle being held. Oh no, he doesn't manage to fight. He gets the DBNO onto the buck. But it got a little bit windy there for a second. Nina will clean that mess up, and now all you got to do, you've got the case. Don't peek. The player's playing vert. You've got the case. Force now KDS to push into an angle where you'll get the easy kill.
It's a very uncomfortable position for KDS to be in. He needs to clutch, and he's unaware of the positions. He knows one is above and one should be on his floor, but he doesn't know the exact positions, and we see them creep up on him. He loses the gunfight, and Nina closes out the round. And what an bloodbath yet again. We didn't see a single refrag in that round. Obviously Cyber got a free piece, but none of these kills were refrags. It's just like 1 versus 1 versus 1. The Castle peaks Freezer, the Mute peaks Pixel. You just win all these gunfights in a 1 versus 1 situation. And I mean, Scars came out on top of it, but with a tiny bit more team play off of Scars' side, FaZe might be, they might get the upper hand, but the same counts for FaZe. If FaZe are more ready for these peaks, then they will also easily shut Scars down.
The funny thing is, historically, when you look at some of the better Brazil teams on defense, everyone kind of has a specific job to do. You know, unlike maybe Europe and NA, they don't really play the body or the trade system as much, but on attack they do. Like on attack in Brazil, one of the best things that they do is trade kills out. As you said in that last round, there was none of that from FaZe Clan. It was almost as if they were all on like a defense role. They all have specific tasks to do, and they trusted themselves to do it. But you gotta give credit to Scars. They lost the early kill. Rek got aggressive, and then you got the other peak from Washoy over by the door by Pixel. So there's, even though they lost the player, they're not toning down their aggression.
I'm a big fan of Rek's play over there because he tried to be aggressive, but he wasn't completely alone, as I thought at the beginning, because he had a guy in Mute pushing up on Pixel on Bathroom, where he can even play another suicide position inside Bathroom, because even if he loses it, it's fine. It's completely very reinforced off. No one's going to be able to contest him. It worked in that moment because FaZe wasn't ready for it, and FaZe wasn't cutting the rotations and wasn't holding or gathering the information. FaZe was kind of like unsure whether they go one step further, whether they attack, whether they try to get deeper, or whether they get denied by Scars. So they weren't really doing anything, just waiting, and Scars came into them whilst FaZe were holding the wrong angles, which was a beautiful attack, and I think we might be in for a little rush from FaZe's side. Never mind, they decided against to. They're opening the door for Pillar, and they're chilling a tiny bit in the first 30 seconds.
I think Washoy spotting out that drone and just making noise did a really good thing for Scars as well, and slowing, you know, FaZe couldn't make that push them because you don't want to take on that fight in the early stages. Nina will find the opener, but there we go. FaZe trading that kill out. They've learned and adapted from the last round. But this position inside of VIP, Corey, is one of my favorite ones in all of Siege, because your job is A, to stop the players dropping through the hatch into Freezer, pushing in from Garage, and B, if the push comes from the, you know, the other side of the map through the double window into bar, you're going to rotate your position there and watch the long angle.
It's crazy to me. Remember what you've said about the first round of Scars, where they attacked the top floor and did the top down clear. At 1 minute gone, they had the entire top floor control, they had a C40 Knight, and they had a pick. Now, if we look at it the other way around, obviously it's a 4 versus 4 situation now, but you denied the sledge. You have only a bug left. You have 2 C4s and Valkyrie camps that are getting denied right now to deny the bug, and only 1 minute 20, whilst the bug hasn't even opened up everything. It needs forever, which is why they brought 2 soft bridges. So time-wise, Scars is in a good position. If FaZe now doesn't get the picks when Scars is rotating away from these vertical holds, then Scars has a very, very, very good late round position to play off.
Yeah, and Scars are playing off-site. The whole point is you give up, you put a little bit of pressure for the verticality, but it's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to hold the site from all the areas adjacent to it. So from VIP, from inside of Bakery, because you don't want to give any kills away from that vertical angle. Now that the shield's been dealt with, it does make VIP a little bit more difficult if you start seeing some utility being dumped that way. And as you can see, Corey, they've got plenty of flash grenades to work with. They can just leave it. But the one benefit is Fishlake is Warden, so he's got the perfect counter for it.
With a shotgun as well, he's the best close quarter combat guy you can have over there. And I mean, we see it with FaZe. They're currently unsure what to do. They're trying to, I like to say this, fish for kills. We're having everyone on stairs now. They try to decide they'd go around for Bakery, but you're literally pushing into Tayu and Rek, which are finding the kills in Cyber and Souls. And it's suddenly a 4 versus 1 situation again, because the explosive execute from FaZe or the desperate execute from FaZe simply doesn't work. Scars was ready.
I love it. I absolutely love this. They've got the angle as well for the push down red. As soon as this player gets killed, the peek should come from Whiskey.
Doesn't even get him.
Fishlake is going to get... You said that FaZe were fishing for kills, but the fish they got ain't the one that they wanted. And Scars take another round. And look at this now. We're at 4-4.
It's beautiful siege on top of it. Scars is ready for everything. The trades and the risks they are taking are always paying off. You're trading a Solus for a Sledge, which is the best trade you could literally take in this situation. You're losing a Roma for a soft breacher, which FaZe desperately needed. FaZe didn't have any time anymore, and the goal for the Bakery was a desperate goal because they knew, okay, we have flashbangs to clear the Warden. Doesn't work. We can try to clear him out with a gun. He has a shotgun. High risk, it's probably not going to work. We can't really take a VIP or code check and rush through that. That's not going to work. The only solution we have left is try to surprise them over Bakery. And Scars was so ready for that. It's beautiful what we're seeing from them. Them not giving them any picks on the vertical. And I'm very, very surprised with this lineup we're having right here.
Genuine question. So obviously we had the regional change last year where we saw APAC break into multiple different regions. Are we starting to see a little bit of a bend from that? Like you've seen PSG Talent perform at an international event. Bliss obviously look great now with Titan coming in as their head coach. Well, it should add something to them. Do you feel like the changes of the region is making APAC that a little bit stronger? Now, I'm not saying they're on level. They're they're still not on the level of EU, NA, Brazil, but they definitely seem to be a lot better than they were a few years ago.
100%, because you need to imagine the quality of scrims in Europe is okay, but it's not good. Because you don't have enough teams which really want to win and which have the knowledge it takes for you to improve as well. But with all these teams going to APAC, improving and showing what they can and bringing these European or these international threats, I'm going to call it, not only European, with this, Scars is also getting better scrims. With this, Scars has the possibility to improve constantly. And I mean, it's only that with Fnatic back then, who flew out 2 weeks before the event to literally scrim in Europe, so they say they can get some practice. And I think it's the best that can happen for APAC. And I mean, we see it over here. Beautiful siege, beautiful adaptations, a super good read, innovative strats. And apparently they've done their prep work on FaZe as well, because they know how FaZe is attacking. I can't imagine them just taking these risks out of the blue. And it's just, in my opinion, very, very good game for APAC right here.
And I love the setup that we have in this position too, with the Kiba barriers in the castle, so you can keep a player inside of Humidor and Cigar, so you can't really drop Red Hatch, particularly if the player in Humidor's got the C4, but it's a change of location here. Cyber will drop the other hatch, he gets one, Souls will find Nina as well, and as great as the hold was, it's been torn apart by the firepower from FaZe. There's a great kill from Teu on the Souls, but still, you look at the positioning of the last two defenders, there's nothing they can do. Cyber will find Teu. Azami is all by herself. The flash grenades are there. They clearly have a good idea of where Azami is. This will be a hero play and a half if they find it. There's the swing. He's not even going to get one. Handy will win that one out in FaZe, retake the lead.
Talking about reads of the game, this was beautifully done by FaZe. They saw, okay, you know what, these guys have played with so many games and have literally played against us. On this side, you can't play against any team. You need to hold literally the entire map to be able to control it. And that's where FaZe was like, all right, you know what, they need to hold the entire map. We will see what happens, pillars. We will see what to take. But you see, even though they won that round, they are unsure on how to respond to Scars. They're taking another timeout because they're like, okay, boys, our other attacks aren't working. What can we do? And this is where the coach comes in and tells them, literally hold him.
Do you think that that was the reason that was the easiest round for FaZe so far, though, was because it's the most standard setup that we've seen from Scars so far? Like, it's something that FaZe are going to scrim against all the time. It's a more common setup, so FaZe are like, yeah, well, we know exactly what to do here.
Definitely, 100%. I'm very, very sure if they would have gone the other double spot again, and they would have played with the mute top floor, would have had the bathroom muted off and castled off, then that would have given FaZe a way harder time. And I think, in my opinion, if Scars now realizes, okay, they talked about us, they read about us, try to swap the playstyle. Try to not be that aggressive in their face. Try to play one round super, super passive, see how they react to you, and see where you can retake. Because we've seen how FaZe struggles with these executes. Let them execute. Try to let them execute, especially at the top floor. If you're able to hold your ground, you're not going to give them the position to plant, and you will give them a rough time. So I'm very interested whether we see Scars go super, super aggressive now as a response, or super passive now as a response. But I hope they do something, because just playing the same way and having the same defense is not going to work if the coach read their strat well.
And the funny thing is, when you look at the stat lines at this point in the game as well, it's 5-4. Like, Handy's 12 and 6, Cyber's 8 and 7. Everyone else on FaZe is, you know, 3 kills or less. And you look at Scars, it's almost the same situation. Taeyu and Nina and Rek are having a great game, and Fishlike and Washoy. Alright, so it's almost as if nobody's really getting the upper hand in this matchup, and apart from those 2 or 3 players that are picking up tons of kills, it really is a slog match between these two teams.
It's a hero play match. You see, like, Nina, for example, jumping out and going for these early picks. He's just trying to trade. He's just trying to throw FaZe off guard. We see it. He's going for spawn peaks. He's going for jump outs. And look at FaZe. Look at Cyber. He's holding it. He's like, okay, this guy might re-peek it. He literally considers him a madman with the play. He's responding to his plays. But Scars has the upper hand simply because their hero plays were more coordinated as a team than FaZe's, because FaZe's relied on the solo clutch play rather than Scars.
So now IQ can get tons of information from up on top of the roof. So you'll spot out where all those valve cams are. You know, you get information on the cap cans, which can be really problematic when you go for those executes. This is where IQ is going to get a ton of value for the side. But I've seen it before, where IQ is going to point out all these things early on in the round, but because it's so early, if this round goes on to like there's 30, 40 seconds left, people might start forgetting about these things, particularly the cap cans.
It also stresses the communication. You can ping these Valkyrie cams, but like I said, he pinged the Valkyrie cam on Red Stairs for the 3rd time now, whilst the rest of the team is still trying to clear Piano. They're trying to clear Washoy, which they've done beautifully now, because Vita King was holding it whilst Nate was denying the keeper barriers. But the thing to me is, this Capcan pick is beautiful. You're stressing out your enemy with your playstyle, and you're giving him more things to worry about. Even if the IQ denies the Capcan traps, if someone doesn't listen in a second, he might still double check things, and he might still be stressed out by the call Capcan yet alone.
Best thing is as well, once you've got your traps down prep phase, all you got to focus on is being a gun and feeding information as well. So I think for Rek now, particularly going 8 and 5, be very problematic for the team. There's an opportunity for a kill, but great shot. Souls will get a trade, but Fishlike will take down Cyber. So there's a big pick on the side. Rek gets another one. We're back to a 3v3, but he's going to get caught on the reload as Handy will explode now down the white corridor. But there's still presence in and around the site. DMR, and this is the big thing, Brazil play on LAN. That DMR on 0 ping is a different beast. All Scar's got to do is another player caught using utility or reloading, walking up the hall. Handy gets it. Fishlike in a 3 versus 1. Well, there's the one. There's a swing coming. And there, look, that was a great cross. FaZe were going to push him. They weren't trying to plant. They wanted the kill because the player was cornered.
And FaZe finally read it. You talked about the reflex on attack, and we saw it over here. We saw the guy, the mute, running around the white hallway, finally getting caught off guard. We saw the Valkyrie getting caught off guard. And this is the risk with Scar's game playstyle. Is like, okay, you're trying to use these gaps of FaZe, you're trying to catch them off guard, and obviously it's working. It's stressing FaZe out and it's scaring them. But if you're moving too much, you're always in the chance of getting caught. And there are so many windows and so many angles you can get caught off guard. And this as well. This is a gunfight. This is a same thing here. These are gunfights you're not supposed to win. And if Capcan would have had a little bit more patience, a little bit more experience of the situation, and wouldn't have pushed after that, the round might have looked different. But yet again, not very good from Scars. We've seen better rounds before, and over here we've seen a perfect read from FaZe.
But is it that mindset you get when you get a kill that you shouldn't, where you feel invincible for a few seconds and, you know, the heart rate is going, and instead of calming down and slowing, you want to just keep carrying on to get more kills?
100%. I mean, definitely with Rek and with the way Scars is playing, with the mood and the vibes they are bringing, you sometimes start to not take the moment as serious anymore as you should. And obviously, if you get the kill and you're in a moment where, okay, the round started bad for them, suddenly you regain the upper hand, the lead, you want to keep the momentum, you want to press onto them. And sometimes, or a lot of times actually, that might be a little too much. If you would have taken a couple steps back, chilled out, way better situation.
That is a brilliant camp from Cyber inside of Piano as well. They have no clue on the defense that it's there. With this being a heavy defensive setup where they're trying to control that section of the map, this is going to feed all the information to FaZe. And I wonder if they had the same cam in the last round where they were able to clear that Azami so easily. Could it be a case of Lightning's going to strike twice and Scars will look back at the VOD and be like, how do we not notice that cam getting above the clock?
I'm not a big fan of the information game of Scars in the last couple of rounds in general, because you're aware they're bringing the IQ. The IQ is denying all of these cams all the time, literally picking it out. I mean, we see Cyber just spend time on top of the roof. You must realize that the utility of the Valkyrie is not the best anymore. And there are so many other operators you can play, and especially if you just play for the C4 Valkyrie, then just literally take someone else. Take a Pulse maybe, he can't be denied that easily by IQ on the roof at least, not through heavy ground, hard floor, but just... This is where I said, like, it has been so innovative and so smart and beautiful before, but now they're stopping there. They're not really adapting anymore. This is where the moment of, oh, we might win, pressure them more than it does them a favor.
Yeah, it's funny. It's what we spoke about before the game even started, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. Now, it's not over yet. It is match point to FaZe Clan, but things can change pretty quickly. C4 is going to get prepped, and Fishlike will hit it. 5v4. The opening pick goes their way, but look at how quickly there's a trade. It's not the same player that got the kill, but it just goes to show that FaZe are going to try to take the ground when they can. They've got another DBNO that will get confirmed as well. They've got a lot of control on the top floor. An aggressive push from Fishlike, and he gets a second on the round. And there's blue silhouettes everywhere. There's the trade. Rek will get another trade on his side of things. But 2v2, a minute and 15 seconds to go. There's the information from the cams that we were speaking about a little bit earlier, but they can't find the kill inside of Pillar. The player flees out the door. Handy's going to take down Rek, and that is it. FaZe win a map that they were supposed to, but it was hero play after a hero play from both sides, and Handy was the star of that map.
What an absolute bloodbath, but what a beautiful, beautiful reading from FaZe over here. Like you said, Handy was definitely the star of the map. The rounds he's clutched for them have saved FaZe so badly, and I think a little bit momentum for Scars would have ended this game, or a couple of more rounds. But we saw it at the end, Scars literally running around the map, running into the hands of FaZe, as you said, and this is what they need to work on, because other than that, they can be very proud of themselves, and they haven't shown us a bad game now.
Is that the type of game that a team like FaZe Clan need at the very start of a tournament to, you know, maybe kickstart their tournament, wake them up a little bit? You know, if you're going to have a game where you're off balance, but you're still going to win, it's better for it to happen at the very start?
Personally speaking, 100%. Because you want to have these aggressive teams to really stress test you, to really stress you out. And I mean, we saw it in FaZe's playstyle. They were completely stressed. They were checking for every trap, every corner, every angle, every door. And this is what wakes you up, what makes you ready for a tournament like that.
Yeah, well, it's certainly for sure for FaZe. They get the win. They stay in the upper bracket. Scars will drop down. Corey, it was an absolute pleasure to join you in the casting booth for this one, and hopefully we get other opportunities in the future. But we're going to throw this one back to the desk so they can break down that matchup between FaZe and Scars.
Thank you very, very much. A pleasure as always, gentlemen. There we have it. FaZe Clan walk away with a victory, but I'm going to keep it real with both of you, quite frankly. I had faith. I thought Scars might have been able to do it, especially after that 4-2 half going in favor of FaZe. They eventually managed to claw back some of those rounds. My question for the both of you is, how did they start to build that momentum that we saw coming out from Scar?
I think realistically speaking, it should have been a 4-2, but for Scars. Like, there were so many rounds that they won strategically, which is something that's fun to say against a team that is known to be one of the best strategical team out of Brazil, but Scars came up with new ideas. Take a look at the amount of time where they brought a blitz, where they brought the Dokaibi to clear out the spaces, to get early on lots of control, and then really be able to convert it. That's where they liked it. Because every single time FaZe came up and just started smashing them where they would be pushing, usually they would try to get the first control, and then they would send 3 roamers up to them and dismantle that attack before it even starts. So they would get the initial control, but the retake was always on point from FaZe.
The creativity was there, and that's what we wanted to see from Scars, was just to be able to keep the game close. And I think they went above and beyond. They didn't just show that they could keep it close, but they could also surprise FaZe and surprise us watching it. And you're right, there was a lot of rounds where it looked like Scars should have been the one to win it. And then FaZe just had a big two-piece or a big round where they were able to climb some kills back and get the advantage and secure those last rounds. And that's what comes with the consistency of a veteran team. I mean, FaZe didn't really look like at any moment they were necessarily stressing. Even when the round counts were getting close, they called their timeout. Even when they won one round up at 5-4, and they were solidifying that they could win the next couple of rounds to secure it out, not give Scars any more room in this game.
Well, for Scars, I felt like, especially when it came to their attacking side, that was kind of where they started to show a little bit more promise as well. Where do you think they were finding their successes on their attacks?
Yeah, what's impressive is like their ability to find holes. Like on this the top floor attack, for example, they go for a cocktail take, they go with their errant, they go for vertical play. It's interesting, right? They got the initial control, but suddenly it becomes a 3v1 really quickly from FaZe because they realize at one point which control they're taking. And in the middle of the round, they take the decision to adapt and to flood them. And that's the biggest thing that I didn't see from Scars, is that initially their game plan is cool, it's refreshing, it's fine, but then in the middle of the round, the mid-round decision wasn't there, the awareness wasn't there. They took the control to force FaZe to attack them. They should have been aware of it and punished that.
And that was just an adaptability difference that FaZe was bringing in these games, because it looked like Scars had a lot of the early and the mid rounds to these rounds, and it just FaZe was able to calm down, understand what the win condition was each round, even if they were a man down, and focus on that, focus on the retake, focusing on retaking these positions that are key factors to securing round after round.
Yeah, I feel like especially when we take a look at the scoreboard, Handy in particular on the side of FaZe, what a force to be reckoned with.
He's always so consistent, it's impressive. Whether it's Handy on FaZe or Nate, the twin brother on W7M, or now Furia, like they're always so consistent, it's impressive. Always in the weird positions as well, like he's playing Hibana, he's playing flex support. It's always like, it reminds me of Flexing, but if Flexing could play as well in defense and in attack.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going to love that because he was definitely watching that. I mean, the round from Handy where he was inside train and he got the 4K and just got one, got two, and then just kept going and was able to get another through the floor. I mean, just beautiful placement from him.
We're taking a look at how all of our matchups have shaped up, to say the least. We've got Team Liquid versus Bliss that will be taking place, as well as W7M versus BDS. Favorite out of these two?
Liquid, and I'd have to go with BDS probably.
Honestly, like these two semifinals are really good. Really good. Like BDS W7M is going to be a real test for BDS, and Bliss Liquid is going to be a real test for how much Bliss has improved through all of these events. Lots of teams have been sleeping on them because they're coming from Australia, but let's be real with this. Like they've been improving every single event, and now they've got Titan with them, previous coach for G2, which might help them break that ceiling.
And then as we take a look at our lower bracket, we've got SSG versus Team Cruelty and Luminosity versus Talon. Of course, they will be best of threes as well. This is where the bread and butter, the meat of, as it were, would be placed in EWC as well. So out of these two series, let me know who your faves are.
The Luminosity Talon game is one to keep your eye on, especially since Fabian coaching Talon, he loves going up against the North American teams. And in their previous game today, I heard Fabian in the arena screaming at his team saying, "What's going on? How could we be losing so sloppy?" So having the ability to make things okay by beating on a North American team that it's also their first event, I think Fabian's going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and I think looking now at the upper bracket, on the other side, no big surprise either. Dark Zero Furia, two heavy favorites, beating everyone in quarterfinals and facing in semis. It's going to be a great match. The second one, though, Bleed beating Wolves, that could be a bit of an upset. I was expecting more for Wolves. I think they were coming in as a third seed in Europe and much better.
Absolutely.
Now they're ended up in the lower brackets already. To be fair, they have two young players. It's their first international play. It's also maybe the reason why. If Scars plays the same way they've played against FaZe versus Wolves, I don't think Wolves has nearly as much awareness and capability to adapt mid-round the same way FaZe did, and Scars can probably throw them off a lot.
Absolutely. I think Scars really came today impressing us, and from what we saw, we put more stock into them, whereas Wolves, completely unexpected to me. I did not think that they were going to go down to Bleed, especially with how rocky Bleed has looked. If you spoke to any of the Bleed members beforehand, they were just saying, "We're just happy to be here. We're treating it like a vacation."
They always don't play everything.
No,
That's
I know,
the Bleed
but
guys.
I feel like they really meant it this time. I did not think that they felt confident going into that game against Wolves, and I'm sure they're happy with that result.
Well, what about for ITB? We saw them a little bit earlier on. What do we think of them?
2 still wild cards. I think ITB showed like they were on the right track. GK, I think it's still taking them a little bit more time to get comfortable to the international play. So it'll be just little hiccups who can, you know, sort it out in the moment.
Yeah, ITB definitely is the favorite for this one for sure. And they had a decent play also, a decent play style versus Furia. They showed great style and played very well, I think. Although they lost, they looked really promising. For LG versus Talon, I think this is the perfect, like you said, it's a perfect occasion for Talon to gain more momentum and confidence by beating a North American team. Both of these teams have looked way weaker than we expected them to.
Yes.
I expected them to be weaker compared to the other teams, but not that weak. I think it was really one-sided, the matchups that they played.
Absolutely. From knowing the Luminosity guys, they came into this event very confident. They thought they were actually going to sweep Bliss. So getting this confidence hit and now going up against Town, both teams expecting to do a lot better than they did. Now they're kind of both in a difficult spot, back together against the wall. The pressure is on them, and usually pressure makes diamond, so we'll have to see if...
It's the weird thing, because on one hand, Talon wants to prove that Manchester wasn't a fluke. They want to prove that they can perform at international play consistently, and for LG, they want to prove that they can perform internationally at all. It's the first time.
I know the classic excuse, though, is best of ones is maybe why they're looking incredibly weak. Do we still think that's going to be carrying over?
One of them won't have that excuse because one of them will lose a BO3.
Exactly.
That's a big thing.
I would also say I think the same argument goes for Luminosity, that they want to show that it wasn't just a fluke, that they made it to this first event with this roster to be able to confirm themselves as like a top 3, top 4 North American team.
All right, well, boys, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. We'll be back very shortly with our best of 3. Super excited for this one.
us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
The difference between being a player and a coach is quite simple, because the hours you spend as a player are a lot more. The stress you're feeling is so much higher because you have to go on stage and compete. As a coach, it's actually quite relaxed, I'll say, because what you do is a lot of the time you just shift responsibility over to the players, like tell them what to do, guide them on their journey, rather than to just fully say, this is how I want it to be done. You kind of have to move things over to them, because if they keep each other responsible, I don't have to. They're making my job for me. In the end, I just turn into a babysitter, which makes my life really, really easy. And all I have to do is basically just teach them step by step how to behave and how to act in a team and create a good team environment. Because I think team environment in esports is so important that if you create a good one, the team runs itself. I don't know if I've had to make a mind shift change. I run the team exactly the same way I did as a captain, like I do as a coach. I don't think there's any difference. Now it's just that instead of being in a player position, I'm in a coach position. To win a major tournament as a player compared to a coach, it's so much more a relief as a coach, because it means that you've put the team together and made sure that they can do it. And as a player, it's just excitement and you're super happy about it. I think the difference after Manchester and realizing how it is to work in APAC, the big change you have to make is understanding the culture of the players that you're working with. European players, they have a different mindset than all of the APAC players. In APAC, you kind of just listen and follow and do as you're told, but in Europe, they challenge you. And that's actually something I'm trying to make my players do, which is completely against what they believe in, but they need to challenge me on my ideas. If I bring up a bad idea, don't just accept it because I'm the one saying it. Challenge me, break my ideas apart, and that's how you then build them to understanding their opponents, but also understanding themselves, because they will always continuously look, how can we improve? And if you just listen, you just follow the paper and you do nothing more, and you never get anywhere. And I think we proved in Manchester that we're a team that can learn, because you wouldn't get to the top and play against the best teams in the world like we did. We played seed 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the tournament, and we still beat 2 of them. We wouldn't have done that if they hadn't learned. The language barrier is something that's going to take a long time to overcome. The players, they're learning English. I'm not learning a word of Korean. I'm studying Polish, so it's not going to be another third language for me to study at the same time. So the language barrier is just, we have a translator. He does most of the translation for us. Then 3 players, they do speak and understand English, but maybe not to the level of fluency.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back, everybody. It is now or never for many of our teams here at the Esports World Cup as we get down to business. It is elimination games, and it's going to be LG versus Talon. It's going to be a spicy matchup. I'm joined alongside Corey and Alfama this time around. Corey, voice of an angel. Beautiful casting we saw from you coming out earlier. So talk to me about how you feel that EWC has been shaping up so far.
Honestly, incredible. I mean, we've seen, talking about the game before, we've seen a Scars who has shown up an incredible siege, beautiful siege, something I didn't expect. And in general, the APAC region has improved a lot. And I think Talon especially are one of the teams we can expect a little bit more. And also a lot of people expect a little bit more than off of Scars. We've seen Talon at Manchester show us that they can pick down these big names. They can be very good at the game and they can show us what they got. Now they got 2 roster changes. Might be even better. Might have a lot of expectations on them.
All right, there's definitely the weight of the world on every single one of these players' shoulders, especially when it comes to our STC play predictions. Go ahead, cast your vote. Let us know which of these 2 teams you are cheering for. Is it going to be LG or is it going to be Talon? Alfama, which one are you rooting for?
I think for the upset potential and for the storyline, I'm expecting and I want Talon to win. Technically, because
I wish you kept that same energy when it came to Scars, just saying, but continue.
Actually, I was a believer in the rounds because I thought strategically they were winning, and I think that Talon can do the same thing against this NA team in Luminosity, because I don't think Luminosity is nowhere near as good as the other NA team right now in this event. Looking at Talon right now, they're looking to prove that it wasn't a fluke for Manchester, you know what I mean? Like, they are able to improve. On Luminosity side, it's not the same story. They qualified using Esports World Cup qualifiers through what, 5 game days? That's the biggest story for me, is that they qualified by being the best at that moment. Were they really the best out of NA consistently? They still have to prove it. And technically against Bliss, they haven't proved it. And Bliss, once again, proved that APAC is improving.
Yeah, I think especially for the side of LG, having recently had Surf joining them this very month as well, heading into those qualifiers with a brand new player as well. What do you make of that? Is it pure luck or is it, what is it?
I think it's a honeymoon period, basically, and having a new player settle in, trying to figure out things. Teams that have adapted to you previously now need to find maybe a new playstyle. I think it's very rough for them to handle you, and I think, like, respect to them to qualify, and especially taking down teams such as SSG. But we've seen SSG shaky against aggression over here as well. And one thing I'd like to highlight is we have Luminosity Gaming. This is not only for all of them their first LAN event, this is also their first international event. Whilst Talon have been at the international stage, they've been at the LAN stage, they've added Yas, who's seen many events and has been at major semifinals, and they have Fabian in the back of them as a coaching staff. Who better could you have? He's won 6 invitationals, he's won majors, he knows how to handle these players, and Talon, in my opinion, is one of these like underdog. Well, they are not the underdog anymore, but one of the teams a lot of people consider weak, which we just simply shouldn't do. Whilst Luminosity is here to prove, hey, we are not only here because of luck, we are here because we are good. So Luminosity definitely has way more to prove than Talon.
Well, I mean, when taking a closer look at their opposition of Talon, they've undergone some of their own recent roster changes as well. What kind of impact do we think that's going to have?
I think their core in Misa, Ryder and Soldier were really strong. I think they really showed up in Manchester. They really surprised everyone. And after that amazing run, I think Fabian understood that he needed roster changes because 2 of the players who may have dropped significantly in terms of statistics were underperforming. He thought maybe they could not break their ceiling instantly and would rather go a different route. And the route he took was actually really interesting. On one hand, you get Rheumatic, that's amazing rookie player that you spot during trials, that you scout in ranks in Korea, that has a lot of mechanical skill and that you can frame and model into a really good player that can buy into your system. And at the other hand, they have Yas, historically and in my opinion, the best Rainbow Six Korean player of the world. Out of everywhere. I think he was the one that was the one carrying Damwon in their prime era. He was the one that really was dropping a lot of numbers in that one semi-final versus FaZe where everybody thought they would go to a major grand finals. It was, I think, the most consistent player out of Korea through these years. So overall, they're looking much better, though they took a step back by creating this roster change, and that's always, can be a difference maker in your map pool or in your synergy.
All right, I'm liking the fact, though, that you mentioned that for Luminosity, it might be a little bit of a honeymoon period for them. Most people would counter-argue and say, heading into a tournament, recent roster change, you should be performing worse. You should be looking your worst, not necessarily a honeymoon period heading into this.
I think if you've, I mean, mostly Surf was an upgrade for them. They all are very inexperienced. They're new to these type of events, and Surf was the only player who has played in A-League before on multiple teams, gathered all these experiences. So I think no matter who you get in, as long as he's experienced and skilled individually, he will be an upgrade that boosts you and gives you a honeymoon, especially if you have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Luminosity is one of the teams that they risk it. They will risk it. They need to prove themselves. They need to show, hey, we are here, we can win, don't underestimate us. And then picking up a player who has more experience obviously is always a win to you, in my opinion.
How much do we think this is going to be weighted on the veto process, though?
That's a good question. To be honest, I'm trusting Fabian with this one. In terms of experience, I think he's fine. Like, he understands really well. I don't know how many map vetoes he's done as a player, as a coach. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the veto going their way. Also because they've had more time as a team, I believe. So overall, they also had a really strong map pool. And okay, Skyscraper Peak is an interesting pick. Really strong map for both teams. Yep. Actually, Luminosity won it twice versus M80 and SSG in an A. Strong map for them. But also one that we saw in Manchester from Talon, where they were really able to upset. Clubhouse, now this is Talon's home. This is Talon's home. They are undefeated on it, 6-win streak. So really strong map.
6-win streak, how many of those were against international teams?
Now, this is a very good question, because that's the point. They got a 6-win streak, but only in Korea. Never played it internationally, at least not recently. So it leaves the decider to see exactly. I think the decider is a little bit favorable for Talon, not necessarily Baller a good team for Luminosity. I don't think so, at least not recently.
All right, well, really quick from the two of you, prediction, who's going to win?
Talon. I'm going for it.
Yeah, you're asking Europeans that look up to Fabian who's going to win. It's going to be Talon.
Long live APAC.
Exactly.
Well, you know what, Gibson, whip it, let me know. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Talon or is it going to be LG?
Well, this is going to be a fun one for sure. Whip it, you've got one of the most iconic names in all of Siege in charge of PSG, taking on a very young LG side. But the most important thing in this matchup, Whip it, is both these teams have keys going into this one. At the end of this best of three, somebody's key is going into the press, and they will be getting ready to pack their bags to go home because they will be getting no further in this event.
Yes, it's going to be almost sad to say on the opening day we can lose one of these teams. And for North America, of course, there's going to be a lot of expectations for this side. Luminosity, you know, they get that spot from the qualifiers against big names like, for example, M80. Now, obviously, that's a team people definitely have strong opinions on either way. But they got here, they beat the competition to be here. And I'll look at from what I saw from Luminosity, the game against Bliss was let's say a strong performance from Bliss in that matchup. Now they're in the lower bracket best of three against Talon, a side that is got a lot of expectation, a lot of hype after what we saw from the Manchester Major.
Yeah, they're a team with a lot of hype, but I think it comes from the crew behind it too. You know, when you have an assistant coach in Pengu, when you've got Fabian as the head coach, when you've got some of the best players that have ever come out of Korea, there is expectations. Now, the funny thing about that team is everyone involved were playing down their chances all year long.
You love this little conspiracy, don't you?
I'm nearly sure that they were quietly confident they were much better than they were. You know, you'd hear Pengu and Fabian talking like, oh, I don't think we're going to beat out the rest of the teams in Korea. Oh, if we do qualify for Manchester, it'll just be good to get some scrims in against some of the best teams in the world, but we're going to get grouped, but we'll go home with that experience. They didn't do any of those things. They have been brilliant since they've qualified for this event as well. They made roster changes despite having been so successful. And I feel like this is a team that people shouldn't be sleeping on.
No, I mean here's the thing, right? A lot of team people are going to carry on the expectation of what we saw from this side when we watched them in the Manchester Major. Again, you know, they made it. They were like a best of three away from making it on towards that main stage. They almost made it all the way to that moment in front of the fans in the UK. They couldn't quite get that done, but they've made 2 roster changes for coming this in, a newcomer and a veteran in Yas stepping into this team. But the big thing, and I think everyone's going to be watching it, and I think, let's be fair, if you're in the European audience in that time zone, you're watching it for the man standing behind that team. It's going to be Fabian. There's a massive input looking. Again, there he is. You know, we can see him on our screen. There he is. You're looking at this going, the guy who has won the most hammers. He's done it as a player, as a coach. You know, he got G2 to their last kind of gasp of glory before whatever this roster's done. And, you know, that's why a lot of people are watching it, and I'm really excited to see what he can do behind this team stepping into it. But Luminosity, a lot of pressure on their shoulders now. They don't want to go home early. They were confident coming into this event. They felt they were going to be able to have a strong showing against Bliss. Didn't go their way. Now it's recovery time.
Well, in Tier 1, they give off that new kids on the block vibe, right? It's a very young side. They're very vocal. They're very confident in social media. You know, when they talk in public, they always big up their chances. They kind of lived off that underdog tag quite a bit, where they thought to themselves, you know, you think we're not great, we know we're good. But they find themselves in this matchup. Now, there is undoubtedly tons of talent on this roster, but there is nobody there with tons of experience. And straight off the bat,
that's true.
Speaking of those, experience, look what's happened.
And so immediately what we saw is the 2 can openers are going to be basically null and void, as auto canister and combination with that. Okay, whoever this is, asleep at the wheel, and that's a freebie. Right, Rubitic takes that one for free. Opening pick for Talon. Surf, just not aware, couldn't hear that, and that's going to be a freebie. No claim or no cover, no potential for that trade, so Talon get the opening pick on the defense here on Skyscraper, absolutely free, and Luminosity now have to work from that disadvantage position against Misa on a clash as well, so you have that massive delay. We'll talk about the bans quickly while we have this downtime. It's going to be a Dokkaebi, Azami, Bandit, and Monty coming out, and you might look at this initially and go, Bandit's not a common one. Not too uncommon to see Talon do this on Skyscraper.
Yeah, it's not uncommon at all. Look, I think it's a pretty effective ban from them. But we'll get underway. You're seeing Sens use the utility to try to force their way through to blind that Mira to allow you to take some ground. Glaz will walk right up behind it, spots the silhouette, and oh no, Rubitic gets the second kill of the round for himself and for Talon. And for Luminosity, it was a great idea, the way they tried to clear that Mira window, but they lost their chance. Ryder will find another kill. Kixro finally will trade one back, but it's a 4 versus 2, and it's been an excellent start. And when Clash is still on the board, it's so oppressive.
I mean, we're going a second now for the player on Sens. This is going to be a bit issue now, though. You don't have the firepower to deal with that and the crossfires there. But I will actually draw quickly, before we do lose visual of it, it's going to be the lineup that we saw from the offense of Luminosity. It was going to be a Ying, Sens, Grim, Glaz. Very aggressive lineup that they wanted to implement. And it's fallen a little bit flat, and Talon just being able to get their opening pick and hold it from here. And this is what I like from this side of Talon. You know, you think about past iterations of teams from South Korea, they'd be super aggressive in this moment. They would be trying to get that final kill at every measure. There's no more troll time. Fabian has said, no, win the round, get that advantage, and you know, it might be boring, there might be 30 seconds of just waiting for the inevitable, but it's going to not risk that lose, so a very good risk mitigation and a good improvement that we're seeing from Talon.
Yeah, I think that Fabian will be very happy with what he's seen in this first round, but he will want to see it finish out for them. There's always a chance. Wi-Fi down to 25 HP, though you can see he's taking 5 damage a second. This is not looking great. 19 left on the clock. It'll be Talon taking the first round in this one as Misa gets it with the clash. But again, this is Luminosity. It's tons of talent, so much potential, but they don't have the old head, the experienced head that can go, okay, this isn't working, we're going to change things up. Let's not forget, they beat some very good teams on the qualification path for this event as well, and they deserve to be here, but they certainly don't want their time here to end in day one.
No, I mean, no one wants it to end at day one. Of course, you know, we have to talk about it.
The viewers do with us on the
Of course, yeah, they probably got a bit of relief. Corey was on the mic on the side. Don't know who that was. Whoever, if you heard that roar of players behind us, that was definitely loud from our perspective. But of course, you mentioned that, you know, we saw during the qualifier for EWC that we got victories. Actually, looking up ahead of me here over M80 and SSG, who are also here. Karn and Co as well fell victim to the run in this qualifier. So a big run from a lot of spots. And when you beat teams like this, high notoriety like SSG, you know, like M80, you're going to get a little bit of a target on your head for being the team in that spot. And I have to say, I want to see Luminosity find some success here, and hopefully they can get that one done. I believe this was their map choice as well, considering the clubhouse is where literally Talon live. They're on that massive streak regionally for it, so Luminosity want to see things from them. It does lean towards the defense-favoured map, so expect Luminosity to get 2-3 rounds max here on their offense, and then come into life later on the second half after we've seen that first 6 rounds played.
I've just been told who that big roar was.
Who was it?
It was the Fresh and Friends rank stack. That's what it was.
Of course it was.
Fresh used cap can, of course, but it's
such a niche one to bring up in this game.
I mean, for people who don't know, if they ever watch qualifiers for other events, Fresh dominated Wolves. I'm just going to put that out there.
And you're saying that because Wolves lost on the other side of the matchup, of course.
Exactly. Everything comes full circle, right? But we're into round 2. Again, we're seeing the can openers being utilized here, both of them to open up that Geisha wall, which they will do, which makes that position a little bit more difficult to play. So a better start to the round for Luminosity and the team that they have. Now, the lineup with it, you've got Deimos, they can activate that Death Mark to initiate 1v1 mode. The Capital was great at clearing space and creating space. but Osta's in place. Oh, never mind.
Okay,
never
so
mind.
what? Oh, right, Soldier has just found 2 with the shotgun. What does that come from? Luminosity yet again. First pick's going to go against them. Talon in a great position now. This is going to be the question. How do Talon deal with this early round advantage? Look how much time there is to work with. Oh, that's great from Wi-Fi. Finds Rumatic down below. Use that information perfectly. And that's going to be 1 back at least. And that's where, of course, that shotgun arrived. All the way on that staircase. And patience is going to be a virtue. And that's exactly what we see. Wi-Fi waits till that ping goes out. Soldier gets too aggressive and loses that fight. Luminosity, just like that, back in the round.
Yeah, big chance now, but you can see the smoke being used to buy time. Ryder will take down Wi-Fi, though, as we go back to a 3 versus 2. So, PSG Talon staying ahead in the numbers game. Now, there is a lot of information here for Luminosity. They've got the right operators to buy space, and getting that kill on the stairs allows Osta to begin pushing in now without worrying about the player on that shotgun.
Osa will use this as an incremental approach as well, being able to pick those shields up and swap them out and get more progression in towards that site, repelling all the way. There'll be a sound cue, they'll know what's coming out, but these smoke canisters will choke this one out. The Valkyrie camera gets that information. Surf does get one. Yas off the board. Luminosity in a good position to get this round. 45 seconds in the patience game. Talon, an area that they've needed to work on for a long, long time, is being patient in these moments. That's what they're doing. They don't peek out, they can't lose. They can't lose these gunfights. They don't take them, and Luminosity will try and take one. Misa finds Eddie, leaving us all down to a 2 versus 1. Surf, that power, 308 in his hands of Capital. What can he find? 25 seconds. Looking for something. An act of desperation, creeping below these head holes on that main wall. Gets caught, compromised, and peeked out by Ryder. Talon finding 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's an excellent start for the side. Now, remember, this is the opening map. It's on defense. A team taking a 2-0 lead here is no surprise whatsoever. But it's the structure that we're seeing so far. The kills, the double kill in that round was huge from Soldier as he was able to take that spot away. But for Luminosity, we're seeing some nice things in when it comes to just straight-up gunfights. They're very good at these straight-up 1v1s.
That's going to be where I'm going to say that Luminosity really have to draw from. Okay, so first of all, storyline for this team is they've been playing inside of like kind of a tier 2 team, got their opportunity to go all the way up to tier 1, and they have that chemistry, they have that cohesion. They're all very talented players, and mechanics are going to be what they need to rely on here. The inexperience is going to be a massive factor for this. You know, it's a side that's not attended international events. It's an organization. You know, Luminosity have not been in an international event for a very, very long time, several years since they've been there. So for them, it's about playing to what their strengths are. And I think they need to try and make this a scrappy matchup, which is easier said than done when you're up against Talon, who have become more and more regimented over time.
It's actually scary, though, how quickly just bringing Fabian as a head coach has turned this team into a team that's beating D+, that's qualifying out of that region. Like, it's scary that, you know, the impact that he's had in such a short period of time by implementing basics. Like, that was probably the key thing when he came in, was the basics. Do the basics right, and you will be difficult to beat, and you will beat teams. Any team that's worse than you, if you do the basics right, you will always beat them.
Trying to get that autograph, giving them all that praise. I know what you're trying to do there.
Nah. Nah. You're the one that was the G2 fan in the glory days.
Very keyword was now. Liquid all the way.
But honestly, for Luminosity, this is a big round, right? You don't want to let Talon go 3-0 up. You're on your attack. This is theme. This is a map where you can get success on the attacks, especially when you're pushing towards the kitchen side. One of the things I think will be key for them is establishing a little bit of verticality. Again, we're seeing Deimos be picked again. We're seeing Ying, but we need some impact from the Candels. Now, this player in particular, Ryder inside of Geisha, is the perfect player to be targeting with those Candelas. Push in, clear the 6 map, take control of the hatch, and see how Talon react.
Eddie actually doesn't decide to commit to that. Retreats off that position, repels back down, wants to get some pressure on Kitchen. If he repels up, he's in danger of that Nitro Cell that's primed and ready. Bravo drone's caught and compromised, and this is what I want to talk about. Silent on that Deimos. Death mark's been sent out, trying to get that information. Has that 44 Vendetta in his hand and needs to make an impact, and well, can't false flat route and gets the opening pick. And Talon, yet again, 3 rounds consecutively, get the opening kill, and that's going to be a problem now for Luminosity. They need to rely on that bounce back, and it's much easier said than done. First set of Candelas go out to try and blind this pressure inside of Geisha, as C4 tossed out as a precautionary tail to try and stop that aggression, and it does so. He retreats all the way. But look at this. Jackal creeping up from Drum Hallway. Do they know?
They need the next pick, but Kixro will get it, so it's a 4v4. But Misa's there instantly to trade it back. Rumatic gets another in what's been a great game so far. A triple. Soldier will close it out, and Talon 3-0 up. Now, I've seen this team. I've always been impressed by the players like Misa. But what a start Rumatic has had to the series.
Rumatic, I mean, that rookie player coming in, that new blood to this roster, and so far proving that it'd be a very invaluable asset. And Luminosity have called their tactical timeout. And you know what, Gibby? I think this is the right time to do it. These 3 rounds, I'm going to speak candidly, have been pretty rough. It's been basically all Talon so far. That's everything they've done. Luminosity, 3 rounds in, you've got time to make changes, so make them fast. And as they move into this next round, this is going to be very critical for them to convert that timeout into a victory.
But Talon are playing well.
Yeah,
like,
they are. I mean, of course.
It's not a case that LG are doing really silly things and throwing it away. No, just Talon are playing some very good Siege right now, particularly on the defense. And did I hear the desk say in the pregame that Rumatic was found and ranked?
Gibby, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how much of the desk you heard. You were stood yapping in the middle of the studio, the Fox.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I heard them say they found him in rank. Now, I'm not saying this is true. I could be completely misquoting this, but it would explain a lot as to why I've never been picked up.
The grin you just popped about, I can't handle that one. Yeah, of course you've not been picked up. 0.4 demon in the trenches.
LFT.
Had enough of me already.
Yeah. But as we move into this one, I think for Luminosity, they gotta use that timeout to talk. Like, I was talking to Corey about it. In the last game, we saw the players doing most of the talking about what's going wrong. This time around for Luminosity, it was the coach talking about all the, maybe what he's seen that they're doing wrong. I feel like the lineups that they're taking are good if they're able to get that opening pick. But the problem is, they're not getting the benefit out of the utility. Like, when have you seen Deimos get value? You've not seen the Candela causing as much chaos as they would like either.
One thing I'm going to look at this, Luminosity so far are playing very separate from each other. And Talon have played fantastic around the trading. Gibbs is throwing me off behind the camera here. It's a nightmare dealing with him. But right, Talon have been playing very close-knit Siege. They've been playing for the trades. They've been playing a very fundamental game. Luminosity have been trying, I feel like they're playing a little bit more individualistic. They're trying to poke around the map and look for a weakness all by themselves, and they've not had that trade potential. And Talon getting the opening pick time and time again isn't being punished, or at least neutralized by the fact that Luminosity can trade it. So if Talon get that opening pick, they can run away and manage the game from an early stage. EMP just go out and well, much more effective than what we saw in the first round.
Yeah, this is where everything kind of went wrong in the first round when it got tricked on that wall. But once you get that wall open, it means that you close off or rotate for the defenders. You can't rotate through Shrine, down through Dragon, back in towards site without worrying about players on the balcony hold it. So Luminosity doing a much better job of putting themselves in positions where they can take advantage of the defenders. You can see the defensive silhouettes, though they're still playing very aggressive on the side of PSG Talon with their defense, with how far they've extended out across this map. Like, there's a minute and 10 seconds gone, and they're still battling on the opposite side of the top floor.
Much better round from Luminosity. They've got significant amounts of map control, can put the site under pressure and beginning to force Talon to fall back from these key positions. So I like this from them. The cutoffs are being held to deny that rotation, but that hatch in Geisha allows that rotation from Kitchen. So again, great setup from Luminosity. Talon had the map ready for it, so they've rotated away. And what we see now is this has been neutralized. That roam presence from Talon is now no longer, it's null and void. Luminosity now need to spot that and take full advantage of it. And they might be able to do so here in Shrine. Bees go out, the hives are launched behind Statue, looking to find something. And well, Candelas go out as well. Luminosity are beginning to poise and posture up for that execution out towards site.
Yeah, they know where the Valcam is too, so when you push in, that you've got to win that gunfight. But look at the aggression. They've taken full control now of Dragon. There's 55 seconds on the clock that they're able to work with. But look at those defensive positions again. Heads revealed, but beautiful shot from Misa as he finds one. There's 2 players, 1 prone with it as they hold that angle on the Dragon.
Misa with a 1x as well, finding that long distance shot. 40 seconds, Luminosity yet again, 1 player down. 4 rounds in a row, they've lost the opening pick, but Wi-Fi finds that trade. That's what they need. Rumatic gets in the action, Silence next to go. Candelas go out, and Luminosity need to make this one stick. This is their execution. They've got no other opportunity, so they dive on into sight. Can PSG Talon cope with it? Yes, they can. Misa finding 2. 20 seconds, pressure on the backs of Luminosity. Surf and Eddie, last 2 standing. Talon though, patient, waiting, trying to wait and bait out a mistake. An aggressive peek, but oh, smoke, no! A must-win fight, but he gets one on the rider. An opportunity, but only 7 seconds to work with, and I don't know what's going on. We lost our feed for a second. There it is. So 000's happened, and I believe server crash. Maybe.
If you're honestly, if you're LG, you might be a bit annoyed about that because there was definitely a chance to win that round. If you're Misa, you're like, I just got 2 ratty plays prone on the ground and they've been taken away from me as well.
Someone just won a round.
Fresh again.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay, so what we've just seen is on an unfortunate server crash, so as we wait for things to get figured out on that side of stuff, let's just talk about the fact that Luminosity, 4 rounds in a row, they've lost that opening engagement. That needs to change.
It's the thing is though, with that last round, even though they lost the opening pick, I think it was the best round that we've seen from them so far. They weren't giving away kills very early on. They were playing closer together. They were getting the opportunity to use their utility. We did see some unfortunate moments, that a little bit of a whiff that we saw on our player inside of bar, but it's okay. We move on with it. But I think that you could definitely see the impact that the timeout had on the way Luminosity played that last round.
Yeah, Luminosity played a much better round from beginning to end, basically. And here's the thing about that. It's going to be a what if, right? What if that round didn't crash out the server? What if we had this? Whatever. They still need to build on that, and they can look at that, however things go from this admin ruling, they'd be like, all right, we played better. Now, correct the opening pick. Maybe play a little bit more team-based Siege, get themselves closer together, play more as a unit, wolf pack around the map, and then maybe you won't get so much punished, as PSG always have someone ready for that trade. So that's what we need to see.
100%. Look, Fabian looked as happy as always, by the way. And I saw the PSG players weren't looking too happy either. I think they're still thinking about the Swedish food that Fabian made them eat on their boot camp.
I've seen that on socials. I've not watched it yet, so I'll next time I dabble over to the green room, I will do.
Yeah, and again, you got to give these guys credit too, because obviously the players don't speak English, and there's a translator there, and it's very important to make sure that there's nothing gets lost in translation when you're coaching a side like this too.
So the players will get themselves just composed in this moment. Of course, they can't converse with their coach at this, so it's going to be a little bit more of a mental reset for them. So, of course, we are only 1 of 3 streams running today. There's been action absolutely everywhere, of course, and you want to keep an eye on it. Follow, all your social media avenues to be able to find that. I think Esports World Cup on Twitter will have all the streams linked up for you. But we can have a little bit of rundown of what we've seen so far across our 2 groups. So, Group 8, we've seen BDS versus Cruelty, a matchup that we were personally excited for. We were massive fans of LATAM region, and well, it didn't work out well. Cruelty did lose 7-4 towards BDS, who do look strong this event. We covered this game, of course, SSG versus W7M, an SSG that fell a little bit flat, in my opinion, against W7M, who looked to be very strong. Of the Bliss Luminosity game, again, played inside of Group A, and it was a dominant performance from Bliss. They got that 7-3 victory against it. And then it was PSG versus PSG Talent versus Liquid. Liquid, 7-2 victory there. Looked strong, looked dominant going into it. And we've actually already played an upper bracket semi-final. BDS very quickly dispatching W7M in a 7-2 fashion.
Yeah, and I think BDS, though, you look at that roster, and there's a reason why most of the talent have them in that S-tier bracket, because of the amount of firepower they have with their history when they come here. They've won every tournament that they've ever played in this region. And then when you look at some of the other games, there's no real upsets that you can speak about so far. But
yes, there is. Yes, there is, actually, I'll have you know. Now, some people might not call it an upset as they've garnered a massive following. But over in Group B, earlier on today, Bleed get a 7-4 victory against Wolves. Now, Wolves, 2 new players coming in this side, but, Lesmo and Asa have looked fantastic during the qualifiers, and we got to cover them. But Bleed, 7-4 victory for that side. New coach, new player, looked great so far.
It doesn't surprise me, though. Like, when you think about the talent that Bleed have, mechanically, they're some of the best players. Reaps is one of the most fun players to watch out there. He is insane. So a result like that doesn't surprise me. I think as we get further in, these are the scary matches. Now, like, for those of you who might just be joining now, this is an elimination match. Both of these teams have been given keys, and the loser of this game, they lose their key. It gets put into the press. It either goes onto the trophy, or it goes onto the boulevard for all of eternity in a statue. Now, yeah, there's another round 1 in the background, but The big
I have a
thing
feeling
is,
that was Liquid winning. Just a suspicion. It
just a
sounded very...
suspicion. Could be Cruelty. They're playing now as well.
Although I know Liquid's on that side of the stage. That's where the sound
Oh,
came
you
from.
sneaked a peek.
Yes, of course I did.
Whippet is very... If you haven't followed the lore, he's a massive Liquid fan, which is fine.
So are you. Don't act like it's something...
I love how you get the abuse for it, though, and nobody says boo to me about it.
Well, it's my hill to die on, so...
But while we still wait for this pause to go, the other side of this Group A bracket will be the Team Bliss game against Team Liquid. Both of these sides beat the two that are playing right now. Bliss, of course, they've got a new coach in, and Titan, another player who came from that Fabian coaching tree. He was with G2. I think Titan will have a great impact on that side, and that's a game that I think I'll actually want to watch back later, because that could be fun.
That will be, actually. You know what? That's going to be a good one. I have to say, a lot of these games, fantastic so far. I've been really impressed by the games that we've had. And I mean, you look at the rest of that bracket, we've seen Dark Zero. They're off to a fantastic start so far. A great performance against GK. They get that in a 7-4 fashion over in that Group B. We saw the Furia into ITB game. And, ITB looking good this event. I think they're looking better than they did in Manchester. But Furia are a different beast when it came to that matchup.
Well, I did actually speak to Fleetbox after that game.
That is true.
And he said that he really respects ITB. He said they play a very good tactical game. And when you're getting compliments like that from, an invincible IGL last year, that's a pretty good one to get. But it looks like the players are getting ready. What do you think is going through their minds after that last round? Particularly for Luminosity, who lost 3 rounds on the trot. They haven't got the opening pick yet. Anytime they do get a kill, it's instantly traded. It's bound to be a tough one to take, but you got to remind yourself it is a best of 3. Like, you can't afford to lose an opening map.
Yeah, that's true. You have that now in Luminosity's position. They don't want to lose this. It's their choice. They don't want to go to Clubhouse. We've seen regional domination from Talon over there on Clubhouse. But they're going to look at this going, okay, we took our time out. We've played a better round. Tech issue. Now we've had time to mentally reset and get ourselves ready for that. Yeah, players can't talk to the coach. That's just the nature of this position. Fundamentally, they can think about what they've done right and how they can deal with that. Vice versa, PSG Talent can go, what do we do wrong? And then they can amend that. But right now, this is a very interesting moment for these teams, because you're going to go from that action now to a very lonely, very tense, very nerve-wracking moment where you're just sat there kind of waiting to get back into it. It's that anticipation of going back in can be a massive factor. And of course, players get hyped up to get ready to go into a game. You start that game, and now all of a sudden you have this massive dip in adrenaline. Kind of a test to get back up to speed. And for LG, I hope Luminosity can maybe be quicker to get back out of the gates very quickly here, because 3 rounds down, they want to get themselves level at bare minimum. That's all they can do on this opening half, get themselves level.
Yeah, and look, fear not, you're on attack on Theme Park. Or Theme Park?
Theme Park?
Skyscraper. I miss Theme Park. No, I don't actually. And that's
Gibson, you ready for this one? I want Theme Park back in the not the rank pool, the competitive.
If I see that on ranked, I'm banning it.
Whoa! Excuse me.
Yes.
Out of all the TDM practice you've done down in Throne, you decide you're gonna ban that map.
Yeah, because it takes teamwork to win attacking rounds on Theme Park, and you and I have none of it.
Thought you were the best droner in the world.
Yeah, in the prep phase.
That's all you need. Yeah. Good information established. Yeah, but no, on Skyscraper, as you meant to say, not Theme Park. And it's going to be, defense favored. That's just how it tends to play out. And I think for Luminosity, it's, as I mentioned on earlier games of the day, it's survival for them right now. It's just get through this opening 6 rounds, mitigate the damage best you can. You want to go ideally level if you can't lead.
And then you think about after this match, we're guaranteed to see Clubhouse as well. And as they spoke about on the desk, PSG's got an immaculate record on Clubhouse in their region. Now, you know what that means? Lots of tape for Luminosity to actually study. Now, the question is, when you're going to an event like this, how much time do you have to study every single team in the tournament?
You can just read the body language a little bit here of Luminosity, and it's...
He's having a sleep.
I mean, yawns, tiredness, this is a difficult position, as I meant. You get so hyped up, you're ready for that game, and you have that spike of adrenaline, you get into it, and now it's flat. It's, you have to try and conserve yourself best you can. Don't envy the player position.
Yeah, you do, because they don't really have to fill. They just get to sit there.
That is true. They get to sit there. We have to talk for however long we're gonna be.
But I think though, Funny enough, you said to me that you think the PSG are going to win this whole series. It's something you said. I'm not going to say what scoreline you said it was, but I'm sure the NA fans who know how much you love NA will guess what scoreline you said.
I love North America. If I'm supporting SSG.
He does. He loves North America. But I think that this is going to be one of the tighter matchups in this whole bracket because, again, I feel like for LG, because it's such an inexperienced roster, they're still finding their feet on LAN. You know, some things are going to be more impactful in this scenario. Some things aren't. You know, there's a bit more added pressure. PSG, they've got way more they've got way more experience when it comes to this scenario. And we'll be able to see you're looking up the club championship stats again.
Are you looking at my monitor, Mr. Gibson?
I am. And for the viewers,
dare you?
For the viewers at home, if you're watching this, remember there is a club championship as well for the best esports team in the world, where they get a huge prize pool for that.
You're actually taking my fill point. That was what I was going to talk about. Hence, I was on my. And
go for it. Whip it. Take it away.
I was going to mention. Of
so,
course,
guys at home, how you saw that?
You. Of course, all the teams here have earned a key, as you mentioned. If you lose, you get knocked out, you hand your key over to your opposition, it gets crushed and put as a monument of everyone who didn't make it towards that championship. But every single organization competing at the Esports World Cup is biting to become the club champion at the end of it. And so far, it has been Team Falcons with domination. Now, inside of our game, Rainbow Six, they've not qualified for this. They did not make it. GKR, the representatives from that MENA region, the only team, the only organization that has a chance of winning this inside of Rainbow Six is Team Liquid. They are in second place of the club championship right now. 1,170 points. They trail by a significant margin. Team Falcons hold 3,500 points, and they have 2 championship wins. They could need a championship win to be able to make that. But they're very close to be able to get that point. A win here inside of Siege gets them very close towards that, KB.
It does get them pretty close to that, but let's not rule out FaZe Clan as well. They're on that list. But folks, we are going to throw to a quick break whenever we're going to play some rock, paper, scissors as well. But we're going to throw to a quick break. Whenever we come back, we'll have the continuation of this game between LG and PSG. We'll see you guys shortly.
Oh, please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let
2, 1, go.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's almost time to get back into this matchup between Luminosity and PSG Talon. I tell you what, we've seen 3 rounds play between these sides already. It's going to be a 3-0 lead held by Talon so far, and it's been a very difficult beginning of this matchup on Skyscraper for the North American side of Luminosity. Gibby, thoughts on what we've seen so far?
I think PSG have been playing, so PSG Talon have been playing some very good structured siege on the defense to get things up and running. They're playing the trade game very well. When they have to win their 1v1s, they're doing it. And I feel for LG, maybe some land jitters at the very start, you know, a little bit of nerves creeping through, but certainly that round before we had before the break was significantly better for them. And it is attack on a map like Skyscraper, so it's not the easiest map in the world to attack. So if you're an NA fan, if you're an LG fan, don't be too disheartened by the score. And of course, it's a best of 3 as well. And it looks like there was a ruling and Talon did win the 4th round.
So for everyone jumping back in this moment, that final round, before we went into that tech pause, had a very narrow margin. We only had like 4 seconds left. I believe it was a player count advantage for Talon. I don't believe Luminosity were in a position where they could have got the case down, or it was a questionable one. So the admin decision going into this was that Talon were going to be given the round and we're going to be restarting on the 5th, with the scoreline being a 4-0 advantage for Talon. So that's how things stand. And well, you know, for Luminosity, play to the whistle, I suppose.
Yeah, and you look at the defensive lineup. Now it's brought Clash once more. We've seen Clash already in this matchup, and it'll be Nisa using that operator. And you know, the stat lines say 0, but for those of you who are just joining in right now, Rumatic is having a brilliant game for PSG so far.
Rumatic has played fantastic so far. That fresh pickup, that new player into professional play, making a massive impact. Very mechanically sound as well. Now, we mentioned that you joined on that we had a Clash being played. Mace is going to be on that operator this time around, and we saw this on the very opening round of this matchup. And the big thing around this is if Talon can get the opening advantage, if they can find that opening pick, if they can draw from that, because that's where they've been fantastic so far, playing with that numerical advantage. And again, the team has got a lot more restraint. Fabian's been working on that with them on that regard. So for Luminosity, big question marks if they can get their opening pick, if they can deal with it better. And I want to see them wolf-packing around a little bit more, being able to play closer to each other to find that trait to mitigate the effect of the opening picks that Talon have been able to find.
Replay C4 as well. We saw at the start in the prep phase of that round with the Vault. It's something you got to be careful of, as we still have presence inside of Geisha. It's something we've seen several times already in this matchup. So we're almost a minute through the very first round of this one, and we've not really had an engagement to speak of just yet. Some pressure being put on the windows, which is something I think it's always a good thing to do, and Clash is going to lock down that entire balcony, and you don't move this Clash without a Cappy Tower, without anybody on the stairs.
Kaid's Electric Claw has been slowing this down, but they used that drone perfectly to spot that one out. They tossed it out, and, well, you have to be a little bit more accurate with them. Please hit. I hope that hit. I don't think it did. Nope.
They've had a bit of trouble with those impact EMPs so far.
Right, here's the thing, right? They had the drone, they spotted it, and you know you have to be accurate with it. Now, they use a great amount of utility down below Deimos. With that, Death Mark is going to be able to find Soldier with the assist of the Capitao. So, job is done. You've got Geisha control. That wall didn't get opened up, but still, that utility usage driving me a little bit insane, Gibby, can't lie.
Yeah, but they've got the opening kill for the very first time in this matchup between the two sides. We've got ourselves a 1v1 going on with the Grim. It's very oppressive here for Ryder inside this position with the information they have, but still on their feet, still playing on these restaurant stairs. Another nade's going to get tossed, but you can't cook them, so there's the impact that's going to have. A minute left, And there's a kill. Misa trades it back. Clash getting one.
You dump so much utility on that player on kitchen stairs, though. You've got that Deimos death mark on them, a Grim Beast on that staircase. No one's there to capitalize on that push. The nade buys you space, but you can't push behind that yourself. And if they retreat away, you can't keep that control. So there was no one there for Luminosity to take advantage of a massive commitment of utility for it. And we'll see that second fire dart used away now. So again, limited utility now with Luminosity with 35 seconds still remaining in this round. They've burnt through the Capital utility, and now they're trying to make it kind of a very rushed attack. Now they have to get this control with the ends of the rifle, and that's not going to be an easy job. If Talon have been firing back, the clash will be an issue to solve, and well, Ryder's going to present himself as a problem, finding one. Maybe he's on a 4 versus 3. Surf's good to make it level. Now an advantage, finding 2 on Black Staircase, and with 3 with 15 seconds left, it's going to be a mess, and Luminosity are on the cusp of getting their very first round here, but with 9 seconds remaining, 000's dawning. Cover needs to be perfect. It's going to be Misa on that clash, but no, Luminosity get themselves their opening round, and that's what this team needs.
They get off the board. They got the opening pick. They take the round win. It's so much better. They used so much utility in that round. It almost seemed as if every single thing that they had in their pocket, they needed it to get that round win. Yes, we had that little moment with Valk on the stairs where a lot of utility was wasted, but everything else they used successfully, and that is so good for them. That's what they needed. And now they can get a 4, there's a chance they can get a 4-2 split, and suddenly you're thinking, that wasn't so bad.
Exactly. Massive recovery if they can get that job done, and I like this from this side. Again, long pause before we got to that previous round, and I think that could have helped them gain their composure a little bit. You know, momentum is a massive factor in a game like this, and if Talon were able to, win, keep winning rounds, we could have always had this map done without that pause, and it would have been a much help. So I think Luminosity is slowing this down. You're smiling, you're smoking at me. Yes, of course, if we didn't have a pause, time would have kept going as normal.
I'm laughing at the fact that you said PSG would have this game done already if we didn't have that hack pause, or that tech pause. Like that. Whippet does not speak for me, chat, by the way, when it comes to NA. I have a lot of love for NA.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
The look that I've just been given, by the way. So, Luminosity, they win that round. Really good chance now to go ahead and take a second round on the attacking phase, where, like I said, you'll not be overly disappointed if you get a 4-2. You'd actually feel pretty good, considering how this game started, to get those 2 rounds in a row. And look at the lineup they have again. Tons of utility that they can utilize.
4-2 split would be nothing, turn your nose up at. Considering you are attacking Skyscraper, it does lean towards that. And okay, good change here. They're not used those impact EMPs. A little bit more dangerous to do with the Maverick, but it guarantees they get the job done. Unlike those impact EMPs that we've seen so far, they've not been the most accurate.
Oh, but this is better. You know, get the wall open, 45 seconds gone, you can start putting some pressure in towards the site itself. You've still got Ryder with plenty of area to work with inside of Geisha, but the wall open will make things a little bit more difficult. The upside down repel player could be the problem, but with no pressure on the other side, Ryder's getting out of there for free, Whippet, with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Escapes with that, as you mentioned. Still lots of time to work with for Luminosity to get this round done. Inside a supply, Selma charge used to open up that castle barrier. Hop on that drone, gather up some information. Talon, lots of bodies stacked up. The red pings go out there. That's a great pre-fire. Finding one Ryder first of all. Gonna cascade with that one, making it 2. Rumor to go off the board. Luminosity look energized. And I think this is what they need. Play free, play relaxed, but Mesa shuts that down. Wi-Fi falls. Minute 20, drops it with the SMG-11, finds one DBNO. Not quick enough on that reaction. 3 in the round now.
What is going on? It's a 2 versus 1 now. Soldier, it's got 2 players to deal with. The case is going to go down. They need the cover now for LG. There's tons of information. The red ping, the yellow ping, but it don't matter. Surf gets the kill, and Luminosity will get the 2-4 split that seemed unimaginable after 4 rounds. But we said this. They were having fun towards the end of that tech pause. They were playing some rock, paper, scissors. Some of the players had a little nap to get them energized. This is much, much better. And honestly, I think they nearly needed it.
I mean, right now what we're seeing, this is what I wanted from Luminosity, to play a little bit more free, a little bit more relaxed, and play to their strengths. This is what they've done. They took gunfights, they won gunfights, and now they've got themselves 2 rounds. Now, They still trail by 2, but they will be moving to the defense here on Skyscraper. The much more preferred side from many of these sides. So, question now is how good are Talon's attacks going to look on this map? It's a much more difficult task to look at. And Luminosity, can they keep these defenses to work out perfectly? Lineup-wise, already like what I'm seeing. We're going to be seeing that Vigil coming out on Surf. The thing about this is, no boss G. But number 2 is going to be the moment you see as a droner that the fact that kind of symbols are on your screen, you don't quite know where that Vigil is, that sows the seed of doubt to where that player is going to be and causes that double check, that paranoia, slows them down a little bit, gets in their head. So I like that from Luminosity. Also, the freedom of this lineup. They've got a lot of aggression available to them. They can play loose and relaxed in this.
And those 2 rounds winning would have taken a massive weight off their shoulders as well. Like, they've won 2 attacking rounds back-to-back. Now they're on defense. They win this round, they're only 1 behind, and suddenly they'll believe they can turn this matchup around. You look at what Talon are doing. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel with their attacking lineup. Another roar in the background as Fresh takes another round for the rank stack, but with it, they'll
You're
get the
only
wall.
saying that because he walked past 2 minutes ago.
He did, by the way. Got took a break and got back into it. But look, they've got the wall open nice and early. That cuts off the rotate for the defenders. You can see that there's a bit of pressure on the side of the map from Luminosity. And this is a great drone from Yaz. You can see all the way down that corridor and it essentially cuts off any rotate back to site for the defenders.
Talon playing these rotates or these cutoffs very well so far, just kind of waiting to see if Luminosity make a mistake or push in towards it. And while Soldier on that blitz, I'm very intrigued to see how this goes. The Lion scan goes off, and this is going to be, well, look at the flurry of this one. Luminosity reacting to it, and it's going to be Yaspan that opening. Silence going to be first to fall in that. Not sure what angle to hold on that rappel. Eddie gets 1 back. Mesa's going to be that trade-off, and that shotgun. Oh, they don't check the corner just in time. They do a scrappy fight. The blitz wins it out in the end.
3v1 now as it's all down to Ryder, but Luminosity with a really good chance now of getting the scoreline to 4-3. You've got Grim. You've still got all your utility. 5 of the canisters still left to use. You've not really had an impact on the round whatsoever at this point for your team, and you've seen everything fall apart. The big thing now, I always talk about it, if you're an attacker, you've got to try isolate these individual players, create 1v1s, and you've still got to win 3 of them. If you're Luminosity, all you got to do is hold a cross. A simple cross being held effectively with the information that they'll get from that cam inside of Drum means that this should be unwinnable for Talon.
Sub 1 minute. Ryder, so much work to do. And Luminosity sitting patiently waiting. Fear goes out from that F-nap. The camera spots them out as well. Ryder running out of options. Already had very few to work with. At this point, it's just grasping for straws. Talon are out of this round, surely. I'll take an absolute miracle to make something happen. And I like this from Luminosity. No one is going to get aggressive. No one has been given troll time permission. And those bees have not went deep enough to spot that player inside of Geisha. Everyone with Luminosity holding crosses, not giving up anything, picking out when the opportunity was there. Grim gets that detection, Ryder gets 1. Surf falls, 15 seconds. Through that drone hole, this might give an opportunity. Luminosity might be a chance of danger. No, shut down very quickly. Luminosity take round number 7, finding 1 more. They're on the road to recovery.
This has been another good round from them. They give 1 kill away, I suppose, at the end. But they're starting to close that gap. Remember, it's not that long ago they were 4-0 down. They've closed it. They're on defense, on Sky. There's a very real chance that they can go ahead and take this one. Now, you look at every other game today, 7-4s, 7-3s, 7-2s. This is the point now where you expect to see really long games because their tournament is on the line. And this is map 1. You don't win a best of 3 in the first map. But if you can take that first map, it just makes everything feel that little bit easier going into the best of 3. Luminosity, they win this round, the scores are level, it's really game on at that point.
A massive recovery for them. I'll speak candidly, it was a poor run at the first 3 rounds. Unfortunate that we had that tech issue that led to this going into it, and it led to the 4 rounds that Talon got, but now they're 1 round away. They're so close to getting themselves all the way back. And they're on the defense, the much more favored side to get this job done. So North America's hopes and dreams of Luminosity still exist. Let's see if they can get this job done in round 8 to get themselves level.
So the round begins. Round 8, the attacking lineup is locked in. Deimos once more. Misa will be looking to, you know, set that death mark out, create 1v1 opportunities. Remember, even if you're not the one to take the fight, you can feed that information to your teammates if your communication lines are clear. Capitao, excellent at clearing space. The big thing though with a triple hard breach, Maverick, Ace, and Thermite. This is a heavy investment into opening up walls here from PSG Talon.
Hopefully they can get those walls open. As you mentioned, you're going to commit that much too. You have to get that job done. Really relying on that. Deimos and Capitao, the other operators in that lineup providing utility. Deimos a massive factor. Misa on that role. Been great so far for the side of Talon. Early days still in this round, a slow, methodical approach from them. They're kind of taking their time to get things established. And Luminosity will be happy to wait. Happy to let every single second drain away.
There's information being gathered here too. You can see the yellow pings that are coming out. Rumatic, who was excellent, by the way, in the opening stages of this game. Not a single kill so far since the rehost, going 0 and 3. Deimos getting information. You know, that death mark has gone out. Oh, a lot of damage being dealt there, but see 65 HP for Yas. Still in a pretty good position. You can look at Luminosity, but they've started to fall back. They're pretty happy. Halfway through the round, fall back, you're in a good spot.
Talon want to get the opening picker. They're kind of trying to bait Luminosity into conceding that first loss of a gunfight. And Luminosity have played a little bit more constrained, a little bit more patient, and it's working out fantastically. Just over a minute to work in this round. All 10 players still standing, and we'll begin to see utility opening up. Smoking on the Selma charge, an unusual one, Gibby.
I love it, because if there's a player holding the angle from the top shrine, they can do nothing about it. You can spray and pray, but that creates an angle now that you can take another gunfight from. Really clever use of utility there from Talon, but with 50 seconds left on the clock, they need to begin marching towards the site. 5 versus 5 as things stand. There's a DBNO as Misa will find the opener onto Eddie on the stairs, which, by the way, creates a hole in this defense that allows the player to focus on two sides. Look, there's an easy kill if you push up the stairs, but still the shot's not found.
30 seconds, and this is going to be a critical one. Now, you need to win this fight in VIP, and that's what Ryder does. Wi-Fi falls. 25 seconds left to hold on. Can Luminosity find something here? 3 versus 5, advantage of the APAC side. All down to this. Talon ready to move in for this control, but every second they wait might be another advantage. Yas finding another one. Silent falls, 9 seconds, 0-0 is dawning. Amisa gets a second. All down the surf, alone, against 5, 3 seconds till 0-0 arrives. He denies the plant, he wins the round. Luminosity are all the way back.
That is the type of play that really changes the tide in a game. Surf winning that round in a position that he had no right to. And that is a massive change in this game. Remember, they were 4-0 down. They're smiling, they're having fun. They've leveled the sides up. And for Talon, that is a huge step. When this best of 3 series is over, if Talon lose, that's the round right like that they'll think, those are the mistakes that kill you.
Look at the body language from Luminosity. Pumped up, energetic, ready to go for this one. Advantage Talon is now gone. Everything they invested on their defense has been neutralized. They now need to play this like a full reset. And Luminosity have all the momentum. Let's see if they can get their job done here on map 1, their map choice of Sky. And their defenses have looked fantastic so far.
You want an interesting tidbit for this game, despite the score being 4-4. In this game so far, PSG have got the opening kill 6 out of 8 times, but the scoreline is still 4-4. The bounce back ability from Luminosity in the last couple of rounds has been really good.
I mean, look at that, though. It was down to a 1 versus 5. Surf was alone. He relied on the time, but that's what I was mentioning in that earlier round. Luminosity didn't get aggressive, didn't sacrifice players on that roam presence, pulled everybody back, let the map do the work for you, forced PSG Talon into an execution with around 5 seconds left, and what are you going to do? Stick that case in 0-0? One player looking around the corner can deny all your hard work, and that's what Surf done.
But you time that a second or two off, you lose the round as well. Like, the timing was perfect. But again, that's a blind spot. There's no way that PSG Talon should allow that to happen. So they need to bounce back now from that situation. But Luminosity now playing to take the lead for the very first time in this map. So a lot of offensive utility. Brava should get a ton of use out of these drones. You know, you think about the fact that you want to push up through black, you can get a ton of information from them. And you've got the Twitch as well. Like, they've got a lot of utility denial drones in their pocket.
Talon need to find that opening engagement yet again, but be able to cascade off that advantage. Luminosity growing into this matchup so far, and I feel just the energy of that clutch is going to be able to revitalize this side. Gives them a little bit of extra purpose, a little bit of extra venom behind every single gunfight. And confidence here from Silence. An army of drones hunting him down. Breach is opened up inside of Geisha, looks to try and get an entryway. Talon have that, and he will be the Bastion to lock this one out. And that's going to be the opening pick. Wi-Fi finds it. Rumatic off the board early. Traded off from Ryder. Silence now gone from Luminosity. Pressure inside of Geisha has been arrived, but Luminosity still in a great position.
And there's Eddie finding another kill. It's a 4v3. They've got the numbers in their favor as well. This is all working out nicely for Luminosity. But you've still got a lot of work to do. You've got the numbers, but you've still got the press towards site. You've got to find these extra few kills because you can't really execute just yet without having full information. So set up your drones. You have 50 seconds. It can seem like an eternity, particularly when you're defending and you know that the push is going to come at some point. There's the yellow ping. You've got information on one of the players, but Yas is holding. Look, he's waiting for everyone else to get in the position before he moves any further.
That's a great addition now from Talon, waiting to get everyone ready to posture up, make that play happen. Luminosity, I like this from this side. You think they've energized, revitalized from that clutch, but they're going to play passively, finding one more. Yas is off the board. And now all the pressure yet again on Talon. 2 players remaining, just under 20 seconds, and the case is in the hands of Soldier. They have to make something. Drop in the kitchen, that will be Ryder. Eddie gets a second in the round. Ryder left alone against 3. Can he make it work? Getting 3 in the round, 7 seconds, and time might be the enemy of Talon yet again. No way in this round. 2 seconds remain. 000 has arrived. The red ping is there. Luminosity now lead.
5 rounds in a row now for the North American side as they are starting to put PSG Talon to the sword. This has been a brilliant bounce back so far in this one, but it's a blind spot. It's another little mistake from PSG Talon that will drive them crazy, enough so that it's forced the tactical timeout. But you've got control of the top floor. You've droned out the site. You know where one of the defenders are. Whip it. How is somebody allowed to play on black stairs to take a 1v1 on your player that's in restaurant holding the main lobby section of the map?
This is what I'm very curious to see. The emotions on Fabian as he corrects this team. Again, they had a lead. 4-round advantage going into this half. Luminosity finding 5 in a row. Let's see what this team can do. They've had a long boot camp as well leading up to this. They've got a lot of time to prep. See if they can convert that now as Deepwater arrives in the opening map of this best of 3.
That's the look in the face that people usually give whenever they're telling me they're not angry, they're disappointed.
Get that often?
All the time. All the time. But they need the lock in now. They've lost 5 rounds in a row. Luminosity have got so much momentum off the back of this one. And you feel like this next round is so important for both these sides because either Luminosity are going to go on to map point and map one of this best of 3, or Talon will level it up at 5 rounds apiece, meaning we will have every single map in regulation for the first time today.
You're right, we have not seen a game go all 12 rounds across both our groups so far. Maybe we might have in the games that have already been played on the other side. I don't know yet.
We're not there. We're here in this game.
Exactly. We're locked into this one. But from Luminosity, I am so impressed with this team. You know, you look at it, it's a difficult start. The first 3 rounds, they looked flat. They didn't have that energy. Now, they're growing into this matchup. They're feeling confident. And this is what I wanted to see from this side is, you know, they are a little bit of the underdogs going into the side that doesn't have that international experience, now making their debut here at a massive event. Let's see if they can perform and on the bounce back of a bad result against Bliss earlier. And this is great to see from Luminosity.
Yeah, if you're on that side, you're starting to feel a bit confident. And they deserve to be here. They're qualified. And, you know, when you looked at their social... Oh, a lot of damage dealt on the Wi-Fi. But when you looked at their socials, they were like, everyone doubted us, but we knew we would be here. And Now they're fighting to stay here, and they're starting to actually throw punches in that fight. There's the opening kill, though. Ryder's going to catch Wi-Fi as he was sprinting away, and he turns his attention now to Black Stairs. But that's the opening pick for Talon with 40 seconds gone. This is how you do it. This is how you open up that wall.
Well, that's the duality of bringing a Thatcher instead of secondary EMPs, the larger radius of those main EMPs, make that job a lot easier. So VIP walls now opened up in Talon are in a great position this round. Early pick, great utility usage, angles opened up, but what can they do from here? It's all well and good having a good early game, but when you get towards that mid stage, you need to be able to get that map control that you've worked for and be able to push on and get towards that pressure point. 2 players in here. They spot one inside a Dragon. That will be your Kaid. That will be Eddie. Well, I think you want to fall back to maintain this pressure out towards VIP, but can't play behind that desk with that wall opened up, as it will be a slower stage now. Minute 30 left to go. See Rumatic fall. The new blood at the side, slaying yet again. Slower since that restart, bring us back to 4 versus 4.
Really big pick there from Kixro as well, and that's the Lion gone as well, who had 2 scans left in the back pocket, which can be great enablers for late game executes. Now they're going to open up that wall in towards Bathroom. You can still see by the silhouettes there is some defensive presence on the top floor, but Yas is currently hunting that down. Now look, tucked in the corner. We've already seen a Luminosity player make a huge play in this position. Surf has done it before. Is he going to do it again? You can see he's got some verticality in towards the site as well with some help, but I can't get over how Silent is able to just freely run around here with the angle that Hayaz has, and he's not be able to get any damage done.
Under a minute now. Talon lose their early advantage that they gained. 4 versus 4 now. Yet again, what we've seen since this defense side of Luminosity. They'll be patient, they're not going to get aggressive, they're going to let kind of Talon walk themselves into potential mistakes. Seconds down the charge used to get them a walkable entrance way in the Bathroom. They're running into resistance from that castle barrier. The smokes go out, they try and make this plant work, but look what's upstairs. That's going to be a warden. Patience is a virtue, and Surf will get one the Rider, and it's all but over now. Talon put everything into that execution within the smokes. They lose 2 bodies for it. And I think it might be a death tome of this round as Surf finds the second one, leaving it all down the Soldier. 2 seconds, and there's not much you can do. Luminosity, map point on Sky.
If you want to execute a plan, you can't skip steps. And that's what they did. They gave up on taking vertical control on a site with loads of verticality on it, and they hope to smoke. Their whole plan there after they lost the Lion was, oh, we're going to smoke plant with the fact there's a warden upstairs. It's just not going to work in that scenario. Luminosity, that is another round 6 in a row as they are looking to take map 1. It's as simple as this for Talon. If you do not win this round, we are going to Clubhouse. But for Luminosity, could you imagine how those players are feeling right now, especially when you saw what they looked like after the first 4?
They look like different people with the energy levels now that they're bringing out in this one. They feel energized, they feel ready to go in this. And now they're 1 round away from locking out their map choice and getting this best of 3 off to the best possible start you can have. So can Talon reply? They've not found anything now. 6 rounds in a row from Luminosity. Talon have gone quiet. They haven't found a way into this one. They've found the occasional opening pick, but they've not got close in these last couple rounds.
I feel like that round that they lost, where they were getting the plant down, where Surf was able to hop around the corner and get the kill, it's ruined their mentals. They've not really bounced back from that situation at all. And for Luminosity, they look completely revitalized. So, this is it. This is what could potentially be the final round of map 1. Talon locating the bombs, and but as you look at the drones, they had 9 drones left. They have so much ability to get information, but you know who could be the real X factor in this round? That Glaz. And you look at that, they've got the smokes to work with. They've got Ying, Glaz, Ying with smokes. Talon, they're cooking.
They are. But the question I always have to ask about this one is they've clearly committed to a Ying Glaz smoke execution. That's the plan here. But will they get every step in the right position? Misa finds 1, finding 2 is going to be Yas backing that one up, and well, they skipped steps last time, not this time around. 2 very aggressive, very early picks. And Luminosity quickly on the ropes. We hear that canister placed down, and we see Soldier working on that case. Eddie finds 1 on the Rider, but that plant happens in the distance. Misa finds a second one. And Talon have a little bit of life left in them. And there's going to be Misa with 3, all down to Quixo alone. Shut down by Rumatic. Talon get round number 11. And Gibby, we have to take all 12 rounds to find a separation between these teams.
This is so much better from PSG. You'd barely finished the sentence about whether the Ying Glaz plant or push would work when Ying and Glaz got a kill apiece. They did that much better. And honestly, we have a brilliant game to kick us off here in the best of 3 elimination matchups. All the way in regulation. Are we having overtime, or can Luminosity get the job done? The job that you told me during the tech pause was impossible because you said they were going to lose 7-0.
I said nothing of the sort, Gibson.
You wrote it on. You actually wrote it on paper. There's physical evidence of it.
There is not. There is not.
Drawing a line through it doesn't mean it never happened.
I never said Luminosity would lose 7-0.
You wrote it though.
I've never said it though, so it's not real. Luminosity though, they're still in a great position. They played fantastically so far on this defense, and they were able to go 6 rounds consecutively. Talon fired back and got 1. Very impressed with that commitment from them. Question, Gibson, do you think they have it in them one more time?
Answer, Whippet, yes. Yes, I do. So, I'm looking at this one, right? The lineup again, you're bringing Ying. Ying's been a massive part of both of these teams' attacking plans, but not really had the impact that you would expect from an operator like that so far. Floria is being brought. We know the impact that those Rotero drones can have, particularly with getting rid of utility. When you look at what the defenders have brought, you feel like the Melusi is going to be one of the main targets for those bits of information. But this time, Silent does have the Boss G on the Vigil, and that thing terrifies me.
Just because you can't use it, Gibson. We already see him, though, finding himself in an engagement. 2 shots fired away. Eddie on house stairs with that shotgun, looking for a fight. Up close and personal. Don't want to walk into that one if you're a member of Talon. But Luminosity will keep it slow. Keep it relaxed. They don't want to extend. They don't want to make a mistake early. And let that 6-round run go to a waste.
Someone's going to peek this.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They won't.
Yas is waiting for it. He's waiting for someone to pick. Now, what I love about the setup that they've done, it makes it a little harder for the Thermite to just... C4 will be thrown. You know what? That'll get rid of one of those exothermic charges. It's maybe not what they would have wanted, but here's where the Selmas will now come into play. But Thermite shouldn't have been allowed to get that close to the wall without being made to pay. So you've got the breach open, you've got some pressure over by the window. Now you got to start moving across the map to really give those defenders something to think about, because a smoke plant, a rush through the site wall, isn't going to work this time around. Cadellas are being thrown though.
Those Yings go out, and that's going to be a little bit of a call to action to try and make something happen in this round. Flashbangs arriving, Grujmot sent out as well, looking for an opening. Talon posturing up to dive in this site. Can Luminosity hold the line of that pressure? No one's blinded by it, but look at this. Riders inside, trying to stick that case. Quixo gets 1, finding a second one now. Is Talon going to fall? Case goes down, but Luminosity stormed the line. 4 versus 2. 3 versus 2 now, traded off by Ryder. Can Luminosity find a retake?
This is tense now for these sides. An opportunity missed there for Ryder. That could be key in this round. They can't get close enough to the case yet. A little bit more damage going, but they've got to start making a push. You've got 14 seconds to get the kills and get to the case. There's one of them. Soldier will find another. He's got the angle. He's got to survive. You have 8 seconds. The Warden's going to push. The timing almost works against Soldier, but now they've got the cross, and Soldier's got to get an angle. He peeks, but Luminosity get the kill. They're going to defuse, and they take map 1 of this best of 3.
From 4 rounds down, they look defeated, they look lethargic, they look tired and done, but they took themselves, they reset, they win 6 rounds in a row, and they get a masterful retake there against Talon, taking their map choice of Skyscraper. Fantastic work from Luminosity. Consider me fantastically impressed, Gibby.
I cannot get over how good of a bounce back that was after the tech pause. Like, they went on a huge streak, 6 rounds in a row, and within the next 2 rounds, they'd won the whole matchup. PSG Talon will be very annoyed they lost that game. You could say the tech pause was the difference. To me, there was 2 things. 1, They started to smile towards the end of the round, but 2, that clutch by Surf when the case was going down changed it. But look, there are much better qualified people than us to break down how that game was won. We're going to throw it back to the desk to talk about map 1.
Well, that was certainly a roller coaster of emotions. Talon kicking things off, being 4-0 up. Luminosity calling for that pause, and then the tides well and truly started turning. We had, of course, that tech pause, but I'm going to go ahead, hedge my bets, and say that the Luminosity comeback was down to that pause that they called for.
Yeah, I mean, Skyscraper is one of those maps that obviously when you're on defense, you want to be able to farm as many points. So the main thought that you go in is, let's just get as many attack rounds as possible. And even though Luminosity was going down early in the game, everybody on the team was still playing very confident with their gunfights. They were still winning fights. It's just those last little rounds were not going in their favor, especially players like Wi-Fi. I mean, some of the shots that he was hitting was amazing. So once the sides swapped, it was just about, yes, I agree, the tech pause, but it was just about playing their game from that point on. The tech pause definitely iced Talon, but I think a lot of it came down to Luminosity's defensive play.
I definitely agree with you, and I think it comes down to momentum. Like, we've seen this 1v4 clutch, basically, or 1v5 if you consider it at that point, because Talon was looking for the kills whilst one guy was planting, so the communication was completely off, and you just had, like, Luminosity being able to come back after a win, get the clutch round like that, hitting shots, and, you know, slowly being awake and coming back on these rounds. And obviously the pause, it's always rough if you're leading and you have a pause on you, so you lose your momentum whilst the enemy can recover. But overall, I think Luminosity has shown that they are a very strong individual team. But one thing we shouldn't forget is Skyscraper was one of their, if not their, best map. Whilst it was a very good map for Talon, and it was the pick of Luminosity as well, and we're moving to Clubhouse now, which Talon has a 6-0 win rate right now on, in Korea, but still it's an impressive run, and their Skyscraper win rate was rather mixed. It was 2-2, so hard to say. Like, I think they put up a very good showing, especially because of them being the better team, but I think Luminosity has proven that they can compete internationally, even on maps as Sky.
I think the biggest thing with going into Clubhouse, even though it is a confident Talon map, it's all about the momentum, how the players are going to adapt to losing round 1. If they are crumbling off of losing a 1v4 to Surf denying the plant, and the momentum and the mental just being chalked from that point on, then losing the whole map entirely and going into map 2, even though it's your pick, it makes things very difficult mentally to overcome that.
Well, I know we've spoken a lot about the Luminosity comeback, but what about that 4-round start that Talon ended up having? I know Rumatic was definitely one of those players that we highlighted as well. Did you feel like he delivered as an individual?
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I really want to emphasize how important defense Sky is. I mean, we saw some amazing, you know, in every single Skyscraper game, defense is always going to run away with it. So getting 3-4 rounds is what you want, but it didn't necessarily look like there was a specific player on Talon that was really doing better than the rest. I feel like it was a good team play from Talon, but when it came to those attacks, there was obviously, I wouldn't even say a lack of team play. I think it was just a matter of lack of confidence because they got iced. They didn't really necessarily play off of each other as well. And Luminosity's individual play, which was emphasized by Skyscraper's defensive, like the strong suit of the defense, they just, even when they got their opening into the site, they were still not looking at their corners, not finding all the rat spots, and that's where LG was able to capitalize.
Now, Corey, what do we think for next map? If you are Talon, what is the game plan heading into your map pick now?
How to perform, and then we will see Talon, you know, hopefully picking up on it, being on a confident map, being able to play again, being able to reset the mental, not have a break in it, not have anything weird in it. And I think at the beginning we saw it, like we talked about Rumatic, and I think he didn't perform as well as we expected, but he got the very first kill of the game. He jumped out of a window, he prepped it, jumped out on sound, got a kill. He has the confidence, and in my opinion, they just need to calm down, cool it down, figure out their communication, and then they'll be completely fine.
Absolutely. The opening picks and the aggressive fights that they want to get from Luminosity, they're going to get. Luminosity is going to give it to them. But once you get that pick or you amount to 4-4 man count, I really want to see them slow down and take that time to drone out the rat players, because successfully, that's what Luminosity is getting away with.
You know what, Corey? You wanted to go ahead, give them a break. Let's go and do just that. We'll be back with our second map very soon.
selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. But it's divine. There's a million shining stars and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars and but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams, dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us.
Welcome back in, everyone, and what a first map we had in that best of 3 series. Luminosity, down and out, ruled out, no chance in the world after the first 4 rounds. What a turnaround, and they're just 1 map away now from continuing into tomorrow. This is such a big map for PSG.
As you mentioned, it's a massive map, but also a map that I believe they're 6-0 with their old roster instead of the regional of South Korea so far. So that means it's a team that's clearly confident in their playstyle on this map of Clubhouse. However, duality, you know, two edges of the sword, that means there's a lot of tape for Luminosity to go over. And if they've done their homework, which I hope they have, they'll see how this team plays. Now, it's a new team in terms of 2 new pickups coming into the side, but momentum is going to be another factor I want to talk about in this one. Luminosity looked absolutely done. They were 4 rounds down, and they decided, you know what, they're going to play. I don't want to say it, but play a little bit of ranky, you know, get aggressive, take their gunfights and win, and that's what they've done. Played fantastic. They slowed things down the defense perfectly as well, and really tested Talon structurally and strategically, and that worked out perfectly for them. Now, moving on the Clubhouse, different beast of a map, I think.
Yeah, You were talking about how they're 6-0 in this map in their region. It is Clubhouse. It's not a gimmicky map. It's a map that every team needs to be able to play in their locker because you're going to play it so many times across the stage. The one negative for PSG about winning this map 6 times is LG have tons of tape on how they set up, how they play, what to expect from PSG talent in this match. So they could use all of that information to formulate a plan to take it here and now. But for PSG, the pressure on their shoulders right now, they know they need to win this map. This is their pick. They know they're excellent on it. Sometimes that can be a curse when you feel like this is our map. We need to win this.
Yeah. I mean, I'll read in the body language just a little bit here, and you see Luminosity are a little bit more happy, a little bit more relaxed going into it. And I mean, we quickly walked past the team as we were going, taking our break during that pause, and they felt confident about what they were trying to do, and there was a lot of energy in that team going into it. Now, obviously, Talon are a different side, different personalities going into it, but Fabian is going to really put, I think, they know the expectation of this side, and the weight of great expectation is massive. And when you have that man standing behind you on this matchup, on a map that you have a high preference for within your region, there will be a little bit of pressure going into it, especially for those 2 new players, especially Ramatuk, who is that young player stepping up.
Brilliant in the first 4 rounds, by the way.
Fantastic.
That stat line for the first 4 rounds was incredible, but everything kind of went downhill from there. The other pickup, a lot more experience. We spoke about this region and how it's kind of been dominated by D+ for a long time, and now some of those players are on this side of the coin. So I feel like this is a map that they should have on lock. Yes, we spoke a lot about how Luminosity could take advantage of the fact that Talon have so much tape here, but it is a map that if they get their basics right, which is something that this coaching staff has been preaching since day one, Clubhouse should be a pretty straightforward map for these teams. But for Luminosity, how good must you feel? You're 1 map away from playing through to tomorrow, and you came back from an incredibly tough position.
Yeah, I mean, again, if either of these teams were to get this victory, it's going to be a difficult day tomorrow against W7M. That's who they face in this side of the lower bracket, so not going to be ideal for them. But for Luminosity, I really, really want to zero in on the fact that they were 4 rounds down. This side looked low energy, defeated. There was something missing. And then they found that energy. They were able to play off it. And a lot of that's going to come down, in my head, to that clutch. That 5 versus 1, 0-second play, surf rounds that corner, denies that plant and wins it. That moment, that's the turning tide. That's when this side came alive. That's when they found their confidence again, and they looked brilliant from that moment. The question now is, Talon, can they reset momentum, go to their map and play a style of Siege that will benefit them?
I think they can, but you know you and me, we love a 3-map best of 3.
Oh, we love them.
So it wouldn't do this game justice to finish in 2
You know
maps.
what it needs? 30 more rounds of Siege. 15 rounds, 15 rounds.
I'm down. Are you down?
Yes, I am.
Chad, are you down? I heard a massive no, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. This one should be a good game, though. I talked about maybe land jitters that maybe this roster might have had because this is all really new to them. Relatively, it's pretty new to PSG talent too, but they did play in Manchester. They've had tons of experience. I feel like now Luminosity have started to believe in themselves a bit more. It is one thing putting out a confident persona to the outside world, right? Saying, oh yeah, we deserve to be here. We're great. We're going to win. It's very easy to do that, but internally it can be very different.
Right, visual. Both coaches standing behind their players, ready. Once more into the breach they'll go. See if they can get this one done. And Luminosity look fantastic with that momentum. Talon had great fundamentals for the first half of Skyscraper, fell apart under that pressure. Can they make the changes that they need to dive into it? Are you ready, Gibby? As it's Clubhouse, map number 2, Luminosity versus Talon.
I am so ready. I did want to say one thing. You know that coach side by side we had?
Yes, sir.
3 hammers between the 2 of them.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, funny. You're funny, Gibby. You're funny. Maverick will be our very first ban arriving here. Luminosity taking that operator out of the fray. And I'm very intrigued to see how this one plays out. Monty, a ban that we're almost used to seeing here on a map like Clubhouse. No surprises there. These 2 defensive bans, that's going to make or shape this match.
Luminosity really struggled with opening walls, and they found out how to do it with Maverick, and then they banned Maverick.
Yeah, well, they struggle to throw the pocket EMPs. I think that was the issue with them a little bit. Those impact EMPs, a little bit of precision needed on that. We'll see Talon banning away that Kaid, and a bit of consideration now as Luminosity take a few extra seconds to deliberate on what will be their final ban. And it's pick your poison, but it will be Azami this time. That means operators like Fenrir, Solace, Valkyrie still applicable for this. And I mean, big thing though, I look at that Azami ban, that's going to affect Rafters on Garage and the playability of that position, so keep your eye on how that's going to affect both team strategic outlooks on that site.
Two very big things about those bans in particular, right? Kaid being banned means when you're attacking basement, that the hatches, unless they're impact tricked successfully, are going to be pretty free retaking for the attacking side. It also means, as you said, it'll be a lot easier to push the top floor and clear Rafters. So that's going to have a huge impact on the way this game is going to play out. I would like to see on the attack really, really good aggression from the side, from PSG to kick things off.
Score update as well from the rest of Group A happening. We have an upper bracket semi-final result. It was Team Liquid versus Bliss. Team Liquid qualify towards that main stage now as they get a 7-4 victory over Bliss, meaning Bliss will play the victor of Cruelty or SSG in their lower bracket matchup tomorrow. So, Clubhouse, we're ready to dive into this one. The big storyline I want to focus in from across the entirety of this one is Talon's experience on this map, considering they've played it so much in their home region of South Korea. 6-0, they stand on it now. 2 new players coming into this side, a little bit more experience on international stages that they got from Manchester. Can they grow on this one? What have they learned? And already, I'm very excited to see the fact that Blitz coming out. No Monty, no problem.
Yeah, and you look at the position of the defenders, we spotted the fact there's a player playing inside of Adam, and then you get the player on Rafters as well. And this is a basement defense. This is a really good opportunity for Talon to go direct if they want to, but looking at the way they're setting up, that's not the plan. This is going to be a full clear, Whippetip even electrified up inside a CCTV, just to make clearing the map very difficult for PSG Talon.
PSG Talon trying to clear that pressure on Rafters early. That will be a solace. Not the easiest job to do. Silent tasked with it. 2 bodies stacked up to hold it. I think he's actually been left alone now. No one's holding that crossfire from CC window just yet, so he is safe to move around. It is opened up and free ready for it. And the Buck will send that shot out. Misa gives away his position, plays his card just a little bit early. An attempted bandit trick with the window still open. Bravery from the bandits, and well, it works out perfectly.
It's the top floor. It's a basement defense. Oh, here we go. Blitz is going to... Here we don't go. They're going to... the re-aggression. Oh, yeah, bandit. It's Blitz. This is bad, bad news. And there'll be the kill picked up. 5v4. But if you're at home and you're a Luminosity fan, this is good. You've wasted 1 minute and 20 seconds. You might not have got a kill, but you've used up so much of the time.
It's also the fact that you've lost a bandit, so that is, set and forget utility placed around the map, trying to delay this. And as you mentioned, that basement site, that's where they're trying to work with, and there's still more layers to this defense. That onion peel style, there's more and more to this, but Rumatic does find one more. Wi-Fi is the victim of that, but this one silent, pops up, gets one back. Eddie and Surf getting one apiece as well. Talon reduced to 2, quickly finding a trade-off. Surf catches the stray end of that round. And it will be a 2 versus 2. Just under a minute to work with for both these teams.
That's as free as they come for sight. This is a basement defense, by the way, and they've got still players roaming on the top floor in a 2v2. The case has gone cold. It's all down to Yaz. Now, if Yaz... Oh, this is going to go badly. This is going to go badly. Yaz in a gunfight manages to avoid it, but there's only 35 seconds to go now. This is a horrible situation to be in. You've got 22 health points. There's 1 defender left on the site, but you've got 0 clue whereabouts on site that player is, and now the Solace has fallen back as well. I don't know what Luminosity were doing on defense, but it definitely worked. That is for sure.
I can tell you what they're doing. They're doing a multi-layered roam, Gibby. They're trying to draw Talon in, to take those early fights and waste every second. And well, with only 10 seconds remaining, looks like they're on the cusp of getting this one locked out. 5 seconds, and well, Talon, I don't think they can get this one done. It's a miracle. They don't line up. Silent with the shotgun gets the job done. Luminosity take your opening round here on Clubhouse, and this is what we need to see from this team. Body language, something I always look at players that land like this, and there's a good energy coming from all these players right now. I think they're in a great position to capitalize fully and get even more rounds in this run.
There was a few things there that really impressed me in that round, right? First off, it was Luminosity extending the whole map, using utility on the top floor to force PSG Talon to clear the whole thing. Now, PSG Talon had multiple opportunities to change their plan and go directly to site because of that extended roam, but they never really chose to do so. But it was the fact that even after they lost that initial player on the top floor, they retook the top floor in a 2v2. Like, the amount of confidence and belief that it takes to do that is insane.
Silent played that perfectly, popping up again, finding two, that retake of cash, and then the kill from the verticality in towards stock. Perfectly done. Luminosity moved around that map with purpose, had a great overarching plan of what that strategy was going to be, and it worked perfectly for them. Let's see if they can keep that rolling here on that defense. And again, Clubhouse is a map that we've seen swing multiple ways. Sometimes it can be attack dominated, sometimes it can be defense dominated, depending on the dance partners in the server. I'm very intrigued to see how Talon deal with this one. Now, Talon, I'll say this, offensively, having a little bit lackluster. Defenses are great. They're really improving their system there. Still work to do here on the offensive side. So I think if Luminosity keep playing like this, Talon might be tested.
Oh, they definitely will. The setup here for Luminosity, they've got the castle. That enables the bandit trick to happen by the wall if they want to do so. You put one castle on the gym window, you put another castle on the gym door. That means that bandit can play pretty close to the breach if needs be and trick it and stop them from entering. Now, because it's a thermite, it does mean that tricking's that little bit easier as well, because with the Selmas, you can throw one on each side of the wall. But Talon, they're going to play the slow methodical game. Look, we're still putting utility. There's not going to be a trick with it because bandit's over on the other side of the map again for free. And, oh, this is going to be a trick, isn't it?
No,
no,
oh, Eddie, Eddie, no, Eddie.
Run!
Oh, good. Right, Eddie decides to not stick that one out. Backs away from the commit, that bandit
Pros
wire.
never fake.
Give me that playing, they are the pros. But stops that now, keeps himself in this fight. Unfortunately, can't deny that one. Single wall might be tricked, and it is so. So again, 1 for 2, 50% guarantee on your bandit trick so far. And this will slow down this play. Trying to eke this out as best as possible. Mute Jammer can't deny that one X-Curse pellet that makes that happen on the top of that castle barrier. 1 minute 30. Blitz in effect yet again. Soldier trying to buy that space. Lots of it to find. Haven't got that opening on that single wall facing into construction, so you have to work this through that doorway. A long way around to make that one stick. The window opened up as well, gives a little bit of pressure. Quickso can try and work for around this one. It could be a massive threat. One jump out might unravel this round if Talon aren't careful.
This is tough. They've only got 8 of those pellets, 2 of those pellets left on the Habana as well, so you cannot push this site from multiple angles. You need to force it through that Logi hatch and through construction. And Silent is still roaming in the basement, of course, why not? 50 seconds left to go on the round, but Talon have got themselves into a horrible hole, a horrible position, and in reality, they need to win this game with gunfights from this point on. You cannot win the utility game from here on out, and they're trying to rotate, they're trying to push, they're trying to find any sort of off angle they can get. Blitz is going to run on in through the fear, and there's a double, but it's going to go on the side of Luminosity. 4v2 with 20 seconds to go. Misa vaults in, but the case is cold. There's 3 silhouettes by the bathroom. He swings, but none will be found at the first time of asking, nor the second. But reinforcements are coming from Ryder, but he misses his shots now too. They've got so much information. This is a must win. The drop shot from Misa will come through. 10 seconds. 3v2. They've got the case. The castle barricade might even allow this to go down. Just stay alive, Ryder. That's all you've got to do. The case is going down. The kill from Silent, but the case is there. But that will be another round win from Luminosity.
This is what they need to do. They need to string together as many rounds as possible. But I will say this, Talon made that a difficult one. They decided it's time to go and they have to play off their gunfights. And that's exactly what they've done. They bounded into sight with confidence, but Luminosity were quicker on the draw. They kept that man advantage, and they're able to cascade off this one. The Blitz overcommitting a little bit too deep. The player on the counter, that bandit gets caught out straight away. That was Eddie, and it's going to be a mess. Drop shot finds one. Mesa gets the opening, but there's no way they can deny that one. Charging through the castle barrier. Luminosity get 2 in a row.
But that FNAT is what saved the life of the player in the corner because they couldn't see them. They were too busy chasing the kill on the bandit for the freebie. The FNAT covered the corner. You can't even give out to the Blitz there because they just could not have known. The player did not appear in their screen whatsoever. But little things like that is games where a round can be won and lost, but it's another round for Talon on attack where it comes down to the final few seconds. It's so slow sometimes.
The thing I'm looking for Talon to do in this moment is going to be able to find themselves 2 rounds. It's a 4-2 split. That's going to be a win for them on this moment. It's going to be a very difficult time on the offense here on Clubhouse, and I do feel Luminosity have the potential to string together another 2-3 rounds if they're not checked very quickly. For Talon, they need to, I think opening pick, it's something that had great success on Skyscraper. Now they can't find that opening. I think Luminosity are way more confident in their own playstyle, and they're playing, I wouldn't say risk-adverse, but they're making very, very sensible decision-making on what fights to take and when to take them and where to take them. It's causing Talon a lot of issues so far.
If I'm going to give NA credit for one thing, they are very good at developing players who live on momentum, and there's going to be a bandit trick attempt. It's only going to work on one.
No, are you kidding me? No!
Pros don't.
Eddie, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yeah. But Talon, that is a bit of a problem. You've now lost a couple of Selmas. You've lost an exothermic charge. That is brilliant from Eddie. That is so good from the bandit. And I love the fact that we still get final.
That was the final boss of bandit tricking. Eddie just done that without breaking a sweat. Back onto it as well.
Yeah, like,
of course not. Why not? I mean, was able to survive 2 AMPs, a Selma, an exothermic charge, and a little bit of miscommunication. They're not detonating the exothermic charge sooner. They baked them into that moment. But Eddie, a massive benefit. A single car battery has now slowed down Talon. There's not a lot they can do from this moment. They have to, again, the primary plan's falling apart for them.
Well, but look at the attacking lineup and tell me who the 4th operator on the attacking lineup is from the middle.
The 4th from the middle?
Yeah.
Capital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Capital really good at?
Denying areas.
Wouldn't it be great if you shot a fireball over the breach and didn't let the bandit trick?
That is true, but we are on this side of the desk for a reason. So, alas, we can only theorize and throw our speculation in towards the Ethers, but of course they have that utility to work with. They eventually get that wall opened up. Eddie doesn't firm that anymore. But time wasted in that moment. They had to reallocate positions likely to do it. A lot of default cameras still available as well to work with on the side of Luminosity. They're in a great position to find their 3rd consecutive round.
They're getting information, but there's not really very much you can do with it. There we go, there's the fireballs. That's pretty good. Yeah,
that's better.
Save it for then. But you still got to get the breach. Stop standing in the flames.
Harder than you think, Gibson. Much more difficult than you think. But again, it's going to be that sacrifice. They got tricked out on that wall. They didn't want to use the Capital darts for that, but they want to use to clear that routing position. Much more well done from them and efficiently done. Silent couldn't do anything from that position, no matter how many OMI discs he had to cover him. However, Eddie's work on that trick means we only have 25 seconds left to go, and Talon have a numbers advantage, but not many ways in. Smoke canister still going out, and that case is out on rafters. A much more difficult approach, so they're going to rotate around, and, well, Soldier needs to make this one stick. Charging up red stairs, going to be shut down very quickly. 2 bodies stacked up, and Surfing Wi-Fi finding it, and I think Talon have ran out of steam in this moment. Case should go down with this retake. It's going to be very, very difficult. C4 down below, Eddie combination. Locked in, Luminosity finding 3 in a row.
The streak that they are on right now, since the rehost, which happened in round 4 of map 1, PSG have won 1 round.
Yep.
And we are in round 4 of the 2nd map. It has been dominant from Luminosity. They're bandit tricking, they're smiling, they're having fun. And what I was kind of saying before that incredible bandit trick was the fact that NA is very good at developing very momentum-based players, where once they get on a roll, their confidence becomes so high that it is incredibly hard to stop them. And it seems like even when they're making mistakes, and you know, they will make mistakes, they're a young team, they're getting away with them because confidence is like plot armor sometimes.
It is. I mean, you're perfectly right on this one. And we see this team, the fact is, once they got that clutch on Skyscraper, how they grew into the matchup, and you felt them getting more confident. You could see them physically on those cameras getting more and more confident every single time. And now they went 3 rounds consecutively here on Clubhouse, the map that ourselves and our desk had mentioned is going to be kind of a fortress for Talon so far instead of South Korea. They've played it, 6 times, 6 victories on it, and Luminosity look to be in complete control here. Can they make it 4 rounds in a row? Can they really go absolutely all out here? And of course, you gotta remember, this is an elimination matchup, best of 3. If Talon lose this, they're out. They're done. Their run in the Esports World Cup, over.
Key pressed and gone forever to the boulevard where you can all view it. by the way.
Exactly. Or someone might put it in their trophy.
Would be nice to have a PSG Talon name when they're coached by Fabian, wouldn't
Exactly. You know, it's going to be a bounty to collect, of course.
Depends. It is going to depend who wins, though.
Of course.
Because if you're a Brazilian team and you win, you're getting the other 3 Brazilian teams.
Exactly. You have to be the best Brazilian team here if you're there, of course. 4 Brazilian representatives, of course, this year. Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege. Best region by far, most representation that we've seen from a singular region here. So, Luminosity, 3 rounds in a row. All confident defense victories. Talon haven't really got close. What do they need to change, Mr. Gibson?
I think they need to start taking a leaf out of Luminosity's book and actively use the utility that you're bringing to the game. That's the big thing that Luminosity started to change after that terrible start at the start of the game. They started using everything in conjunction and working as a team to find individual kills. Look at this is already significantly better. They're in the top floor, they've got information, there's a blue silhouette off in the distance. If you can deal with Kicks Row very early, it buys you so much time on this map as you look to take control, but he's still wandering around for free whip it. Like, there's 40 seconds gone, you know this player's here, he's the only player on the top floor, and instead of going to try get the kill, Talon are holding angles. They're not actively really pursuing this player. Oh, here we go. There we go. The holding the angle works
Much better done. Much better done there. Crixo's first to fall for the side of Luminosity, and no trade potential there, so Talon lead in player count early. Vigil down below, not opting to try and retake that control, and escapes down the staircase with his life intact, very narrowly as well. Takes some damage on that descent, left with 30 HP to his name in this. So, Luminosity, in the worst position we've seen them so far. They've lost the opening pick, and now they're going to find that pressure. Basement defense, it's not a gimme, nowhere near it, but it's going to be a side that is a very difficult one to break down from an offensive aspect. I'm curious to see what Talon do now that they have that one extra player to work with.
Vigil's taking a ton of damage as well over the course of this matchup, but they're doing more of the basics this time. They're creating all this verticality. Now, something you can do with the lineups now, you can get those Selma charges through the beams that you can open up that wall in towards Church, meaning the player can't play there. They're doing all the right things now, but look at Wi-Fi whip, but he's starting to sneak up at him. Rumitek, do not miss. Rumitek's misthrown. They don't know he's there. There's also pressure coming from Gary's side. This is a big retake attempt. Silent will find 1 kill. But this is really brave from Luminosity, and I'm a fan. And now Rumitek's stuck holding an angle for these players that could be coming this way.
Rumitek knows that player in Garage is there, but as you mentioned, now stuck in that position, has to hold this as a threat of that flank arrives. The red ping seemingly good, but down below on that hatch, Surf sees an opportunity and he takes it perfectly. Rumitek has been slain. We have a 4 versus 3, 35 seconds, and Talon trail by 1. They have to get this player out of Garage, do they know? He took inside that corner, Eddie will get compromised from it, but damage could have already been done. Under 30 seconds, and well, look at this on Adam Staircase, still 1 player. Wi-Fi with his shotgun locked and loaded as a massive threat to this one, and they're forced to waste a little bit of extra time. Denied from that castle barrier entry in the stage. Talon with only 10 seconds to work with. Misa finds 1. Can they collapse on the site and make it work? It looks like they can. All down the Wi-Fi alone, and this case goes down. This retake is nigh impossible.
This is a really good position for Talon to be in now, and Misa will find the kill. You could argue, though, they stole that one because Luminosity did a brilliant retake. They used up all the time. But once more, even though PSG Talon won the round, it's so slow. You know, we're getting into the final few seconds once more. You're not leaving yourself with any wiggle room for things to go wrong.
Other side of that, though, is, of course, that Luminosity delayed it, and they made it a game where they utilized the best of that utility going into it. Now, yes, Talon were forced to execute with around 10 seconds left to work with before they drop that hatch in towards lockers, but you still got to go and give credit for Luminosity to make that one stick. So they still lead by 2. They have a good job so far. But Talon, much improved from that. A great bounce back from the tactical timeout. We like to see teams being able to get that tactical timeout and then win around it. Actually, we haven't seen it, bar that, on this stream so far today.
No, we actually haven't. Honestly, we've picked a great one. This is a great game to have on the broadcast. And I'm really impressed. I keep saying it. The bounce back from Luminosity and the way that they're playing now is night and day from the other maps that they've played so far here at the Esports World Cup. PSG Talon, though, you've won 1 attacking round. You need at least 1 more And in an ideal situation, you want to. You want that 3-3 split going on the defense on club where you're going to feel very confident. Because remember, perfect. In Korea, they are perfect on this map. 6-0. And honestly, Luminosity, an NA team, would love to be the team to make that O go.
Well, here's the thing, Gibby. You can be perfect in your region, but internationally, that's where it really counts at the end of the day. The biggest trophies, the biggest prizes all happen when you go up against everyone from the rest of the world, and this is no exception for it. Talon, though, not out of the fight yet. This is their map choice, of course, going into the series. And we'll see how they deal with this one. Luminosity, again, the confidence they have to play around these positions, take fights like that one that we saw from Crixo. I really liked how this team has played. Aggressive and confident, but also reserved in the right ways. They don't take unnecessary fights. They really have a good decision-making process so far in this matchup on when to take these fights and how to take them. And they're aware that threat's going to arrive from that Logi hatch.
Sledge gets it open, though, and that's going to leave a situation now where the defender's going to... Eddie's at it again. Eddie is at it again. If the Rotero was out a couple of seconds earlier, you can avoid that.
Yep. They could have had that wall. They could have had that realistically very easily opened up and done. And that's going to be all the exothermic charges no longer available. And they've got no secondary hard breach either. So what they have, that's it. So they've only opened up the CC wall. That's it. That's all they've done. And that was their only commitment towards hard. No, they have an ace. I didn't see that. My eyes don't work sometimes.
Eddie is only a man. There's only so much he can do by the breach.
That is, well, he's the final boss of bandit tricking him. Let's be fair.
We've seen him bandit trick once, and you're like, yeah, that's it. He's him. He is him.
He is him. He is him. I trust this man with bandit wire. He'd get the job done no matter what the story is. But a minute and 10 seconds left to go. Red Stairs going to be difficult fighting. Well, he's going to be silent, dropping throat. He's going to fall to that one, but a very quick trade. Yas will get that credit. And it's going to be a second one now as they begin to push and put that pressure straight on the Cash. We're going to be dropping on board at Wi-Fi. Can he win this one? No, he can't. 3 in a row very rapidly from Yas, and the round's opened up for Talon. Luminosity need to find one back quickly. They've lost so much map control very, very, very rapidly.
Yeah, and they're creating just little pockets of space now to try to stay hidden for Luminosity, but this is a brilliant opportunity for Talon to get that second round that we said that they needed. It is a 4v2 with 35 seconds to go. But this is the thing, 30 seconds to go. Talon so slow once more. They're not leaving any room for error whatsoever, but they've got the diffuser ready to go. It looks like they're going to try to plant inside of Jim once more, but there's a player right by the mattress. A vault out, a jump out, anything aggressive like that could cause huge problems. Stun Grenade Stone, the player will be blinded, but look at the rotate below. The C4 is going to be thrown. They've got a ton of information. You got to get the timing right. 5, 4, where's the case going down? It's all a little too slow, a little too late. They're repositioning it. There's a drop on the hatch. Talon will take the round, and that is such a good adjustment. They got the yellow ping, and they dropped below. They didn't let the C4 come off.
Not a round for the faint of heart, though, Gibby. That was down to the absolute narrowest of margins. As you mentioned, one single drone had the information down below in bar, and that's what that team needed. To be able to drop that hatch, deny that potential C4, but they left it with around 3-4 seconds left to go, Gibby. That is a scary place to be, but they've got themselves 2 rounds. They're almost all the way back level. It looks like we've got a bit of a clubhouse cooking away here.
This is a big, big round for PSG Talon because on Clubhouse, big difference between 3-3 and 4-2. Yes, you give the defenders a bit of an advantage on this one, but when you're chasing a best of 3, you need as much as you can possibly get. Luminosity are extending out once more, and gotta give them tons of credit for this. They have been so good at slowing down the Talon attacks. You gotta give them credit. The reason why PSG Talon are executing so late is because of the roam game that's being set up by Luminosity. And almost a full lineup change based on what they've seen as well.
I like that from Luminosity, or not Luminosity, I should say Talon. They saw something from Luminosity they want to approach in the lineup they want to bring to it, so they've committed to it very quickly from it. So, question, Gibson. Talon.
Yes, Eddie bandit tricks.
Oh, that wasn't going to be what I was going to say. That wasn't even close to it, Gibson.
Sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately. But yes, Eddie is going to bandit trick. He's the best. He's the GOAT. He's him. See, there it is. Have you seen a better bandit trick player? Please inform me if you have.
I haven't. This is actually a clinic on how to do it.
It's a masterclass.
It's probably a clinic from Talon too on how not to avoid getting bandit tricked as well. There we go, Rider and Soldier, you're going to work in tandem if the timing is right.
Right, okay, Eddie, you are him. He's the GOAT. He's the best in the world at that.
Someone needs to clip this and get it on a tutorial. You know, one of those tutorials, how to bandit trick with Eddie.
This is a masterclass, but also you got to think from talent. You know, there's a lot going wrong to allow Eddie to be able to do that so far. So again, as much as it's fun to look at the bandit trick and that unorthodox amount of utility he's gaining from it, question is to be asked about what Talon's doing to enable that to happen in that way. They've got the breach open on a single wall in the construction. They have that avenue into it. But again, just another amount of utility burnt away from Talon that I don't think they can really afford to do.
Yeah, it puts them in a very tough situation indeed. Now, the round's not lost by any means. It's still a 5v5 with more than half of the round to go. It just makes it that little bit more difficult. When you look at Luminosity, they've got a little bit of presence back on site. They've still got control of Rafters with the Wamai, remember? Wamai gets way more useful the longer the round goes on, as he can put more and more of those discs out there that catch things. And well, the last time that we saw the player in Raptors go down, it was because of the Capitao, the Firebolts. Wamai is an excellent counter to that. PSG learning their lesson, though. They know Luminosity, like retakes, they're putting the Claymores down to make sure they don't get flanked.
They should do it anyway, but yes, it's going to be an extra level of defense. They need to have a drone there as well to watch that. I imagine they do in this position, but under a minute left to go. 10 players still standing vertically down below, trying to force players out of these key positions. And, well, they don't really have a lot of approach avenues here. They've got to go one way. They have a little bit of utility still to try and work with to get that wall open inside of Cash, and that's exactly what they'll do. The Salmon charge is used for that. C4 down below to no avail. I don't think they actually got that single wall open, Gibby. I think they're out of Hard Bridge. That wall's not open up. They've got nowhere to go but doors and windows. And Luminosity can control the tempo of this. But Misa finds one. Quixo falls. And, well, Luminosity, they should be able to win this round easily. But Talon have that man advantage with around 15 seconds left to go.
Yeah, but there's a player elevated watching for this vault, and if it's going to come, they've still got defenders in excellent positions. There's the swing. Eddie and Silent, one apiece. Another one for Eddie. Stop it. You need to behave yourself. You're showing off too much at this point. Down goes the case, and down goes Chance. Another kill for Eddie, and Luminosity take a 4-2 defensive half.
All I'm saying so far, right, every time that we've come out to the Boulevard here in Riyadh, Shaiko's been the MVP of the event. Eddie, so far, my MVP.
It's like he's 3 players at once now. He's Ed, and Eddie.
Shameful, Gibson. Shameful from you to say that. But, I mean, right, Talon ran into problem after problem in that round. Eddie was allowed to bandit trick away a Selma charge and an exothermic. They had very limited utility to work with in this round. And when they got towards that execution stage where they're trying to push into construction or push into Cash via construction, there's no way to open that wall. There's nothing they can do. So they're left to try and funnel in through very limited avenues. And there's not much you can do. So Luminosity get themselves their 4-2 split. Well done, pat in the back.
Castle skin.
Okay.
I'm surprised you haven't picked up on it yet.
CAG didn't qualify. I'm fuming with them, actually.
You're fuming.
Friendship ended with CAG.
For anyone watching who's not from Ireland, fuming is fuming, which means he's not very happy about it.
Exactly. I'm angry with them. You know what? Friendship ended with CAG. Luminosity are now my favourite team.
Another NA team?
Oh no, I'm collecting strays. But I mean, listen, Luminosity have played this fantastic so far. Eddie, the GOAT. And Talon need to be able to find a way to break this down. They move towards that defense. I think the more favorable side for both these teams going into it. So the question is going to be asked on round 7. How do Talon cope with this change? Pressure on their back now.
Yeah, and you look at the difference in style as well. On the defense, Talon are not extending the same way that we saw Luminosity. They're not reinforcing that wall. I feel like they're not feeling confident right now with the way things are going. Yes, they're castling and they're creating things that'll give them lots of audio cues for Misa to try to find these kills, but Chain's door's open. You've got to be very careful about pushing that way. There's an attacker in and around Bathroom. Misa's being forced now to push further and further back, and he's being hunted down. Surf is going to find that kill onto Misa. It's a 5 versus 4, and it's just so easy, and it is because of the confidence that Luminosity are playing with.
I love this from this team so far, and they're already knocking on the door of sight, charging down main stairs, and the way they do this, they just have so much confidence in their ability. They'll get one more for free. They're already inside of sight. Surf will get that credit. The logic bomb rains out, and this case should go down. Are they aware of this flank? They might be in a little bit of danger now. Double retake, but it's going to be one more for Surf. They don't look the right way. Talon have a chance now. All down to this, though. Ryder alone against 2. Case is ticking away every second, so vital. Can we find a moment of magic here? Can he get it done? He spots the rifle, he finds one more. Ryder gets 2 in the round. He can't stick this one, surely. Has to try and bait a reaction out. He'll try and go for it. Doesn't get pen. Ryder's going to stick this. Yes, he is! Are you kidding me, PSG Talon? How have they found that round?
Wow. And that is the problem with relying on the DMR to do the damage and get the kill. Ryder, great decision, sticks the plant. And I'm getting flashbacks already to the previous map where we saw the 1v5 go against PSG Talon. This time it wasn't quite as dramatic, but they got the job done. It stems the bleeding, it gives them their opening round on defense, but that should have been Luminosity's.
That was Luminosity's round to lose. That's what happened there. Case goes down. They played it perfectly to get in there. They spotted the gaps, by the way, that Talon left on that side. They were able to walk down main stairs and get control so quickly. The retake from Talon was fantastic, and they were confident in it. Now, your winning clutch comes down to mechanics and setup as well, but, you know, they got a little bit lucky with that counter defuse, but luck is always going to be a part of this, and Talon put themselves in a position to capitalize on that moment. Luminosity lead reduced to 1. Talon get a very critical round on their defense to start themselves off well. Can they get themselves level here?
It would certainly give their confidence a...
It would mimic the first map as well. I believe it does, yes.
Almost.
Almost.
Almost. It was a 3-0 lead for Luminosity instead of a 4-0 lead for PSG, but it's close enough.
Close enough.
I'll give you an attempt point.
Give me a full point, please. Please.
1 full attempt point, but there was 3 going for the question.
I'll take it, I'll take it.
You gotta take it, but it's 4-3. Luminosity, though, that was a great attack, but all fell apart in the post plant. You gotta give Talon credit for that one. So, we've already seen brilliant bandit tricking on the side of Eddie. Eddie is the one now with the exothermic charge in his back. Wow, imagine getting a Zofia below could stop. Yeah, Eddie.
You cannot trick Eddie. It's just simply impossible at this point.
The king of that wall. He is the king of CCTV wall.
That's his wall. That's Eddie wall from now on, Gibby. Sorry to break it to you. But job is done. They get that wall open. A much more efficient process in it from the side of Luminosity. Talon struggled with this one, but also Talon aren't putting up much resistance to hold on to the side of the map. They're giving it up for basically free, so Luminosity can walk in and take that control. They're very cautious of that potential flank up red stairs. They're aware of it at least. So good positioning from Luminosity to decide to slow down a little bit and shore up their flanks for a brief moment.
Get these windows open now as well to give you angles in the side. Again, cut off rotate points for those defenders as logistics becomes a tough spot to play. Damage dealt. Kixero with the LMG attempting to find, gets the down onto Yas and confirms that one out. 5v4. Opening pick in the favor of Luminosity. Now the C4 is going to get tossed, but it's going to be thrown a little bit too high. No damage will be found with that one whatsoever. And Luminosity are starting to get hyper-aggressive. Mira is pinned inside of bathroom, and Mira's looking, you talk about fight or flight, Mira's getting aggressive.
Not much you can do in this position. Again, this window inside of jail as well, or inside of vault, isn't going to be reinforced. You're not safe behind this. Not opening up below it makes you very vulnerable. Luminosity, with a minute left to go, are already knocking on the door of sight and providing a lot of problems for Talon to solve, and with 1 player short as well. A brief look at that drone network as well from Luminosity. They have everything covered, and 1 player just about escapes. Soldier gets 1 back. Eddie falls, but it's going to be very quickly traded away by Wi-Fi with only 40 seconds remaining. Can Talon hold the line? Can Luminosity get 1 more to their advantage?
This is a big gunfight right here. Misa's got a lot of hard cover, but the stun will force him to get up and run, and Surf will manage to find the kill. 4v2, 25 seconds to go, and it's all down to the Warden and you. But of course, we've been watching the last time. We'll get that one. There's the kill from Kixero. Down falls Ryder. Silent will kill it, and Luminosity take another round in this matchup. They'll be a little bit annoyed that they haven't gone flawless on the attack so far, but they've righted the ship. They've got their lead extended once more.
Luminosity are providing a lot of difficulty for Talon to break down so far, and it's, again, Talon didn't extend all the way out towards Cash and CC. They didn't commit to holding it, so when you give when you give Luminosity that much time to work with, it's almost like a blessing for them. They get in to get that control very quickly. They got a drone network established to watch their flanks from stage, lobby. They had all that locked down, and then they begin to work away at dealing with every single individual position. That is a very textbook round from Luminosity, and they played it perfectly. And credit to them, they get that round, and they lead 5-3.
This is such an advantage now that Luminosity hold. If they can take this round in particular and get themselves onto map and series point, I don't see any way back for PSG Talon. They need to win this round, keep that gap as close as possible between the two sides. Few things on the defense to keep an eye on. Because we've seen the bans like Azami being utilized, you're forcing the band to pick from Soldier. Will we see tricking? I don't know, but Wamai will certainly play inside Rafters. You'd expect, Whippet, normally that the Doc would play in Rafters as well to help out the player that's playing there in case we see Capital play, which we do, you know, using the Doc in tandem with Wamai.
Yeah, so we're going to double stack on that position, and I do like this from teams. Again, you can heal through that fire Capital as well, and it will force a commitment to that play. A little bit of extra survivability is never something to complain with. A little bit of pressure arriving early. Fenrir does get droned away and can't get aggressive on that jump out, and I think it would have been a poor decision to do so from Ryder, but falls back and escapes all the way to the generator. Able to live the fight another day so far. And Luminosity, question to be asked if they can find that opening pick, and while Soldier will attempt to recreate some of that Eddie magic on that bandit trick.
Well, he's going a little bit, he's giving himself very open to that window if any pressure comes from there whatsoever, but for Luminosity, they're setting up that drone network. They've lost all their prep phase drones, but they've still got lots to work with. You've got angles being held. They're thinking that maybe Talon will get aggressive. There's the attempt at the bandit trick, but it's not going to work. Pressure from below, Whippet. That wall's going to be opened up. The Doc can do absolutely nothing about it. He tried to, but Eddie gets the kill. He's traded back by Ass, but Eddie don't mess about when it comes to that wall.
Wall gets opened up and perfectly done. The cover down below with that Sophia was perfect. That's where we saw that early drone presence inside of blue to make that one happen. Great use of those impacts. Now the player on Rafters still has two players on Rafters now. They're cut off for the primary vocal point of this site. So they got a very important role to play, and Misa needs to do more of that one. Great pick with the ACOG on Doc, finds Crixo. And well, now this is a round that's very winnable from the side of Talon. Yas decides to rotate away, finding one. This is going to be an easy one, surely, to ride out the rest of this round. It's going to be a 4 versus 1. Misa finding 3. All down the surf alone on that balcony. He'll drop down, and it's just be a matter of time until it's eventually over. Still a minute left to work with, but maybe there's potential.
It's plenty of time to isolate these individual kills, but at the same time, would it really be the worst thing in the world to just sit, you know, use up the whole 55 seconds, let the rest of the team talk amongst each other, and maybe bait a kill or two just to get the confidence going? But I think that what we'll see is one of those impromptu timeouts that where teams, the coaches can't talk, but the players can all have a little talk with each other, because we're back to a one-round game. But Misa stepped up on the Doc. You always like to say he's been promoted the Doc. Well, he got promoted, and Misa had such a huge impact with, not really with the utility, but with the gun.
No, I mean, again, you're bringing Doc for a variety of reasons, and the stim pistol didn't work out, but you have a very good accurate weapon with that ACOG. So, I mean, this is, as you mentioned, okay, right, Ryder, bye-bye. Consolation prize for Surf, very nice shot, though, but it is just going to be a little bit over. So we can jump in and just, you can see this, it's going to be a timeout for these teams. And Luminosity, what do you have to change from that round, Gibby?
I feel like they did a lot of things right in the early stages. They got the wall open. I feel like they got ahead of themselves with the push in towards Garage. You know, maybe use a little bit more utility, maybe make it a bit more structured, but didn't quite work their way. Round 10, Talon now looking to level the sides on the defense and ensure we get every single round in regulation of this matchup. Whippet, I'm going to ask you that dreaded question. Did Talon tie the sides, or did Luminosity extend that lead again?
I'm going to make a very rare statement here and side with the North American team. Against my track record, I'm going to say I think Luminosity, they've shown that they have that potential to get the job done. Now, they'll move back to the basement or attacking the basement site here. Talon had a great retake here, but they left gaps that Luminosity were able to exploit to get in the site within 40 or so seconds. I want to know how they deal with a full clear on this, and I think Talon, I think that's going to be the approach that's going to be brought out now for both these teams.
So, this is the fun one, because the mindset from Luminosity might change if Talon level things up. What they've been doing has been working. I see Blitz, I see Ying, I see Striker, who, as we know, can take 2 bits of secondary utility instead of just taking, you know, having a unique gadget of their own. And I see Dokkaebi. That means it might not be a rush, but it means it's an explosive lineup. No hard breach, apart from the 2 that Strikers bring into this one. And you can get away with it on a site like this when it's a basement attack.
Again, you can get away with it, but it's always nice to have some redundancies for that if you need it. And you mentioned it's not going to be a rush. Can't really do that here. It's all going to be down to that explosive execution when they make that one stick.
What I think we'll see is a push down dirt, kitchen hatch open, Candela's being thrown from kitchen to try clear the player behind AKs. That's what you would assume is going to happen. Whether or not that's what they're going to cook is an entirely different question, but that's what they've got the lineup for.
I think you're right here, Gibby. I can't lie to you. So they get that one to work, though. No bodies from Talon anywhere other than sight so far, from what I can see on that. And I'm very intrigued to see how this one works. And Luminosity are moving around the map with a level of confidence that insinuates that they do know that at least, so they're going to push around and begin to work things through. We see that verticality being opened up with the hands of Buck chewing open that, and it's going to be a very routine round. The player inside the dirt tunnel is being detected, that drone does get compromised, but they now know that Misa's playing inside of there, and they can work around that, solve that problem now, as they want to get that pressure in dirt very quickly.
Yeah, and Blitz is a great operator to clear dirt when it is just a strictly one-way gunfight. Now, there is a C4 in the back pocket of Valk, but the breach being opened is enough pressure alone to force Valk to come back. If you get that kitchen hatch open now and can start getting those Candelas through that hatch, you can cause problems. Now, this is the big one. If Misa wins this fight, this could be the whole attack in shambles. Blitz will begin pushing down. There's a 2-way cross, a prone angle, but there's the swing. I love that. Because the Valk was blinded, the support came in from the other side. No kills came through, but that's great defensive play.
But Eddie was aware of that, didn't overcommit to it. Silent gets one of his own. Eddie's going to fire off and get that pick, but the cover from Kixo is there. And well, just like that, with under a minute left to go, Talon reduced to 2 players. A great read from Luminosity, a great position. Silent will get that one, a gifted a freebie from Ryder. And well, 4 versus 1, Candelas go out. Surely there's no way Yas can find this, the veteran of his region. A lot of pressure now. Luminosity, only 40 seconds away from map and match point. Talon need to find something, a moment of magic. Finding 1, 3 more to go, but Gibby, surely this is impossible, but maybe not. Second one, player on the hatch shuts it down. Silent gets that credit, and it's going to be map, match, and series point now for Luminosity.
I'd already written the win for Luminosity in my round card when you asked if there was any chance. I was that confident that Yas wasn't going to win it because of the positions of those attackers. But they now find themselves in a position where they can send PSG Talon out of the Esports World Cup. They'll win their lower bracket matchup and they can play tomorrow if they win one more round before PSG Talon win 2.
And one of the scariest places to be is in that one more round. Luminosity will know there's a lot of pressure on this. It was a disappointing result against Bliss. They came into that matchup confident. They lose. They get slapped around a little bit. Now Talon, a team that has a lot of hype around them, a lot of improvements made from event to event, stage to stage for this side. And they were 4 rounds down on Skyscraper. They've had a fantastic run since that reset. Can they get the job done here on Clubhouse? The map, of course, that we mentioned, Talon 6-0 on inside their own region of South Korea so far.
Yeah, and that 6-0 is just 1 round away from being 6-1 and 1 loss on the international stage, which, as you point out, is the one that matters. Yes, you gotta win domestically to get to international events, but it's what you do when you get there. This is a huge round for PSG Talon, and this is just unfathomable after the opening 4 rounds of this matchup that Luminosity find themselves on map 2, 1 round away from knocking PSG Talon out of the Esports World Cup.
Luminosity, very first map of the series, looked flat, looked tired, didn't know how this match would play out, and now a map deep and on the precipice of pushing forward into tomorrow's games. Can they get this one done? The wall opened up, and a great read, realizing from Talon that Yas can't play that position. They can't try and trick it. They know as Zafia is going to be down below. So they don't commit to it. They let Luminosity in. The next stage, this one's going to be trying to hold on the cash as long as possible. The Bandit's there to help with it. Mute Jammer is shoring this up, and the C4 ripped and ready. Can they make it work?
This C4, if it hits, could be huge for the side. Big audio cue there from the drop. The C4's thrown, but it's too quick, and it's going to be wasted. That's a vital part of utility. Look at the defensive utility. Already 2 impacts gone. You've lost one of your C4s. Kixro gets the kill on the Rider with the headshot, and they have PSG Talon on their heels. They just need to land that knockout blow.
What a shot to find that opening. Yas is reduced to 30 HP as well in this moment. And Luminosity look all set to find it, but that's going to be a crucial one now for Talon. Soldier finds it, Misa finding 2. Talon aren't out of this one yet. That C4 is going to get that knock. DB&O on the Kixo, leaving Wi-Fi alone against 4. 2 in the round for Soldier as well. Talon are not out of this yet, and Luminosity likely aren't going to get the job done in this round. It would be an absolute Herculean task for Wi-Fi to find this. Every single body lined up and stacked, holding crossfires from Talon. No one wants to move. No one wants to be that player to make a mistake that might open the door for Luminosity to steal this round.
Creeping up the main stairs. Well, the creeping's not going to work anymore. You've given away your position, but look at the cross. Everybody from Talon is in a position to make sure there's no chance here from Wi-Fi. First bit of damage dealt. Soldier gets the swing. I said that they were there on their heels waiting for the knockout blow, but as you always love to say, as long as you're in it, you have a puncher's chance. And they landed the counter punch in that one, but they've still got to win one more round just to force overtime.
It's never over till it's over, Gibby. There's always that one chance. As long as you're active in the server, you can win a round. And Talon have done that here. Timeout called from Luminosity. They're calling a timeout in preparation for round 12, the last round of regulation so far. These teams have tested each other so far. Will we see overtime? Can Talon survive a little bit longer on their map choice? Or can Luminosity get this done in regulation and send Talon home on the opening day of the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six?
Yeah, this is a big map for Luminosity. Remember, a very young team indeed, and virtually no LAN experience going into this. And they've found their feet from beneath them. They've started to play very well against this PSG Talon side. Now remember, even if PSG Talon lose this matchup, what they've done in the previous 7 months is incredible for that region. You've knocked Damwon or D plus Kia off their perch, and you've managed to qualify for 2 international events back to back. They deserve a lot of credit for that. But what Luminosity is doing is great.
It's perfectly put. I mean, so far, I mean, obviously, Talon are going to have a massive target on their back after what was, I think, a performance in Manchester when kind of leagues above what they expected, or at least what we were anticipating for this side. Luminosity, again, this roster is an organization. Again, Luminosity is an organization have not been on an international event for a very long time inside of Siege. This roster yet to do it. This is their debut here. What a result this would be. What a bounce back this would be from. I was very worried after the Bliss result that this could have been a team that was demoralized and tired and a little bit worried. Their confidence could have been shocked, and it looked that way on Skyscraper very, very first round. But it went a different way now. And Clubhouse, anyone's game, all down to this. 1 round to play. Luminosity get victory, Talon go home. Talon need overtime, or their run here in Riyadh is over.
Great situation to be in if you're a player that you can make a little name for yourself inside of your team. If you can make the play that's the difference in this round. For the attacking side of Luminosity, Ying is in play once more. Blitz is in play. They've brought the striker again to get rid of those hatches, and the frag grenades can force players out of positions as well. The frags aren't going to be there for kills, but they're there to move players, to create space. And obviously, when you have an Ash in play for Kixro, who has been hitting shots in a couple of rounds in this matchup, you take an Ash pick, you've got to get kills. That's my mindset. Like Vigil, Ash, operators like that, you've got to have an impact. The mirrors can be utilized, though.
Luminosity, once again, they're running with that Blitz and Ying combination, looking to find an opening and fully exploit it with that combination of Candelas and the Flash Shield. Talon, yet again, have given complete control upstairs towards Luminosity so they can begin to work through the steps of verticality. And again, great utility. Breach charge on that Ash, using all three of them to carve open avenues of quicker movement, more efficient pathing for the side to use. A difficult angle held by Yas. You don't see many brave enough to fight that one. Opening pick so critical in this round, and you can feel that tension for both these teams. Everyone knows what's riding on this. Talent survival in the tournament, and Luminosity, perhaps the beginning of an underdog run.
There was an event for an underdog, though. This is the one historically. Mirror window still in place. Something's gone a little wrong there. But with a minute left in the round, just over 1 minute, nobody has taken a bit of damage whatsoever. It is set up for a grandstand finish. The blitz has opened dirt, and here we go. Eddie is going to make his way down with a little bit of cover. The barbed wire will slow the push, as will the smoke, and this is going to be a problem, and this is a great reaction by PSG Talon.
Perfectly, as you said, the reaction to bring out and play the smoke in this position. We hear those candelas happening around the map as well, but a critical fight. Misa needs to win this, needs to drag out this encounter as long as possible. Under a minute now to work with, and I think at this point you have to just commit to charging on in, and that's exactly what Blitz will do. You can't lose this one, and that's exactly what's happened. Eddie's off the board early, and Misa finding two is overtime calling. As Luminosity are down 2 players, 20 seconds remain, Gibby.
Misa coming in clutch when they need it most. It's a triple kill. Another one for Soldier. Rumatic with a C4. And it is overtime for PSG Talon. And it was the Misa show inside of Dirt that got us there.
Great reaction from the team to bring a different approach to holding Dirt Tunnel, knowing the Luminosity like that push and bring it out. Great play from Misa to find that and shut that down on an individual basis. For the very first time today, a matchup has went past 12 rounds of regulation, straight into overtime, and Luminosity, they had great momentum, great characteristics all game so far. It might change now in overtime. They let a map and series point slip. For many teams, that can be a massive blow mentally. Hopefully, not for this one, if you're cheering for Luminosity back home.
Well, this is the fun one, because both teams are so relatively inexperienced. Like, obviously, you've got players like Yas and Soldier who do have some experience. It's how do they react in this scenario now? Because if Talon can win this map, it's not a best of 3 anymore, it's best of 1. It's whoever wins on border, which we have seen today already, will manage to progress to tomorrow. For Luminosity, though, if they lose this map, after the start that they had and the finish they had to the map before, that's a very tough one to take.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
You can feel the tension in the air. Talon, when they got that last round victory, and they got us all at overtime, a massive roar of celebration from all those players. Revitalized, re-energized, see if they can get the job done, starting on the defense here. They're much more preferred side on this map so far today.
Bomb located by
Eddie
attackers.
once again on that hard breach roll. Likely trying to get that opened up, and this time in adaptation they have an angle holding down towards blue, trying to deny that ease of access with those Zofia Grismots in the hands of Surf that have been so effective getting this wall opened up in an efficient manner. Great read in from Talon. Will it be a factor though?
Eddie is on the breach where we've seen him so many times, but as you pointed out, that angle being held towards blue where you would want to get Surf in to clear any utility in this position. It's a tough angle to hold though. You're only getting it one shot at hitting these shots. He's not going to be able to land it, and all of a sudden this breach becomes doable. Bandit is going to fall back. Now you get this breach open. You have 2 decisions to make then. Do you try to clear Garage, or do you rotate around and push over from that construction side? Because while Yas and Misa play inside of Garage, you can't walk in that breach. You need to change your attention elsewhere.
I think it's going to be a rotation call, and that's going to be the right one in my mind here. Don't go all the way out towards construction and try and make that work. You still have an exothermic charge to work with. You still have two Selma charges on the hands of Ace played. And this is going to be very important for this side. Get that wall open and put that pressure on. No one needs to play by balcony on that main breach either. That's going to be phantom pressure. You have to be cautious of that one, and unless you have complete information on that, you're never too secure on what might happen. So Soldier, based on that single wall bandit trick, and this is relatively easy to do. Not much you can do as Eddie, as a sole thermite to stop this trick happening. As Kickstro gets the opening there, Ryder's first to fall, a second one now. Talon losing 2 just like that, and they now know that main balcony is secure. So they can play with an extra bit of freedom as they walk around CC.
The breach is open as well on both sides. There's the kill triple for Kixer on the round. He gets a quad on the round. Misa will silent, but Eddie will get the case down. It's all down to Misa in this opening round of overtime. Lots of barbed wire, which will feed information to the attackers, funny enough, but you know exactly where the player is, so you cannot let him move from this spot. Shots fired, a little step in. There's the ace, the first one that we have seen on the main channel at the Esports World Cup, and that gives Luminosity up to map and series point once more.
That is exactly what you want when you go into an overtime. One player to find a play like that, the energy this gives his team. But look at this, he's inside of CC, walked in, takes that space, commands that presence perfectly, and hunts down that final pick. You know he was given permission for that one. Go get that ace, get that one locked in, and the energy you felt from that reaction from this team puts them in a great position. They will now swap on towards that defense for what could be our very final round of this best of three. This could be Talon's last round at the Esports World Cup.
Final boss has evolved. Eddie is bandit, but Wi-Fi is playing Tubarao as well. This could be an impossible challenge to get these walls open. But there's, in the initial lineup, do I see a glass?
Yes, you do. So Ryder is going to be on that glass, and I'm very intrigued what the intention behind this is, and it looks like they're going to be firming that choice. Soldier on that blitz, gives them that pocket of chaos to make an execution stick. It needs to be perfect against Luminosity so far. One more round. That's all the North American side needs to get this job done.
Are we going to see a blitz through the breach? Oh, the glass is gone, never mind. But they still got the blitz in play. This is Talon's tournament on the line now. If they don't win this round, they are out of the Esports World Cup. They're getting a little bit of information using the drones in the early stage, but as we can see, all the pressure in the early stages are going to go horizontally. Get this wall open. But it's Eddie. Eddie's there. Get some pressure below. Don't let him stand there and ruin your attack.
How many times have we seen Talon struggle with this exact moment, and Luminosity have the perfect answer for this? Sophia down below. Eddie is going to fall victim to that, but he's going to dance around those rafter beams. He'll get one bandit wire down, but retreat. And that wall will be opened up. Job done. Great correction from Talon, and a better start on the attacking side for them.
It's funny how using the Zofia, which is exactly what Luminosity can do, or did, can stop the trick from happening. But nobody has fallen on the side of Luminosity yet. They've all fallen back to construction now, having given up that section of space. Cautious of players maybe playing below that hatch, but it does make things a little easier for PSG Talon with 2 minutes to go. You got to deal with that castle barricade. Yeah, you can't let the defenders play inside of construction, which at that point will force them to play inside of logistics. It's, as you said, it's a multi-layered defense where there's checkpoints, there's sections. Oh, that is a great reading from Eddie. He's heard the two being open, and he knew the sledge was going to go to the next one.
Eddie is him, it seems so far in Clubhouse. Great read, great prediction, and that's going to act as a trade, get us back to a 4 versus 4. Talon got that opening in that round, but it doesn't last too long thanks to that Nitro cell. Just over a minute to work. 4 versus 4. Control of construction and cash has all been given towards Talon. One body down below Luminosity will escape detection from that drone very briefly. Might have been caught by it. That will be silent. Does have a Nitro cell to work with, but doesn't opt to play down below. 60 seconds. This could be the final minute. We see Talon compete here in Riyadh. Can they get the job done and force us all the way to 15 rounds? They have to make that crossing towards construction, a treacherous pathing. I don't think they have that decision. I think they're going to pivot. They are. A last-second call to rotate away, Gibby.
This is the change. You've got the hatch is still solid though, so that's one avenue of a drop gone, but it means that you got to pressurize through. Silent will get Misa. It's a 4v3. They've got the numbers, but can't get through. They can't get the vault. They need to create that a little bit more of an opening with 28 seconds to go. They're still thinking about where to push. Thermite's going to vault into construction. They want to assist the Blitz as they make the push. It is all set up. PSG Talon need to make something happen.
We're at the death of this matchup now. 10 seconds remain and Yas finds one. Could be the lifeline, but Wi-Fi fires back. The Blitz needs to make an impact, and that's what they'll do. A difficult fight all the way back into the Logi, but time is your nemesis. The case should go down. 000's here, but no! They pull off and Luminosity get the job done. That's it. victory. They go forward, and Talon, that's it, the run's over.
And Luminosity into. I am going to remind every viewer at home, Whippet in his notebook wrote that they were going to get 7-0'd in both maps and go home, but that ain't that. And that could be a real maturity map for this side. Yes, you're playing PSG Talon, but you've come back from a horrible position on the international stage. You've won a best of 3. They are going to go home feeling brilliant tonight.
A great result for them. They survived towards tomorrow, but there are much better people to break that map down, so we can go to the desk. We'll break what we've just seen down.
Thank you very, very much for that, fellas. There we have it. Luminosity coming out on top. I'm going to come over to you first, Corey, because what happened to your theory of Talon, easy win? What happened?
Yet again, I've been wrong. No, to put the jokes aside, honestly, I'm very surprised on how well Luminosity played this. Like, once they figured out how to play against Talon, they had this game basically in the books and they gave them no breathing room. And they had also the guts, I'm gonna say, to counter them. Like, they realized, okay, hey, listen, they can't get walls open, we'll just spam the bandit every round. We are not scared of like a Sophia below or anything, because we are aware that this Talon roster is completely stressed. First attack round, we see it right here. The first thing they do is like, okay, you know what? We stressed them out the entire time. They were struggling with that. Let's just hit side completely. Ignore them. We don't care about them. They got the retake. Talon won the round, but the idea of Luminosity was like really, really good. And yet again, the only round, like the first round, the bandit trick didn't go through, was Luminosity's attacking round, because they have shown them, they were like, you know what, Talon, you've struggled against our bandit for 6 rounds in a row. We take a Sophia, we literally impact the bandit twice, we start the round with a free kill. Unfortunately, they lost that round as well. But end of the day, they won the game and they've shown a lot of promising things. And they've shown that they're not here to be first rounded, which I think for them is a massive win, and especially against a team like Talon, which had, well, they are not the underdogs, but they are a good team. And to show up against a team like that is promising.
Absolutely. I mean, there's somewhere that everyone needs to start. It's their first event, so obviously beating a team that Talon, that we talked about, oh, we don't want to see Talon, the last Manchester event, just be a hiccup, just be something that we wanted to see it replicated, and unfortunately we didn't get to see it. There was some life to it. I really like that they never gave up on that second map. That was one of the points that we tried to hit home after the first one, was after throwing, quote-unquote, throwing the first map away, you don't want to let that mental affect you going into map 2. And they absolutely didn't, even when they were down sometimes. And I really like the innovation from Talon, the fact that they weren't letting the bandit or the blitz on both ends, the innovation from Luminosity affect them. And I thought it was really well played. The individual performances from everyone on Talon was good. I think it really comes back down to just the teamwork and the strategy. Fabian has done a great job at taking this team from where it was to where it is now, but there absolutely is definitely a lot more to go.
Fox, what about Luminosity when we compare them with that first game that they played? Did you feel like they looked incredibly strong heading into Talon's map pick? Or would you say it was pretty consistent throughout
I
the series?
believe Luminosity coming into the tournament as a whole was very overconfident, and I think every player, you can speak on this as well as I can, every player when they go to their first event, they obviously have bigger eyes than their stomach can handle. They think that they can beat everybody, and we said in their match against Bliss, they thought they were going to smoke Bliss. So it was a little bit of a reality check, and some teams don't get that opportunity to lose and come back strong. Now, would I say that Luminosity should feel happy about that performance? I don't think that's what they should be confident with, but I definitely think, like we said, they have to start somewhere, and this was a good position to get them at least into tomorrow.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead, check in with Luminosity themselves as well. I do believe we have Wi-Fi standing by. If you can hear me, Wi-Fi, I want to congratulate you and the team on your performance so far. I'm going to start off with a cliche question. Are you feeling pretty good over there?
You know, yeah, it's good to win, so yeah, not to go home.
Well, you know what? I want to go ahead and draw your attention to the first map that we saw. You boys were 0-4 down. We saw the team call for a tactical pause, and then the tide started turning. There was an incredible comeback from you boys. My question is, during that tactical pause, what were the discussions that took place? What did you guys change up?
Honestly, it wasn't that much strategically wise. It's honestly our first game and this game at the beginning, it was more just of nerves and kind of getting used to this environment. You know, we've never played on outside of our rooms before, so all the lights and the cameras, it's all new to us. So it's kind of just getting our nerves under control.
Absolutely, and speaking on those nerves, just going from the first matchup against Bliss, which we had a chance to talk about that you guys were very confident going into that, to this matchup, what was the mental change from losing that first match on land to going into the second one?
Honestly, I think before that match, before the Bliss match, we honestly didn't respect our opponent enough. You know, I think just because we made it here, we had high heads and overconfident, I would say. I think the Bliss match was a good lesson for us to take everyone seriously. I mean, I hope to play those guys again. I'm hoping for a rematch. I mean, they're a good team, but I know we can play better. I know that the play that we're putting out right now is not our standard. And yeah, I mean, we want to win, so that's much I can say.
So you've added Surf quite recently to the team, and he's changed quite a lot up when you look at the results you've performed. How does he change things in the team, and what did he bring that you guys were lacking so hardly?
Surf is honestly, he was such an important player for us to pick up. He brought a lot of things to our team. He brought the experience. He brings the leadership qualities that we need. He brings the calling. He has incredible gun skill. Honestly, I'm not sure why he wasn't in Pro League like, you know, way earlier, but this guy was like, he's just insane. So I'm glad to have him on my team.
Well, you know what, Wi-Fi, thank you so much for joining us. Get used to enjoying the lights, the camera, the action, because there's still plenty more Rainbow Six for you boys. I'm loving the fact that he was incredibly honest, saying this whole environment is incredibly new for us. There are nerves that factor into this as well. Playing outside of your bedroom in itself is absolutely massive. But you know what, credit to them, I think they performed exceptionally well.
Absolutely. Some of these players on Luminosity have been grinding in the T2 scene since the game practically came out, and then this last year to 2 years, they've been able to accumulate this level of players. Getting a player like Surf is a huge momentum to their motivation, I guess, and the vibes of the team. At the end of the day, if you're having a good time and everyone's enjoying themselves, you will play better. And some of those times when we were walking past the stage, you could actively see how much energy Surf was bringing to the rest of the team, especially when it's their first time on land, they're all nervous, and Surf was like shaking and dancing at his desk. It just lets you feel a little comfortable, like, hey, like if he's having fun, then I can have fun too, and just not take it so seriously.
What did we think of Wi-Fi's little interview?
I think you could see that he's very, very happy. You saw that he was like happy to win, so much pressure off of his shoulders, and he just felt very relieved. And I envy him a tiny bit because it is a great feeling to win, and especially the first win at LAN. I mean, you know it as well. Feels amazing in my opinion, and you saw it at them. And I hope they took the lesson, and I think that's a great thing. And I think it's a great thing to say as well in an interview, to be like, hey, you know what? We were thinking too high of ourselves. Didn't work out. We will learn, we will take it, now we will move on. And apparently it's worked out great, so I'm not complaining.
Well, they're going to be moving on against W7M.
Oh, that's going to be a tough game because W7M has been looking really formidable, but this could be the start of the snowball effect. You know, Beast Coast had an upsetting run at the last major. You never know, maybe the third seed from a North American region could do the same thing again this event.
Well, for our qualified teams thus far, we have BDS and Team Liquid that have qualified through to our playoffs. Would you, gents, say that that was expected for you at the start of the day?
I think so. I think the BDS W7M game was definitely closer than what we thought it was. A lot of us thought that maybe SSG was going to take it away from them, but BDS making it through and then Liquid making it through makes sense. That's what I expected.
Same. I mean, with BDS, they've won it back-to-back, basically. They're trying to get a hat-trick, so I would have expected them to move on as well. And in my opinion, they are the best European team. I mean, they got users in Solotafon, which are insane players in my opinion. So, overall, I'm not too surprised about them. And Team Liquid are good. And I wouldn't say it's surprising that they made it there, but I wouldn't have been surprised either if they would have, had a little team shake them off or something like that.
Well, what about that Bliss and SSG matchup?
That'll be a good game because Bliss and SSG love to play against each other. I think it'll be a good matchup. I mean, SSG did not look too happy after beating Cruelty. It was a very close game for them as well. They got away with the win, but just seeing them walk away, it wasn't like their head was held up high.
Well, taking a look at our best of ones, we've also got Dark, Zero, and Furia. That's going to be the next one that we're covering here on the stream. But talk to me about that lower bracket for our Group B. We got GK versus ITB and Wolves versus Scars.
Honestly, I'm giving ITB GK for me is quite clear. We've seen a lot of promising things from ITB earlier, and I think they have what it takes, and especially after the first game, they had a lot to learn. So I think they might have the upper hand, they might have more experience, and I consider them higher. The Wolves-Scars game, on the other hand, I think could be very interesting, because Scars, in my opinion, was super promising, really good, till they noticed, hey, we could win. That's when everything crumbled. And Wolves, in my opinion, had a shaky start. Yeah, it's underwhelming. They have young players and everything, and I give them a lot of slack, so I'm trying to be a little bit nicer to them, but I have to say this event for them, they changed and they're missing leadership. And I think especially with these two young players, it's rough to really introduce leadership.
Well, Furia and Dark Zero yet again in another best of one. Do we have any favorites for this?
I think it's hard not to vote for Furia. I mean, they've been so consistent. In this event, they have been looking very good, so I would obviously give the edge to them.
I'm voting for Dark Zero, literally because of Nave on the team. And I mean, I truly get your point, and I think this game is 50-50. It could go both ways. And I think Furia has the slight upper hand, but I'm gonna vote for Dark Zero simply because of Nave and of Bolo. They're the goats.
Yeah, it could be. It looks like to me the story of strategy over bronze. You know, will Furia be able to swipe out all Dark Zero? Will Dark Zero be able to outsmart Furia? That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Well, brains or bronze, is it going to be Furia or Dark Zero? We will find out in our next best of one coming up soon. We are back, baby, with some more Rainbow Six here at the Esports World Cup. Next matchup is going to be Furia and Dark Zero, the ultimate showdown in this best of one. Corey, I'm going to skip over you because the last time you gave me a prediction, it ended up being dreadful. So, Alfama, you can give me your thoughts and feelings about the quality of these two teams that are going to be butting heads.
I mean, honestly, this could be a grand finals matchup. You know what I mean? Like, we're getting two of the best teams in the best possible shape right now with high momentum playing in the upper bracket. That's what you expect from a semi-final of an upper bracket. So overall, like, super excited to see this. It's only a BO1, so maybe it's just a first taste, and it could still be a grand finals down the line.
Down the line, who knows? I want to hear from everybody that's joining us from home. Visit www.stcplay.gg. Send in your prediction. Let us know who it is that you are going to be rooting for. But Corey, who are you going to be rooting for?
I am very scared to give you a prediction right now. Like, I was trying to hide my tears to calm down for a tiny moment, but no, it's fine. Honestly, I mean, it's obvious. I'm rooting for Dark Zero. They have Nave added from Europe. I'm a big Nave fan. I think he was like the glue to M&M that made this team that great. We've seen when he joined M&M, the improvements they've had at the Six Invitational was insane. When he joined Dark Zero, the improvement he's given Dark Zero was insane. His own performance was the best at that Six Invitational it's ever been. On top of that, they have Bolo, and I mean, we talked about it earlier. Bolo literally unretiring, coming back to Dark Zero and placing 5th to 8th at the Six Invitational is crazy to me.
Well, after taking about a year off, retiring for a year, the real question is, why do you think, Alfama, that Dark Zero might have been the team in which, you know, you kind of viewed it as being worth coming out of retirement for?
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero has been there for a really long time. They've invested into a long-term project. I remember, you know, whenever they came in, they actually created the organization and chose Rainbow Six as a first game. They were the first one to invest into a team house. They were the first one to invest into real tools, into real courses about physical coaches, to have a really good staff. Like, they were the team that was pushing the boundaries in terms of performance, and I think that's why he chose this team. Also because they're really great with content as well. And I think overall, like you said, Knife addition was crazy. I think he impacted that team so well, both in terms of fragging, yes, but also in terms of shot calling, in terms of vision, adaptation. For a team that relies so heavily on strategy, it's very important. And it shows. At Six Invitational, a 5th, 6th finish was already really good. And then consistently they progress. They went all the way in semi-finals and lost to BDS, a really strong BDS in Manchester. And so they're hoping to really take that first step, that last step, sorry, and go in grand finals.
Well, I know we speak about their results, but what about, aside from the results, the mental attitude towards gameplay as a whole? How would you kind of describe that for the team?
I think there's no team with a better mental attitude. I mean, they have Canadian, and if there's one thing I love about him, it's how he pushes the mood of a team. He's shouting, he's loud, he's in the heads of the enemy team, and he's always there for his team, boosting them up, helping with the mood. And it's similar for Nave, actually. He's someone who's looking out for his teammates, who's looking out for his players, who's trying to pick him up. And I think just the mix of talent, and the word you said, vision, is something that I actually really, really liked, because they all have the same game plan. They have this character of, you know, we know what we want, we know how to prepare, we know how to work, and if everyone in the team has the same vision, you will be confident.
Now, what about their opposition of Furia, Alfama? How do you think their confidence is going to be looking heading into EWC?
I think they're reboosted, they're rejuvenated. I think they just went off a top 8 finish at Manchester, and what's crazy is that in 2 years, they were either winning everything or top 4 every single time. It was actually the first time in 2 years that they didn't end up even top 4. So that must have been a huge wake-up call for them. They expect more from each other. They were the reigning world champions, and so they cannot just afford to stop in top 8. So they will be really hungry for this, and so far they've been looking really good into this tournament with a convincing win against ITB.
What do you think it is that's going to make them edge this out versus Dark Zero, Corey?
I think for them it's going to be very similar to the ITB game, in my opinion, because yet again we have two philosophies of Siege, and ITB and Dark Zero are very similar teams, but I think Dark Zero has the upper hand of ITB. And we saw Furia today struggling against, I almost said against Dark Zero, against ITB already, and I think if Dark Zero, if they are on spot today, if they will hit their shots, if they will be good individually, they will win. If Furia has like one player showing up, one player really turning it up, then they will win. To me, this really comes down to individual star performances, and other than that, it's almost impossible to predict, in my opinion.
Almost impossible.
I might be too scared of you to predict it, to be honest.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to have scared you already. There we have it. We have Border as our decider, our one map in this best of one. Are we feeling like you're leaning either which way now?
No, nothing is too surprising here. Like, when you look at these bans, each team banned the 4 lowest maps for them and then the 4 lowest maps for the other one, so it's very clear. What's surprising is we're going to Border again, which was the map that they played against ITB today. And I can assure you, knowing Mint, knowing these guys, knowing Canadian, they have went and watched the VOD and prepared something or cooking something just for this matchup. I don't know how much you can change in that short amount of time. For sure, you can call a few adaptations, maybe see a few openers. But what I like in Furia's side is they have Felipox, one of the best in-game leader in the world, and he can definitely turn it around and craft defenses just on the flow.
I think this is genius to go for Border again. I'm going to be very honest with you, because the thing with Border, as you said, you can do a lot on the fly, and you're not showing another map in a best of one. You're not giving anything away. You just play Border again. If you do something on the fly, it works great. Teams will think, oh my god, they have another strat. If it doesn't, it's whatever. And you really like, you're still in the upper bracket. If you lose this best of one, it's okay. You've just shown a map you've already shown. So it's really, in reality, in the worst case scenario, it's not too bad. And in the best case scenario, you win way too much. So I think it's amazing.
I know we mentioned earlier on that Furia has the capability to change things up on the fly, but what about Dark Zero?
It's the exact same story, especially now that they have Nave, and especially now that their whole playstyle revolves around strategy. Now, when you're facing Furia, for me, you have 2 win conditions. Furia is known to be the most, or one of the most aggressive teams in the world, so you have 2 ways to beat it. The first one is try to match the aggression. Good luck with that, by the way. They are the best players in the world. Or you try to punish the aggression. But at that point, it's really hard to control the pace, because Furia will be making the first move. You need to try to punish that, and if you can't, then they will roll you because they have the pace.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead, throw it over to the boys, and they can let me know, Furia or Dark Zero, who's going to take this?
Thank you very much, Veracity. And well, I'm joined by someone new here on the casting desk. Fox is joining me on this one, taking a small detour from the analyst desk. But what's your thoughts on this one? Going to the same map that we already saw Furia play earlier today. How do you think that's going to play out against Dark Zero?
First things first, I'm happy to be here with you. I couldn't imagine a better duo.
Thank you very much.
My opinion, I do want to have faith in North America. Obviously, the NA bias, but unfortunately for NA, I just feel like Furia is a team that not many NA teams have been able to overcome and overbeat. Border is one of those maps where it really comes down to the gunfights, and like Leo was saying on the desk, if DZ even wants to match that level of aggression, it's not going to bode well for them.
I mean, we already saw that Furia in the round that ITB got against them earlier on this map. We saw that there was some aggressive plays and gunfights that came out from ITB that caught Furia napping a little bit. You know, big thing to me that points out is Oscar walking in archives with behind that buggy Joe after that castle barrier, catching someone. Do you think DZ can try and play around that from what they saw, as the desk mentioned that Mint and Canadian likely would have seen some of that before?
I think that's wishful thinking that DZ's obviously done a whole lot of preparation in that one matchup. Obviously, they were here in the venue getting ready to play their own game, so there's not too much that they could have gone off of their own. And I don't necessarily think that ITB put up that best of a showing. Obviously, it made Furia look human and that they could bleed on ITB's defensive side. But obviously, when the sides were swapped, Furia became way too overwhelming. And I think when I look at Dark Zero, I see almost a better version of ITB in a way. They're very strategical, very smart, and there are some elements that they can use to exploit Furia's aggression. But when it comes to the Furia specifically on their own defense, I just don't know if they'll have the firepower to match up with them.
I have to agree with you that as we see our bans beginning to roll out, Monty, Dokkaebi, Azami, the first to go in this stage. And been a lot of Monty bans today so far. I'm not really shocked by that. You know, my time covering LATAM and Brazil during stage 1, it was basically every team loved to play Monty. Then halfway through the season, or the stage, we saw that swap as Valkyrie is going to be our final ban here. I mean, what do you think about our operator ban selection that we've seen?
Great bans, honestly, from Furia. It makes perfect sense why they would ban Monty in the first place. Canadian is a proficient Monty player. I would expect him to have picked any type of a shield operator going into this game. And the Valk, obviously, Dark Zero loves to play off of information. So getting rid of that information-based operators is going to make things just that much easier. On the flip side, Dark Zero is getting rid of aggressive-based operators. Dokkaebi, so they can't make the phone call to limit Furia's aggression.
I mean, again, I think we put this perfectly, that DZ have that similar style of what we saw from ITB that did cause some problems. But I think overall, as much as my love for ITB is there, I think DZ's a more well-rounded roster. They have that experience and a little bit more firepower that perhaps even test Furia. So we dive into round 1, lineups going out, and immediately they're going to see that Brava getting brought out. And normally you see that as a response pick to when a Maestro is in play, but not this time around. And Dark Zero on the offense here starting off, and that's typically the favorite side that we see on Border.
Yeah, Dark Zero going for a lot of util-based ops. The Brava, the Capitao, like you mentioned, the Lion, the Deimos. Honestly, looking at their operator lineup, I wouldn't be surprised if they try going for a CC bottom uptake where they abuse the Deimos and clear out the players in CC. Really focus on that information to get Furia out of the hard positions to clear.
Good initial drone phase from Dark Zero. 3 of those prep drones only destroyed, so Fury not proficient on that hunt at least, but still blinding out a little bit of that vision from Dark Zero. And Bullet will find the opening pick. Herds there, I think looking to get aggressive, unsure of the source of that one, likely to catch it in a replay. But opening pick very early for the side of Dark Zero, and a great start for them. And I like this, again, getting aggressive, going for the spawn peaks early, shows the confidence in this side.
Furia has to show their confidence, but Dark Zero is one of those teams in North America that everyone talks about that you don't want to let them set up. So obviously it makes perfect sense why Furia off the bat is going to go for very fast aggression. They want to stall Dark Zero as long as possible so that they can't set up, feel comfortable, and go for the execute on their own pace.
KZ playing around that door in CC, likely going to be a threat. Goo Mine's going to be all the way up on that balcony, so if any member of Dark Zero tries to creep up, that will be revealed. Difficult to bounce between positions. We'll know that pressure is arriving. Critical to hold this for Furia. Philippox does get one Canadian off the board, so your Capitao is now gone. Both those fire darts going to go into the grave in the back pocket of the IGL of Dark Zero, so a massive utility lost for this side. Think about this position, the KZs, and you could have cleared that with those fire darts. No longer an option for the side of Dark Zero.
I agree completely. The Capitao going down was going to be that fire to keep people off of the armory wall so they could focus on KZ in this position. But now they can't get rid of him, so Dark Zero is going to have to try to push him out in another way. The Deimos call will come out, but he's standing on top of a mute jammer, so there's no way for Dark Zero to even get information on KZ in this position. And that pick on Canadian was so pivotal for KZ staying alive here.
Looking at what DZ have left to work with, realistically, they have the best bet's going to be that Ying, an aggressive run out. KZ should be able to get this one. Shoulder baits it, and we'll hear that rotation towards him. Cover is good from behind him, and JV92 will get that. Nafe falls. Advantage 4 versus 3 for Furia. Bolo creeping in the break room, not to try and grab one, can't do it, not quick enough in the draw. KZ gets that, and Furia in a great advantage. Deathmark goes out, will arrive at its destination. It will. That's going to be Nade hunted down by that, but it's going to be jammed yet again. The proficient use of those mute jammers have made this difficult as NJR will grab one, and that might be a lifeline now as they have access in Archive.
Good position, but Philippox is going to shut him down. Another Deimos all alone in a 1v3. That was beautiful textbook trading from Furia, just to be able to get KZ in comfortable positions to where he doesn't have to worry about anybody around him. NJR, Pambazao is finally going to go down, and that's going to be the first round from Furia, and that was beautiful textbook teamwork.
Furia played that perfectly from this side. I mean, everything was covered on that from that opening pick, and the comfort. Now, they obviously don't know they got the Capitao in that, but the fact is DZ had no option to deal with that position. They relied on Bolo creeping in from walkway to try and find something there, but not quick enough on the draw. And, you know, for Dark Zero, when your strategy falls away, you have to rely on your mechanics. You're against Furia. You have KZ, Herds, Nade. It's not going to be an easy job to do.
Absolutely. I can't stress how pivotal that Capitao pick was, because the Capitao was going to deny Philippox, who was behind the half wall on armor, from being able to stop the CC window player. And because they were able to shut down the Capitao, Philippox was able to assist KZ in CC by holding his window, holding his door. And KZ, all he had to do was make sure that he doesn't get shot from the Deimos below, and he can slowly bait out the Nomad into a position where Philippox can get the free kill. And once they get rid of him, then there's absolutely nobody who can contest KZ in that position. So taking down Canadian was pivotal for that round.
Similar lineup yet again in terms of operators from DC. We'll see that pivot away. Canadian doesn't want to bring the Capitao this time around. And very similar role again, that zone denial of bringing out that Grim. A pick away. Bolo is going to be on that on Ace now, as Panzerbu will bring out the Nomad to try and deny those rotations. On a map like Border, you are very compact. So again, those air jabs can have a massive impact of trying to deny that rotation around. And Solus being picked up in addition with Nade now on the Fenrir. And again, Fenrir and operator I always think it has a massive impact on Border, considering how tight it is, how compact your rooms are. And it's going to be an extra thing to solve for Dark Zero when they try and take those gunfights when they need and get pressured into it.
And information is the name of the game for Dark Zero. They want to know where Furia is. They want to know where they can isolate those individual picks, because Furia, every member is constantly moving. And the operators that they're playing aren't necessarily utility-based. They want information off the Solus. They want to know if somebody's trying to creep in off the Fenrir. They want the Warden to be able to stop Dark Zero's fast smoke plants. And all they want to do is maintain a mass amount of position, slow down Dark Zero, force them to have to make that play, make that gunfight, make that execute. And it looks like the execute's going to come onto these stairs.
Toxic canisters deployed to choke this play out from Dark Zero. Now, an early use of that smoke is actually going to be great here. It makes it difficult for Dark Zero to do what they want to do and slows that down. Every thought process now is about this. A second canister tossed out as the Solus down below. Spot Stat drone to begin to work around what to do here. 3 bodies on Furia all stacked up. Herd swings out. Panzerbu's going to fall to that one. And round early, again, advantage for Furia. No trade from Dark Zero in this, and they're stuck all on this balcony trying to push out towards the east side, and nothing's working for them so far.
Nothing is working at all. Dark Zero is sitting here just waiting for the utility to do the work for them. KZ's going to make the massive gap even bigger, and they're just going to wait. Now Canadian's going to have to try to make something happen and bring it back, and he's going to get one onto the east stairs with the bailiff nonetheless, and makes things a little bit closer. But Furia knows that they've done the heavy lifting. They've gotten the pick, they've got the man advantage. Now they just have to play the crossfires.
And a perfect indication of that is the fallback, ensuring up positions like Fountain with that extra reinforcement. They have the time and space to do it. DZ's nowhere in sight, and again, combination of that opening pick and those toxic canisters really choking things out. And this is going to be the impact of that Solace down below. Can spot that Clutch drone, can really eat into that likelihood there's going to be a Brava somewhere in that vicinity, and they can begin to redirect their focus onto that. 50 seconds left in this round, and Furia completely in control. All the pressure on Dark Zero to win their gunfights, and they can't. Herd's lurking in break room, gets that one on the Knave. There is a trade there. Canadian gets that job done, but with only 35 seconds, a difficult task. NGR gets one. Yet again in Archive, and Nade does fall away. Sights down below, of course, so still lots of work for DZ.
Time is against them here, and they've done a good job of being able to rat away a couple of kills and trade it up, but now Furia has time on their side. NJR, JV92 with a 1v1 up top. Canadian and KZ with the 1v1 in sight. Dark Zero's going to have to make the first move. JV92 drops down to play on the 2v1. Canadian's shots go down, but he's going to go down too. NJR with no HP in a dream, and the shotgun through the wall to make the lead 2-0.
Furia are playing perfectly so far. As you mentioned, DZ are going to come in with that strategy plan, a more strategic team, and Furia are playing a perfect game around that. They know that DZ want to implement their strategy, and that's how they want to play. They want to put a lot of focus on getting that opening. Furia are making them wait, making it a punishing experience to do so. And when DZ are forced into taking those gunfights in difficult positions, Furia just have the firepower to make things work. It's worked out so well for them in these opening 2 rounds.
And this is where we saw Furia succeed against ITB, was on their defense. They were able to keep into the breach outside of the map, just like they're keeping Dark Zero outside of the map. Dark Zero just needs a pinhole to get inside to be able to have some type of position. But Furia is assessing where Dark Zero is going to come from. Where is their utility going to come from? And we saw the rotates. KZ was taking Passport with the Solus, getting rid of any type of information. They're really trying to blind Dark Zero and force them to have to make sloppy plays. Sometimes it works out, but sometimes it doesn't.
Full repick on the offensive lineup here. Is it going to be a addition? Now we're going to see Canadian on that blitz shield, and you know, with Nafe on the floor, is going to be able to clear away that utility, carve a path for it. Now, Nade on the pulse, not an operator that we see a lot of play from at the minute, but this is going to act, and I always like to say it's almost a reference of Canadian all the way back in history would have played. You know, acting on pulse, teams like Evil Geniuses back in the day when you play on Clubhouse down in that corner, is going to be able to get so much information from this on a map the size of border. You can really read the flow of it, but where Canadian's going to make the impact on that blitz shield is where I'm very curious to how this round plays out.
Dark Zero's just trying to get inside the map. They're going to take customs very quickly. That's what Furia is giving them, so they're going to take it right away. But I love the read from Furia here. They knew that Dark Zero, the prior round, went for a heavy east take. They bring the castle, they're doubling down and holding that side of the map as aggressive as possible, and that's why they're comfortable to give away customs, because they know that as long as we have the east stairs, Dark Zero hasn't brought enough utility to deal with it directly, and the information off the pulse is going to be able to give Furia the understanding on when they need to retake into customs, and they're going to wait off of Dark Zero's cue.
Furia have a tremendous setup here to cover almost every avenue attack from Dark Zero. Lion Scan goes out, and Nate does get caught by that pressure arriving from Vents. That's going to be the buck of Pamba. And trying to find that opening pick. Drones go out, and difficult angle all the way forced back into construction. But for Furia, playing your life at this moment, for Nade just staying alive is going to be a massive benefit. The more eyes of Dark Zero focused on you, the less you are around the map. And here's Canadian in that pressure in Customs. They've got in the building this time, but can they use that blitz as a linchpin to get a little bit more control as they might dive through that wooden barricade straight out in the blue?
Nade is playing this beautifully. He's just stalling time. He knows that he doesn't need to move, but Canadian's going to come through with the blitz, and he's going to get shot into the side, but the trade! Bolo's behind him. Will he be able to recover his teammate and pick up the man advantage? Nade is still tucked up. He doesn't need to move, but he's communicating to the rest of his team. It's only a matter of time before Dark Zero surrounds me. I'm going to need some help, and the rest of Furia is in motion.
Nade C4 ready to send over the top for that one, just waiting on that call. He's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable here. He's going to get caught through the wall as well. Great read from Bolo, second in the round. Lion Scout in the distance happens as well, and Furia falling now as Dark Zero cascade in the sight. 50 seconds, and Nade gets one more. Philippox falls. 5 versus 1. All down the KZ, and this should be a guaranteed round now for Dark Zero. Everything's in their favor. You got a blitz shoot to deal with as well, and the player has to drop this hatch straight into the waiting arms of Dark Zero. It's going to be their very first round here on Border, guaranteed.
That was a beautiful round from Dark Zero, and we said once they set up, once they have that time to get to talking, to get to figuring out how they're going to execute on the site, that's when Dark Zero is strongest. Furia was playing a good job, Nade specifically, on stalling his amount of time, but the trades were there on Dark Zero's side, and once they had the positions, they knew they just had to funnel that blitz. Picking up the blitz was such a read to be able to get him, to be able to commence into the site, and then not even aggressing Nade. They knew he was going to be posted up. It was really, start to finish, a well-played round from Dark Zero. KZ's just going to use the rest of the time out and talk to his team in that round, let them know what went wrong, what they can fix going into the next one.
If you're Furia from that one now, you had complete control in those opening 2 rounds going into it. DZ, a shift in idea on how he wanted to approach that map. And how do you feel that Furia are going to react to that one now? As he had that time to sit back, relax, or not relax, but talk things through as they're going to go to Archives and Armory now for this next site?
I would imagine the aggression here is going to ramp up from Furia because the 2 starting rounds, they really fought Dark Zero on the entry that they were coming in. And on the last round, they decided just to hold East, hold Bathroom Tellers, and let Dark Zero make the first move to switch up the tempo. And that's what we want to see most teams do to limit test the team that they're playing against. They don't want to show too much out of their own basket of tricks, but now that they've lost the round, they know, hey, if we really do let Dark Zero have the position that they want, set up, and get ready to commence onto the site, it's going to be harder for us than if we just fight them head on. So I'd imagine Fury is going to swap things around and go back to fighting exactly where Dark Zero is going to come from.
I think the cast is going to be a perfect indication of that, though, now, is I think it's going to be making a maze around the map and very forcing DZ into particular lines of sight for it. A lot of repicks from the side of Dark Zero. We saw NJR grabbing on towards that, on towards Glaz, and Pamba going on towards Deimos as well. Intrigue there, Fox.
Yeah, the Glaz is interesting, and it looks like the same type of setup that they want to go for a CC side take. I'd imagine that the Deimos is going to be a bait, and it looks like they almost want to bait what they were doing the first round. A lot of the Dark Zero members are tucking up by Archives, almost as if they want to look for a rush. And the first pick is Herd's going to take Nave down, and that's not what you want to see. But it does look like DZ wants to start for a rush. Good read from KZ to take NJR down, and that's the Glaz through the barricade. He gets out scot-free, and he's just going to disrespect a little more. We're going to see Pamba bottom metal. No way for Dark Zero to really get inside. Furia, exactly what we said. They wanted to fight them head on, and they found 2 picks before they execute, before they were even at the building.
The biggest thing as well for Dark Zero is that they had a lot of key utility like that Glaz now not longer available. I don't think this round's going to last too much longer, as JV92 will find Pamba down below, and it's going to be a 5 versus 2. Just under 2 minutes left in this round, and well, you got Canadian and Bolo, last 2 standing for this side. Heaps of experience in Canadian, talent on Bolo's side. But again, against 5 members of Furia, the Triple Crown champions. Not going to be an easy task. We'll mask the entryway with that smoke canister and that crossbow of Captain Tau, giving an option to rappel on in. I think that might be the intention, but still opting to be a little bit safer falling back. Lion Scan masked on as Bolo will take some damage as well. And Furia don't really care about that Lion Scan. They look to get aggressive for it. A run out, an aggressive one. Finds some damage on towards Canadian. Philippox gets Bolo shut down. And well, it's just a matter of time. It will be a consolation prize to find Philippox in this moment, but it's going to be all but over. Maybe. Canadian, surely not. 3 more to find. 60 seconds. No, KZ shuts it down. Canadian falls in that one. Furia get round number 4.
And even in the end, if you watch Furia, the way that they're playing, even when they have three-man advantage, they're still all playing together, extremely extended and extremely aggressive. KZ's holding onto that bookshelf door. Felipok's behind him. JV92 in the 90 hallway. JV92 in the 90 hallway. There's absolutely no opening for Furia to lose a man without immediately getting traded.
So DZ have called their tactical timeout here, 4 rounds deep into this matchup on Border. What's Mint going to have to do here? What's the big thing that Mint needs to correct for this side?
I mean, I think the biggest issue is they just don't even have the opportunity to get up to the building. They haven't been able to get into the building. The one round where they did, they were able to slow down, call the execute, and finally execute. Every round prior, they haven't been able to understand what Furia is setting up to do. They haven't really had good drone usage. They're getting information for the Deimos to be able to scan, but the Deimos isn't even able to get into downstairs below to put the pressure on anybody. So Furia is doing a really good job at this aggression, and I think that's where the Monty ban actually hurts Dark Zero, because Dark Zero doesn't have something to just hard push into the building. So Dark Zero has to take a timeout. They have to talk about how we're just going to focus. They know that Furia is giving them some positions. They have to be able to make something happen with the limited position that they have.
We'll jump back on board now, and hopefully we can see Dark Zero convert that timeout into a round victory. We've only actually seen that happen once so far today on this stream, and it's a massive factor I always like to think about. It's such a valuable resource for a side to be able to use that tactical timeout. You know, it can be used to correct mistakes or curb momentum for your opposition. For Dark Zero, let's see if they can get that one, as we will be upstairs yet again with Furia hopping on board with this one. Lineup-wise, nothing really standing out to me for the Furia, but Canadian on towards that Ying. He's played a variety of 3 different operators through 5 rounds at this point, and that's going to be the moment they're going to have to use those Candelas to push in for an execution. And I mean, they've struggled with that initial map control. The Candelas certainly help with it.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree. Based off their lineup, it looks like Dark Zero is understanding the issue. Hey, we have a problem getting inside the building. Let's bring the Ying. Let's try to just focus on the basics, on pushing back Furia at the initial point of entry with the Ying, using our utility to just get into the map, because Furia is going to give us these fights that we need to be able to execute. So instead of worrying about the execute itself later in these rounds, they want to make sure that they can just get to the later of these rounds first.
Opening pick going to be very critical that Dark Zero can find it. Early damage done the Bolo, but I think that's arriving from an Electro Thought, and it is down inside jail. They open that up, and they have that point of contact now to walk in and try and get that control initially. He has a body up with him as well, so he can have that trade potential. And the thing we saw lacking in that PSG Talon game for both sides was that trade. Hopefully, DZ can amend that. And Deathmark goes out, Deathmark gets failed again, and that's just going to be an unfortunate one, as it would have been a great amount of utility to gather for this side. No Candelas deployed at this moment, still early days, as Dark Zero realistically just probing around the map, looking for a way into it, and half their drone economy already slain.
Probing is a great way to put it. They are just maintaining a good amount of map pressure, trying to keep Furia on their toes exactly on where they're trying to entry from, where they want to execute. Furia has been doing a great job at denying the Deimos from getting any type of information, and Dark Zero is relying a lot on it to give them some type of guidance on how they want to approach this site, and they're using as much time as possible to figure out where everybody on Furia is. Herds is going to take down Bolo, KZ's going to take down Pamba, and is just going to keep hemorrhaging. Herds is going to get another one, and they haven't been able to take down any way into this building.
It is a fortress so far. Furia have posted up and said no entry for Dark Zero in this moment. NGR finds one. It's going to be Nade, but a consolation prize realistically. The run out, he'll get one more. I think Troll Time cancelled as Philippox still get caught from that. But I mean, you put it perfectly going in. It's the Furia have just basically said no entry for Dark Zero. They cannot get into the building at all, no matter what variation of a style they want to do. And when they try and get in the building, Furia mechanically are just so good that when it comes to those gunfights that are realistically a must-win for Dark Zero, they just can't get across that line so far. With 40 seconds left in this round, I don't want to imagine it's going to be another impromptu timeout for DZ. Oh, NJR, 30 seconds, finding 3 and ace. Clutch could be on the menu.
He knows.
One player upstairs. He knows. He crosses in, still has to be very careful on these corners. He walks in this site. This would be a masterclass if he can get this job done. Every corner could be another threat lurking, waiting for another member of Furia. Reads into it, but he won't last too much longer. KZ gets it done. But DZ, could have been.
I feel like these rounds are just coming down to the end, and then it's just a stat padding from DZ. Yeah. Whoever's last up is getting 3-4. You know, they're the best players at making 1v5s into 1v3s. No.
Yeah.
But Dark Zero, like I agree with what you're saying, they have shown a lot of different looks at what they want to do in each of these rounds. but not any of these looks are changing the outcome. And I think that's because it always comes down to the key variable of the information that Dark Zero is lacking. We're not seeing many pre-placed drones because Fury is doing such a good job of shutting that info down. The Deimos isn't able to put pressure on any of the players because they've been doing such a good job of shutting that down.
I mean, you mentioned that drones already. One of those prep drones has been caught, but it's been 3 to 4 drones every prep phase Dark Zero have lost. And without that information, it's so difficult to deal with what Fury is doing. And when you have less information, you can't drone in, you're forced to take those more risky encounters, sometimes space check an angle. And then you have, you know, again, Fury of players behind it, not an easy job to deal with. And you said earlier, but I do feel that Fury banning away this Monty has taken away a massive aspect of DZ. They need that way to get control and pressure on a map for free without risking a player itself.
A lot of North American teams know that Dark Zero, when times are struggling, they will often crutch to the Monty to gather themselves some raw information. And when you have Canadian, who's a formidable IGL, he's able to get so much information and position his players around him off of the back of the Monty. But when you shut that ability down, it's almost as if he doesn't have that raw information. He has to listen off of his teammates' calls and the information that they're able to get off of the drones. And they just haven't been able to even get any drones really into the building. And once they do, there's so much utility that Furia is able to play behind, specifically the Fenrirs. Every time they try to walk into the building, there's a crossfire or a Fenrir that is stopping Dark Zero in their tracks.
We saw on the HUD there of Pamba on that demo so that every single defender has been marked so they can death mark it. So the 2 drones that he had sacrificed at that point in the prep phase, worth it at least for that one operator being enabled in this so far. But they haven't made the most use of those death marks. We'll see one go out now, deployed on JV92. But this is just going to be an invitation for him to get aggressive, knowing he can take these fights. He knows his position's compromised and he has the mechanics to back it up, and he'll be able to get the DB&O on 1. Canadian saves his teammate there, and wow, look at this, Bolo charges in. NJR gets into the action as well. This could be an opening, as just like that, DZ finding 3 all down the Bolo, and like that, the round is going to go in their favor. Much more improved from them. They found a way in.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That was actually the exact execute that they wanted to go on the first Armory hit with that Capitao that we highlighted so importantly, that getting rid of Canadian was able to allow Felipox to play against that wall. Now Canadian was... It was getting a little scary on that sandwich window, but he was able to get those fires out, and that allowed the rest of Dark Zero to overpower the player in CC. Unfortunately for Dark Zero, the Deimos didn't go down in this fight. It was a little wonky of a fight back and forth, but once they were able to eliminate the Armory player, it was just free roam, because the CC player is already in an island of his own. So if you can get rid of that player, it's so difficult to retake into CC, and that's why Furia is trying to stop that before it even happens.
4-2 split defensively for Furia. Good job done on that regard for them. DZ now moved towards that defense. And I mean, Furia, great counterplay and how they were able to shut down the ideal plays that Dark Zero wanted to make throughout that first half going into it. With that 4-2 advantage going on the offensive side, you know, Dark Zero, how are they gonna shut down Furia? Because we've often seen this side be very aggressive in trying to get that initial opening, and Furia are very good at it.
Where ITB went right was with the utility. They just stalled out Furia. They tried to understand where the plant was going to come from, where the execute was going to come from, and they were winning off of the back of a C4 and the time. Now, Dark Zero has a similar type of playstyle where they want to slow you down and make you make the first error. But what I want to highlight is how Furia is playing. Big pick from Pamba to get the advantage. And now they're playing on this highway balcony. He's not giving up the position. He wants to fight this aggressively. He is the first point of contact, and he's trying to give Furia a little bit of a taste of their own medicine.
I like this again. When teams get shut out of border, it can be a nightmare to get that initial control. With an opening pick in the hands of Pamba, they can press this advantage a little bit as Fury don't find that trade. Well, now they do. Pamba's been slain, so a little bit of delay on that, but back to a level playing field. They've got that initial entryway all down the herd, just walking in and finding it. Again, so difficult to deal with that player on an individual basis. And DZ begin to fall back a little bit. See all these blue silhouettes lurking all the way by office. Oh, JV92. No. Oh, Canadian. Oh, no, 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 no.
That was a little bit of an oversight. We highlighted, we said, look, Dark Zero's going back to site. They're playing in Dark Zero fashion. They want Fury to make the mistake. A little bit of an overzealous peak from Canadian, but obviously when you're down 4-2 and the pressure's on you, you want to be able to make hero plays. And hero plays is what we're going to see from Naif. A little bit of shots rang out, but Fury is slowing the tempo down. They're waiting to see where Dark Zero is playing so that they can isolate the 1v1s.
In this moment where Fury is slowed down, though, of course, we're going to see that C4 used up from Dark Zero, a vital bit of utility, especially considering you can drop down below if you have an opportunity for that rotate and deny those plants on a lot of this primary site. So now Fury will again look for that isolation, but that's going to be Nath winning a must-win encounter with Herds all the way down that main hallway. So 3 versus 3, just over a minute to work between both these sides. Information rings out, those red pings are there. Great swing from the Mute. That's fantastic from NJR. And that's the lifeline that DZ need. Now Furia are on the back foot with a minute to go. DZ don't need to overextend this one. They can somewhat wait as Furia need to make the play in towards their lines of sight.
I mean, NJR's in the hard spot. You can't get rid of him. He's very successfully tucked back there, but not if you give away the pick on the crossfire. And now they know that the player is stuck back archives. They're just going to try to isolate him. Will Bolo be able to cover his teammate? NJR, the shots don't go down for him. Now Bolo's in a 2v1. He knows where JB92 is, but does he know where the other? Both low HP players. Furia taking their time, trying to creep up, and Nate is going to get the pick on a Bolo. And Furia going to make matters worse, running away with this lead here.
Furia in complete control, it feels like, but 2 moments in that round that really stand out to me, and it's going to be that Furia took full advantage. Canadian over-aggressive on that window, revealed himself to JV92, and Nath in that final moment. Considering your player in back archives is tucked away with only 5 HP, you need all that cover there to make that player a threat, and I mean, there that is. Canadian is overzealous, and NJR, great swing here, tucks himself in the corner, becomes a massive threat for his team, a dilemma to solve for Furia, but didn't have the cover to work with as Nath gets caught in that rotation. A massive lead now for Furia. They stand themselves with a 5-2 advantage here. I mean, again, doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon.
Absolutely not. And there was a real clear difference in the plays that needed to be made last round from Dark Zero and the plays that didn't need to be made. Now, the Dark Zero that we all know loves to play methodically and loves to play slow. It looks to me like being down 2-4, obviously on the more favorable side of Border, arguably attack is the more favorable side. So when they swap sides and they're down, it seems like the frustration was weighing down a little bit on them because some of those picks to go for them, you didn't have to, especially once NJR was able to get the bunker spot in Armory. He is the hard player to clear out right there. If you don't give an opening for them to get to him, then there's no step for Furia to even get a chance to bring that back.
One note for this matchup, of course, this is a qualifying match to make it towards that main stage for these teams. Both Furia and Dark Zero won their earlier match, and this will guarantee they move forward to that main stage. The loser of this is not out. They'll drop down to the lower bracket and face the winner of GK versus ITB that will be played on this stream later on today. But Furia in a great position to control this matchup. We see the addition of the glass being brought out now, and Dark Zero tried to implement this, didn't work out when they brought it. Can Furia do a little bit better here?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of glass being picked, but we haven't really seen many kills through smokes just yet. And the aggression that successfully got Dark Zero the opening pick last round, it looks like that's what they're going to stay with. But Furia's been doing a great job at not giving away the picks. They don't want to give the advantage because they know how important having 5 players alive is for the execute. They just want to maintain map pressure, put pressure everywhere so that Dark Zero doesn't have a pinpoint position that they need to hold.
Key thing for Fury is always the fact that it's the most amount of execute that you really have to have before that final take is on that opening pick. That's where you need your most level of coordination to get that initial breakthrough point. But Canadian finds that breakthrough, can't make it to as JV92 shuts him down, but DZ's quick on that trade. Pamba gets that one done, and a much better start to this round for Dark Zero. 4-3 in terms of player count, but neutralized very quickly as Philippok swings out wide. He's going to be able to find himself a second in this round. One more player in bathroom, reveals their position. Skeleton key up close and personal could solve this issue. A difficult fight for them. It's going to be a great one. Pamba swings out wide, but traded off very quickly. And upstairs now, 1 versus 1. All down the nade versus Bolo. A minute to work with, so much time. Information might work for DZ as he had that red ping, but he's very quickly relocated away. Deep inside his sight, can play those long angles. That DMR can be nasty, but a bearing 9 up close and personal. Can be a difficult one, but Bolo wins that every day of the week. A close quarters fight with the MP5 gets it done, and DZ aren't out of this one just yet.
That was a great round from both teams. The trades back and forth. Felipox being left alone in Workshop was a scary position for him to be in. Dark Zero knew as soon as Felipox was in that position, we have to send as many people as we can to clear him out. They sent 3 people to deal with him, and he was able to get away with 2. And then it just put Bolo in the position to do what Bolo does. 1v2, he's able to isolate 2 1v1s, and obviously when you're Glaz in that position, in a close range 1v1, obviously you can't feel like you have the odds in your favor.
No, you have to pull that bearing 9 out in that moment. It's not everyone's cup of tea to use that one, of course. So DZ get a very important 3rd round here on their defensive side.
And we also, I just want to say, we still have not seen a Glass get a kill through a smoke yet. And we've seen him picked 4 times, and there hasn't been a Glass kill through the smoke yet. So I guess we're picking Glass for the quick scopes, I guess. I think
so. I mean, you know, you hear that, it's a very dangerous rifle to deal with at distance at least, and there are some long line of sights on this map. But I mean, all throughout today, actually, on the stream, we've seen Glass being brought out by a variety of teams, and it's not really been most beneficial for either or any team playing it so far. Dark Zero on the defense still going down below inside of, I believe, Customs and Tellers is their site of choice here. Castle upstairs helps shore up this upstairs defense, give them that pressure. Furia, again, I think they're going to just probe, look for that opening pick, and once they have that, they'll exploit whatever weakness they can find in Dark Zero.
Customs is one of those sites that you don't necessarily see too often. It looks very weird, but it's a site that people go to obviously win because it doesn't get played that much. Now, the issue with Customs is once you lose top control, it's very difficult to... Oh, Pamba. 2 early first picks. Aggression on the east staircase, and this crossfire that they have from triple wall and on the new balcony has been doing wonders for Dark Zero.
That's a massive advantage to garner so early in this round for Dark Zero, and that means they can play a little bit more confidently. They can play somewhat risk-adverse. The timer at the top of the screen is going to do a lot of the lifting now for Dark Zero after those 2 early picks go in their favor. Furia now have to solve this problem with limited utility to work with. Now, Lion and Nomad, not the biggest losses for this side, considering that they can make that execution work with gunplay alone. The Capital still has both those fire darts in the back pocket, so they can clear that space. But you're met by resistance with his castle barriers, choking out time, and that Gone 6 is just going to be a dinner bell now as Planer wants to swing this out wide. He finds a second one in this round. Herds gets 1 trade on towards Pamba, but Dark Zero in complete control, it feels, in this round.
They don't want to give up top floor on CC until they absolutely have to. As long as Bolo is tucked in this E-box position, C4 is going to come out, but it's not going to connect. He's going to lose the one to KZ, and now they've lost CC control. Dark Zero's played far back. They're trying to hold as much of top floor as they can with the limited position that they have. 2v3 in favor of Dark Zero. They have good position. They're just going to slow it down, wait for Furia to make the mistake. Furia needs to go out of their way, find out where these isolated players are, try to get a pick, try to even the mound count, because if they go for a plant, that's exactly what Dark Zero wants them to do.
Nafe has been misdroned here. The Clutch drone did not spot him in this corner, so if Furia have no idea he's lurking, this could be a massive problem if they want to gain that control. As you mentioned, DZ want to hold top floor control at all costs, and Nafe doing it in a very stealthy fashion so far. Under a minute to go. Drop in the small office happens. Smoke's going to blind that vision and try and buy Furia a little bit of space. KZ tasked with this so far. Pora, not the best weapon they're using these close quarter fights. And Nafe has that freedom to move. Verticality to work, but no! KZ, are you kidding me? Finds that moment. This could unravel the round for DZ. They look so good. The case goes down, but Canadian finds a third, and he's going to find one more for good measure. Locked in, and NJR gets that defuse for free. Massive round for Dark Zero.
Wow, Canadian has been playing like he's 18 again. The shots from him, he has been Dark Zero's saving grace in this match. And you don't look to him to be the guy putting in those bullets, putting in that work. You usually look to him to be the IGL. Not only is he telling everybody exactly what needs to be done, but he is showing up in this game and saving them round after round. The fact that Furia was even able to bring that round back with losing top floor control, I mean, wow, these shots through the floor from KZ obviously gave KZ the confidence to over push, jump into office, and KZ saved the round and then subsequently threw the round by overextending. Obviously, the confidence made him feel like he was Iron Man, and he wanted to just win the round for his team right there. That was a really amazing try from Furia. Nice shots from KZ, but Canadian there to save the day for his team. Beautiful.
Canadian has had a fantastic matchup so far against Furia. Always able to pop up, and weirdly enough on the defense, it's been somewhat on an entry denial role. He's on that Legion time and time again, finding the first or second pick so far. Very crucial ones at the death of that round to bring Dark Zero in touching distance now. 1 round back against Furia. You know, we talked a little bit about this in the green room that DZ like to go deep in their matchups. It's never going to be easy for it, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. They're not going to give up easily, and Furia are feeling that now as their advantage they had has vaporized in front of them.
Dark Zero loves going the distance. Wow, look at that information. I was just about to highlight Furia's operator lineup is very information orientated. The Grim, the IQ, and the Deimos. They want to be able to understand exactly where DZ is playing. Furia did a great job at keeping Dark Zero blind on their attack. now that the roles are reversed, can Dark Zero, with the Mute Jammers, be able to limit the amount of information that Furia gets so that they can't capitalize off of the game?
I'm very... My mind is a little bit blown from that final round that we just saw, the previous round where KZ had that play and Canadian bouncing back. And momentum, a little bit with DZ here, I'm going to feel, after being able to save that round, as Furia nearly saved it for themselves. Early days here, 2 minutes still remain.
Ooh, this looks like they're going to do almost a similar take that Dark Zero did, but instead of with the Capitao, they're going to grim out all of Armory and have the Deimos potentially fight the Armory player, so that instead of isolating the CC player, they're instantly putting the pressure onto this Armory player right away. Yep, look, there's JV92. He's going to be creeping down low, and they're playing to fake the CC take so that they can get an early pick on this Armory player who's isolated alone.
This is absolutely brilliant. That death mark goes out. You can play that down below with that vendetta. Wow. But Nath gets aggressive on Sandwich, finding one. He's caught by the bees and that death mark. Herds will fire one, get bullet, but Nath's going to go huge for two. An aggressive, confident peak gets that job done. Eventually shut down by KZ, who'll make it two, grabbing Canadian in that chaos. DZ find a way to scrap back, but Furia bounce back better on that trade. And a massive play from that. Brox goes up with the distraction, quick enough as Pamba capitalizes, and JV92 falls. 60 seconds remain, 2 versus 2. Villapox, KZ versus Pamba and NJR. All the talent in the world in this matchup. Who can come out on top? Behind that ace chassis, one player tucks. Pamba swings out wide for a second one in the round, but KZ makes it 3. Yet again, a 1 versus 1. All the pressure of this matchup on this side. Furia, if they win this, they move on the map point. DZ bring themselves level. If Pablo can just find one more. 35 seconds. So close. And every little bit of desperation arriving for these players. Trying to find something out towards Fountain. Just tapping to that wall, baiting, hoping to get lucky perhaps. But again, look at this from Pamba. Waiting, being patient, knowing Furia need to press the advantage. The case is down as well. He doesn't have it in his hand. It's all the way downstairs, so he has to play for this kill. Restraint, and Pamba finds it! A massive 1 versus 1, and DZ bring themselves level.
They needed that round. Dark Zero needed that round. Heroic plays from Nath. I mean, who better to be put in that position? The aggressive play to shove your face in the sandwich window, to go for that fight with the Grim, instantly taking him down. The Deimos unable to get him from downstairs, and then he gets a second one outside Armory. The plays from Nath, and then Pamba to close it out. Beautifully played. Even though Furia didn't necessarily make any mistakes in that round, that was amazing positioning and individual plays from Dark Zero to bring that back. And also, that bulletproof that was getting so much information for Dark Zero. We saw JV92, or was it KZ? Who was the last player alive? KZ punch it, but even though they punched it Dark Zero, Pamba and Dark Zero were playing off of the sound of it to know exactly when KZ was going to go for a plant if he could. But he couldn't, because the case was outside sandwich window.
Oh, I think you put it perfectly. There wasn't a massive mistake there. DZ just played a fantastic round, and absolutely love it. Nate, one of my favorite players from the UK space when he was playing over in Europe, and I think this DZ side with Nate has looked fantastic since his addition. And that round, a great example of the benefit of having him and that confidence to take aggression like that. So, we go level. Round number 11 now. Furia looked to be in complete control in the opening half of this matchup, and DZ looked to struggle to find a way into it. Now, the last 3 rounds, it's all turned a little bit upside down. DZ building into this matchup, finding momentum. The best of 1. Anyone can win it, especially in a map like Border. DZ, if they take full advantage of this early momentum, this late game momentum, Furia might be in trouble here.
DZ's confidence must be monumental after the last round. They know that they just have to be able to stall out Furia, and when it comes to the gunfights, they're going to be confident in these moments. Furia has been unable to get a mass amount of position against Dark Zero, and it constantly looks like 1v1s that just can go in anybody's favor. An aggressive play here from Herds in the back of Archives, and he's going to get out without any damage done to him. He doesn't want to risk too much. Herds are constantly going for those rad plays. He was unable to find any right there.
But also the fact that he was very quick to retreat away from that somewhat uncharacteristic from Herds. And Canadian, yet again, finds the opening. A massive individual performance from the IGL of Dark Zero, and the veteran, of course. One more pick goes to his name, and 1 player falls from Furia. You now no longer have your striker, your recruit to work with. That's going to be JV92 off the board. Again, 2 bits of secondary utility can be a massive blow to a team. Likely going to be a set of flashbangs to work with. Now Furia on the back foot, trying to creep up through this metal stairs, hard by that barbed wire. That's going to be a freebie. Canadian gets a second. Bolo finds one on the herds. DZ running away with this round. Furia need an answer. Nade, KZ, the last 2 standing. If you want 2 players to find something, it's going to be these 2.
And Furia is constantly trying to win rounds off of this misdirection, and the barbed wire, the saving grace for Dark Zero right there, not to let these little plays affect them. That was what was losing Dark Zero rounds earlier in this map. And now they've been able to equalize. Ooh. And that's exactly what KZ is trying to do. He brings it back. One more pick in his favor, but it's so far to be able to win this round. 2v4 for Furia.
4 versus 1 now.
4v1.
It's always the way. The moment you say the player count, someone has to get aggressive and find that pick. It's all down the nade in this moment. Had a massive clutch against ITB in a 1 versus 3. A little bit harder this time around, finding 1. 30 seconds, less time to work with, has the case in hand, and has control of sight. DZ are relatively close, they can work with it. They got pressure in Workshop as well. 2 bodies rotated from this, but Nade will find a second. Surely not. DZ have a great position, but I think 2 bodies are behind him. And with limited time to work with, he tries to stick this. 000 is dawning. Nafe will try and make as much sound as possible to mask the progress of Bolo, but Bolo tucks in. The Bailiff is going to try and shred this player up close, and nothing you can do. Nafe gets the credit, but DZ have themselves map point against Furia.
And that was so close. If anybody was going to do it, it was going to be Nade. But the Bulletproof in the back of bathrooms was calling out his every move. Dark Zero had full, comfortable control of that round. And I want to highlight exactly how confident Dark Zero is looking, and that's because they've eliminated the X Factor variable, and that Furia is going to go ahead and call their timeout so they can talk about what's going on. And for the viewers at home, I'll let you know exactly what's going on. They have been unable to succeed on getting these picks that they were earlier in the round. Dark Zero is not playing scared. They're not letting them set up, and they're paying attention to these specific areas. We saw Herds try to get into the back of Archives. We saw him trying to walk up metal stairs. Time and time again, they're gathering the information, and that's exactly where Dark Zero feels the most comfortable, is when they know exactly all the variables that could affect them.
They have had a great vision on this map this previous rounds. And listen, you might have the best team in the world of Furia, but even all 5 players combined still have less experience than Canadian in these positions. And when, you know, he's able to find frags the way he's done so as well, he's been a massive threat in terms of getting those kills as well as backing up his team. Now for Furia, the reigning world champions, the only team to gather a triple crown in modern Rainbow Six Siege history. While it's not an elimination matchup, they have that second life to play tomorrow against the winner of our next game on stream. Still, you gotta feel a little bit of pressure here. And again, Canadian in these moments as well, you know, obviously going to have a lot of experience to be able to tell this team exactly what to do in this moment, because, again, the players can talk to each other on DZ as well, and they'll be reading into maybe what Furia might want to change about their style coming into this.
Furia is one of those teams off the back of a timeout. They're very scary because they know exactly what's going on, and they've said that their coach, he knows exactly when you need to be aggressive and when you need to be passive. Now, I'd imagine that Furia knows exactly why they've been losing these rounds. They know that they have to slow down their pace because Dark Zero is trying to play Furia's game right now. They're fighting them exactly where they want to do, specifically on that new balcony. Time and time again, Canadian has been getting a pick on the new balcony onto the east stairs. And every single round, we're saying, wow, Dark Zero's getting a first pick, and it's always from the same spot. Now, Dark Zero, I'd imagine, is going to play the exact same spot, because if it's not broke, don't fix it. But Furia needs to adapt and understand here, okay, instead of playing spread out, isolated, and trying to win our ones, we need to focus on a specific position, all 5 together, and try to isolate these ones that Dark Zero is giving us to get us an advantage. And then potentially the rat plays, the individual risking 1v1s, will be able to work out again.
So in round number 12, end of regulation, Dark Zero, a massive return, kind of run of form in this matchup that we've seen. A difficult beginning in the opening half for them. They moved towards this defense, and they felt so much more comfortable. But as you mentioned, Fox, Furia, scary when they have that tactical timeout that they can correct these mistakes. But can Dark Zero hold on just a little bit longer? Just one more round is all they need, or is overtime just on the horizon for this side? Lineup-wise, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from this Canadian yet again on that Legion. He's been so effective on it. I think he's just comfortable playing that role, playing that operator with that gear. And well, a bandit trick going out with that. Nade just not close up to shut it down as JV92 finds the opening pick on towards Bolo.
And that's one of the CC players that went down, and the bandit beautifully played, the nade just rolling away from him. And they're able to get rid of the extra pressure that Furia was trying to make. But the pick going not in their favor, it puts them in a risky spot. Because yes, now they have downstairs control, which is the end of the day, that's where the site is. But we have been talking about this customs bomb site, that the top floor is so pivotal. Panda's out, is gonna even out the man count. He's gonna get a pick onto Dome. And that's again, Furia constantly trying to do these misdirection plays. Take position, limit where DZ is playing. You never know where Furia is going to attack from, but Dark Zero is not giving up. They have the confidence to win these gunfights against the members of Furia.
Pamba's got himself positioned out by radio window as well. Hear that player cross out. He's going to go for an aggressive hit. Pamba finding one. Can't quite make it two. So close to almost winning the round there and then. Nade shuts it down. 3 versus 3. Sub 1 minute 20 to work with, but DZ still in this round. Still looking like they have a chance to get this one done, but JV92 gets one more. Canadian falls. Advantage with Furia.
What a play from JV92 to walk into break. He gets CC control, but we saw Nafe up here last time, and he unfortunately wasn't able to make anything happen. And now he's in the exact same position. They're waiting for Furia to give them some info. Nafe unable to make something happen this round again. He's going to drop down and play for the execute. They want Furia to make the mistake so bad, but they've been so good at isolating these 1v1s. This is exactly what Furia wanted to play for after that timeout.
Nafe is separated though from this main execution with that Castle Buyer, forced to make that rotation away. C4 not good enough, and that could have been the lifeline that Dark Zero needed in this round. 25 remain. Wounded bodies across the board. Nade on a single point or 2 points of HP. 1 bullet enough to slay him. And no one's dropped down yet, but here they arrive. Furia on towards site. NJR knocked in, left in DBNO. 14 seconds and a dream. Can Nafe find something? A miracle here on board to go get this closed out, or is Furia destined for overtime? Yes, they are. KZ gets it done, and we're going to overtime.
It wouldn't be a Dark Zero game if it wasn't going to overtime. That was such a close round. I mean, the playmaking from both of these teams right now is just beautiful. This is beautiful siege that we're watching. Back and forth, back and forth. We see Panba get their opening pick on Dome. He goes for another one. He did his job. It doesn't matter if he didn't get the third one or not. He did his job. Then JV92, off of those plays, he gets into the couch inside of break room. He's able to get CC control. Nafe gets spotted out because the prior round they knew that he was up there and they misdroned him. So they knew he was going to be there this round. The thought process from both of these teams, it's really like two titans performing intellectually against each other right now.
It's such a joy to watch this going on, and well, unsure if the viewers at home can hear it, but just to our side, FaZe is playing as well, the Brazilian brethren of Furia in their matchup, I believe against Bleed on the other side of the stage, and you know, kind of if both these teams win, 2 Brazilian teams will make it through, joining Liquid, so an almost perfect run for these Brazilian sides at the Esports World Cup here. But overtime, and DZ are going to be on the offensive side here. They did struggle here on the opening half of that. They've had a long time between that moment. Do you think Furia, because they have the defense on this overtime, have a little bit of an advantage?
I don't know if Furia has a little bit of advantage. I feel like the confidence here is the biggest driving factor. And Dark Zero, you can see it in their gunplay and the way that they're going for these fights, that they've managed to build up their confidence in this game. And it looks like Furia is more or less trying to not lose the game rather than win the game. Whereas Dark Zero, they want all the smoke. They're going for all of these aggressive fights. They know that playing the utility, playing the information didn't work on their prior attacks. They know now that going for these gunfights was able to keep them in this game and get them to that match point victory. So now, I'd expect to see them really try to stick to their guns here and go for these aggressive fights with the limited information that they're going to be able to get, go for these gunfights and hopefully get them an advantage into this round.
I mean, on that opening half, those first 6 rounds we saw play, DZ didn't feel confident behind their rifles, and I think certainly after the last 6, especially their defense, they have that confidence now to try and get that control. A little bit of a similar story to what we saw on that opening half, though. Furia making it difficult for Dark Zero to get that initial progression in the building, meaning that it is going to be straight down to who can win this opening gunfight. A very critical moment for this, and Dark Zero, all that pressure on his side. Bolo's going to be caught, DBNO between that door frame, and a difficult one to try and recover. You can't cross that window, but Pamba finds one to Philippox, a massive opening. He can walk up these stairs now. Canadian gets one to Herds, and DZ feels so confident, but Nade steadies the ship, finds Canadian, and gets Fury a little bit of breathing room. That C4 goes down. NJR is knocked in, DBNO as well, so only 2 bodies of DC still standing.
It's a 2v2 with 3 people total that are down. They're going to be able to recover KZ, and now it puts the favor into Furia's favor, but they don't know that NJR is down on the east balcony. Nade is trying to bait out this revive to see if anybody from Dark Zero goes for an aggressive play. Both members are going to be able to get one member up, but NJR still on an island downed alone, and they have no information that they downed him. But they know that they want to retake east. We actually see the Legion. KZ's going to drop down, and it looks like they want to retake and re-aggress onto east. As we're going to see Nafe rotate to go pick up NJR. They really want to focus on this man advantage. But you have to pray, if you're a DZ fan, that you have a flank drone right now, because KZ is slowly creeping up the east stairs.
You gotta hope to check at the right moment. We don't have that information, but Pamba could be vulnerable to it. KZ, a massive moment in this round, and I feel like it's gonna be foreshadowing that you just mentioned there, Fox. 25 seconds, Dark Zero have that player count advantage. We'll dive into archives, trying to see where this approach happens. You feel this pressure arriving, but Dark Zero are taking their time to make that final decision on what they want to approach. Bolo stuck with the Goo Mine those final few seconds, slowing down its progression. And DZ, not a lot of time to work with. They'll wait for that last charge, but they've got to go. JV92 and Nafe trade blows, 3 seconds. That case won't go down. Does DZ get the job done? No, the timer does. Furia take round 13 and move on the match point here on Border.
Dark Zero is trying to play perfect siege right there, stall out their time, really use every single element that they needed, and a great read from almost called him W7M. Great read from Furia to be able to understand that, hey, we don't need to go for any aggressive plays. The time is on our side. Let's make DZ, a very slow team, take their time. That was such an early aggressive round, back and forth, 3 people downed at once, and none of those down kills were able to get claimed. Everybody got picked up. Nade did such an amazing job to fight up for his team there. And Dark Zero, even though they had the trades in their favor towards the end, the time is what bit them, and because they didn't have enough.
Narrow margins in this matchup. DZ, absolutely a massive turnaround for them. Well, hopefully, it's nothing. I think all the players still locked in. So, I mean, you see the tension in these. Best of one, but of course, if you make it in towards this main stage of it, it's a massive bump in prize pool for these teams to make it towards that step. And also, I mean, let's be fair, a massive prize was a massive benefit for the orgs and players coming into it, so they're playing for that. But also, you don't want to go towards that lower bracket. You don't want to risk it. Of course, the loser of this matchup will be playing either GK or ITB. That game will be played later on today. I believe we are stepping into a little bit of a tech pause for this moment. So now DZ, pressure's on them. They're trailing by 1. Furia have the lead. They're on the defense now. Is it going to be a story of just more of the same from what we saw in that last 6 rounds on their defensive side?
I mean, the defenses were really good from Dark Zero's side, but when you are 2 teams that are as experienced as these two, and you get in this position, it's almost as if you're trying to play poker against each other or call each other's bluff, because Furia, they're obviously going to want to change something. They want to make sure that they're able to secure this attack round. They're going to change what didn't work in the prior rounds. But now Dark Zero, are you going to stay in the ideology of if it's not broke, don't fix it, let's just make sure? Or are you going to completely switch it? And based off of the outcome of the round, when you are a pro player in that position, if you win the round, great. Wow, you're so smart that you were able to think about that. But if you lose the round, the amount of frustration that you feel when the other team stands up and they're cheering and you're sitting there saying, wow, we made the wrong call. And we saw in that last round, Dark Zero made the wrong call. They had the right idea. Everything was working in their favor. but they just lost to the time. And that is something that is so frustrating because it's nobody's fault. You can't blame anybody besides the fact that the round was just not in your favor. And that is something that that it hurts so bad when you are a player, especially now with this timeout, that you have to sit there and just sit in it. It's so difficult to come out of that.
I mean, obviously, you know, you have a lot of experience in this. In these moments when you're in this pause, I often imagine it's a pretty lonely place to be in, especially considering the pressure and stakes going into this. How does this feel from a player perspective now in this tech pause where you're going from the max adrenaline of an overtime round, it was very close to the end, to now sitting still, waiting to get back into it?
It's very difficult. It's very mentally draining because you are in that high-intensity adrenaline state where you're ready to play. It's go, go, go. You're talking about what went wrong, what we need to do better. And all of a sudden, iced. You have to wait. You have to slow down. You don't want to talk about the issue so much. You don't want to beat a dead horse. But at the same time, you have to be able to keep yourself mentally in it. And this is where you see the weak separated from the strong when it comes to mentality. And Dark Zero is one of those teams that doesn't let that affect their mental. But Furia is also one of those teams that obviously they won everything last year. So they've been there before. They've had the pressure. They've had the crowd against them as well. And so I don't think either of these teams would let it affect them, but it's still something that is very difficult individually.
I mean, actually, funny enough, popped in my head thinking about this. You've personally been in a position very similar to this at the Tokonami finals against NIP. It was a consulate garage attack, server crashed with, I believe, NIP in an advantage.
Yeah.
You've been in that moment where it's a very tricky reset coming into. I think that was late into the matchup as well.
Yeah.
Well, you know, what's the big recovery from a one individual player basis going into this as you're trying to reset, getting ready for it?
I mean, me personally, when I'm in a position like this, obviously as the IGL for my prior teams, you have to think of these situations as I'm thinking constantly of all of the things that could be going right and the outcomes of it. What are all the possibilities? Kind of like Doctor Strange. You're thinking of every single possibility, what's going to be the best chance of the situation. So if you're Felipox or Troy or Canadian in this position, that's exactly what you're thinking about.
So it's time to dive into this one. What could be our very last round of this matchup. And again, I'll round everything out for this one. It is going to be a qualifying match to make it towards that main stage, to make it out of your group. The victor moves forward. The loser goes down towards that lower bracket. So I'm very intrigued to see how this one plays out. DZ have looked impressive on their defenses, and a real highlight to this one is going to be Canadian on terms of how many kills he's actually been able to find in the same positions. He's been very comfortable on that Legion. And it's been a massive problem for Furia to solve. It's always in the same area that gunfight happens, and I'll quickly draw the attention. 3 drones already gone from Furia.
It looks like Furia wants to do something fast this round too. We talked about what are they going to bring to this attack, because their attacks weren't working. We see the blitz, we see a lot of drones being scanned out for information early. They want to know exactly what they're going to be looking at from Dark Zero so that they can prepare their attack before they get to the building. They don't want to waste time. And I'd imagine with this blitz, I almost want to say that they're going to go for an aggressive CC take with the blitz off of the back of the blitz, which we haven't. Nope. These back archives. Okay, that is an interesting place to see the blitz come from. He could go through dome window. I think that's where he's gonna go. Nope.
It looks to be, yeah.
Maybe he stairs.
Keeping us waiting for what Furia's actually gonna want to do here. Pampa will spot the blitz. I mean, it's gonna be a massive factor.
Oh my.
Pampa's gonna get that opening pick. Bye-bye blitz, and that's gonna be a massive blow towards what W7 are. No, Furia. Oh, it's force of habit these times when I see these players after the year we've just had, but we will see that opening pick. Blitz is gone. That's going to be a massive part of that strategy from Furia, now neutralized so early. It's time to pivot basically the entire vision of this round.
That's a massive blunder from Furia. They wanted to use the blitz for going an aggressive pick. They had the drone in the top of dome, but to put yourself alone there with no trade potential just doesn't seem like the right situation. But we're going to see Felipox be able to trade out and take dome, but he's going to go down from the crossfire from NJR. And now Furia is going to have to slow down as the rest of DZ go to hold dome. They don't want to give up this position. They have a beautiful crossfire here on the fountain. It looks like Furia is just going to slow down. They don't want to hemorrhage any more kills. They have to isolate these picks. They have to find them first.
Furia need to get aggressive on this moment. They cannot make overzealous risks in this. DZ can play somewhat risk adverse with that extra player to work for on that trade. Nade, Herds, JV92, the player still standing in position, the E-Box compromise, but what a read Bolo gets one traded back on towards Herd's advantage, still with Dark Zero. You begin to feel, though, that Furia are one pick going their way to be able to unravel this round and get themselves qualified for our main stage. Repellent sandwich window is there. They got control of sight, and JV92 is just so good. Shuts it down, and now reads into this cross. But no, the cover won't be good enough. Canadian Bolo fire off, and well, overtime, that's not good enough. We need all 15 rounds. Of course you do. It's Dark Zero playing.
One more round. One more round. I mean, the back and forth again, even though Dark Zero was in the driver's seat, Furia is constantly looking for the misdirection. They look like they're going to take Fountain. They rotate to CC. JV92 gets pinged out by the scanner, by the alarm, and he's still able to get the pick onto the Warden. Obviously, when they were put in that 2v2 situation, it was really difficult to find a position to get a safe plant down, and JV92 still was able to find another pick. Fortunately for Dark Zero, they were overexposed in the back of Armory. Great retake to be able to take CC control, but the back and forth is just, it's so stressful right now.
I mean, listen, this is why it's a tough life to be a Dark Zero fan. It's never an easy result. It's always a long, drawn-out endeavor, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. 15 rounds. Every single possible round you can play in a non-infinite overtime game has been deployed. Furia on the defense here. Dark Zero is going to be the final round of this matchup on the offensive side. Furia have looked good in every capacity, but JV92 in that last round almost found a way to drag that to victory no matter what. NJR on the glass. We've not seen this over being effective at all so far. Will this be the round?
I mean, you'd like to hope so. Obviously, Dark Zero has a plan that they want to use with the glass. Hopefully, they can execute on it. Furia has been so good on the defense. They have to be feeling confident about the last round being in their favor on this defensive side. They're able to lock out information. They're not getting pushed out of these positions. And it's up to Dark Zero to switch something up, to change things. But Vents is one of those sites that you can often go for aggressive plays and do what's called a minimal in Pro League with pro players, because you don't need that much position to win this site. So Furia actually has to be constantly proactive. If they try to sit back and let Dark Zero do their thing, it won't bode well for Furia.
We've seen Herds in this position against ITB earlier today and played it to massive effect against that roster. And that drone has a lot of information on this player, can read into it, and there's not a lot Herds can do to deal with it. It is visible on his screen. We can see it at least, so he's not locked into that one. The curse of 4x3, perhaps even. Players charges go out, it's going to be locked in, and it's going to be the smokes. Very important to try and catch that rotation, but you're likely going to expect a glass behind it. You don't want to peek into it. So Furia right now playing a very patient game. JV92 will find that opening one as KZs finds one of his own. Nafe gets that lifeline as Herbs is slain away. No! Bolo, are you kidding me? The nade claims his own life, but it's going to be a difficult one now for Dark Zero. NJR gets one with that glass on towards nade. It's not over yet, but a must-win fight by Blue, but shut down just like that from Furia. They move and qualify themselves to that main stage, but Dark Zero stay alive in our lower bracket. It will be played tomorrow. But what a matchup that was. 15 rounds needed to get there. Not easy being a Dark Zero fan, is it?
No, not at all, but I will say that Dark Zero looked very good. The fact that they were able to bring it to that round was great. The Glaz was able to find a kill. I saw the cogs turning in that last round. It was a really, really great match from both sides. You can't be upset if you're Dark Zero. To go toe-in-toe with the team that built a dynasty last year, you obviously need to be happy. And you get another chance because you're going to go down to the losers bracket. And if you keep playing like that, I wouldn't be surprised if Dark Zero seized Furia later again in the tournament.
I can definitely see that going. That honestly would be a matchup I would love to see at any stage in this bracket so far. But that matchup is wrapped up and we can go to our wonderful desk to break that down in further detail.
It's okay, Corey. Corey, it's okay. Oh, wait, sorry about that. I didn't realize we came back to us. You feeling good over there, Corey? It almost looked like your Dark Zero boys could have been able to do it, but Furia looking way too strong.
I prefer not to speak.
If I speak, I'm in trouble.
I will be in big trouble.
You know what, fine. Alphamar, I'll come to you first and foremost. I know we were highlighting the strength of individual players for Furia. KZ, masterclass of a showing in that match.
He's the only reason they went all the way and actually won the map. Like, strategically, Dark Zero won this map. really clearly. KZ was the single win condition for Furia for a long time. I don't want to downplay the role of other players, but like he brought back rounds again and again and again. And if you see the difference in defense, actually he was the one taking the lead in the way they played their defense by playing super aggressive towards the opposing side of the map. They were preventing entry points by banning the Monty. And he was the main factor in actually winning these really non-favorable gunfights to people outside and consistently gaining huge man advantage. And then when they switched, then it was completely different win condition for Dark Zero, who were playing towards the late round and to deny the execute, and did it perfectly.
How much of an impact would you say the opera? Every time I look at you,
Please
I
go
just
on,
laugh. How much of an impact would you say those operator bans that we had at the very start would have kind of played out into this matchup in particular?
Quite a big one, actually, because Dark Zero are known to play the Monty, especially Canadian, and this is like the best thing you can do against Furia, because you pressure them back, you get the information, and you can easily double up on them. You can, like, literally the amount of pressure a Monty applies by literally walking up to you, taking spaces, that's what Dark Zero would have needed, because now they needed to face it, or face it, like, together, and they really struggled with that. So it was a genius ban by Furia, and I also think the Dokkaebi ban that Dark Zero did played in the hands of Furia, because it made it harder to really clear and get the positions done, especially with like KZ. You couldn't clear him. If you have a Dokkaebi call, it's always a bit easier. It's not easy, but easier.
Well, I know during that series, Alphama, you wanted to chit-chat a little bit about DZ's reads on the way in which Furia plays. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was so defender-sided that it was so important to win this attacker rounds. And the way Dark Zero did it was perfect. They used the utility of the Capitao to remove the Armory player. He's also getting Demostract. They remove that strong position. That way they can jump in at the same time in CC. You remove that strong position, you know Furia will play aggressive towards you, you punish them. Because you force them to move and you're expecting it. That pre-fire from Bolo on Lion in Square, it was a perfect example of this. So for me, they were actually managing in some rounds to really use the utility with Capitao, Grim, this kind of operator that removes strong positions, just like Monty, but it wasn't banned, and strategically winning those rounds of that. The biggest problem was, it was so hard for them to actually reach that point. Anytime they would have a utility in hand, KZ would swing and kill him.
Honestly, I think some people might say built different. Now, Corey, once we started to head ever so closer to that overtime, you were getting a little bit tilted, let's say, especially when it came to those tactical timeouts as well. Talk to me and the folks at home, why?
The thing is about a timeout, like statistically speaking, usually for most of the coaches, a timeout comes in one round after it has been activated. So let's say in the 5th round you take a timeout, in the 7th round it will be useful because the team takes the time for the team to activate it. Furia now, I understand why they took it that late. They took it when it was 6-5 for them. It was because, okay, they were in a driver's seat, they could close out the game, they could win it. But I don't like stressing it out that much and literally giving your enemy momentum and time to talk about, okay, what do we do for the last round to make it into overtime? Why not take a timeout earlier? Why not discuss things when they are already looking bad, but not too bad? So I think there would have been better times to take the timeout, but I think we can ask Felipox about that.
You know what? Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Let's welcome the man, the myth, the legend himself, Felipox, once again. You boys are on absolute fire. Talk to me, the game plan heading into this one. Did you guys have much time to kind of revisit things you wanted to change heading into this match?
Yeah, we changed a little bit stuff from the other game. I just want to clarify first that I'm very tilted right now because Pambazu was killing me every round. This match was traumatizing for me. But yeah, we changed a little stuff there from the other match, and it worked. I think it could have been better in the attacks for us. Like it was really close some rounds, but they were playing really good, and yeah, that's it.
Now, I'm a big fan of the Monty ban you guys did to counter Canadian and to kind of give you guys more space. But one thing I was a tiny bit confused about, and I want your insight in, is about the timeout. I understood why you guys decided to take it that late, especially because you were leading. But how do you handle timeouts? What do you exactly do in timeouts? And would you have said an earlier timeout could have prevented an overtime? Or do you think it is fine to take it this way?
Yeah, the timeouts are Igor's responsibility. He always thinks what's the best time it is to take the timeout. I think what he thought to take the timeout so late is that we were attacking very well. Like our plan was working. We were just like I said, I was dying early. Like me and I think Hertz too were dying very early, and then some rounds were close. So I think he trusted us, like to close the rounds, and then when he saw like 6-5, then he had no option but to do the timeout.
Yeah, Felipox, I've been watching you guys for the last 2 years dominate Siege again and again and again, all the way to win so many events. And I was in Brazil, I witnessed you guys this crazy comeback, you win SI. And then in Manchester, first time that you're out of top 4 in like 2 years. How did you handle it as a team, and did that help you to really like have a wake-up call coming in this tournament?
Yeah, it was very tough for us to be out of top 4 of a major because we were, like you said, we were winning a whole year. So it's very tough. Like you kind of get used to winning. So when we lost, like it was very tough for us. It was really a heartbreak. But then after that, we saw that we had a lot of things to improve because we couldn't rely like on the results of the past. So we worked like twice as hard, and really think we are prepared to win this tournament.
And that right there is the mentality of a champion.
It really is. So Felipox, tell us, what is the game plan for you and the boys now, obviously qualifying through to playoffs? You guys going to go celebrate, relax, or is it back to the drawing board and do some more reviews?
For today, we are celebrating. We are taking some time off the game, relaxing. But tomorrow we are screaming, we are changing some things on border because we played 2 borders already. So we are changing some things there. And then preparing for the match on Friday.
Champion mentality right there. I'm going to let you go ahead, get back to it. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
joining us. A champion in his own right.
Yeah.
Real question is Furia back, baby? Can they walk away with the Esports World Cup Championship? Can they do it?
I think they might be back. I'm very, very
Oh,
happy
well,
with
now
this
that
interview.
now that you've said it, it's just not going to happen. Am I right?
They might not be back. They might lose every game. I'm not jinxing it, but I think that interview was very, very well done by him. He gave us a lot of insight, and I actually really enjoyed talking to him. And like I said, one thing that I think is genius by them, and I already said that before the game, is the border gameplay. Having border back-to-back, not really showing anything, is perfect. First day, they lose 1 map, and they have like enough time to rebuild that map. Beautiful fun.
Yeah, now they're safe. They've got like 8 maps that are completely covered. They only need to change some things on border, and it didn't cost them anything. They won everything. They already qualified. They only play on Friday. It's perfect from them. And what I like to see from Felipox, every single interview is so good with him because he has a clear vision on what they need to do and what steps they need to take to be a champion. For me, like the charisma and the leadership this guy has is one of the main reasons. Yes, we say a lot about KZ and Hertz and their fragging capabilities, but clearly, like, he's a strong leader. He grew so much as a player in the last years. It's amazing to see.
A strong leader, despite the fact that he very honestly mentioned the fact that he was a little bit tilted as well.
That's being humble. That's being a great player and a great teammate to say, hey guys, I wasn't good enough this time. I will be better next time.
All right, well, I know KZ certainly rose to the occasion. Fantastic showing there from Furia, qualifying through to our playoffs, but a lower bracket for our Group A. We've visited discussions about this a little bit earlier on Bliss and Space Station, and we got W7M and Luminosity. Which one do you want to kind of keep an eye on?
I think it's going to be the Bliss and Space Station game. I think that one is interesting because Bliss now with Titan has shown us a lot of potential, and I think they're looking good. They've improved from event to event to event.
Sorry,
Right, yeah, you good, bro?
I'm sorry. I just saw Bleed qualify against FaZe Clan. Did I really see that?
Oh, they are the GOATs. They have a fish, dude.
They won the semi-final. It's a B1, okay.
That's something I would have predicted, and they would have called me crazy for. But obviously now I'm doing this.
So you now have BDS Liquid qualified. You also have now Furia, and you have Bleed. And I don't think anybody expected Bleed to make it all the way being undefeated. That's crazy.
The real question is, who are we expecting to see from GK and ITB in this best of 3, yet another elimination game?
Please give up your vote first.
Yeah, it will be ITB. I will be right this time, and I will not jinx it, and I will be a much better at predictions than Corey. And I will stand by my word.
I don't think that's difficult.
Oh, come on. That's not doing any favor to GK. Come on, you should have some hope in them.
Go on, hit us with it.
You know what? Just for the meme, I would go for GK, but I'll be honest, I'm believing into the ITB boys. I believed in them against Furia as well, and I think they had a very good showing against Furia. And I hope it didn't drag them down that they lost, so I'm going with ITB again.
Basically, he's sitting on the fence, right? You've mentioned rooting for GK and ITB at the same time. But you know what? We'll let you have it.
I take ITB. I take ITB.
All right, you gotta have a win at some point, bro. Don't worry about it. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to get it after the break.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The time is here and now, baby. It's going to be GK versus ITB and a best-of-3 elimination matchup. Corey, you feeling good, brother?
I'm feeling good. I've recovered. I've mentally recovered. I'm fine now. You know, I'm a bit scared of you, but besides that, I'm fine.
You know what? If you're only just joining us, I've been giving him a world of pain, a world of flame as well throughout the duration of the broadcast about his predictions. But you know what? Maybe the folks at home might be a little bit better than you with their predictions. So go ahead. Let's roll the STC Play predictions. You can go ahead and cast your vote at www.stcplay.gg. Let us know, is it going to be GK or is it going to be ITB walking away with the victory in this elimination matchup? Alpha Man, I'm going to come on over to you. GK obviously making it here to represent the MENA region. Comparatively speaking, how do they fare up against all of the other teams from that region?
I think, like, towards the team of this region, I think it's very balanced right now. They struggle to qualify here. They actually went 3-mapper in the 2 matches that decided if they were going to go here. And again, it's like luminosity. Like, the qualifiers here only had like 5 days of game day to actually like practice or play this. And I think this is why they are at a very different stage than ITB, that's been consistently growing for the past 2 years. And as in terms of maturity, in terms of experience, clearly not the same. Although I want to point out that GK actually brought someone interesting, Frenchie. I'm not saying this because I'm French and he's Frenchy. But he came from ENCE with a good view on the EU meta, with an incredible work ethic by ENCE, because that's where he was. And I think he can probably, you know, help this team have a better strategic depth and maybe try to be disruptive towards a more experienced European team.
What about differences in playstyle for the MENA region compared to other regions? Is there much of a difference here?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, this region used to be very aggressive, used to be very team play focused and very chaotic. And I don't mean chaotic in a bad way. I mean chaotic in a way where you try to literally throw yourself at the enemy and try to come out on top in terms of refrags and pure aggression. And I think, especially with the new additions, they try to change that a bit. And the word you said, strategical depth, is a very important word for GK, because that's something they have, in my opinion, lacked before, and they now improved on, and now they try to like play rounds out how the EU meta does it. And I think sometimes it favors them, but the good part is in rounds where they struggle, they don't have an issue with being aggressive, with trying these rushes, with trying to find these gaps, these solutions. So it's a very balanced and good mix, but we'll have to see if they have enough experience to beat an ITB.
And speaking a bit more about ITB, scouting storylines galore with this team. What can you tell me about them, Alfama?
I love watching this team. For me, it's the perfect storyline. It's the team that built everything using T3 players, using players that would be playing well together, high synergy, privileging strategy over pure gunplay. And you know, they're one of the reasons where, you know, €0 spent on buyouts and amazing roster, and they're here in G2. You know, it goes to show that if you play this game properly, if you play as a team, if you play into Siege collectively, even if you grind out there in ranked with your friends and you take the right steps, one day you might be on similar stages.
I think it's a bit of a Cinderella storyline, but of course it doesn't necessarily always work out that way for many teams and many players. So you tell me, the difference maker for these ITB boys, what is the secret sauce?
The double Kenny. Kendrew and Kangaroo Kenny, in my opinion, are what makes ITB ITB. Obviously, you picked up these young players, you picked up these gunners. I mean, I've said it about Noah, for example. Noah is really young still. He's 20 years of age. He played in EU League for an entire year. He's played Tier 3 before for an entire year. And he's never really put up the performance he's putting up right now. People knew he's super skilled individually, but people are like, yeah, you know, he doesn't have what it takes. Bam. You add Kenny, you add the Kangaroo Kenny as well, you add these young players, a supporting lineup, suddenly you have a potential star player, in my opinion. Then you have Oscar, Creeds, and Azar.
Yeah.
All these three players together are just... They've been trying as well for a very, very long time. They have a super good work ethic. They try to improve, and the thing is with them, they don't treat this game, they don't lose, and afterwards they're like, yeah, all right, next time we will be better. They will be better because they look at the games and they look at everything. That's why they play second in the EU League as well. When all the teams were losing because they were trying to pick up the best player possible and couldn't, so they tried to pick up the next best player possible they can find. These guys worked, and it showed right afterwards.
Work. Yeah, no, but it's true. Like it's literally that. Like it's the recipe to success. And whenever I was with them in Manchester and they would lose, like you could see them gather around one team. Nobody goes to the toilets alone or whatever, or goes to do something else. They group up and they take that loss together as a team, and they take the right steps to never lose again as a team. And although they lost to Furia, I've got to say, they were really good in that match. They put up 4 rounds, and in general, they should have won more if it wasn't for the crazy gunplay on Furia's side. And clearly here, being so structured and so coherent and having that synergy, they should beat GK just in terms of experience.
Well, veto time is finally among us. How reliant is this on ITB? I'm going to come to you, Alfama, instead of Corey for this one.
No, I think in general, one of the other things that goes with having so much experience and not only having 5 game days of experience is the depth of your map pool. And that matters when you're in a BO3. And experience matters in terms of mental also in a BO3. GK is their back against the wall. They're the only representative of this country at this event, and they want to win. Also, they're not expected to win, and it's kind of funny to see this team of formerly Tier 3 players being the favorite here. But overall, like looking at this lineup, one thing that really triggers me, or triggers my curiosity rather, is that ITB picked Skyscraper. Not necessarily a map that they want to play too often. This is actually one that they ban very often, so they might have something prepped here. I think in general, like you look at Chalet as well, like it's the kind of pick that won't be a problem in terms of sides. It's fine if they pick the defense side, they will go the other side and be completely fine, especially in terms of strategy. They're step by step. It's exactly the kind of map where they can thrive. And then for Clubhouse, it makes sense. Huge map for them. Both of these teams have a 70% win rate lately on this map.
Corey, I haven't banned you from speaking, by the way. You can interject.
I know, I just, I have my seatbelt on, I'm not scared. No, overall, honestly, what I want to see from ITB again, and what I find really, really beautiful in the Furia game, was the way they are going at the mental game of the enemy. 3 rounds, they are super aggressive, super aggressive, trying to contest, trying to get in their heads, even if they lose the gunfights or a pick, completely fine. You just try to dominate the pace of the game. 1 round, suddenly they're completely passive, not doing anything, just waiting. The round following to that, aggressive again, jump out, spawn peaks, all these things. They're really trying to dominate the pace of the game, and I think they lost it when obviously the clutch happened. That's when they lost the momentum and the pace of the game. But before that, I think they showed us some beautiful siege, and I want to see more against GK. And I hope that they kind of warm up against GK, so the next time someone lands a clutch against them, they won't lose the momentum and they learn from that game.
Well, you guys mentioned it best, obviously being former players yourselves as well. The fact that they have this team element about them, the ability to come back after losses, pull together as a team as well. Outside of raw, you know, firepower and team play within the server, outside of that, in terms of management, in terms of ITB support, what do they have that's kind of allowing them to elevate it to another level?
I feel like in general, like watching these organizations, even across other esports series or titles, they seem to be really good with scouting good players and building really strong cores and having the right staff behind them. I think Kangaroo Kenny is an amazing staff. He's been praised by all of the teams in T1 EU, although he was not the most known coach, right, coming into this roster. And I think it goes to show that if you have the right vision for things, if you invest in the right players, it can take you anywhere.
I've been told about Kenny that he has a degree in psychology as well. And for example, if you remember and you think a couple of years back and you look at Kendrew, for example, he himself said that he had a lot of issues with his in-game, I don't want to say personality, but with his in-game attitude. He was getting frustrated, he was getting tilted, he was suffering with it. And I remember when this team formed, I was like, okay, Kendrew as like the dad of the team, having to take the responsibility, not being allowed to like tilt or get frustrated because all these players are looking up to him. This is a rough job. And I talked to Gibson, for example, and he said, yes, but Kenny is like, Kangaroo Kenny, I'm getting confused with the Kennys. Kangaroo Kenny is helping them all to recover it. He knows how to speak to the players. He knows at that player he needs to shout that he can shout that he can take it, and he will reach him, and he knows to the other player he needs to be more soft, he needs to be nice, he needs to build him up. And I think, to me, just like this mix of the both Kennys, honestly, and the way he's treating this team, this is what makes it, and or breaks it even sometimes.
Well, we focused a lot on the side of ITB, what they need to do to win, all of the support that they've had as well. But for the opposition, GK, win conditions on this. Put on your coaching hats and let me know if you were stood there behind them, what are you saying to the boys?
I feel like what Corey said about like the strength of GK and the only times they were really efficient in international play is when they went all in and played super aggressive and confident, because that erases the strategic aspect of this game. At the end, it's still a shooter. So when you throw bodies at people, when you play together, and most importantly, when you go aggressive based off intel, you should be able to overcome anyone. That's the thing. It's not only throwing bodies for nothing, especially against a structured team like ATB. You get punished instantly. But doing it the right way, using intel, is a good way to be disruptive to their game plan. Because if they're not disruptive to their game plan, strategically ITB will win every round.
I wanted to interrupt you in there almost because
with intel,
the
it's important.
Yes, the chaotic with intel part is the one I love, because in my opinion you can be as aggressive as possible, pull off, rush every attacking round if you see gaps, if you have the intel, if you know what to do it, because it throws every team off. You tilt teams, you reach teams, and you get into their head. And I think this is what these meta players are really good at. This is one philosophy of Siege I really like, and Furia is. I wouldn't say Furia is similar to that, because Furia has a very strategical point compared to the aggressive point that I like, but the information game needs to be on point for GK, and if that is on point, the aggression is on point, and then everything will be on point.
Well, there we have it, the final best of 3 over here on the A stream. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive straight into it.
Thank you, Veracity. And here we are for the final best of 3 of the day. One more team to send home here on the A stream before we finish up. And Whippet, you've changed since we got here, right? You started the day, I hate NA, I really do. First off, you start to support Luminosity, and then you replace me with an American. Like, what's going on?
Listen, Gibby, maybe, just maybe, the era of my anywhere but North America might just be wavering a little bit. Too much to support over there, of course, but listen, this last matchup going into it is going to be GK versus ITB for this. I mean, I'm very intrigued about how this is going to go. ITB against Furia on our very first game on this stream looked exceptional for the first half, and then they fell off. And I mean, I'll speak candidly about that for ITB. That was a lack of experience, and I think a lack of firepower to deal with what Furia were doing. And also, I think a little bit of Furia have seen it all, done it all, and I mean, they couldn't really throw off those world champions. Now, against GK, a less experienced side, but full of talent, ITB, can they deal with it? And it's all down to this, an elimination matchup, best of 3, marathon, not a sprint.
And this is the thing, GK are the home team. You know, in the past, this is the first time they've qualified for an event here, and this whole region wants them to perform, particularly in this event. We saw what the Falcons did at Gamers 8 for the last 2 years. Here at the Esports World Cup, this team has invested very heavily. They've proven that they can punch with the best inside of the MENA region. Now they need to beat ITB. And these teams, they've scrimmed against each other in the past. They would have done it over the last few days. These players will know each other very well. They'll know what each team likes to do and what they don't like to do. And at the end of the day, this is the best of 3. Anything goes here as they try to at least play tomorrow.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this for these teams, of course. I mean, victory and moving forward is going to be, again, it's a massive bump in prize pool for players and organization if they make that jump, of course, so a lot of pressure for that. But before we dive into this, we often like to talk about other results across the day so far. Of course, we've had 3 fantastic streams running all the action. And one thing I would like to highlight is, of course, is a massive upset result that we saw, Gibby. You want to talk about that one, or will you give me the honor?
This time, I will give you the honor, but I will say I am surprised about the result this time.
Okay, so earlier on in one of our other streams, Bleed beat FaZe Clan. Enough said, really. Locked in. It's the leader effect, it really is.
Leader, and we already spoke about the fact they've got some great talent. But let's jump into this game. Ying being the very first ban.
I had a segue, Gibby. I had a segue for that one planned and you ruined it. The leader effect, and well, one of Leader's old coaches, Kangaroo Kenny, behind the roster of ITB. That's how I was going to bring it back full circle. But our bans rolling out for Skyscraper, our first map of this best of 3. Ying, Brava, Fenrir, and our final one coming right up will be Kaid. Not really too surprised in that regard.
Not at all. And on Skyscraper, we've seen it today already. We know what works, what doesn't work on a map like this. But these teams can't hide anything anymore. Like, you've lost the security of the upper bracket. This is lose and you go home. So they're not going to hide anything. You're going to see players playing for their lives in this matchup to try get the win. But the big difference is the experience. People on the desk were talking about the impact of Kenru, who now goes by Kenny. Yep, it makes things lovely for everyone involved when you've got Kangaroo Kenny, the coach, 2 Kenny.ITBs, really. But the Kenny is one of the most experienced players in all of Siege, and he really needs to give all that information and all those years of experience to the rest of his team.
I mean, to talk about the level of experience that he has, I mentioned in the cast with Fox about, a performance he had in Tokonami. Well, guess who won that major event? That was, Kenny on the side of Navi at that time, was able to get that victory. So you think about that, that is a long, long time ago. That's ancient history in terms of our game. And Kenny was there for it. And, player Kenny, not Coach Kenny. It's difficult sometimes here for it, but that's going to be a massive buff for ITB. It's why they're so good, of course. Now, Skyscraper, an interesting map for this one. Stylistically, I think it will favor ITB. GK do so on the defensive side, what tends to be the favored for most teams when they get onto this matchup, so I'm intrigued to see how things play out. Lineup-wise, we've yet again see Noah donning on that glass. It's not been a very popular or not very successful pick across the day so far when teams bring this out. Where we have that Grim for extra information, but very intrigued. We're going to see an Ella getting brought out, looking for an aggression.
Yeah, they're going to get the breach, or he's attempting to get the breach open. I think by the sound cue, it has been opened, which gives him that line towards Geisha. Now you've really got to clear the player on the stairs, and you can see the utility dump, and there's no real cross, and there's going to be a peek, but Exi gets the first kill, as Azami will try to close that avenue of push. Exi gets the second on the round. It's a 5 versus 3. Make that a 5v2 as Neskin will find one for himself, not to be confused with your favorite player, Nesk for Liquid, but with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Brilliant start from GK, and it leaves it all down to Creeds and Oscar to try pull this back.
Difficult 2 versus 4 to find yourself in. Oscar will grab one. X-Key's going to be off the board. 1 minute 40. Try and make something stick, and again, low HP on the member of Creed. It's not going to be an easy job to get this one done. Shots just narrowly missing from that black staircase. Difficult game of patience, but you're going to creep on in. Creed needs to win this one, and does so. Needs to win his second as well, but no one's there for it. No one from Geek is going to peek up, but that plant should go down. Creed's in a great position for that cover. Oscar finds his second in the round. Can't stick that case right now. Doesn't have the cover to do so. Needs to relocate to make that work. But front lines have been formed here. ITB have an opportunity, and Creed is so important to it. Frenchie goes down. Oscar finds it. Now we're in a 1 versus 1. But it's going to be Creed. Finds it. ITB a difficult round, but they get the job done.
ITB pulling that one back from a 4v2 to take the round, and it was Oscar and Creeds. And I have always said this about Oscar. He has got that clutch ability, that clutch bone in his body, and him and Creeds really did a great job. You could pick apart little mistakes GK made. You should not be losing, but the two boys, they got it done. They take the opening round on attack. And I feel for Geek, that's maybe one of those rounds that got away a little bit, but take nothing away from Creeds and Oscar. Brilliant pullback from them.
The massive thing is, though, no matter how difficult a round tends to be, and this has been a characteristic from a lot of Kangaroo Kenny's teams throughout, all the way from UK, the National League over in the European region that's a long time ago now for this side. But again, his team have always had that ability to be very winning. No matter what the situation was, they could find a way no matter what, and that's a great example of it. It was a 4 versus 2. All down to Oscar and Creed. A lot of work to do. They were wounded as well. Creed's had around 20 HP, leaving less to his name, and they get that job done. Fantastic effort from this side, but can they keep that one going? And the big thing, again, is they're doing it on the offensive side. They need to get as many rounds on the attack as possible. They make that defense a much more comfortable time as they jump onto it. And we'll have that Monty in effect, something DZ wished they would have had against Furia in our previous game, but ITB can make full use of it this time.
Right, Kendrew won't mind me bringing this up.
Oh, will he not?
But when we covered them in the qualifiers in a best of 3, he dropped a 0-kill game, right, that they lost.
That's a Gibson classic, that is.
Exactly, but the very next game, he picked Monty and got like a 3K in the first round. Like, Kendrew knows how to play Monty, and he will be able to take tons of space. And something that I think he does very well, and it's the reason why he has this role in the team, such a good communicator. And when you're Monty, you can get so much information while also forcing defenders out of position.
Logic bomb goes out from Dokkaebi. The first set of those sent out. And that's going to be jammed. No way in. That Selma charge is just too good. Or not good enough for it, I should say. They spot out that mirror window. They could deal with that with an ace, but they can't move that ace around because they're denied or literally delayed by that mute jammer. Bees go out towards Shrine, trying to get that extra bit of information. That drone covers it off as well. They know they're safe. Second logic bomb, combination with that death mark, and down below, and just misses the window, but doesn't matter. Creeds is there, gets himself traded, however. 4 versus 4, but Kendrew's going to keep walking in and put that pressure on.
Trix got the trade, but it's still a 4v4, and Monty being slowed down just a little bit, but you can deal with these barriers pretty safely as you move through. Noah's on the window of Shrine as well to try put some pressure on, and Noah does get that kill, as it'll be a 4 versus 3 now for ITB. That will also now allow Monty to move even safer towards the side, closer and closer, as still we're seeing Azur getting tons of information from below.
Deathmark failed, caught by that mute jammer. Nothing you could do with that one. Grim gonna be a massive effect to try and get information, but behind Dragon, 2 bodies stacking up, 1 in VIP for that cover. ITB have 1 extra body to make things work. 60 seconds in this round. Rotates around. Monty's going to be a massive factor in this. Kendrew can get so much information, so much space, apply so much pressure, but you need to have a man count advantage to make things really stick. Neskin gets 1. Azur's off the board. 3 versus 3. ITB aren't out of this fight yet, but GK in a great position. 1 more pick, and this might unravel.
This is a very big round already. Like, every round in this matchup is big because of the permutations that it leads to. Kendrew wants to push through that rotate to force the player towards house for his teammates to get a kill. Malusi's now moved, and that now means you've got 2 defenders trapped, but Neska's going to get a kill. Trix will get another. Frenchie rounds it out, and GK fire back, 1 apiece.
Massive fire back from them. They get it level. And the big thing for GK in this position is going to be able to try and keep themselves close to ITB. ITB are a side that strike me that they can win a good few attacks here on Skyscraper. You can't let them run away with it. You got to keep them close in touching distance because, I mean, it's very uncommon that a Kangaroo Kenny team will win by a massive margin. Not the style of the side, but you got to keep them close as you move towards that second half of this matchup. Diving into it now, ITB, can they keep a good positive turn rolling? Kendrew will don that Monty still. Has time to pick away from it. Creed's on that Dokkaebi has been massively successful. Noah swaps onto that IQ. A little bit of extra information will be gathered. We'll spot the mute jammers. Will be able to see those banshees as well as legion mines. No, not legion mines anymore. Correction, they are mechanical now. I always forget that these days.
You know, when you've been in the game and playing the game for so long, little changes like that can seem like a while ago. Like you talking about Tokonami, performances back in the day. I love how much history we have in this game. But little changes like that, the game always does a little thing like, look, you know how bad I feel about what they've done to Buck. Getting rid of the Gaunt 6 has actually ruined the only operator I use.
Mate, listen, I've been around since day one, since beta, and I've seen every version of this game, so sometimes things get muddled in my memory for it. Round 3 that we begin for this ITB, sticking that Monty yet again. I'm a big fan of this coming into it, and I'm always looking at how Kendrick can buy that space. He might not be able to find the most picks with his rifle, but the utility gain he gets here is massive for his side.
And they're just putting pressure in towards Geisha once more. You open up that wall, you open up the window. It just gives that defender something to think about. The castle barricades will slow down the push a little bit as well, but they've got operators that can deal with that. You know, if you need to, you can use the Selmas. Monte can deal with them pretty easily as well. But just over 40 seconds gone. Both these teams pretty happy with what's gone through in this round so far. Drone game getting used up as well. 3 drones down. 1 need to work with as well for the side of ITB. Geek, on the other hand, a lot of their operators get a lot more value as the round goes on, and the longer you keep Azami up, 2 Kiba barriers to use as well. Those will be used whenever they see the opportunity to do so.
Seriously deployed one of those Kiba barriers in pocket just in front of us there. Again, grows in strength over time. It's going to be Noah and Creeds, though, finding 1 apiece. Creeds gets himself traded off. Advantage with player count still with ITB. Can they capitalize on this and find even more? Creed's so good at finding that opening and exploiting any weakness a team might have. And they'll lead as Exki will swing out wide, might look to grab one. The Noah will find that drone at the bare minimum. Tented a few moments for this side of Geek. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose any more players. And ITB taking their time to regroup and formulate the plan for this mid to late stage of the round.
3v4 is not the worst thing in the world for the defenders, and the longer ITB slow it down, the more it goes back into the defenders' favor. There's Xkey leveling the sides with making it a 3v3 as Noah now falls, and all of a sudden the defenders can start changing their positions up a little bit. You've got the number game back the way you want it to be, but there's still a minute to go. They've got the yellow ping. They know there's a player on the window as well, so you're going to hug that wall if you're X-Key all the way down. A little bit of damage being dealt in the kitchen, but Monty is pushed in, and Trix now has his back against the wall, and this should be able to be picked up as Kendrew will work in tandem with Oscar. 3v2, but where is the case? It's in Kendrew's hand, and Kendrew falls at the hands of X-Key as he got a little bit thirsty for a kill.
ITB are not in a great position to hold this cover. You got 1 player on that rappel outside of Blackstairs' window. You don't have options if you're ITB in this moment, and while X-Key will take full advantage of that as they're forced to rappel in and only into the waiting arms of a UMP. Not a lot you can do. Now alone against 2. Case in the back pocket with only 17 seconds to make something stick. Oscar has to commit to this. Pros don't fake, that's exactly what he won't do. He gets it done. Now, post-plant, can he hold the line? A lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders to get this job done. I know it's still early days. The Banshee wails. Reveals his position, but he's passive enough to not extend. He picks out, finds 1. Needs a 3rd. 3 piecing it around if he can get this job done. All up against now, seriously. Full HP. No Kibas to work with. Has to get aggressive. Does he look the right way? Yes, he does! Oscar gets the job done. ITB find 1 more.
Barely cracked a smile, by the way, when he won that round. A little cheeky grin as Oscar gets the job done. That's 2 rounds that ITB have won that Oscar has been involved in big plays from difficult situations. And just the smart little things. He didn't overcomplicate it. He flamed off the stairs. He knew that would buy him the time to get the case down. And then he looked up and was like, okay, there's about 15 rotates into sight. There's verticality. There's 2 sets of stairs. He moved to the position that gave him the best chance of winning inside of restaurant. Really good game sense from Oscar.
I mean, we've watched Oscar for a very, very long time, and we've always said that you mentioned he's one of the best clutch players you think you've ever seen, and so we'll see that exactly in play as he finds that 1 versus 2 in that post plant. Immaculately done. from this young player. ITB get themselves their second round here on Skyscraper. Now, we're guaranteed to see Chalet when we get there. GK's map pick. Gibby, what are you laughing at me for?
He's standing up. He's so excited at what Oscar just did. He's literally standing up dancing because of that round.
I am now stood up. That is correct. Too much passion, Gibby. I'll say this, quite frankly. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for ITB. They're one of my favourite teams in the European League. GK, also a team, when we came out here to Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, they cast a tournament called Gamers 8. One of the teams that we casted, one of the very first MENA teams we casted, it wasn't the Falcons, was actually GK in a show match against then MIBR.
That's when you got fat MIBR fans, because you wore the MIBR hat, by the way. But again, it's great to see where these two orgs have come in the last few years in the Siege scene. But this is the big one. It's all well and good being here on day one. It's about being here on day two all the way through to Sunday. And it's going to be a tough task for these teams to get there. Only one of them will still be in contention tomorrow after this matchup. But we've already seen 45 seconds gone in this game. You can see that ITB are beginning to drone out the map. Reminder, barbed wire does some damage. They'll have that working in tandem with the Melusi, so if you push up the stairs, you're going to make a ton of noise. And it makes it a little bit more difficult for Buck, because GK know that Buck is below, as there's a huge roar behind us from one of the other games.
I don't know what game is being played at the same time as us, but that was thunderous. But ITB, right now, the game we must lock in on. Gibson has thrown something across the room in dismay about this matchup being played. But GK do trail by one. The really big important thing for me in this is they need to get the opening pick. They need to hold the line best they can against ITB. ITB have been so good at finding this opening. Players like Creeds have been massively critical for this. Minute 25 left to work in this round. X-Key on that cam. Doesn't see anything, but has that solo work with that position.
Spots out the drone as well, which is there to catch any players on the flank. As we can see, they're starting to put pressure on the door. Is Creeds. They've cleared out behind the sofa, which is even more information for the side. All of the GK defenders have fallen back just a little bit more. They're giving ITB this entry because they know that's when they can strike. They want ITB to make this push. With 50 seconds left, they are starting to run a little bit out of time. We're starting to see the bees go out. Grim's going to get the information on the player inside of Geisha. And there's the repellent. Exki gets one. Azur gets another. Frenchie and Seriously grab one each. It's a 2 versus 2 with 35 seconds to go. Neskin will grab it. Oscar timing, but he's got the case. He's already won a couple of 1vx's. He's going to plant in a sneaky spot to bait the swing, but Warden manages to cross.
But he manages to get himself all the way up close to this door. Oscar could win this round. He needs to check the right position. Someone so close to him is desperate. He tries to bait one, gets it down on the Warden. Oscar has a chance. Not again, surely. A 1 versus 2 yet again. He needs a 3K to win this round. He has no information. He's going to play it with his rifle. Swings out wide. Oscar, no! Seconds away. The shift key is his nemesis. Frenchie gets the job done. GK go level yet again.
But Oscar put them back in a 1 versus 1. But when Warden crossed and you suddenly have 2 angles to worry about, it becomes so... That's the same expression he made when he won the clutch earlier.
Locked in.
Cool as a
Oscar is
cucumber.
locked in. You can't beat him.
For those of you who've known them all the way through, do you remember when they were traveling to the event and that picture of him sleeping on the floor of the train came out?
Gibson, are you referencing?
You can. Yeah.
No, you were referencing Rainbow Six Rainbow Rumble. That's an If you're in chat and you get that and you watch that event, you're an OG, you get some brownie points.
But gotta give GK a lot of credit, right? This is a game where every single round has been hard fought between both of these sides. This could be 4-0 to either side. This could be 2-2. It could be 3-1. It's really a slog between both of these teams, which is what you kind of expect on a map like Skyscraper. Mira being brought this time around. But Creeds has 6th picked over to Amaru and has the diffuser in hand.
It's not a 6th pick anymore, Gibby. It's a Tacker repick.
Repick. Old habits.
Lock in. Lock in, Gibby. It's our last game of the event for us, by the way. So we gotta, our last series of the events, we gotta lock in for this.
You made me sad, man. Why do you have to remind me of that?
You'll be grand.
I go home tomorrow.
So do I. Have to endure that flight with you.
Oh, God.
ITV with the Amaru in the hands of Creeds this time around, and I'm very intrigued to see what their vision of this round is going to be. I would imagine they're considering, perhaps even thinking about that hatch down below. If they can find an opening, that is a massive surprise and a little bit of shock and awe to make something happen. That can opener will open up that Geisha single wall and give that avenue later in the round, but Exki finds one on the Kendrew. That's going to be your Monty off the board early. ITB love to play around that information. That shield buys them. Already gone, and we still have 2 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, you lose the one operator that can get you so much space for free. Yes, it's not an active gun inside of the round, but, you know, Kendrew's an experienced player. He has to take up a different role now for his team for the rest of this round, you know, giving suggestions towards Azure on what the best avenue of attack is. But there's the vault in from Creeds. As you said, you think it's going to be up the hatch, and it is a hatch, but it's Geisha. And, well, he's up the hatch, and he's straight down as he'll fall. Yeah, Trixed, why not? There's a kill onto Azure as well, through the floor. The logic bomb is deployed. Oscar will get a kill, but once more, it's a 4 versus 2 for ITB to try to turn around.
Just over a minute and a half to find something for ITB. Oscar has been left in these low player count situations round after round, but it won't be left upon his shoulders. Noah, the last one standing. DMR in hands, logic bomb in the back pocket, SMG-12 to work with on his sling as well. Not a lot of options for this player, but Neskin gives him a freebie. Troll time's been summoned, and he'll take full advantage of it. Noah gets that pick. 3 more to find. Case is cold, but only 8 meters ahead of him, stuck inside a Geisha. Only 1 player detected by that phone call. Only 2 players detected seriously, masked by that mute jammer. An aggressive charge in, Noah finding 1 second in the round for him. Tricked falls, 50 seconds, Case recovered. Noah might be on for something, has a little bit of magic in it.
45 seconds to work with. It was a 4v1, now it's down to a 2v1. Noah has isolated the 2 individual players. Now GK got to hold the cross. He's very, very careful about pushing through the bar. You never know where someone's going to be hiding. Steps outside to give himself a rotate. Can use the mirror window to peek through as well, but we can see that silhouette inside of house. And well, if you can see seriously can see you. And that will be a round 1 by GK. But do you know what this has been so far?
What?
An example of how to stress out your coaches. Both of the coaches are watching this going, please stop, stop, stop.
No, listen, if you think this is stressful, you were watching the Furia versus DZ game, right?
That was great.
It was great, I loved it. But if you're a fan of either of those teams, that was a nail-biter. But so far, very similar vibe that we're getting from this matchup. No team has found significant daylight in terms of scoreline. DK now lead by 1. Going into the last round of this half, so their last defensive half here on Skyscraper. The preferred side of choice for many of these teams at the event this week. Can ITB bring themselves in level and move towards that favorite side with a massive advantage? This is their map choice, so you'd imagine they've got something in the back pocket for that. Let's see if they can get themselves level. Yet again, keep following the storyline. Kendrew is on that shield again. Himelo used so much ITB to buy space for ITB, they love to play around it.
I feel kind of bad, because at the start of the game I referenced one that we casted very recently where Kendrew got no kills.
Yeah, you actually did do that.
I'm not going to look at the scoreboard in the bottom right.
He has got one, so you've not cursed him.
Stats say he doesn't.
Have we yet? Shoot, no. Oh no, we got like a DBNO, I think. You have cursed him.
I have. I've done a bad thing. I'm sorry.
Of course, you come all the way here to curse poor Kendrick. Shocking. Absolutely shocking from you. Early days, though. Still in its best of 3. Long way to go until we can see who makes it towards tomorrow, who goes home with us, unfortunately.
Oh, no, they get to stay, don't worry.
That's true, yeah. They're the cool kids.
Yeah, so this round is underway. Is Selma charges being utilized to create some pathways to push through? You'd assume that Ken would be one of the most likely to walk up through that stock side of the map.
What makes you think that?
I don't know, it's just something that we've seen him do sometimes.
Oh, why was that? Any reason?
No.
Interesting.
Thanks. Yes, you're welcome. Thanks for attending my talk. So, 2 minutes gone, or 2 minutes to work with, sorry, and a little bit of damage now dealt onto Valk. This is a big round for ITV, trying to get the 3-3 half. GK looking to make it 4-2. As you can see, Valk just playing in and around the top floor. They're trying to play this map from above. ITB seem a bit torn between pushing horizontally or trying to take it from above as well. But you've still got loads of time. We're not even halfway through the round yet, and they've still got 5 drones in play as well.
They have a lot of vision to work with for this. Massively beneficial. Kendry looks to get aggressive. There's one. There he is. Gets that job done. Seriously, will fall to that. Arash, that will be Creed, has been slayed in reply. So GK keep things close. 4 versus 4. Very quickly, ITB gain the advantage yet again. Azure charges in and slays Frenchie. The Vendetta rings out its shots, but can't find a knock or a kill. Surely now it can, but no, you run out of rounds in that chamber. But lucky you, Oscar is there to save the day. Exki falls. 4 versus 2. ITB in control on their last offensive round. Can GK find a way to save this one? Neskin and Trick still surviving.
Tricks with a lot of kills in this game so far already, but it's a 2v4. They're looking to replicate what ITB did a little bit earlier, but with 45 seconds gone, every second that ticks away, it starts to give a bit more momentum towards GK. Getting that kill from Trix certainly will help, so Monty has the case in hand, but Whip It, what is he going to do? Where is he going to push from? Because you're really making it a tough situation. The case will go down, Kendry's tucked in the corner, and the defenders don't seem to have an idea.
They have no idea about this, and that case goes down. ITB in a great position. Don't let their advantage go to waste. Oscar, there we go. I couldn't read it there for a second. Gets that pick. Kendry gets a second round against it. ITB bring themselves level here on the offensive side of Skyscraper. A full reset as they move to the defensive side.
What happened there was you were saying Oscar and Azur's name came on the screen and you got confused.
I got very confused. I couldn't read it. I'm standing up now, as you mentioned. I've wandered a little bit away from where I normally look at my monitor.
Look at that kill from Kendry. He heard us. He heard us from the venue and he
no,
was like...
Unfortunate, by the way. The moment that revolver, the chamber runs out of ammo, the second Creed peaks it perfectly. Kendry gets that final kill as well. Massive charges in the site. Well done to him from this. And ITB have played this fantastic so far. Clear vision of what they wanted to do. But the big factor for me is the fact they've done that on the offensive side. They didn't have their backs against the wall. They get to play this next 6 rounds with the comfort of knowing they're on the defense. They can set the tempo on the preferred side of this map. So can they grow an advantage here? As Trick's going to be on that Monty that we saw ITB play fantastically around. Question is, will they be able to do the same level?
That is the question, is right. Now, you know, we give Kendry a little bit of a joke, but as Monty, his job isn't to get kills. He's not on
Are you still on this?
I feel bad. I never say mean things, and now I feel bad. Even though what I said
You say mean things all the time to me.
You deserve it, though.
Why?
There's a difference.
You're so rude. So rude.
But this is now where ITB really want to win it. You always say, since we've started casting together, that round 7 is the most important round.
I do say that. I do.
Any game, because it's after the side swap. Now, I feel like maybe it was more important back in the days where 4-2 splits were common, where it kind of closed the gap a little. But even now, so it's about setting the right tempo on your defensive half.
Couldn't agree more. Good point. Very well done,
Is that
Gibson.
because it's a point that you make
Exactly.
and you're agreeing with yourself?
It's the greatest point. I make the best points, Gibson.
So, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. We've got the Claymore in position for the vault out, and you can see that Creeds was thinking about it. They're going to open up that wall, and with Creeds, his job is to be a nuisance, be an annoyance, force all the members of GK to clear you away from this position. Now, one of the reasons why Monty's been banned all the time is because of how oppressive he is now in the game in its current state. Almost 100% pick rate so far in this map that he's not been banned.
That's true. I mean, Monty is available. Teams are going to play him no matter what the circumstance is. Over in Latam, we saw the benefit he has on this side, on this team. A jump in Samurai, and that's going to be a freebie for Creed. He'll get that every day against Frenchie. Opening, picking that up. Monty begins a little bit of a burden for this side. They have one less rifle to work with. They begin to get that control. Impacts down below. Finds some damage on towards that shield. Neskin is good for it though. Denies Noah, and Monty's being swarmed.
Oh, this could be a freebie. Creeds has no clue. He's on the window.
Oh, no,
Peek it. Seriously?
Please?
Seriously?
Come on, seriously, seriously, I'm being serious. Seriously, please. Please peek this, seriously, please.
Oh, no. Anyway, nothing to see. We didn't see it. It's fine. It's fine. We'll move on with the round. GK.
We'll
move on. Forget about it. It's okay. No. Frostmat will get me dealt with now as they try to move their way through the map. But look at the time denial already. 4v4, there's a minute left to work with. You can see that all the defenders now have pushed back towards the site. It's a very horizontal push from GK, and that could play into the favor here of ITB.
Impacts go out from Zofia, trying to find some pressure. ITB just need to hold the line. Just over 35 remains in this round, and well, you can get yourself out of that frost mat, so XG has that advantage, but he will be a little bit slow. He'll be limping around the map for a very long time. This is a dangerous gamble playing around this Monty. You don't want to let them in. Shields are so dangerous up close and personal. Oscar gets that pick. XG finally shut down. Seriously gets that trade. Oscar's now gone. 13 seconds, 6 players standing. 3 versus 3. Can GK get the job done? Can ITB hold the line? Seriously has a good position to make this cover stick, but they need to find something. That shotgun's going to be good enough from the second try. Kendra goes large with that one as Creeds fires off his own, finding 3 in the round. ITB's very first defense goes their way.
Every player cam that we go to after this game, there's a serious lack of passion in the reactions whenever they win a round.
You don't know why, Gibby? Don't know why there's no reaction there. Job's not
locked
done.
In. They're locked in.
I mean, they got it. It's a long way. Again, marathon, not a sprint. It's a best of 3.
If that was SSG, the building would be shaking.
That is true. But they didn't win their first game, at least. They won their second one.
Yeah, it forces a timeout, and the timeout's very early, right? We're 1 round into GK's attacking half, and they've seen straight away, they're like, okay, ITB played a game style that was really there to slow down our momentum, slow down our attacks. We had Monty. Monty should be a perfect counter to that attempt to slow it down because you can take space. And I'd say that's what the coach is kind of talking about. He's like, we need to be quicker, we need to be more effective. You know, you can't let Monty play on house all by himself with players below. You've got to play with a little bit more teamwork. And, you know, the coach, for a man who's witnessed some of the rounds he's seen already, he looks pretty calm. It's all good.
Again, marathon, not a sprint. It's not the end of the world if GK can't get it done here and there. That's all fair. They have the second map, their map choice of Chalet. Ideally, of course, you don't want to ever lose as a competitive player or as a team. They do have that safety net. But you made a perfect point in that round. The Monty doing everything by himself in that position. Not the way you want to play that offer. You want to have support, you want to have those crossfires held. Monty walks in to an area of the map and forces the defense to move. And you want to hold that rotate out. You want to catch those defenders as they leave that area or they're put under pressure from that shield. They didn't do that in that round. They give ITB a chance to play around it and find damage. Now the Monty survived to the end game, but still didn't have the impact it could have had and the influence it should have had.
So you keep saying it's a marathon, not a sprint. Is that why these teams went to the lower bracket? Because they wanted the longest distance possible to try win the event?
Lower bracket is a blessed place, right? Think about this.
G2 lower bracket runner SI.
But we don't talk about that team anymore. They're not, where are they? Not even in the lower bracket over here. They're at home.
5 seconds left before insertion.
If you 4 years ago could see the way you're acting, you'd be so disappointed in
What if I
yourself.
were to tell you, all this G2 Snap is just copium as a fan. That's how I deal with it.
I'd believe that. That's more believable. That is more believable. But ITB 4-3 lead. Remember, whenever GK call a timeout, Kangaroo Kenny can talk to his team as well, so it's not just one way. Both teams can make adjustments as they see fit. Early on, Frenchie's hoping that someone's going to vault out to put some pressure from that Shrine balcony, but as you can see, nobody making that move yet. Nobody even threatening to do it as seriously will make its way up towards the balcony as well. They'll open up that house wall, single wall, which, as we keep talking about, cuts off any rotates from inside of Shrine towards site. As long as you're actively holding it, you need somebody there. You thought Creeds were going to jump out, but he didn't.
Listen, Creed Samurai window. There's a bit of lore there for you, Gibson. But, I mean, listen. You're not happy with that one. I brought that one up. But they're going to be waiting for this one, I think, very patiently from ITB. This is the massive thing about this map and what you want to do from this defensive side. ITB want to manage their lead at this moment. They don't want to let GK get a chance at a round, bring themselves level yet again. So this is going to be, I think, a very risk-adverse style of play from them. They have the talent to dig themselves out of difficult positions if they need to. But for ITB, it will be playing very safe, very to the playbook and not overextending themselves. A little bit of free damage garnered there is Noah a little bit out of position to find some free shots all the way from XKey from a very far distance. Minute 30, still no substantial engagements, no one left in DBNO, no one compromised yet at this point. And ITB just not giving GK anything to shoot at.
The clear is pretty slow for having Monty involved. Like, it seems like they're overly cautious about taking on ITB, and why not? Why would you be cautious when Seriously is able to pick up a kill Noah? But Creeds will trade back Twixt 4 versus 4. As Oscar still playing on black stairs with the shotgun at the ready as well if needs be. We've seen many a big play in that position.
But we saw in the corner of that staircase, that Nomad, that stops that rotation. You can't walk up that staircase without revealing your position, and Oscar will play a very patient game. He's gone fishing. He's waiting for that moment, that perfect opportunity to strike. The rest of his team are going to be left one player short on site as he gets ready for this. Under a minute now, 35 in this, and this is going to be the moment he goes. He heard the opportunity, saw that time on the clock, and realized he can have an influence in this round. Massive pick there from Creeds. Oh, he's going to go huge, finding 3, make it 4 Creeds, and he's going to lock down Dragon, and GK need to find a way to solve it, and that's how they do it. Frenchie gets that headshot, and Creeds falls 2 versus 2, 20 seconds left.
He caught Oscar on the flank a little bit earlier than that as well, but it's a 2v2 with 15 seconds. They have to make a decision. Do you go for the plant or do you try find these 2 kills? Goo Mines will go. That's information. The kills there from Azur, leaving it all down to Neskin. He peeks, but there's the cover. Kendrew with the kill, and ITB extend their lead here on Skyscraper.
Creeds behind Dragon was the roadblock ITB needed. GK walk in and they try and deal with that position, but you're up against Creeds, a very difficult player to beat in a 1, and he finds 2 for his effort. GK, great attempt, but ran into and slowed down. Oscar didn't have an opportunity to make that flank play work for him either. He waited so long very patiently, but again, the air jab denied him making that at a rapid pace and bought a little bit of time for GK to make something stick. And we get hop on board with Creeds. Take one more look at this nice little 2-piece to wrap up that round, finding 3 total in the round.
And the big thing is the way he moves around the Dragon as well to make it very difficult for the attackers to get that kill. You want to make it sure that when you are outnumbered, you want to try and make it 2 separate 1v1s instead of a 1 versus 2. But for ITB, this defensive half has gone pretty much the way they would have wanted. Look, GK started pretty well on their defense too, but this is the site that is the one that's always up on the air when you go to Kitchen Barbecue. This is the site where if you win it on defense, usually you feel pretty confident that you're able to take the whole matchup because it is the tertiary site. So, can ITB take a 6-3 lead, or are GK going to pull it back?
ITB, I think this is going to be why they went to this map, though. They've looked fantastic on their defense at this point, and GK have been very much struggling to get into this matchup past that side swap. And I always say, round 7, very influential. We've seen that be a factor. ITB were much more prepared for this defensive structure now. GK have seen these rounds played out. They have an overarching idea of what the defense structure for ITB is, and Creeds, well, everything he touches seemingly turns to gold like that, and he finds a freebie X-Key first to fall in that round, and that's the last thing GK want to start off a map like Sky.
13-6 now for Creeds, who, remember, only has 1 stage of Tier 1 experience under his belt, as does Kenny, the coach. It's pretty much a very rookie team here on ITB, apart from the experience that Kendrew does bring to the fray. But GK, they haven't been pushed back by losing that player earlier. They're still trying to take control of the site, but by losing Buck on a site like this, you lose your ability to create verticality. You can use the Roteros, but it's not the same.
It also slows down the overarching idea of what they want to do in this round. They had a clear vision for what they want to do. Now they have to make a mid-round adaptation. They have to change things up. They don't have a very key piece of utility. They don't have breaching rounds or breaching charges on a player like Ace. They've only got the Rotero drones, and they don't make much of an impact with verticality, so they are very restricted on what they can work with. Those Rotero drones, as I mentioned, beginning to go out, the clear away utility, but ITB under some pressure. Noah behind this mirror window has an opportunity to be a massive nuisance for GK as he locks down this lane and makes it very difficult to move and egress towards those positions of power that this side wants.
And here is a change of idea, a change of location, as they still need to push Noah out of this position. There's a minute gone. Noah's been here for 2 minutes already. The mirror windows giving so much information as well. Nades being thrown, not getting any value. They're still trying to get that wall into Geisha open. They're so far behind schedule.
Noah is basically immortal in this position. He needs to play reserved behind that window. The Sanders do open it up, but he just needs to stay alive in Geisha. Without that wall open up, he is a nightmare to deal with. Noah's C4 is good. Azure fires up and gets seriously. ITB in a great position. They're now down to a 4 versus 2. Neskin gets that pick onto Creeds. 30 seconds remain. ITB in a great position to ride out the rest of this round. Even more so with the second kill of Noah, and now a 3 versus 1. All down the Tricked, left alone against 3. ITB surely are able to manage this one.
They should do. I know for a fact that Kenny will be very upset if they don't. But you hear the audio with the barbed wires there. Azure gets the kill and ITB move on to map point in the very first of this best of 3 series.
ITB have played this map absolutely perfect so far. Their objective was to go level in at that half if they could possibly do it and run away with it here on the defense. We have not seen GK get an offensive round this entire half. ITB have been in control. Now, one massive thing I want to point out is players on GK have tested ITB mechanically time and time again. In a straight-up gunfight, I think GK might outgun them, but ITB have played this perfectly and not let that happen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah, there has been a lot of clutches in this from ITB already as well. And the big thing for me is GK have lost the early pick a few times, and it's really put them off schedule. And one of the things that I've noticed is when they're attacking, they have an overarching plan, but that needs every single player to be alive through a specific role on that plan. You lose the buck early on in that, it slows things down quite a bit. You can't really make any verticality, you can't open up any of the soft utilities. So we get ready for what could be the final round here. You're going to the strongest site. You look at the lineup, Vigil's in play as well, and you know that's just a nuisance to play against. On the attack, these 5 operators, they need to have a huge impact to slow this one down, and we know that GK have it in them.
GK are a very talented team of players. Now, the real thing I look at this, it's been a side that have made a lot of changes, and this roster has been kind of, chopped up, and players have went different places. GK had, Blaz, for example, went out towards G2 as well. So this side's always been in a kind of a perpetual state of a rebuild. They've never had that stable 5, and you begin to feel that here. Very mechanical 5 players in here, all capable on their day. That team player cohesion, just something that's not quite at the same level of ITB, and that's why we see that discrepancy on the defense on a map such as Skyscraper. 6-3 your scoreline, ITB lead by 3. To get this job done, be a massive step forward to making it to the next stage.
Let's not forget an iteration of this GK roster beat, the Furia, XK gets the opening kill on but beats the Furia roster at a major and made it to the main stage as well. So
very true.
That they've done things in the past, but this is their region. This is the region that they really want to perform in, defend their home. But ITB, well, they are certainly bringing the fight to them in this one. You've got that breach open, you got the opening pick on to Creed, who's going 13-8, but as you can see, Azure is still playing below. And we've got one player, DBNO, from the jump out. Nice aggression from Noah off the back of that one, but they will get the res.
Did he get stuck by a goo mine there, actually? I heard the sound, and then he was in DBNO, unsure of that one right now. But ITB, they've got that investment on the X key. The player is down to 20 HP. They might be able to find him later on in that round. Now, the big thing is Creed's not being available for this site. A lot of the firepower of ITB does come from this young man, and without that, it's going to be very, very difficult if things get nasty to find that outlet, because he is a very good outlet for those moments of pressure. He can pop up finding 2-3 if they need him to.
So, GK, again, it's a best of 3. You don't need to win the first map to still progress. But they do, well, a game has clearly just ended by the noise that we've just heard in the background with massive roars. But there's Oscar, he gets 2! No way does he flick onto that one. He's up, nearly gets the 3rd. He gets put into DBNO though. Azure is there to bring us into a 4v2. One player down. Seriously, down to 64 HP, still trying to take Geisha away from ITB, but Oscar just went huge.
I mean, I mentioned how if Creed is gone, sometimes the team can feel flat, but Oscar stood up tall in that moment, finding 2, nearly made it 3rd, left in DBNO, not out of the fight just yet. And GK, a lot of work to do. Can they find something? Not unwinnable, time's going to be a nightmare for them. They need to win every single gunfight and get control. With only 10 seconds left to go, ITB on the cusp of taking his very first spot at the best of 3, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see. 3 seconds remain, and ITB right out the time. Job is done for Skyscraper. Map 1 of the best of 3, locked in. ITB 1 step closer to our next stage.
And it's the first time we see any emotion from ITB in this matchup whatsoever. They really did a great job of taking map number 1. They win on Sky, but as you said, job's not done for either of these two sides. The players going to get a quick drink of water, get ready to go again, but whip it. This is a great opportunity for ITB.
ITB in a great position for this, but we can throw it to the experts on our desk to break down what we just saw on Sky.
You know what, boys? Throughout the duration of that match, ITB were absolutely cool as ice until it came to the winning moment. Finally, we're getting some emotion. Finally, we're seeing some firepower as well. But what did we think of the action that took place on the server?
I loved it. I loved it. I'm a fan. Look at how the tables have turned.
How the turntables.
How the turntables. In my opinion, the strategic depth that ITB had at this moment and their awareness of the game was absolutely amazing. You've seen Oscar with the clutch, an absolute beautiful read on the situation. The attacks in general, they were about baiting GK in like thinking where they attack from and then pressuring them with a Monty. And they got a free attack split on Skyscraper, which is amazing because usually Skyscraper is like a 4-2 or 5-1 split and they got a free split where I was already very convinced of them. And then in the first defense, GK made it down to a plant, had a Monty as well. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is going to be an attacker side at Skyscraper. But no, ITB was patient, ITB was sitting back, ITB was ready for a retake, communicated it well, and no one was rushing anything. They were cool, level-headed, won that round, and like Oscar was in the clutch.
Yeah. And you know what? In that same round, the actual win condition was at the beginning of the round, they had Creeds all the way lurking in Expo. He faced 2 drones, 2 entries, 1 Monty, and he still burned like around a minute and got away with it. And they even got a trade. And then they fell back and played for the late round execute and retook it perfectly. I think it goes to show like the biggest difference for me was in attack they had a clear game plan and obviously it was easily readable. So GK was able to win some attacks, but in general strategically they were the one that controlled the pace. But in defense, stellar performance, always ahead of GK, and GK had no idea how to problem solve. Again, maybe round 13, they have a mirror, they have a bandit trick. They lost so much time, 2 entire minutes, and by 1 minute they had the top floor but couldn't go to the bomb site. So again, strategically, ITB is winning this, and it's great that they're using utility to punish the lack of cohesion in GK.
Why do you think it was, though, that GK was struggling so much?
I mean, it's clear to me that it's a young team that just brought in Frenchie that maybe doesn't get the same scream quality that EU teams do, and maybe they don't face the same problems. So it's harder for them to problem solve on the spot, especially because maybe leadership isn't as clear for them right now, or maybe they don't have the strategic depth to understand really what was going on. I think also their information gathering wasn't the best. They lost a lot of drones. Like these elements back to back make it that it was very clear that ITB was in control the whole map.
Well, they might not be able to problem solve on the fly, but they do have a little bit of time before heading into their own map pick. Now, question is, what do they fundamentally need to address before we head into that?
It's a lot of small things, in my opinion. It's not one big thing. It's, first of all, the information gathering game you picked up on. I said at the beginning, it's like who gathers the best information will win, and they couldn't really risk anything on Skyscraper. Now moving into Chalet, it's a map where you can take way more risks, where you can play completely different attacks and completely different defenses, so they can be more aggressive and more chaotic, which will favor them. And on top of that, I think the leadership part was good, but how can you expect leadership of a team that hasn't played that many international stages yet? They are a young team. They don't have that experience. They need to pick up on these threats. And I remember, like, just imagine back when we played the first time, you get confused when you played such comprehensive threats.
And one thing that worries me, their pick is Chalet. In Chalet, you can get a lot of stuff done in attack from outside, and you can set up your attack perfectly step by step, exactly the game plan that ITB had on Skyscraper, and a 3-3 split was fine. They converted in defense. The same exact scenario can happen on Chalet right now.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm a little bit scared that we're going to see another kind of Talon situation unfolding before our very eyes. You know, they looked kind of decent to begin with, and then the nerves got the better of them. Then the inconsistencies really started to shine for them as well. Do we think that might be the case for them heading into this next game as well? Do we think GK might be looking a little bit nervous? How are they going to look to reset between first map and now second?
I think they have their back against the wall, but like weirdly enough, I don't think they have a lot of pressure. They were seen as a dark horse.
Only MENA rep though.
Of course, that has to play something. But for me, like it's one of the teams that has like less international experience. ITB had a good run at the Manchester Major. Everybody saw them as favorite in that matchup. It's fine if you lose here. Like you already made it here, which is already a success in itself. You want to gain as much experience as you want, so obviously you want to play as many maps as possible. But for me, they don't have a lot of pressure. It's already good to be here. Just like enjoy it, play without pressure, be disruptive like you were when you were disrupting the attacker plan.
I'm going to completely disagree with you. It's okay if you lose. What do you mean? There's a $2 million prize pool on the line here.
But did they ever had a chance? I don't think so.
I think that's the wrong way to look at it, because let's look back. I know I'm always talking back about 2022, but look back at Falcons.
When I was playing, I used to be really good at the game.
But look at Falcons. Would you have said Falcons had a chance to play second in 2022?
No, yeah,
and
clearly.
They were the only representative. They were no one expected them to be that good. And I agree with you. I think like with them being the representative, they do have pressure on them. You want to perform in a home crowd, home stage. This is where you want to shine. This is where you want to put it your all. If you could perform in France, of course you would feel pressure.
Yeah, of course.
Well, only time will tell whether or not ITB will be able to make this a swift 2-0. Who knows? Maybe the GK comeback could very well be a thing as well. We'll catch you soon.
Welcome back in, everyone, for map 2 of the final best of 3 of the day. Whippet, is this the last map of the day, or do you see... Yes?
Yes.
That quick?
Yes, ITB 2-0. I'm calling it right now.
Wow, that was quick, but what a day. It's regardless of what the result goes, what a day it's been.
I don't mean that in a disrespectful way to the GK in this
Oh,
at
no,
all.
you feel bad. You feel bad
I
after
do
what you
feel
said.
bad about that. I was very quick at it. Listen, I love a lot of these meta teams. I've got a massive amount of respect for this region coming up, right?
You do. To be fair, we did fall in love with it whenever we worked Gamers 8. And
Exactly.
what
I mean,
Falcons
listen,
were able to do.
What Falcons done, the runs both Falcons and GK have made on international events have been something I have massive respect for on this side. But I feel like ITB, right now, after the map they just played and the way they're all coming together at this one, I think this side is going to make a little bit lower bracket run. I do think it's going to be very difficult to beat them on a map like Chalet. Now, GK opted to go to this map, of course, so we can only see how things play out when we arrive at that destination. Operator Balance, Gibby, what are you thinking as Maverick's first to go?
Yeah, Maverick gone. This is, of course, Chalet, so we know how impactful Maverick can be, particularly when attacking that basement side. And the other ban, look, there's loads of options that you could see. Monty, no surprise to see GK banning Monty after how effectively Monty was used in that last matchup. And it kind of changes the plan a little bit, because obviously Kendrew will tick Monty almost every single round when he is in play with it. But the defensive bans, Valk will be removed. Pick your poison. What do you take away from this massive defender pool now?
I mean, look at Chalet, obviously Valk would be the first one, but I think Fenrir is a very popular ban here now, obviously not as potent. But oh, I was right. I got a prediction right for a change.
Did you cut your hair, by the way, before this event so people would stop calling you Fenrir? For people who don't know,
yeah,
we cover LATAM, and every single play day, all the LATAM fans are like, oh, look, it's Fenrir casting.
Thanks for reminding me about that one, Gibby.
I had to get it in here.
Yes, no, I did cut my hair to avoid that reason, of course.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to say. Damn. Sorry, I'm really from the depths of my soul. I'm
are not, Gibson. but alas, of course, Fenrir is going to be banned away. Hi, Kenny.
He's waving. He's waving at you guys at home. That was.
Alright, so you think he wasn't waving at me in particular?
No.
Oh, that's shocking. But I mean, right, let's lock back in, Gibby, right? We'll go back to our last point. Fenrir was banned out in that last defensive ban. That is, as we say, it's a pick your poison on what the operator is going to be. There's a lot of impact in that final and fourth ban, what players like to do for it. Now, Fenrir on a map like this, you got to think about those rafters as you walk up that hallway out toward double door, how impactful they can be up there. Think about all the way inside of Astro. So, very sensible choice, I think, for ITB to ban that away. Gives you flexibility, a little bit more comfort moving around the compact nature of this map.
It definitely does, and you look at the way that this is being set up here from ITB, there's obviously a lot of emphasis on keeping control of Library from top mez. You've got the mute jammers in there to prevent information being gathered. That is, of course, also maybe the opportunity to, you know, fake having a player inside of kill box in the corners so that you slow down time even more. The standard attack when you're up against this weapon is usually to move over from that master bedroom side, open up that wall, looking towards those library stairs, those blue stairs to clear the shield. But on the attacking side, they don't really have a ton of utility that will be useful for that particular push.
Very intrigued about how they're going to be able to solve this. Again, I mean, you made a valid point. There's a utility that's not got necessarily the lineup I'd expect to see going into this one. Ivy stairs will be very difficult to clear with what they have to work with. The only sets of nades that they bring are going to be on recruit, and that will be seriously daunting that. Position still held. Corner deep library locked in. Very slow approach so far from GK, but ITB, they're more than comfortable to let that clock drown out. They're a patient side. I think these first few rounds will be a very, very slow matchup, as ITB don't want to extend themselves too early.
Yeah, and it's a lot slower, it's a lot more methodical from the side of GK here, as they're just being very cautious. They don't want to give away that opening pick. You can't give momentum away on the first round of the second map when you're one down. So it's slow, it's methodical, there's a lot of information being gathered here by the side, and now we're getting the starts of that utility dump. Now, that nade will get rid of some utility, but interestingly enough, with shields in hand, never mind, Noah gets the first kill, and Kendra's just going to walk back up to the top blue.
Great pick there from Noah, relieves a lot of pressure from ITB. Ivy Stairs will remain as a fortress from this. Body stacking up, two members of GK outside of Library, looking for an avenue in towards the building. Now, ITB have basically made this a no-go zone. You can't get in the building without a significant amount of resistance for this. The Grim Bees go out, and that's going to be a difficult position. However, oh my god, Noah, what a shot to Neskin. Finds a second, quickly shut down by XKey, but ITB in a great position to rest out the rest of this round. And hold on.
40 seconds to go. 4 versus 3. Position of Kendrew is known on the stairs, and XK will find Oscar to level the sides. 3 versus 3 now, and they're getting ready to make a push. You've got a player on the door to bar as well, getting ready for that swing. You still haven't cleared stock, though. There's still a defender in that position. You know that Legion is there, but you're not going to get an angle from above. You need to force some form of execute. A cross is allowed to happen, which could be detrimental for the side. But look at this. Frenchie takes down Azur, but we have a trade. Kendry will trade with Twixt, and it's a 2v1. Frenchie getting the case down. He's got to find the... There's the head. Hit the head. Come on, Creeds. You can't miss those. He does get the DBNO. He'll get the stat pad with the 2 kills, and ITB will also get the lead.
ITB get themselves the lead here on Chalet, and well, as you mentioned, it's an uncharacteristic, per se, lack of accuracy, windy day in the office maybe for Creeds, and that one gets the job done. Now Gibson, another score update. Are you ready for this one? We've heard lots of very emotive teams behind us, and we're unsure about who it was. And all of a sudden, I've just realized, looked at my monitor, Scars have beaten Wolves 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs. Now, I'm waiting to know what that was and if that was the last match of the series, but a massive result from the Japanese side. Big on that one, so I'm very impressed with what we've seen from Scars so far.
Yeah, and they were very good in that previous matchup that I did alongside Corey. In fact, the only time they started to play badly was when they had a real chance of winning, when they started to play more standard Siege. I think they were like, oh, we're going to win. Let's do the basics right, but that's not what makes Scars great.
And that was Scars. It's that kind of, I think that the lot of teams that come from Japan are very, I would say, unique in their approach to the play style. As I would say, a lifelong fan of Cyclops. I could say that with confidence. Ever seen a kite flag at an event? Yeah, you're welcome. We done that.
In this broadcast today alone, you've said you're a fan of about 12 different teams.
Wow.
Is there a team you're not a fan of?
I don't think I can say that on a broadcast, actually, so no. I like every team equally.
2 minutes and 50 seconds to work with in the round. You look at that lineup. Buck will be able to get a lot of soft breach utility, Nomad to stop any sort of flanks that could be attempted by ITB. You've got Habana, obviously great for hard breach. The weapons ain't bad in the back pocket as well. But the other two really execute heavy operators that they have is the Dokkaebi and the Grim. both excellent for clearing space, and Trixt and Neskin really need to work well. I'm going to just say, that roaring you hear, it has to be Scars.
It has to be. Whatever's going on, and the other team's playing, I absolutely love this, by the way, being able to hear the teams right behind us. But I think Scars, if that wasn't the last map, they're definitely doing well against Wolves so far. Of course, we don't have the other streams up above us, so chat if you do know. Of course, enjoy those games. Of course, variety streams across everything so far, all the games being covered today. Variety, check your social media at this field, find where you can watch them so far. But a minute 55 left in this round. ITB versus GK. All 10 players still remaining. Don't think for much longer. Both players blinded on solar stairs, and XKey will get one. A very scrappy encounter, but Azure will come out worse for wear. He falls in that. And ITB lose one player early on this defense. GK, great start from them.
It wasn't pretty, but it worked for GK in that situation. It's now the 5 versus 4 that you spoke about, and it gives them a little bit of space to work with. There's still players up on top. They're going to stun out the top of Blues. They've got some presence on the roof, as Seriously is trying to bait the peek from Oscar, who is holding his nerve pretty well. He'll see the shadow as well as it passes, giving him more information, as it just seems like GK are... They're playing it smart. They've got the numerical advantage. They're not throwing caution to the wind. They're going to drone everything out, but this could be a problem. Noah holding below, and that's a smart rotate. Go to the opposite window on what used to be West Main. Play it safe.
It's still called West Main.
It is.
Yes, it is. So 50 seconds
and
left.
There used to be a door there.
That's still called West Main. 45 seconds now remaining. If you don't keep interrupting me, Gibson. And ITB, though, very quickly lose 2 players. Neskin finds one with his rifle, one with a claymore. And ITB in deep trouble of losing their lead. Frenchie should be able to stick this case. And Oscar tries to get that pick from the window, does so. Seriously does fall, but the case goes down. ITB in recovery mode right now. Difficult retake on the cards. Noah spotted out by those Bs, so he's nothing he can do. Frenchie gets that pick. All down to Noah in a 1 versus 4. It's going to be very quickly shut down by Frenchie or XKey down below. Job is done in regards of that.
And it was excellently played. You get the opening pick. It was scrappy over on those on Solarium stairs. However, after that, they slowed down. They droned again. They got all their players into the right positions to enable the plant to go down. It's probably the best round we've seen them play over this best of 3 so far. And it's a great reply to that opening round from ITB.
I have an update for everybody about that. I was unsure about that Scars result. It was the very first map of the best of 3 against Wolves. Elimination matchup happening on another channel, I believe. PWC Gold.
Yeah. So.
I thought you were going to jump into that one. Say something smart, you know.
When have I ever said something smart on a broadcast?
It's probably when Corey was with you.
That is true. My IQ went through the roof in that matchup just by being around him. But that was a very good answer to the opening round from ITB, right? So for GK now, you've leveled the scores, you've won an early attack on Shally, and it is always important to try get that opening attacking round as soon as possible to build belief, to build confidence. Now ITB need to take the lead once more. It's going down to basement. It's a site which, funny enough, attackers tend to get a lot of success here, particularly when you get the 2 main breaches open. And by the 2 main breaches, of course, I mean you want to open up trench wall, you want to open up the main wall. And when you get those open, all of a sudden the defenders, they don't really have the ability to move.
It's a very difficult position to find yourself as a defender. There's not a lot of space. You mentioned movement becomes very difficult, and this is going to be a very, very difficult fight for Creeds, opting to not re-peek and stay alive, live the fight another day. Control of dining and kitchen, very important for this side, of course. It denies pressure from lobby. It forces the team to decide to clear upstairs, because you have to have that hatch control for it. A difficult peek there, and a confidence from Noah to swing that window, knowing that player's on rappel. I do like that from ITB, but I gotta wonder if they're taking a few extra risks early here in this round. Not a big fan of that from this side. It hasn't worked out for them yet.
But Creeds and Noah are playing as a 2 on the top floor. So if they do lose one of the players, they want to get the trade, right? Effectively, what they're doing is make GK clear the map. And if you do lose one, you're close enough together, you can trade it back so you really get yourself back into a normal situation. Phone call is now going to come out, but as you can see, they're starting to clear the top floor. The blue silhouettes are making their way across the top of this map. They don't want to move any further forward until they deal with this roaming presence. Stun grenades, flashes being thrown inside of the bathroom, but They're not in position. They're going to try to get the pre-fire through the soft wall, but you're still not going to find Noah. You're still not finding Creeds. The rappel comes in. Both players go DBNO, but Whip It, that is a big trade. But where's Noah?
Noah's not there to find that, and the flashbang shut him down. Trick's going to find himself a second, and that roam duo, as you mentioned, for ITB, completely off the boards early. Now, there's still 60 seconds in this round, so a lot of time for GK to do the rest of the motions for this. But still, difficult day for ITB's roam. GK, can they get this job done? 60 seconds, 2-player advantage. A lot of patience there from Oscar. Just waiting. Not extending, I like this. Trying to bait them in. He'll go for that peek now, needs to win this one, but no. They just miss each other like ships in the night. They rotate away. Sub 1 minute left in this round. ITB hold on. 2 players down, of course.
2-layered roam, of course, and well, they're going to give up that push down blue, and they're going to go to open that trench wall. The shield will provide a lot of safety here for Kendrew, who does have the C4 in the... No, actually, he's used that C4 already, but they're forcing the push. You've got to deal with the barbed wire. 20 seconds to go. Flash grenades are being thrown to allow the push into the corner, but look at this. Kendrew will use that C4. Azur gets another 3v3. Sides are level, case in the hand of Seriously, but you still hold this shield. It's really hard to win this round. There's a DBNO. Trix will fall. Nest will get Oscar, but it's low HP. Azur finds another one. Kendrew will get killed, but it's a round 1. Time is the winner here. ITB 2-1 up.
ITB are masters at dragging out every single round. And look at the emotion on the coach, Kangaroo Kenny, there, knowing how much this means to him at this moment. But that team played a very well-structured system. That great duo room upstairs did fall short, though. Both players didn't really get anything. Now, in terms of kills, the time did get wasted away. A full minute of that round was burnt.
More?
Yeah, that is true. But GK looked very dangerous in that one, and they still went through the motions. They got themselves in a great position with that trench wall open up, and they all played a perfect position. ITB let the time do a lot of work for them, and they got themselves their second round here on Chalet.
Got to give GK credit, right? They dealt with that roam. It did take a lot of time, but they got the 2 kills. But I also want to give Oscar credit, because the temptation for a player like him had to be there to try to flank through blue when he knew that his teammates were under pressure. So the fact that he stuck to his task is a very important thing to do in that scenario as well. But ITB 2-1 up on Chalet, on defense. No surprises here whatsoever. If it was GK on defense, you'd expect the scoreline to be the exact same, but flipped. So this is a more important round. This is ITB looking to either take a 2-round lead or GK looking to level the sides. And I love the setup that's being brought by ITB. We know that, you know, Kendrew on Tubarao, with the fact that you've got the Electra clause here in this wall, can really use a lot of the time.
Very intrigued to see how this one goes. Creed's on the Azami down below. Looks to get aggressive, but no shut down so quickly. Seriously gets that one for free. I like the ambition from Creed, but denied very quickly.
Oh, that's you know what? I never get annoyed at a player for trying to make a play. But Creed's just got beat. He just lost that. He just lost his one in that scenario, and that gives you the opening pick. Now, when you start using those logic bombs, there's only 4 defenders that you need to worry about their positioning. There is a Frost, though. And we know that Oscar has a real bad history on Chalet when it comes to Frost mats.
We've casted a game where Oscar managed to get himself stuck in a Frost mat 3 times in a row. Same round, 3 times. So, thankfully, this time around, he's on the Frost, not going to be victim to the Pog mats this time around. Down below, inside the square, we see that floorboard's getting ripped up down below. That's going to be the buck of XK. He's going to take a lot of damage as he retreats away. Actually, no, he's only going to take around 10 points of damage. And the Zoto canister is critical to lock out this wall and keep it in place as long as possible. ITB, yet again, even though they're a player down, the longer they can delay and keep control of that top floor, the more influential this round can be for them. As if you hold top floor, you likely can deny a plant no matter what. And this is going to be Oscar. Creeps his way in towards that corner. He will be full white in that moment, but the drone play from GK gives him an opportunity to recover, reset, and stay alive.
Yeah, he's actually going to dip, get out of there entirely and rotate your way around. Azur is going for a bit of a flank here, but it's a 4v4. Kendrew from above will get the kill onto Frenchie. Now we're seeing it, a little bit of a push now from XKey, pushing right up towards the door, realizing with a lot of pressure on the top floor, you might be able to make this happen, but no, Kendrew is still there, putting the pressure on, holding the door.
Remember what I mentioned, though, that ITB want to hold on that top floor? They can't walk in and get this site down. So right now, GK have to make an adaptation to push to get that top floor control. You've got less than a minute to make that one work, and yeah, that's held by players like Azure, come on, head with Kendrick. There we go, got there eventually. 30 seconds, and GK need to make this one stick. They need to win every single fight their way, and oh, no, 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 no. Azure gets that one, and SK and Oscar finds XKey, and well, just like that, it's going to be a 4 versus 2. 20 seconds, ITB should surely coast their way to another round victory here on Chalet. They just need to be patient and wait, as everything is lined up for them. A great angle, held an aggressive push all the way. Seriously will find himself a second one, 2 very quickly, and it's down to a 1 versus 1, Gibby. I thought this was unlosable, but it's going to be down to this. Where's the case? All the way inside the kitchen, outside the kitchen, and it will be the time that does it yet again for ITB.
two rounds that ITB have won on the clock in this game already. Live Oscar reaction, by the way.
But here's the thing that scares me about that one. That round should have been unlosable for ITB. It came down to a narrow margin, a 50-50, and then a 1 versus 1. He's just, no reaction, by the way.
Live Oscar reaction.
No reaction. Completely locked in.
We need that for, you know the way we always get like player reactions that the guys in the social media team love to use?
Yep.
Every time someone says something like controversial, just get that live Oscar reaction. Just I love it. And it's such a contrast. One of the things that I love about getting to LAN events and seeing players is just the difference in body language and styles between, you know, different countries, different regions, and the way players react. Like those ITB players, you wouldn't think that they're winning rounds in a best of 3 that they need to win to stay inside the tournament. So it's just a very different style of play, but Oscar's always been like that. On the other side of things, it's kind of the same for GK. They're very calm and cool and collected as well.
They are. I mean, I think for GK this moment, it's going to be a position where it's very early into the stage. They're going to call a timeout for them. And they just don't need to panic yet. They're only 2 rounds down. That's gettable. They can get the job done. They can get themselves level at the end of the half if this timeout is correct. So hopefully they can get a proper conversion from this timeout and put themselves in a good position to move on from this. But ITB have been playing very good so far on Chalet. Very good basic siege, letting the time do a lot of work for them. The classic phrase, the 6th defender, that's going to be the clock, and it's been fantastically in the favor of ITB so far. Before we get ready to dive back in this one, Gibby, you want to hazard a guess the score of the game behind us?
Scars are winning.
Exactly.
I heard the roar there now. They've won another round.
I believe it's 4-1 for Scars. Scars moment I say this.
On attack, by the way.
Yep.
That's impressive. That is very, very impressive. This has been a very good game as well, though. Like, it really has. But you're not hearing the players because, as we can see, it's just this is business as usual.
I mean, listen, as much as I love ITB, they're here to get the job done. They're not going to be standing up. They're not going to be roaring. It is a classic case of just get this job done. I don't think, again, it's the duality of this one. They're not a very particularly emotional side. They won't emote like we would see. There's no Canadian on that roster, for example. There's no Ashen on the roster for ITB. But maybe Kenny might be that role.
Yeah, Kangaroo Kenny. I love that we have to make that distinction every time we talk about those two people. But we're now into round 5. ITB started very strong, but this is Chalet. This is a map that we know that this roster does like to play from time to time. And, well, Creed's, he likes to play anywhere, anytime, as he gets the headshot onto Frenchie. And that puts us into a 5v4.
Well, here's the thing, right? GK are 2 rounds down in a very important matchup, and they send a player down below completely by himself. No trade, no one, I believe, droning ahead of him for that. Creeds gets a freebie. Instantly, GK are starting this round 1 player down. You've lost your Lion, so those E1Ds, that's going to be your 3-2-1 go. They don't have that very important tool for an execution. They have great utility still with the 4 remaining players, but it's always a detriment to go 1 player down. And yet again, ITB, one of the worst sides to let them get that early advantage. They will play this as an agonizingly slow matchup, as every second becomes a resource for ITB to burn away.
Yeah. Interesting wrinkle as well, by the way, to the way that ITB are playing this in top mez. They've not made the head holes in towards Library.
Gibby. See that pip, that picture-in-picture? That was Garage wall. Now, funny enough, where did that first fight happen? Creed's wall banged him.
Oh no.
He went to shoot the default camera and Creed's read it perfectly.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And then, as I said, they've got no head holes at the library with the wall soft, so it's being used more as an information barrier, which allows the player on Mez to focus on helping Kendrew here on blue stairs as well. I like the way they're doing it, but yeah, you know what? If you're Frenchy, you're fuming there, as you were a little bit earlier. But minute and 20 to go. Oscar going 3-3, still playing inside of library with no fear whatsoever. Finka is going to cross. And Oscar, oh, don't walk it. Oh, it's
no, he's safe.
He's a woman. We're good.
Here's the thing, though. What's GK lacking right now?
Seriously.
But yeah, but where's the Capitao? Where's the D with this position? There's not a lot you can do to force that player out of library corner. They're completely safe. Now, Ivy Shield's going to have a lot of protection. You can't push through that smoke because the Warden holds across from Mezzanine. Oscar finds Neskin, and ITB, I think, have played a perfect round here. 5 versus 2, 40 seconds left in this round. Very, very likely we'll see a flawless round. ITB absolutely shut down GK. Nothing they can do from that early moment, and well, 4-1, so destined to be. Not flawless, but it will be a 4-1.
Yeah, and it's all down to Trix now, who has had some very big moments in both maps so far. With the DMR, he's certainly got the firepower that he needs to do damage to ITB, but if there's one thing this team is good at, it is playing for the trade. The shield is still in position on top blue, so that avenue of access is gone. You got to either take that one or change your mind and push somewhere else. So go to the high ground. Trix will get the kill, but there's the trade. That's exactly what ITB wanted. They take it, and honestly, it feels like losing that player very early, it just knocked everything off for GK.
Troll time cancel with that one. Very scary there to lose 3 players with that one, but stop padding. I saw enough of it with DZ. DZ were the masters of getting a 1v5 down to a 1v3. Every time, stat pads against Furia. But ITB now lead 4-1. They're in a great position now, end of the half. If Furia, sorry, no, ITV, comparable teams for a reason, right? They're in the same folder in my brain. If ITB can get themselves in at the end of the first half, 5-1 up, you have to say GK have a very long road ahead of them.
It's a horrible spot to be, even at 4-1 down, like a 4-2 half on a map like Chalet, where we do see attackers get a lot of favor. It's not what they would want. And you know, I can understand why you keep talking about that DZ Furia game, because it was entertaining, and KZ is him. I did say at the start of last year that he is one of the most important players in the world, and he really is. You know, everyone talks about Herds, but KZ is nuts. But we'll talk about that many more times going forward. This round has now begun, and as you pointed out, I don't think GK will have a more important round in this series. They need a 4-2 half. If this goes 5-1, it's over.
Realistically, it's somewhat like breaking the serve at this moment. They need to shut down this momentum going into towards that second half. The defense might be more favorable for them. It's their map choice, of course, coming into this one, but ITB playing with high confidence, and just look at that. Creed's down below in trench, rips down the barricade, peeks out, Trix has fallen, and that's going to be your Deimos off the board. No more death marks for the entirety of this matchup. Massive blow early for GK.
Even when he whiffs, he gets the kill. That's the way Creeds is playing right now. He gets it. It's a 5v4. Once more, Creeds knocking the whole tempo for GK off. Azure almost, there we go. Azure gets another one as they lose 2. They've lost 2 players and they've not fired a bullet yet.
We're getting close to terminal velocity here, I have a feeling. I think ITB are feeling themselves, are confident, and I think the way they're imposing themselves on this match is going to be very difficult for GK to get back into. This round is going to be a very long and arduous journey if GK want to get themselves all the way back in terms of player count or even get the round victory itself. ITB will fall back towards site. They'll play reserve. Perhaps I speak too soon. Oh, I think Creeds might see that as an invitation. If that opened up, you know he's straight out that window.
He's still not moving. That being open slightly will give him a ton more audio as well as to what's going on outside. But I think GK, they still have a chance in this round. You've still got great operator in the hands of Seriously with Grim to identify where some of those defenders are and give yourself a real chance to win those fights. But even more importantly, 1 minute and 20 seconds, and as you can see, all these operators have drones that they can utilize as well, so they can set up a highway of information. They can get so much info, but then they got to work off the back of it. And as we always say, it's one thing having the info, it's another thing actually using it.
Majority of the way through this round, the GK are yet to find a reply against those early picks of ITB. Now it's going to be a game of patience. ITB so good at this as they've all fallen back out towards site. Look at the task ahead of these players from GK. You got to walk down blue and you have to win this fight. The boundary goes out, the EMP will buy you a little bit of space to make something work here. A difficult fight as you want to get lobby control, but there's someone in Dining making this a nightmare for you. A tap fight as everyone's looking for anything. That's going to be Noah, one of the best aimers on this roster, as many of them are, but he might get caught here.
He might get caught, and he does. But look at the cross being held in basement here by Kendrew and Azur by that bookshelf as well. They're playing to catch this player moving down the stairs. Creeds will find Frenchie. It's a 2v4. And okay, Creeds, 3 in a row at the end of a round, as this is the Creeds show. ITB with a 5-1 half. This kid, one stage at tier 1 level, and this is what he's doing on LAN.
Creeds is such a talented player on this side. Listen, the firepower he brings to ITB when he's playing hot like he is in this map is exceptional. He wraps up that round with a 3K. Get a look at the confidence to take this. And it was a windy shot as well, as you mentioned. Not the cleanest aim, but that's not what Creeds is about. He's not here to get the most flashy, the most clippable moments. He's there to get kill after kill after kill and find success and space for his team. And he's doing a great job so far on this map. ITB leading 5-1 going into the second half now. Side swap is here. They're on the offense. GK need to find success on this defense, otherwise their run at the Esports World Cup is over on Chalet.
We had another live Oscar reaction there too, and it kind of distracted me a little bit. But as you said, this is as bad as it gets for GK, right? They are on defense now. This is a lot.
It could be 6-1, not worse. It could be
6-0.
worse. Could be worse.
6-0. But at this point now, it's one round at a time. You know, don't let ITB get any momentum. You can't be thinking about the scoreline at this point. You have to play every single round like it is match point. You got to win. If you need to get more aggressive, get more aggressive. One thing's for sure, you'd like to think now that they're on the defensive side, they're not going to lose players outside the building in the first few seconds to wall bangs.
ITB. Very curious to see what they do on this one. The Ram being brought out for this roster this time around. Combination with that Lion and the Grim. A lot of potential to make this a very difficult defense for GK. Again, I like the lineup so far from GK right now on that defense. They have a lot of utility to help shore this up. Azami a massive benefit. Nexki will find that opening. Kendrew first to fall. Massive pick there, and it looks like they're going to try and press the advantage as soon as they possibly can. Trix will find it. ITB dive on in. It's going to be an absolute brawl between both these teams. GK come out better for it. They're leading to the player count 4 versus 2. Make that a 3 versus 2 as Noah gets 1. Alexi gets that trade. Noah finds a second in this round. He's now all alone. 2 more to go. 4K clutch on the cards if he can get this job done. And very quickly, this round's unraveled. Still a minute 45 left to go. It feels like we've only just started round 7.
Yeah,
we're already at the end.
Flank drone's been thrown, and what we'll see now is a push maybe to try it down. As you said, half the round to work with, but it doesn't matter. GK get the kill. But that was so much better. They were the aggressors that time, and it just goes to show, when you play with a bit more confidence, you can win rounds, and that road that seemed really long is getting a little shorter.
1 round at a time. That's what GK need to do. And I'm very impressed with the tempo of that one. They get the early pick aggressively. ITB try to bound in and kind of almost shock and awe GK to get that advantage back. And both teams engaged in a very nasty brawl out. GK with the better off from it. And Gibby, are you ready for this one? I have another live score update. And are you ready for this one? We heard it happen just moments ago behind us, but Scars, representing Japan, have beaten the European side of Wolves 2-0 in a best-of-3 to send Wolves home on the opening day of the Esports World Cup. What a result.
And there's going to be one person I was like, you should have said spoilers first. Come on.
Sorry.
Look, we couldn't let that information sit. Big win for Scars, and it's huge for them, right? They're so entertaining, they're so fun to watch, and all we can do is wish them luck tomorrow as they continue their journey at Esports World Cup. And well, for Wolves, it wasn't great for this time, but there's always going to be other chances.
Listen, for Wolves, it's 2 new players coming in the roster as well, so again, it's going to be growing pains for them. They only had these players for the quals, for example, stepping in, but diving back into the game here in the A stream, ITB 5-2 they lead by. Real question is if they can keep that pressure up on the offensive side. Sight down below, barring game. Very big question how they want to approach this. The Capitão's in play, so it's going to be a way more default, way more basic round from into the breach. They're likely going to use that Capitão to clear that position, and we already seen that player drop away. Mira was stuck upstairs. That was Exki. Falls down, leaving Library only covered off by that one Mira window, but you have a warm eye behind it, so it's pretty safe for the time being.
30 seconds is all the time that they spent in that position as we see one of those Ash charges go off and doesn't really do anything for the side whatsoever. More utility being dumped, but you can see the value of the Kiba barrier. Exki gets the opening kill, but Azur takes matters into his own hands as he pushes in through Library and gets a double. Full control now of the top floor. Well, at least it seems, seriously, still by Piano double door, but the most important part of the verticality has been established. If they know Seriously is alone here now, do not be surprised to see 2 players go to hunt them down.
I don't think they know. 2 players just had their backs turned to this position. They vaulted in by Ivy Stairs. They keep walking down, not knowing a threat is lurking so dangerously close. Creeds will peek this corner, spot the head of Malusi. A difficult fight, and I wonder if this will be the moment that he will swing out wide. Noah finds one on the tricks, but seriously, still a massive threat upstairs. He'll win his one. Creed's off the board, and ITB now have a dilemma to solve. 1 player upstairs, 1 on site, you'd imagine. ITB want to push on the side directly. That's exactly what they'll do. Azur will find his second in the round, leaving it all down the Seriously alone. He'll get 1. But can he stop this case going down? No, of course, again, he's too far away. And this cover will be good. The Lion Scan goes out. He gives away his position, and he can't catch that player vaulting out the window. ITB in a great position. GK need to find something magical, but Azur shuts that one down. Seriously falls, and ITB are 1 round away from eliminating GK from the Esports World Cup.
Entry IGL Azur at it again. He took matters into his own hands, vaulted in the window, won the gunfight, got the kill on Deneskin as well, and finishes off with the final kill in the round. Honestly, Azur, one of the most criminally underrated players that has come through the scene in the last while. He's been with Kenny for years and years. And here they are together, about to win a game against GK at the Esports World Cup to stay in the tournament.
Massive result for ITB. This is where GK need to find every bit of energy they have left to make a beginning of a comeback. They gotta look at this as 1 round at a time. Long way to go. I think ITB, again, just look absolutely on top of things right now. They have to let a massive fumble occur, let GK back into this matchup. Not saying GK can't take rounds from this point. ITB look to be in complete control here on the offense. Repicks coming out from Oscar and Azur onto Ram and Lion respectfully. A pick, I think Kendrew is also dropping on towards that Thermite to begin to look how they can get this one done. Seriously looking for a spawn peek out by pool table. You gotta wonder, ITB, do they know? One player might wander in, not quite be aware. Siege timing can be a nightmare sometimes, and Seriously will firm this. He'll stay and extend his hold. I think it's a wise choice. You don't want to hold this for too much longer. Players repel on up to Library, and he falls off that spawn peak.
Yeah, I think it's curious that Exki is still in this position, though. That Seriously was once that he tried to maybe do the bait and switch, but Creeds will get the kill. Frenchie trades it back, but it's a 4 versus 4. GK's EWC, their Esports World Cup, is in the balance now in this round. You got rid of, the Creeds and the impact that he can have on that IQ, but you've lost the Zama, you've lost the ability to get those Kibas in later inside the round. Is it a trade that's worth getting? Only time will tell. They're still pressuring over by Bar. They still think that there's some players there, but they don't have the benefit that we do of those silhouettes to know that that area is clear. Very good lineup for ITB for going for late round execute, but still look at this Malusi. Those traps can be a nightmare to deal with. Kaid is there, Mute is there. They've still got the operators they need to slow down this ITB push. There's a minute and a half left. Are GK going to fight for another round, or is it all going to be over in the next 90 seconds?
Frenchie on that Solace can play a massively important role to stopping ITB's progression towards it. He can see when that case goes down, he can see where these flank drones are. and he's managed to slip past the watchful gaze of Oscar. He will wait and hold his position and play very passive as two members of ITB will descend that staircase. But Frenchie will lose his one. Oscar finds that, and ITB begin to put more and more pressure on the side of Geeky. That nade goes out, and a massive retreat now as Trix can't hold his position, and Asler's going to aggressively take that one. Trix falls, 4 versus 1, well 3 versus 1, and ITB are only moments away from victory here, and Geeky, what do they have left? One last stand. Can Akski find a moment of magic here and get the 1 versus 3?
He doesn't have a lot. He doesn't have a C4. He's got the shotgun. He's got the SMG-11, but he's got 3 ITB players to deal with. 30 seconds left. Can he buy enough time? He gets rid of the drone, but that will feed the information on where he's playing. They're hunting him down inside blue. And there you have it. Noah gets the kill. ITB will play tomorrow. GK are going home, but what a performance from this side. Massive props to them. You got to give props to GK as well, but ITB, they're going to be playing tomorrow.
ITB played a fantastic series from start to finish. They were in complete control. I think the map ban went perfectly as well. Skyscraper was an expert display of how to hold that defense, and they made GK, they punished them at every single corner. They move forward onto tomorrow, and you know what? I think a very well-deserved result from this side.
Yeah, and obviously it's nice for us as our final map of the Esports World Cup for you and I to see someone that came up through alongside us and Kenny leading his side through to tomorrow as well. But that is that for Whippet and I here at the Esports World Cup. We'll be heading home tomorrow. We'll be watching the action. Do not fear for that. It has been a pleasure. But for that, back to the desk.
A pleasure as always, gents. Beautiful casting, phenomenal plays, and all the action that ensued. Whenever you look at me like that, I just start laughing, but I'm super, super proud of the ITB boys with that showing that they gave us there. I really want to give credit to the boys. A lot more passion, a lot more excitement, a lot more yelling as well.
Yeah, they definitely had the momentum after the first game, I feel like. And even the first round, the fact that he misses the shot on the guy planting, then he barely whiffs and then managed to get the kill still, and he's having fun with it. You know, the teams that are stressed, that moment, you would feel bad, right? You wouldn't be overconfident or anything. But they just laugh, right? Because they feel like they're having fun, they're in the momentum, they're going to win, and it showed everywhere, at every step, they just were ahead.
I love how you're just admiring him, nodding yeah.
I was looking at Alphamon, I was like, all right, do I talk about my perfect prediction streak I had today? And I was like, I'm gonna let it be. And then I was a bit lost in the moment, I have to admit. No, but one thing that I really wanted to highlight in this game, or in ITB in general, I said it in the Furia game because there they changed the pace, but I realized watching this game, it's not only their pace that is perfect in my opinion, it's they are so aware of when to be aggressive, which zones to contest, when to be passive. They made GK look like they shouldn't be here. But that's completely wrong. GK is supposed to be here. GK is up on the level. But ITB outplayed them on such a strategical point of view and such a disciplined point of view that it just looked like GK couldn't hold up. Yeah, they really abused the map as itself. When you're in defense, you really need to abuse these very strong positions. And I remember that one round where they don't clear Kangaroo above the bomb site, and he just kills the S upstairs, and then he's able to stop the execution on site. And it's just something that GK was struggling hard with already on the previous map, problem-solving a defense, and it's exactly what happened on Chalet again. I'm not too surprised. It's exactly what I thought. When you lack a bit the cohesion to problem solve really quickly, utility-based obstacles, and the team in front of you, like you said, is super disciplined and doesn't give you a gunfight, there's no solution for you.
Well, I'm loving the fact that we've highlighted the strengths of ITB in particular. But the decision-making behind all of those fantastic plays that we've seen ultimately rely an awful lot on their coach, Kenny. So, Kenny, welcome to the broadcast, and please, oh please, let us know what your secret sauce is for the boys, because the momentum was there, the hype was there, energy was phenomenal. But the real question is, has it always been smooth sailing, coaching these boys, making sure everybody is level-headed in those micro decision-making moments, or was it very much a learning curve for them?
These guys make my job very easy. I give them the tools, and they execute the tools really well. How how hard I am on them, they take it and they learn. And we're a team that always are learning. We're very young, apart from Kendrew. Like we have 4 players who are extremely new into Tier 1 and into Pro League and into international play. This is our second event. Our last event didn't go to plan, but that was all a learning experience, and we've taken the lessons from last event in Manchester, the Manchester Major, into EWC. I've learned a lot, and I've been able to really help the boys perform a lot better than we did in Manchester. I think the performance was the main thing for us. Even though we lost to Fury, I thought the performance was actually really good, and then now we come up against GK, and the performance was good as well.
I definitely agree with you, but I have 2 questions for you. First of all, Kenny, I know how much this game means to you in general, and I just like asking this question, how do you feel, how is it? But I'm going to ask it anyways, because I feel like this is your first win on a big stage as a team. I've seen you jump around there, I've seen you be happy. How refreshing is it to be able to show up in such a dominant way as you guys just did? Like, are you proud of the boys? Are you proud that I mean, obviously you're proud of the boys that they recovered, but how did you really get to a point that you were able to recover after the Furia loss? Because I felt like the Furia loss to you guys was very demotivating due to everything going downhill after one clutch.
Despite the Furia loss, we were actually very happy. I think a team at the stage that we're at, I think win or lose, we're happy against Furia as long as we don't get battered and we actually show a good performance and we do ourselves proud. We play our game, we trust our processes, we obviously look at how they adapt to us, and Furia are a very counter-heavy team. They countered a lot on what we did, and that's why you saw us really struggle on the attacks on border. We had a very clear game plan on defense, which we executed nicely. Got 3 defense on border, which was always good, but they really countered us so going into our attacks. And obviously the 5v2 loss, that was tough, and it's something that we've been heavily working on. It was a shame that the man advantage loss kind of bit us in the behind, if I'm saying PG here. But we took the lessons, we brought them into this game. So we always take a positive spin on no matter what negatives we encounter.
Speaking of taking lessons, I feel like that's exactly what you've been doing with this roster. You know that they're young, you know that you need to grow them, and like it's amazing to witness how quickly you're progressing. But most importantly, you're never regressing. You're always improving. And I feel like you were harsh on yourself when you said like in Manchester it didn't go to plan. I think you guys already did a good job. It was a good first step. You upset people, and it's exactly what you're looking for with young players. And now you're going forward in this tournament and you're going to have even more international experience. Can you walk me through maybe like what's the plan for you? What are the steps that you take to consistently make sure every step you get higher?
Well, it's everyone in the team being held accountable and responsible for mistakes that they make, and them understanding that a mistake isn't a bad thing. Like, everyone makes mistakes in life. You're in such a technical game that mistakes happen. At the end of the day, a lot of games are just down to who makes less mistakes. So mistakes are going to happen, but as long as you learn from them, and all 5 players on the team are highly aware, self-aware of themselves, what mistakes they're making, how they can adapt their play style in game. If they're playing too aggressive, if they're playing too passive. We have a unified identity of how to play the game, and that just means that because we're such a tight-knit group and we enjoy playing together, we all understand how we want to play the game. It means the mistakes that we make are all just lessons, and everyone just goes from strength to strength to strength with everything we learn. So I love this team, and I wouldn't want any other team to play on a stage with.
I think that's a beautiful sentiment. Now, Kenny, my final question for you is, you mentioned the fact that, as long as you didn't get battered by Furia, it would have been great either way for you guys, win or lose. Now you're going to be facing FaZe. Are we still sharing that same sentiment, or have you elevated the kind of expectations for the team now heading into that next game?
We're running the gauntlet, aren't we? The Fury and FaZe combo to make the main stage. I mean, it's definitely a test, and no team's going to underestimate anyone. There's no easy games at this tournament. We can go into tomorrow taking the positives from how well we were up against Furia. I mean, like, the way we looked at the Furia game, like they felt beatable. And if a team like Furia feel beatable to us, then a team like FaZe on a similar level feel beatable for us as well. So we can go into tomorrow. It doesn't matter what team we're against. We trust ourselves. We believe in ourselves because we are confident and we know on our day we are an extremely strong team. And we can challenge any team at the top. So we will go into tomorrow with the same mindset, and win or lose, I'm happy. The experience here in EWC has been fantastic. We want to make top 8 because the top 8 is a progress on. We didn't make top 8 at Manchester, so we want to make top 8. FaZe aren't going to be easy, but we're coming for you.
Beautiful, amazing stuff. Again, another championship mentality. Congrats to you and the boys once again, and best of luck for that FaZe matchup.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
What a lovely chat.
Yeah, it's
That's
funny.
a smile on my face.
Yeah, it's funny. You remember, Corey, we had this debate about what do you need as a team to win consistently? You need vibes, and you still need discipline. And it's exactly what they have. They have discipline and vibes at the same time.
I think they've got the perfect balance of it as well.
Exactly, I was about to say, I think just the mix Kenny brings in, like in general, this interview was very enjoyable for him, super down to earth, super transparent, super honest. And if this is the way they're treating them, each other in this team, then you know the vibe they have, you know the schedule they have. And I think this is exactly why they're fostering so much and why they're growing so much. And I can't wait for them to grow more, but I really think this FaZe game is going to be a very rough test for them.
Yeah, at the same time, they got upset by Bleed FaZe, right? So there is an opening here. They're not playing at the best shape, and ITB is clearly on an upward trajectory, and they're fueled by momentum. And they also witnessed that they were close to beating Furia. I say close, they had 4 rounds, but in my opinion, in their head, they said close. It was beatable. So I have a lot of hopes for them, even if it's not, for today.
Anyone can plead, no pun intended. Sorry.
There we have it. We have our qualified teams. We've got Team BDS, Team Liquid as well. I want to draw both of your attentions and discussions to the fact that during that Wolves and Scars matchup,
here.
What happened to that Cinderella story I was talking about? What was that?
No, but it's quite. I mean, I'm saddened because I'm French, right? So obviously I was expecting a lot from them, and they also picked up 2 new young players that needed that international experience. It's fine, they will be back. I think I'm not surprised to see BDS and Liquid qualified. That's for sure. I expected them in that group to win. And then when it comes to this, like Bliss Space Station Gaming is going to be a really interesting game, high strategy. And W7M Esports, LG. That's got to be W7M, right? They were so strong today. LG, I think, suffered a bit of a big loss and then recovered, but I think clearly on paper they were the one to play the better.
I don't think you can afford to say they should be the team. I think EWC might be a bit of a roller coaster journey. We have Bleed Esports being the qualified team as well, as opposed to FaZe. That was definitely not on your prediction.
It was.
It was?
Honestly,
oh, really?
Okay, listen to me. The thing I value the most about Bleed is I don't want to say they troll because that's a funny way of saying it, but they're having fun. They're enjoying their time. They literally bring a fish to their stage every time, and they're just there for the vibes. They're good boys. They're still working hard and they're trying their best. But in my opinion, especially like we talked about it with FaZe Clan, they've had so many moments where they failed and where they come close, and one question you always need to ask yourself is how many losses can you take as a team? And for Bleedits, they can take so many because even if they're losing, they're having fun, they're enjoying their time. And I think it's such a great value that sooner or later they will consistently cause upsets.
What about for Scars versus Dark Zero?
I think it's the perfect team to stop Scars because Scars is very chaotic. But they can take the right way, they have the right strategies, but if one team can reach strategically into it, it should be Dark Zero. Lots of experience, lots of great players with great game vision. They will come in with a plan, and also they will be really worried about all of the moments where they just like go and lurk and open and look for that kind of, unexpected opening that we know Japan is good for.
Well, as we go ahead and take a look at our Kadia plays of the day, the top ones at that as well. My personal favorite was that Benjamaster 3K that we had. A fantastic showing from him.
I think for me it's the Casey play. He's just standing there. It's so casual when he does it. It's incredible.
It reminds me of Aces in the sense that he didn't he was just moving his mouse really slowly and just like zero emotion. And if you're in front of him, he's not gonna miss his shot. And then that one was probably the best one, right? The most impactful one. I think like that 1v3 from Nate is amazing, puts Furia back in it. And I think maybe it's why ITB felt like Furia was beatable, is that all the way through that first side, they were toe-to-toe. And then there was this clutch, and everything tipped.
Typically speaking, though, is that a bold statement for any team to make, to come into a tournament like this with the weight of the world on their shoulders? Once again, it's EWC, there's one heck of a prize pool. The fact that, you know, your teams, your players might not necessarily be the most experienced, the most comfortable in a LAN setting. To come into this and be like, yeah, Furia was beatable for us. Is that a bold statement?
It's what you need,
yeah,
in my opinion.
You need confidence like this.
If you go in and you're like, oh my god, Furia, can we beat them? No, if you want to win, you need to be able to beat everybody.
How do you kind of adopt that mindset, though? Does it fall mostly on the coach's shoulders to feed them that confidence, or individual players to have faith in their own capabilities?
Everybody has got to go in the same direction. If one player doubts, all the players will doubt, or they will doubt him and he will lose confidence. And that's something that people rarely see inside teams, but it's something that is so common that players lose confidence in teams and people don't see it, and then they drop really bad numbers and they're kicked. What I see with ITV is whatever happens, they seem to always be confident.
Yeah.
Maybe even joking with it. So I think in general, like, it needs to come with like, okay, I'm a dark horse, I can upset people, and I'm confident in myself, and that's going to take me all the way.
I feel like my favorite thing about ITB is the fact that when they go through it, good or bad, they're going through it together as a team. If you have, you know, a bit of a whiff in a round, it doesn't necessarily matter because your team is going to laugh, make a joke about it, and then you reset, move on to the next round as well. But from me, boys, I want to say thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. I've had an absolute blast being here. It's been so much fun. And of course, there's still plenty more Rainbow Six still to come with tomorrow's games as well. I want to give a huge shout out to the rest of our talents and also the fantastic production crew that have kept this show running. And I guess we will see you next time.
Attackers bombed it. Defender exposed. Attackers dropped the defender. Remaining. 15 seconds left. Attackers are activating the bomb.